Chapter 1. The Land of Grass. Ding ding. Amidst the clashing sounds of weapons, a figure was being relentlessly pursued. Uchiha Qian Yao, meet your end. Two masked assailants, one clad in white and the other in gray, initiated a frenzied assault on Qian Yao. Having already sustained serious injuries from an ambush, Qian Yao was now utterly exhausted, both in spirit and strength. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed the shattered remains of a fallen comrade, and within his spinning three-to-mo Sharingan, a fierce determination flared. With a desperate effort, he hurled his long blade, taking advantage of the white-clad assailant's momentary evasion to seize his own knife and drive it into his right chest. The blade pierced through Qian Yao's chest and struck the heart of the gray-clad assailant behind him. With blood-red eyes wide open, he affixed an explosive tag onto the face of the white-clad attacker. The white-clad man's eyes were filled with chilling intent as he reached to tear off the explosive tag, while his other hand withdrew the knife from Qian Yao's body. Qian Yao gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and kicked the white-clad man away. Boom! The high-quality explosive tag detonated at close range, sending Qian Yao crashing to the ground. With a loud thud, he slammed against the trunk of a tree. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision fading to black. No, is this the end? Countless images flashed through his mind, ultimately settling upon the visage of a girl, his beloved younger sister. Qian Yao's breaths grew increasingly faint. Liuli, he whispered her name, and then fell into silence. Sounds of battle are coming from this direction. A boy adorned with the forehead protector of the grass ninja village was swiftly navigating through the forest. Muku, slow down, wait for me. A silver-haired girl was pursuing him from behind. With their forehead protectors, it was evident both were ninjas from the grass ninja village. They soon arrived at the recent battleground. This, though Muku was already a genin, the brutality of the scene before him was a first. Aside from a body slumped against a tree and two intact corpses nearby, the ground was stained with blood, and in the distance, scattered remains could be faintly seen. Muku's complexion turned slightly pale as soon as the silver-haired girl landed. He instinctively covered her eyes. Longja, don't look. What? Let me see. Longja brushed aside Muku's hand, and upon witnessing the scene, her pupils dilated in shock. However, in an effort to avoid appearing weak in front of her crush, she feigned composure. You signal, and he'll check if anyone is still alive. Muku discerned Longja's bravado, but nonetheless retrieved a signal flare and launched it into the air. Then Muku began to investigate the battlefield, while Longja cautiously approached Qian Yao. Recognizing Qian Yao's Uchiha clan attire, which was well known throughout the ninja world, she pondered, why is there an Uchiha here? Upon noticing the fatal stab wound on Qian Yao, she speculated that it must be the cause of death. She first touched his neck, then listened for a heartbeat but found none. I heard that the Uchiha possess the Sharingan. I wonder if this one had awakened his eyes? The Uchiha corpse appeared relatively intact, alleviating some of Longja's fear. Glancing back, she saw Muku examining the other two bodies, oblivious to her actions. Longja stealthily lifted Qian Yao's eyelid. To her horror, she discovered his blood-red Sharingan spinning and fracturing. Longja screamed, recoiling from Qian Yao, leaping back. What happened? Longja. Muku rushed over, pulling Longja behind him. Longja, trembling, hid behind Muku, that Uchiha size. Cough, Qian Yao coughed, expelling flecks of blood. Gradually, he opened his eyes, the spinning and fracturing of his gaze subsiding back to the three-tomo. Where am I? The blood-red hue in his eyes faded, returning to normalcy. Ding! The Star of Bonds template loaded successfully. A line of text briefly flickered in Qian Yao's mind, followed by a flurry of images. He let out a muffled groan, the world before him dimming to darkness. Swish! A figure descended. Muku, what's going on? Qian Yao, in a daze, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze lacked focus, and he murmured, the world of Hokage. Rest assured, I will take good care of Liuli. A sudden lightness enveloped him, as the last vestiges of the original owners will dissipated. After a brief tumult, the Sharingan settled down. He began to organize his memories. The current year was 58 in Konoha. Uchiha Shursui had committed suicide 2 years prior. Itachi had already been manipulated, and it was likely that Danzo would soon issue the order for the clan's extermination. Qian Yao had often wondered why no Uchiha had escaped the calamity during missions. It turned out that the clan had recalled its members in anticipation of a coup. His batch had also fallen victim to an ambush from the root. His small team had been beset, and it had been a mutual destruction scenario. However, he had survived, managing to reclaim a sliver of life. Though the wound on his chest still throbbed painfully, he could not afford to linger in bed. There were those awaiting his return at home, a promise made to the original owner. Qian Yao tossed aside the covers, preparing to rise. At that moment, a silver-haired girl entered. It was Longjia. "Ah, you're awake. How wonderful." Seeing Qian Yao attempting to get up, Longjia rushed to say, "Don't get up. You're gravely injured. Lie back down." Qian Yao furrowed his brow as he regarded the girl before him, his eyes reflecting both confusion and a hint of joy. For upon her head, there glimmered a crystal-like light, and as Qian Yao's attention shifted, the crystal shattered into a myriad of starlight. A progress bar materialized in Qian Yao's consciousness, adorned with several stars. Above the progress bar, a name was inscribed. Was this his golden finger? Had he inadvertently loaded a template for the Star of Bonds before losing consciousness? "Are you Longjia?" Qian Yao tentatively inquired. Longjia gazed at him in surprise. "Huh? How do you know my name?" Qian Yao's eyes flickered. "I believe I heard someone calling your name before I fell unconscious." Longjia, knave and inexperienced, easily fell for his words. "Oh, are you from the Uchiha clan? Did something happen that requires our grass ninja's assistance?" The Third Shinobi World War had passed 7 or 8 years prior, and the ninja world was relatively peaceful. At least the relationship between the grass ninja village and Konoha was not too strained, making her inquiry seem innocuous. Cough, cough, I am indeed an Uchiha. I was ambushed during my mission. I require your medical ninjas. To tend to my wounds, I must return to my clan. Qian Yao touched the gaping wound on his right chest upon his revival. It had not healed immediately. He was merely clinging to life, and even a deep breath caused him pain, making a long journey impossible. Yet he needed to return promptly. Time was of the essence, for if he delayed, the Uchiha clan would be doomed. Longjia noticed Qian Yao's urgency and immediately replied, "Wait here. I can't make that decision. I'll go fetch someone for you." With that, she dashed out with haste. Watching Longshia's progress bar fill completely, Qian Yao felt a surge of curiosity and tapped on it. At dawn, at the entrance of Konoha, a blood-soaked Uchiha, carrying 3 severed heads, approached the gates. The heads bore masks, obscuring their features. This individual was none other than Qian Yao, who had returned from the land of grass after being rescued by Muku and Longjia. In exchange for information, he received expedited medical treatment. He dared not tarry, rushing back to Konoha without even changing his clothes. Upon reaching the village entrance, Sentinels Kamizuki Izumi and Kanzo immediately approached to verify his identity. Uchiha Qian Yao, mission from the land of grass. As he perused the documents in hand, Kanzo glanced at the heads. "Was there an incident?" "Qian Yao, you're back." A voice called from the side. Qian Yao turned to find a young member of the clan, Uchiha Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old, still too young for school, his speech pure and innocent. "If only you had returned sooner, you could have attended the clan meeting. Seems like I just made it." Upon hearing that the clan meeting had just concluded, Qian Yao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had rushed tirelessly, barely having time to change his clothes, and had finally returned before the night of the massacre. The Uchiha clan meeting had ended. Konoha had learned from Itachi about the impending coup within the Uchiha clan. Toanzo has likely issued the order for Itachi to annihilate the clan. Itachi must be in contact with Obito these days, preparing for action. However, since I have arrived, there is still a chance to take a gamble. In deep contemplation, Qian Yao lifted the 3 heads he carried for the 2 guards to see, hinting, of course, when undertaking a mission, unexpected events are quite probable. Shun Yue-chun reminded, "Qian Yao, it would be best if you concealed the heads to avoid frightening the civilians." Qian Yao snorted disdainfully. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" "Hongxing, follow me." He then retrieved his identification tag, and made his way to the mission center. "Hey, Qian Yao," Shen Yuechun called out, but was restrained by Gongzi Tai. Turning around, he met Gongzi Tai's solemn gaze, causing Shen Yuchun's heart to skip a beat as he quietly inquired, "What is it?" Gongzi Tai glanced around cautiously and whispered in Shen Yuchun's ear, "Those 3 heads belong to root personnel." Uchiha Qian Yao, parading the 3 heads, was indeed drawing attention. "What are you doing at the entrance?" Qian Yao queried. Hongxing, neither a shinobi nor particularly remarkable, was merely an ordinary person bearing the Uchiha surname. The Uchiha clan was not comprised solely of shinobi. There were a considerable number of ordinary members as well. Who could have foreseen that this nearly 1,000-strong Uchiha lineage would be obliterated in a single night? The elder instructed me to keep watch at the village entrance for any returning clansmen, so I could lead you all back. Qian Yao understood this was a build-up prior to the Uchiha coup, yet he had already fallen victim to an ambush by Root during his mission. It was likely that the other teams faced a similarly grim fate. Have any other clansmen returned? Qian Yao ruffled Hongxing's hair. Hongxing shook his head. "I've been stationed here for 2 days, and you're the only one who has come back, Qian Yagage." A sigh of resignation escaped Qian Yao's lips. Others were unlikely to return. He pondered for a moment. "Do you know where Sasuke and Itachi are?" Sasuke went to school, and as for Itachi, Hongxing pouted, his disdain for Itachi evident. "I have no idea where he went." Qian Yao reaffirmed the timeline in his mind. The night of the massacre was indeed scheduled for tonight. "Return and inform the elder that I will deliver the mission report before I meet him. Don't wait at the village entrance. Go tell Liuli that I have some matters to attend to and will be home later." Hongxing nodded, half comprehending, and dashed off to relay the message. Qian Yao watched as Hongxing receded into the distance, aware that the clan was gathering its strength. Only children were left to handle these tasks. The clan might have sensed something amiss, yet they did not anticipate Konoha would strike so swiftly. In his mind, Qian Yao clicked on the star above Hongxing's head. Ding! Uchiha Hongxing Level 1 bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Memory Fragment. Memories of Hongxing practicing shuriken throwing merged into Qian Yao's consciousness. This was one of the reasons he was determined to return and save his clan. He discovered that once a bond was formed with certain individuals, he could find their names on his template. It displayed corresponding bond progress bars, and upon filling, would hatch stars. Each star represented a level of bond. At level 1, one could obtain a portion of the other's training memories. At level 2, one could gain a certain amount of chakra from them. Beyond that, Qian Yao was uncertain. He had attempted to explore this further. Aside from Uchiha clan members, only characters appearing in the narrative could trigger such bonds. With so many shinobi in the clan, forming bonds was relatively straightforward. Should the clan be eradicated, his utility as a rogue shinobi would naturally diminish. Moreover, Qian Yao was not alone. He had family. As he contemplated, Qian Yao made his way leisurely to the mission center, ensuring everyone noticed the heads he bore. After submitting his mission token, he proclaimed loudly, "I was ambushed during the mission, and all my teammates perished. However, these 3 were of insufficient strength, and I dispatched them." He displayed the 3 heads to the personnel at the mission center before departing. Once he left, murmurs erupted among the gathered crowd. "The Uchiha have suffered significant losses recently. I believe I recognize those 3 heads." A nearby individual hastily covered their mouth. "No, you do not." Within the mission center, personnel affiliated with the Third Hokage and Toanzo swiftly disseminated this news. After completing his tasks, Qian Yao arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha compound. Observing the comings and goings of Uchiha clansmen, Qian Yao let out a slow breath. Only upon seeing that the clansmen were still present did he genuinely feel a sense of relief. Although the original Qian Yao had perished, he had absorbed Qian Yao's memories and thus inherited a profound love for the Uchiha clan. "Qian Yao has returned. What happened to you? You look so dirty. Hurry home, Liuli is waiting for you." Familiar faces greeted Qian Yao as he exchanged pleasantries before heading towards the Uchiha elder's quarters. Uchiha Siu, the current elder of the Uchiha clan, was by relation the uncle of Fugaku. Yet, he was the most hardline hawkish elder of the Uchiha. However, the elder had recently been somewhat anxious. He rifled through the ledger in his hands, his brow furrowed deeply. The pressure from Konoha upon the Uchiha had intensified, and the clan's revenues were dwindling. Ever since Shizui's death 2 years ago, Konoha had consistently exerted pressure on the Uchiha, and now even the police force had dwindled to just 2 small teams. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had suffered considerable losses during missions recently. Uchiha Fugaku had remained non-committal. Though support for a coup within the clan was increasing, their bargaining chips were dwindling. Recently, clansmen had encountered unexpected incidents during missions, with many simply vanishing without a trace. In this context, during the recent clan meeting, under pressure from the clansmen, Fugaku finally consented to the coup. However, this news had not yet spread. Only a portion of the Uchiha were aware. Fortunately, with Hong Xing's return and news of Qian Yao, it had at least bolstered the clan's position in the impending coup. Elder, Qian Yao seeks an audience, came the report from the individuals outside the door. Uchiha Su meticulously organized the ledger before speaking. Let him in. Shortly thereafter, the weary Qian Yao entered the room. The elder's expression grew grave as he observed both Qian Yao and the severed heads he carried. What has transpired? Qian Yao discarded the 3 heads to the side and sat cross-legged, stating, Our team was ambushed by Danzou's men. Xiaoi and Yang have perished. Had I not experienced a breakthrough, I would not have returned. The elder's face turned ashen, disbelief evident in his voice. Danzou. How dare he? Why wouldn't he? The news of our impending coup has already leaked, and Konoha is about to take action against our Uchiha clan. Sihu trembled. Qian Yao. What do you mean? Qian Yao settled himself, pouring a cup of water for himself. He had scarcely had any supplies along the way, and now he was famished and parched, with 2 cups of water consumed. His dry throat felt relieved. Perhaps you should take a look at my eyes first. Qian Yao exhaled slowly, and then reminded. Sihu's heart sank. Qian Yao had previously been the clan's elite with the Sharingan, and if he claimed a breakthrough, it could only mean. Qian Yao's eyes gently closed, then slowly opened, revealing blood-red Sharingan that had transformed from 3 tomo into 3 hollow angles, resembling an inverted V shape. A tremendous pressure enveloped the room, and the sheer force of his gaze made Sihu's breath feel labored. Suddenly, Sihu sprang to his feet, his expression shifting from shock to elation. Ha! Excellent. We Uchiha have successors. This coup will surely succeed. Qian Yao maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any visible joy. Once Sihu's exuberance subsided, he regained his composure. How do you know about the coup preparations within the clan? You just mentioned that our imminent coup's information has leaked. Qian Yao, since you possess the Manjiki Sharingan, what is it that you cannot handle? Qian Yao shook his head and sighed. Elder, do not concern yourself with how I know of the coup within the clan. There is a crucial piece of information you are unaware of. Uchiha Itachi also wields the Manjiki Sharingan. Before Sihu could revel in the news, Qian Yao continued. However, he has been brainwashed by Konoha and has become their weapon. The information about our impending coup was reported to Konoha by him, whose expression turned to one of shock and disbelief. He was astonished that the mere 13-year-old Itachi was a Manjiki wielder. The revelation that Itachi had aligned himself with Konoha was bewildering. Why? Although the Uchiha were known for their rebellious nature, most held a strong sense of loyalty to their clan. He simply could not fathom why Itachi would not assist the clan, but instead aid Konoha. This is a long story. Our Uchiha clan is on the brink of collapse. If Konoha strikes first, we will be doomed. We must take action before they do. Although Sihu was still filled with many questions. The significance of the Manjiki Sharingan represented power and strength. Qian Yao was a fervent supporter of the clan, and he would not speak without reason. Then I shall take you to find Fugaku, Sihu declared, grabbing Qian Yao's hand to seek out Fugaku, the current clan leader. However, when he pulled Qian Yao, the latter remained steadfast. Qian Yao held the elder's hand firmly, speaking in a grave tone. Elder, if Fugaku were reliable, the information regarding our coup would not have leaked. The elder looked at Qian Yao in astonishment, but upon seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, he too sat with a grave expression. Fugaku had staked too much on Minato. After Minato's unforeseen demise, Fugaku lost everything. He agreed to the coup merely because the clan had forced him into a corner. Our Uchiha have a common flaw. The stronger individuals are often the most obstinate. Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui all share this trait. The only commonality among them is that they are all Meijiki wielders. The elder's expression was one of shock, Fugaku and Shui too. Qian Yao, appearing somewhat fatigued, waved his hand dismissively, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Yet, the elder did not find this unusual. Instead, he composed himself to listen further. Shui naively believed that the clan and Konoha could coexist, leading to a cowardly suicide that placed all the burden on 11-year-old Itachi. Itachi, constantly praised by the Third Hokage, could not accept his failures and became a tool for the village to protect his younger brother, Sasuke. Fugaku never engaged in heartfelt conversations with Itachi, but naively assumed Itachi would side with the clan, thus entrusting him to act as a double agent. They all failed to communicate with anyone, believing only in their own correctness and failing to envision solutions, leaving the other clan members in the dark. This arrogance has pushed our Uchiha clan to the precipice. Sihu listened intently to Qian Yao's analysis, his gaze reflecting immense admiration. While there were many powerful Uchiha, few possessed high intelligence, and almost none had political awareness. Qian Yao's words served to demonstrate his capability and worth to the elder. In other words, Qian Yao was not only a powerful Meijiki wielder, but also a competent leader. It is noteworthy that Qian Yao was only 17 years old. Although strong, without support, his influence would be limited. It is highly likely that Konoha will strike against us tonight, Qian Yao stated. The elder's expression darkened with bloodshot eyes. I hereby nominate you as an elder. Facilitating your command. The elder believed that their only option now was a desperate battle, and the Meijiki wielder Qian Yao was their strongest trump card. Qian Yao shook his head slightly. Confrontation is less effective than cunning strategy. Itachi has merely been brainwashed. He is not beyond redemption. Such a genius should be won back to our side, for if he does, the clan's crisis can be swiftly resolved. The elder's eyes sparkled with determination. Qian Yao, do you have a plan? Qian Yao replied calmly. Konoha will not act during the day. The earliest they will strike is tonight. We have a full day to prepare. Elder, gather all the rebellious and strong clan members. I will return in 2 hours. Remember, keep this from Fugaku. The elder, inspired by Qian Yao's composed tone, glanced at the weary Qian Yao. You should rest. I will make the arrangements. Qian Yao nodded slightly before rising to depart. He held no particular fondness or disdain for Itachi. Many people form their stances based on right and wrong, while others determine right and wrong based on their stances. Qian Yao judged not by morality, but by success and failure. At the Hokage building, the Third Hokage furrowed his brow upon receiving the news that someone had survived Danzo's ambush and even retaliated against root members. The vigilance of the Uchiha clan would likely surge, leaving uncertainty about the night's success. The Third Hokage was fully aware of Danzo's orders to eliminate the Uchiha, yet he had to feign ignorance. After all, why did Sarutobi Hiruzen arrive before the Uchiha clan was entirely wiped out in the original timeline? Hiruzen entrusted many inconvenient matters to Danzo. Their unspoken understanding was evident. Regardless, the loss would fall upon Root, and it was necessary to weaken Danzo's power appropriately. The Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. Where is Sasuke now? Reporting to the Hokage, Sasuke is still at school, being watched over by Kakashi. Currently, Kakashi is still part of the Umbu and serves as their captain. Such an important task requires a trustworthy individual. The Third Hokage nodded slightly. Keep a close eye on Danzo's movements. Inform me immediately if there are any developments. Yes, the Roots. What a disgrace. Such a significant blunder has occurred. The entire third squad was unable to subdue a single Uchiha Qian Yao. Danzo erupted in fury at his subordinates after issuing the order for extermination to Itachi. Those Uchiha clansmen out on missions were, of course, also on the list of targets. Among Qian Yao's team, he alone possessed the prowess of a 3-tomo Sharingan. The other two were merely low-ranking ninjas, still inexperienced and yet to awaken their eyes. Danzo had dispatched 3 squads, totaling 9 root operatives, for an ambush, only to find themselves counterattacked and slaughtered. Moreover, 3 of them had their heads severed. While the others may not have recognized these root members, Danzo's people certainly did. Uchiha Qian Yao was clearly demonstrating his might that Danzo's anger stemmed not only from the loss of those few individuals. Itachi had already coordinated with Danzo and the others. Tonight, they would act. With so many members of the Uchiha clan, if the root did not cooperate, Itachi would be unable to eliminate them all from dusk until dawn. Furthermore, such an incident on the eve of the Uchiha's extermination would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance, potentially jeopardizing his plans. Has there been any word from Itachi? No, my lord. None thus far. Danzo lightly tapped his cane. Recall all our personnel. I will not allow any unforeseen events tonight. Yes, Lord Danzo. The figures of his subordinates vanished in an instant. The Uchiha residence. Liuli, I'm back, Qian Yao called out as he opened the door. Brother, you're back. A girl's voice responded from within, though no one emerged. Qian Yao hurried inside. A bright-eyed, lovely little girl was struggling to push her wheelchair forward. However, she could only use one hand, making her movements rather slow. A pang of sympathy flashed in Qian Yao's eyes as he quickly embraced his sister. It is wonderful that you're safe, brother. Liuli sighed in relief as Qian Yao held her close. The Uchiha clan had recently suffered considerable losses, with many members never returning. Had it not been for the need to survive, Qian Yao would not have taken on such perilous missions. Brother, please don't leave again. I've heard so many unsettling rumors lately. Liuli whispered, her voice tinged with tears. She had only Qian Yao left as her family, and the fear gripped her heart. Qian Yao carefully lifted Liuli, noting that despite her wearing a dress, the hem was empty. From the thighs down, Liuli had lost her legs, and her left arm was severed at the wrist. Only her right hand remained intact. Cradling his featherlight sister, Qian Yao gently patted her back. Don't worry. I want to be going out for a while. Really? That's wonderful. Liuli nestled against Qian Yao's chest, longing for her brother. Yes, I'll try my best to stay home. After comforting Liuli for a moment, Qian Yao glanced around. Where has Jiyu gone? Uchiha Jiyu, their neighbor and Qian Yao's childhood companion, had been helping to care for Liuli since her injury 7 years ago, as Liuli found many tasks challenging. More importantly, Jiyu feared that Liuli might entertain thoughts of self-harm, that it was only in the past 2 years that Liuli had gradually emerged from her shadow, allowing Jiyu to leave for short periods. Upon mentioning Jiyu, Liuli's eyes flickered. Sister Jiyu went out to buy something. She'll be back soon. Leaning her head against Qian Yao's shoulder, she softly inquired, Brother, what is happening in the clan? Qian Yao tenderly caressed Liuli's cheek. It's nothing serious. Perhaps some elders will have their positions changed, but it doesn't concern us much. Liuli obediently refrained from further questioning, simply resting against her brother. Brother, you should take a bath now that you're back. Liuli inhaled softly, the scent of Qian Yao enveloping her senses. Qian Yao chuckled as he playfully tapped Liuli's nose. I'll freshen up first. I'll have Jiyu keep you company tonight. All right? Huh. You just returned and already have duties. Qian Yao gently set Liuli into her wheelchair, patting her head. If I'm not out on a mission, I still have responsibilities. All right, I understand, brother. As Qian Yao soaked in the bath, he exhaled slowly. He glanced at the panel, noting that his bond with the elder Uchiha Shurho had reached 3 stars. He lightly tapped the first star, a flood of memories rushing into his mind. Ding! Uchiha Shurho's first level bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations, you have received memory fragments. This time, the memories were not of training, but of battle, although the elder was now aged. He had fought in numerous wars and possessed vast combat experience that a wealth of battlefield memories surged into Qian Yao's mind, prompting him to release a slow breath. Indeed, having family support makes one feel secure. Qian Yao then clicked the second star, recalling the chakra he had acquired in the land of grass. Ding! Uchiha Shurho's second-level bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations, you have received power fragments. This time, Qian Yao felt a slight pressure in his eyes, as if his power had increased. Oh, why is it power? Qian Yao opened his eyes, elated. Upon attaining the Manjiki Sharingan, the issue of potential blindness naturally arose, although the elder did not offer an abundance of power. At least Qian Yao now had a means of replenishment. Filled with anticipation, he clicked the third star. Ding! Uchiha Shurho's third-level bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Forbidden Techniques Izanagi. Forbidden Techniques Izumi. In an instant, the 2 Uchiha Forbidden Techniques appeared vividly in his mind. Oh, I didn't expect the elder to master these 2 secrets as well. Qian Yao was first astonished, then found it quite reasonable. After all, the elder had been on the battlefield several times, making it entirely plausible for him to know these two forbidden techniques. It seemed his chances had improved considerably today. Qian Yao noticed Liuli's name on the list, but aside from the first star being illuminated, the others were locked. Could it be because Liuli was not a ninja, and thus did not wield any secret techniques? Curiosity piqued, he clicked on Liuli's first star. Ding! Uchiha Liuli's first level bond has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations, you have received memory fragments. Instantly, memories of Liuli learning various medicinal knowledge merged into Qian Yao's mind. A knowing smile spread across his face. It seemed his sister had been diligent in his absence. The Uchiha clan's compound. In the elder's courtyard, over 20 Uchiha clansmen stood assembled. These clansmen were the elite of the Uchiha, the most radical members of the hawkish faction. Elder, why the haste in summoning us? Are preparations for action underway? There's been no word from the clan leader. Humph, the clan leader is indecisive. It's better that the elder takes charge. In truth, as proud and unruly Uchiha clansmen, they held little respect for Fugaku. In recent years, with no wars to fight, Fugaku, as the captain of the guard, had merely been trying to maintain peace. After Shirsue's death, the guard had gradually fallen under external influence. Aside from a single building, the guard had essentially become a mere shadow of its former self. Even if the Uchiha were to be exterminated, these positions could easily be replaced by Konoha. Fugaku's indecision had cost him much of his prestige. Among these individuals, some had withdrawn from the guard precisely because of their extreme views, hence their lack of respect towards Fugaku. As the crowd murmured, the elder remained composed. After all, the majority of the clansmen possess rather irritable temperaments. Unless one possesses a sufficiently formidable fist, it is nearly impossible to subdue them. The decision to convene in the courtyard of the Grand Elder was made precisely because this location resides within the heart of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, the commotion would have long since attracted the attention of those from Konoha. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the crowd noticed an increasing number of individuals joining them, all of whom were elites and experts. Gradually, silence fell over the assembly. Having surpassed the age of 50, the Grand Elder maintained his composure, waiting until all were present before he spoke slowly. You are all masters of our clan, well aware of its circumstances and the dangers we face. Instantly, the clansmen erupted in a chorus of voices. Grand Elder, we fear no danger. The Uchiha must seize power. Konoha village ought to be led by us, the Uchiha. The Grand Elder raised a hand to quell their enthusiasm. Aspirations are, of course, my own. However, a coup requires a methodical approach. Not everyone is suited to lead this endeavor. While the Uchiha clansmen were indeed hot-tempered, they were not entirely foolish. A few astute individuals had already grasped the implications of the Grand Elder's words. He intended to usurp the leadership from the clan head. Fujitaka had previously fallen out of favor, while the Grand Elder, Siu, had consistently been a leader of the hawkish faction, his loyalties unwavering. They exclaimed, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, we shall heed your guidance." Yet, to their surprise, the Grand Elder shook his head gently. "I'm not the most suitable candidate." Confused glances were exchanged among the crowd as they turned their gaze to the few Uchiha standing at the forefront. Masakazu, Kiyoshi Yusuke, and Rin. All were possessed of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, each around 30 years of age. In terms of physical prowess and chakra, they were at their peak, seasoned warriors in their own right. If anyone were to lead, they would be the most fitting. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes aflame with the spirit of battle. Leadership could not possibly rest with 4 individuals in the Uchiha clan. The voice of the strongest held sway. Observing the fervor in their eyes, the Grand Elder waved his hand. The one I favor has yet to arrive. The battle spirit in their eyes transformed into astonishment for among their ranks. They believed themselves to be the strongest. Before the 4 could voice their inquiries, footsteps approached. I apologize for my tardiness. Qian Yao strolled in calmly, first nodding to the Grand Elder, then surveying the entire assembly. Time was of the essence, and Qian Yao had no intention of preamble. He spoke directly. I shall take command of this operation. The clansmen immediately erupted in uproar. Qian Yao, what madness is this? You have no place to speak here. Although only 17 years of age, Qian Yao had already awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, marking him as a prodigy. Yet, strength among the 3-tomo varied, and many present were considerably more powerful. Qian Yao's chakra was insufficient compared to the others, prompting some to scold him. With a smile upon his face, Qian Yao slowly unsheathed the weapon hanging at his waist. The uproar gradually subsided. An age-old Uchiha tradition dictated that might equated to truth. Qian Yao let his blade hang at his side. Rin, you shall be the first. Rin, being the one most familiar with Qian Yao, recognized that he was not jesting and stepped forward. The other Uchiha made way. Murmuring about Qian Yao's apparent insanity, Rin also drew his weapon, signaling Qian Yao to come at him. Qian Yao chuckled, knowing full well that Rin would not strike first. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Qian Yao's eyes transformed instantaneously. The immense ocular power struck the hearts of all present like a hammer. Rin's thoughts momentarily faltered, but by the time he regained his senses, Qian Yao had already positioned his blade against Rin's throat. Astonishment filled Rin's eyes. Qian Yao, you? Qian Yao paid no heed to Rin, merely sheathing his weapon. The overwhelming ocular power weighed heavily upon everyone present. The onlookers' pupils dilated, their hearts racing. Could it be the kaleidoscope? To the ordinary Uchiha clansman, the kaleidoscope was a mere legend. However, among the elite Uchiha, certain information had already been disclosed regarding the kaleidoscope Sharingan, with the hope that someone might awaken it to become a pillar of the clan. Now witnessing the 17-year-old Qian Yao possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, their astonishment was palpable. Qian Yao surveyed the room, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Masakazu, Kiyoshi, Yusuke, all of you, come at me together. Qian Yao beckoned with a casual yet audacious gesture. Nevertheless, Masakazu, Kiyoshi, and Yusuke did not dare to be negligent and swiftly drew their weapons. Be careful, Qian Yao cautioned the eldest among them, Kiyoshi. Exchanging glances with Masakazu and Yusuke, they launched a frontal assault against Qian Yao. Masakazu rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, and in an instant, over 10 shuriken flew forth, nearly sealing off all avenues for Qian Yao to evade. Meanwhile, Yusuke formed seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. A continuous stream of flames erupted from his mouth. Kiyoshi, too, swung his blade toward Qian Yao's flank, just as the crowd braced themselves to witness how Qian Yao would respond. He smiled and declared, "Allow me to showcase the true power of the Uchiha. Susanoo." Qian Yao's kaleidoscope spun, unleashing a tremendous surge of ocular power. A colossal skeletal form of Susanoo materialized instantaneously, though merely in its skeletal form. When Kiyoshi's weapon struck, it could not breach the defense. Instead, Kiyoshi felt a sharp pain in his hand, nearly losing grip on his blade. The skeletal arms brushed aside Masakazu's shuriken as if they were mere toys, and Yusuke's flames were extinguished effortlessly by Susanoo's casual swat. Divine power. Is this the divine strength of our Uchiha? So formidable. With a resounding crash, Qian Yao commanded Susanoo to strike the ground. The blue stone slabs shattered, revealing a massive crater. All present were forced back by the overwhelming pressure of Qian Yao's Susanoo. Kiyoshi, Masakazu, and Yusuke instantaneously lost their fighting spirit and retreated to the sidelines. Qian Yao retracted Susanoo and surveyed those gathered. Is there anyone else? The Uchiha clan, largely comprised of straightforward individuals, held the strongest in high regard. Having demonstrated his kaleidoscope Sharingan and strength, Qian Yao's claim to leadership in this endeavor was now tacitly accepted by all. These individuals largely represented the clan, and their collective strength encompassed a significant portion of the Uchiha's might. The Grand Elder led them all into a room. Though somewhat cramped, they made do. Once everyone was seated, Qian Yao took his place at the forefront and spoke. This operation is inherently fraught with peril, a matter of life and death. However, I regret to inform you of two unfortunate pieces of news. First, we have a traitor among us. News of our impending coup has been leaked to Konoha. The clansmen erupted with shock and fury, for such a revelation meant that once the information reached Konoha, their chances of success would plummet. Before anyone could pose questions, Qian Yao continued. Secondly, this traitor possesses considerable strength and is also a kaleidoscope Sharingan user. However, he has been brainwashed by Konoha and is now preparing to eradicate our Uchiha clan. What? Which scoundrel dares betray us? How dare they? The room echoed with voices of outrage, disbelief rippling through the ranks of the Uchiha. Qian Yao calmly shook his head. He is young and has awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Naturally arrogant and headstrong, the likes of the Third Hokage, a cunning old fox, can easily manipulate him with a little flattery. The crowd exchanged glances. Could it be Itachi? It must be Itachi, for only he is younger than Qian Yao and is currently part of the Umbu. Moreover, Itachi's arrogance has long been notorious within the Uchiha clan. Ever since Shirsue's death, Itachi has lived a solitary life, clashing with his clan members multiple times, often uttering phrases regarding his own capacity. However, Itachi's strength is beyond question. Any confrontation with him typically results in defeat within mere seconds. All eyes turned toward Qian Yao, who confirmed their suspicions. Indeed, it was Itachi. The crowd below stirred restlessly. After all, Itachi is only 13 years old, having awakened his Manjiki Sharingan at such a tender age. A true prodigy. Yet this prodigy has been brainwashed by Konoha. Their coup d'etat plans have long been leaked. Everyone's thoughts were in disarray. The question at hand was not whether the coup would succeed, but rather how the clan could survive. Once calm returned, they all looked at Qian Yao. It was then that he spoke. Fugaku naively placed all his hopes on Itachi, hoping to have him control the higher-ups of Konoha, dreaming of a bloodless revolution. What do you think Fugaku will do upon learning that his son has betrayed the clan, choosing Konoha instead? Zhang Gong inquired. Will he fight to the death? The mockery on Qian Yao's face was evident. Do you think Fugaku still possesses such bloodlust? Most of the clan members hesitated to speak, as Fugaku's performance as a clan leader had been far from commendable. Seeing that he had guided the discussion sufficiently, Qian Yao continued. Our current situation is exceedingly perilous. We cannot place the lives of the entire clan in the hands of a vacillating leader. Fugaku stood idly by on the night of the massacre, allowing clan members to be slaughtered by Itachi. Therefore, I harbor no trust in Fugaku. Thus, he pointedly remarked on Fugaku's unreliability. Hence, this crisis can only be overcome by us. The expressions on everyone's faces grew grave. This operation was fraught with danger. Perhaps they would not see the sun rise tomorrow. Qian Yao. Do you have any good plans? Jian asked solemnly that he was more mature. And since Qian Yao sought command, he surely had his own ideas. The Third Hokage is a competent politician. Thus, he would not openly lead the Umbu to eradicate us. Other shinobi clans are unlikely to get involved in this matter either. Lin Ren inquired, but didn't the Third Hokage receive intelligence about our coup? Qian Yao chuckled softly. Then, have we staged a coup? Lin Ren suddenly realized. Indeed, they had yet to take any action. The only ones likely to come for their extermination were Danzo's root. Therefore, the enemies we needed to contend with included Danzo and his root organization, as well as Itachi and his hired help. Upon hearing Qian Yao's analysis, everyone gradually calmed down. Once they clearly understood the enemies they faced, the methods to confront them would naturally multiply. The elder coughed at an opportune moment. Our Uchiha clan has not elected new elders for quite some time. That I, in these extraordinary circumstances, I hereby appoint Uchiha Qian Yao as the fourth elder. Does anyone have any objections? The members exchanged glances and found no dissent. After all, if they did not survive the night, the Uchiha clan would cease to exist. If they made it through, Qian Yao's contributions would more than suffice for his new title. I pay my respects to the fourth elder. Jian was the first to bow to Qian Yao, expressing his approval. Others followed suit, acknowledging Qian Yao's elevation to the position of fourth elder. Qian Yao nodded at the elder, then stated, "We have much to accomplish today, that I will issue commands that must be executed without question." Yes, fourth elder. This time, their responses were notably more synchronized. Elder Fugaku must already be aware of our gathering. Next, you will pay him a visit to prevent him from disrupting my plans. The elder replied, "Rest assured, Fugaku is in my hands." This directive from Qian Yao was indeed necessary. Despite their lack of respect for Fugaku, he remained the clan leader. A single erroneous command could nullify all of Qian Yao's efforts. Jian, lead your team to set traps around our clan's territory. Anyone who dares to covet the Uchiha must perish. Yes, fourth elder. Jian quickly fell into action. Zhengong, you gather our clansmen and bring them back. then patrol the clan and set up barriers. Itachi's ally possesses space-time ninjutsu and could appear at any moment. Linrun, you will stake out the security building. Itachi's ally is likely to strike there. I will soon provide you with detailed intelligence that if any of you catch sight of him, do not engage directly. Simply hold him in place, and I will rush to support you. Zheng Gong and Lin Ren wore serious expressions, fully aware of the challenges posed by someone skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Understood, Fourth Elder. You, Uchiha, take 5 individuals to assist me. The rest will follow the Elder's command. Elder, you will head to Fugaku's side. If he remains oblivious, act accordingly. The Elder nodded solemnly, fully understanding the implications of acting accordingly. Others during the day do not allow Fugaku's people to suspect anything at T. Konoha Academy. During the break, all the students were indulging in played tea this moment. Sasuke had yet to experience the night of the massacre and remained a carefree, somewhat arrogant child. He was just competing in a race with Naruto. Sasuke easily outpaced Naruto. As Naruto breathlessly crossed the finish line, he immediately sprang back up, exclaiming, "I didn't even give it my all." Sasuke, somewhat smug, replied, "You must have already given it your all, loser." Naruto, unwilling to concede, retorted, "I'll show you my true skills. You're no match for me. Next, let's compete in high jump." Sasuke scoffed, "You and I are not even in the same league." "What did you say?" Sakura and Ino chimed in. "Naruto, just give it up. You can't win against Sasuke." The playful scene among the children was heartwarming. Yet surrounding these children were several pairs of watchful eyes. Not far off, hidden within the treetops, 2 groups were observing them. One monitoring Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the other led by Kakashi, keeping an eye on Sasuke. High above, Itachi stood with his arms crossed, wishing to steal a few more glances at his beloved younger brother before the night was through. After tonight, he would no longer see Sasuke. Little did they know, apart from them, there was another group also watching closely. Fourth Elder, Itachi is indeed on the nearby tall building. Uchiha reported to Qian Yao from the shadows of the alley. Qian Yao, eyes closed and leaning against the wall, replied, "First, gather everyone that we have but one chance. Once Itachi departs, we will act." "Yes, Fourth Elder." Uchiha took 2 individuals with him to continue gathering intelligence. Qian Yao and the 2 other clansmen lay in ambush. The 2 clansmen initially feeling tense. However, seeing the Elder's calm demeanor, they too found solace in his composure. Qian Yao was not merely feigning calm. He was reviewing his golden finger on the bond template. The relationships with the 20-plus Uchihas who had just convened had all reached 1 star. Meanwhile, Zheng Gong, Jiyin, Uchiha, and Lin Ren had achieved 2 stars. Qian Yao first claimed the first star from each, accompanied by the system's notification sound, as countless battle memories flooded his mind. Ding! Uchiha Zheng Gong's first-level bond has been unlocked. Ding! Uchiha Jian's first-level bond has been unlocked. Ding! Uchiha Yuke's first-level bond. Although Qian Yao previously possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, his inherent strength did not align with his physical capabilities, enabling him to utilize at most 30% of his potential. During battles, it was not that he intentionally held back, but rather that he lacked the expertise in combat. Now, after assimilating the battle memories of over 20 individuals, he is transformed into a competent wielder of the Uchiha Mangekyou. Qian Yao sequentially activated the 2nd star. A notification chimed. Ding! Uchiha Mayumi's 2nd level of bond has been unlocked. Ding! Uchiha Jian's 2nd level of bond. Mayumi, Jian, Yuke, Rin, and others have likely contributed 10% of their chakra or ocular power to him. Although there was no manual, Qian Yao deduced the parameters of the bond template through these 2 enhancements. If a connection has been established with some degree of rapport, it could potentially unlock the 1st star at the 1st level. If trust accompanies some familiarity, it might reach the 2nd star at the 2nd level. The Elder's 3-star 3rd level of bond with him signifies that he has already staked his life and fortune on Qian Yao. Indicating profound trust, Qian Yao speculated whether 3 stars marked the pinnacle. Suspecting there might be higher levels, that he slowly opened his eyes. His chakra reserves now exceeded those of the clan's elite by more than double. Though the increase in ocular power was modest, he need not worry about the risk of blindness from the Mangekyou Sharingan in the short term. As time gradually passed, Qian Yao and his companions waited from the afternoon into the late hours. During this time, UK reported several times, while Itachi, akin to a lovesick fool, remained fixated on Sasuke from atop a high building. As school drew to a close, Itachi finally departed. Elder 4, Itachi has just left. We dared not follow too closely, uncertain of his destination. Sasuke has gone to the training grounds. Likely to practice, he is accompanied by 3 Umbu, one of whom should be Kakashi. Are you sure Kakashi is there? Qian Yao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. UK nodded. That distinct hairstyle, he's the only one in the Leaf Village. Even wearing a mask only serves to conceal his identity poorly. Qian Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him, with Kakashi unexpectedly keeping watch over Sasuke. However, it must be noted that suitable individuals were scarce, making it entirely reasonable for Kakashi, as the Umbu captain, to undertake this task. UK continued. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is guarded by 4 Umbu. Should we intervene? Qian Yao raised a hand, halting UK's forthcoming words. Our opportunity lies in the fact that the Third Hokage dares not escalate tensions. If we provoke the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha clan will face grave danger. Understood. Although UK harbored intentions to capture Naruto, he knew he must heed Elder 4's plans. This underscored the significance of command. Let us escort our young clan leader home to the training ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous shurikens flew towards the target. Amidst the crisp sounds, 6 struck the bullseye simultaneously. Sasuke, with a cool flourish of his hand, felt a surge of satisfaction. His elder brother had been exceedingly busy lately, always promising to spend time next time. I must train diligently to impress Nisan. The gleam in Sasuke's eyes sparkled brightly, as if he could already hear Itachi's praise. He rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, realizing all his shurikens had been cast. It was time to retrieve them. While other students played with paper shurikens, Sasuke wielded genuine iron ones as he dashed toward the target to collect his shurikens. Several figures leaped down, startling him. Little Sasuke, why are you still out so late? Upon closer inspection, he recognized familiar clan members and relaxed. Chiao Senpai, what brings you here? Qian Yao and Sasuke shared a neutral relationship. They were acquainted, but not particularly close. With a smile, he replied, of course, I'm here to take you home. Sasuke, puzzled as to why Qian Yao had come to fetch him, felt no apprehension and merely said, Chiao Senpai, please wait a moment while I tidy up at that moment. The Umbu watching Sasuke grew anxious and suddenly emerged from their hiding spots. Wait, you cannot take Sasuke, Kakashi interjected. Qian Yao shielded Sasuke, feigning concern for his safety, and sternly declared, who dares lay a hand on Sasuke? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Clad in Umbu attire with a mask, was it not evident who he was? Yet, the moment he met Qian Yao's gaze, Qian Yao unleashed his ocular power. Make your move. Kakashi's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. You. The other 2 Umbu, caught off guard by the Uchiha clan's sudden aggression, were swiftly subdued by UK and the others. Sasuke, startled, was still but 7 years old, at an age for playing ninja games to Yao Senpai. What is happening? After incapacitating Kakashi, Qian Yao grinned. He focused on Sasuke's eyes, activating an illusion. It's all right, take a nap, and when you awaken, all will be well. Sasuke's eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Qian Yao entrusted Sasuke to UK. Be cautious. He is our important asset. UK nodded, hoisting Sasuke onto his shoulder. Qian Yao crouched down, lifting Kakashi's eyelids, and inquired of a nearby clan member. Guanyo, you possess medical ninjutsu, correct? In the woods beyond the Uchiha clan's territory, Itachi had been waiting here for quite some time. He knew that individual would undoubtedly arrive. Footsteps echoed, and a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask emerged nearby. Itachi approached and stood before Obito. Tonight's operation. Obito, disguising his voice, replied, very well. As per our agreement, I shall lend you my assistance. Itachi turned his head. Then let us proceed as agreed. Obito crossed his arms. My reasons for assisting you in annihilating the Uchiha are not solely for revenge. There are other motives. You may choose to overlook those. Itachi was well aware that the other party was referring to the intent to collect Sharingan. However, at this juncture, Itachi was unconcerned with such matters. You wish for me not to record your actions with the Sharingan, correct? Indeed, this serves as my assurance that I have spared your brother's life. I have no use for a child devoid of the Sharingan. Itachi understood that Sasuke currently held little value, and turning away, he remarked, "So I can rest easy then? Besides trusting you, I have no other recourse." Obito recognized that after this incident, Itachi would have nowhere else to turn and added, "Should you find yourself in dire straits, feel free to join our organization." Itachi raised an eyebrow. Organization? Yes, it is called Akatsuki.I in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was engaged in administrative duties, displaying no significant emotional fluctuation regarding the impending extermination of the Uchiha clan. Everything had been meticulously planned. Even if the Uchiha had prepared offenses, the losses would only affect Danzo's faction, leaving him unperturbed. His task was merely to oversee the cleanup with the Umbu. Urgent report. An Umbu burst in without prior consent. The third Hokage furrowed his brow but refrained from reprimanding the Umbu, instead inquiring, "What is it?" The Umbu promptly reported, "The 3 Umbu monitoring Sasuke, including Kakashi, have gone missing. The Sasuke's whereabouts are unknown." The third Hokage paused, his hand with the pipe halting mid-motion, and asked gravely, "What of Naruto?" The Umbu responded, "Naruto is unharmed and currently at home." The third Hokage exhaled with relief, taking a draw from his pipe. However, his mind raced, pondering who had taken Sasuke. Was it Danzo or Itachi? If it were Danzo, there would be no issue. He could handle the negotiations himself. However, if it were Itachi, the situation might become rather complicated. The third Hokage glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the sky outside had long since turned dark. If Itachi were to take action, this would likely be the moment. Reinforce the personnel, keep a close watch on the Uchiha clan grounds, and report back immediately if anything occurs. Understood. The moon hung high in the sky. This evening seemed particularly tranquil. Itachi, having resolutely shouldered the weight of his decisions, arrived at the entrance of the clan's territory. He donned his mask and, in an instant, leaped atop the low wall. "Sasuke," he murmured, his gaze hardening with determination. He drew his blade and leaped down from the wall. Suddenly, from the shadows on either side of the wall, 2 massive nets were unleashed. Whoosh! The nets, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon Itachi with overwhelming force. His heart raced. How could this be? In that instant, as the nets enveloped him, the cawing of crows echoed. Itachi's entire form transformed into countless crows, scattering across the sky before coalescing back into his original shape. Yet, before he could reach the ground, a flurry of shurikens flew forth from the shadows. Itachi wielded his weapon, deflecting the shurikens with precision, but still sustained a couple of cuts on his shoulder. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. "Itachi, you have indeed betrayed the clan." Itachi landed on the ground. His expression unchanged. He possessed the information of the Mangekyou Sharingan, a secret unknown to the others in the clan. Thus, even when injured, he refrained from summoning Susanoo. Yet he felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated facing his father or the elder. But it turned out to be Qian Yao. Qian Yao was a contemporary of Shui, and Itachi was naturally acquainted with him. After the upheaval in Qian Yao's family, they had gradually lost touch due to their respective duties. He never expected to confront senior Qian Yao. Itachi's demeanor was cold, betraying nothing of his thoughts. Qian Yao did not summon anyone else, but chose to confront Itachi alone. Approaching him as he spoke, "Are you truly willing to become Konoha's accomplice? To annihilate your own family?" Upon hearing Qian Yao's inquiry, Itachi's expression flickered. At this point, what significance does your question hold? Senior Qian Yao. Qian Yao chuckled lightly. There exists a type of person in this world who is easily deceived. And that is the one who holds themselves in high regard. Just repeatedly tell them, thanks to you, you possess the mindset of a Hokage, and such a person will arrogantly assume that if they cannot solve a problem, no one else can. Itachi could certainly discern that Qian Yao was referring to him. However, he was utterly lost, ensnared in a web of hypocrisy. With Shursue's death, the burden of peace had been thrust upon Itachi. Yet he had no guidance. Under the relentless indoctrination of the third Hokage, he was unable to accept the reality of his own failure. He lied to others and lied to himself. He could not reconcile his inability to save his clan. And under immense pressure, he could only accept the mission to eradicate the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Itachi was not someone who could be swayed by mere words. He remained silent, not truly listening to Qian Yao's words, but rather waiting for Qian Yao to draw closer. Yet Qian Yao harbored the same intent. As a master of Jinjutsu, Itachi instinctively sought to ensnare Qian Yao in an illusion. After all, even with precautions, Jinjutsu could be overwhelming, especially when enhanced by the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Qian Yao would surely be no match. A youthful scream pierced through the air. Itachi's concentration shattered in an instant. That was Sasuke's voice, out of the corner of his eye. He caught sight of the shadows. Yuka had thrown the unconscious Sasuke at his feet, stepping down upon him. In that fleeting moment, Qian Yao did not meet Itachi's gaze, but instead charged directly into Itachi's attack range. With a swift motion, he sliced through Itachi's weapon, aiming straight for his face. Itachi was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qian Yao would dare to abduct Sasuke right under Konoha's nose. Unlike the mature figure he would become 8 years later, Itachi found himself unprepared. Witnessing his beloved brother in peril, as his weapon was disarmed, he felt Qian Yao's long blade nearing his face, the sting of imminent danger palpable against his skin. Susanoo, barely having utilized his crow clone technique, Itachi was left with no choice but to summon Susanoo for defense. As the skeletal form emerged, Qian Yao's blade was deflected. Itachi, relentless, commanded the massive hand of Susanoo to grasp Qian Yao. Yet Qian Yao retaliated, the cawing of crows resonating. As a practitioner of the crow ninjutsu style, Qian Yao transformed into a swarm of crows as well. The crows in midair coalesced into the upper half of Qian Yao. You have clearly betrayed Shirsue's expectations. Why do you refuse to acknowledge your failure? Itachi cast a glance at Sasuke. Noticing that Yuka had taken no further action and felt a moment of relief, he did not respond to Qian Yao's words, but instead, with a flick of his eyes, shed blood tears while activating his ocular technique. Amaterasu! Boom! Black flames descended upon the crows in an instant. And no matter where Qian Yao's true form lay, he would inevitably be scorched. However, unexpectedly, a black Susanoo manifested in midair, shielding Amaterasu from the flames. Manjiki Sharingan? Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that, besides his father, Qian Yao too wielded the Manjiki Sharingan. As Qian Yao landed, his Susanoo launched a punch towards Itachi. Momentarily stunned, Itachi retaliated with his own Susanoo, both colliding fiercely. The sheer force of their clash resulted in both forms shattering. Noticing Itachi's silence and his refusal to answer, Qian Yao waved his hand dismissively. Don't wish to respond? Yuka, kill Sasuke, yes. Fourth Elder. Yuka dropped Sasuke to the ground and stomped down upon him. A youthful cry echoed. Itachi felt a fleeting sense of déjà vu, as though he had witnessed this scene before. Qian Yao closed in with a knife, the blade slicing across Itachi's face, and once again he felt the sharp sting on his cheek. This time, Itachi refrained from summoning Susanoo. Instead, he shifted his body, allowing Qian Yao's blade to graze past him. He struck Qian Yao's weapon with his hand, sending it flying, then delivered a swift kick to Qian Yao, who staggered back. In an instant, Itachi formed hand seals, launching shurikens while unleashing a fireball. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A torrent of flames accompanied the shurikens, all aimed at the unarmed Qian Yao. Qian Yao smirked, continuing to press. Shirsui sacrificed his life, buying you 2 years. What have you accomplished in that time? You have done nothing. Boom! A black Susanoo emerged, effectively blocking the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Itachi's eyes betrayed a hint of barely perceptible panic, yet he remained silent. Do you not wish to respond? Yuka, kill Sasuke. Yes. Fourth Elder. The same scene unfolded once more. Yuka cast Sasuke to the ground, then stepped on him. A youthful scream resounded. In the next moment, Qian Yao's long blade once again pierced Itachi's cheek. This time, Itachi unleashed Susanoo, sending Qian Yao sprawling. How could this be? As a master of Jinjutsu, Itachi was fully aware that he had fallen victim to an illusion. The Third Hokage had always told him that he would devise a foolproof strategy. What then had he done? Qian Yao pressed on with his inquiries, yet Itachi's expression began to falter. Could this technique be? Observing Itachi's silence, Qian Yao reiterated. Do you not wish to respond? Yuka, kill Sasuke. Yes, fourth elder. The same scenario played out yet again. Yuka hurled Sasuke to the ground, then stomped down upon him. A tender cry of despair echoed. In the next instant, Qian Yao's long blade once again pierced through Itachi's cheek. In reality, Qian Yao had already sheathed the knife. Yet his left eye had transformed into a hue of ashen white. Izanami possesses the ability to record a sequence of actions between the opponent and oneself, allowing that very scene to unfold once more. Those ensnared by this illusion are trapped in a temporal loop, oscillating between the initial and subsequent occurrences, ensconced in an infinite cycle. For Itachi to break free from the clutches of Izanami's illusion, he must accept his predetermined fate and earnestly repent. Otherwise, he shall remain in eternal slumber. Presently, Itachi stood as motionless as a wooden figure, his eyes closed. Only by confronting his failures and ceasing self-deception could he extricate himself from this cycle. Discerning what lay within his grasp and what was beyond his control, the conditions to employ Izanami are manifold, and it necessitates ensnaring Itachi, who wields the Manjiki Sharingan, into the cycle, requiring a commensurate sacrifice of another Manjiki Sharingan. Fortunately, this forbidden technique was unveiled by the Grand Elder. Otherwise, Qian Yao would have lacked the time to learn it. Qian Yao gestured to Uchiha and Guanyu, gathering them beside him. Uchiha, cradling the unconscious Sasuke, gazed at Qian Yao with admiration, inquiring, Elder, what shall we do next? Itachi's surprisingly swift resolution had only served to bolster Uchiha's trust in Qian Yao. Sitting upon the ground, Qian Yao allowed Guanyu to replace his own eyes with those derived from Kakashi's, which he had obtained from Obito. He replied, I still need to attend to Itachi. I should be able to successfully persuade him. The Grand Elder is currently with Fugaku. You should check on the situation. If a conflict arises between Fugaku and the Grand Elder, report the battle conditions here truthfully and urge them to cease hostilities. Once you deliver Sasuke to the Grand Elder, he will know how to utilize him. Organize all the clan members and remain prepared to engage with Danzo and his root personnel. After handing Sasuke over to the Grand Elder, keep a vigilant watch over Konoha. If the Third Hokage approaches with the Umbu, promptly fire a blue signal flare. Understood, Elder, Uchiha declared, carrying Sasuke towards Fugaku's residence. Guanyu, too, replaced Qian Yao's own eyes. Qian Yao closed his eyes, resting for a brief span, and his vision would soon be restored in this world. The act of exchanging eyes is a relatively simple procedure on the battlefield. Even a 13-year-old Linyahara could swap eyes with Obito and Kakashi. Although Guanyu's medical ninjutsu was not exceptionally powerful, it was certainly superior to that of the young Linyahara. After incapacitating Kakashi, Qian Yao directly reclaimed the eyes of the Uchiha clan, having just used them as a sacrifice for Izanami. In truth, Kakashi's eye had already synchronized with the Manjiki Sharingan the moment Obito activated his. Neither of them had realized this fact. With that eye now rendered useless, Obito would never again achieve the dual powers of Kamui. Guanyu carefully placed the Kamui eye into a vial. Elder, how should we handle this eye? Qian Yao shook the vial slightly, replying, let it be for now. It may prove useful in the future. Guanyu nodded. Retrieving a sealing scroll and meticulously enclosing the eye within, he then handed the scroll to Qian Yao. After accepting the scroll, Qian Yao rested his hand upon Itachi's still form. Time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly guide Itachi towards self-realization. After all, a battle had transpired here, albeit brief, but the clan maintained a patrol. Fugaku would soon receive news, and it was entirely plausible for the Grand Elder to clash with him. The Uchiha's leverage was already scarce. There could be no room for error. Qian Yao's long blade repeatedly pierced Itachi's cheek. Itachi remained ensnared within this cycle, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of this forbidden technique without truly mastering it. The reason such techniques are dubbed forbidden lies in their substantial costs and formidable effects. Qian Yao persistently questioned Itachi. Shursui has been dead for 2 years, aside from succumbing to the Third Hokage's indoctrination daily. What have you accomplished? You are just as prideful and short-sighted as the other clan members. Aside from fulfilling the Third Hokage's assignments, you have exerted no effort whatsoever. Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate. With mere intimidation, and the Third Hokage's flattering words easily deceive you. Amid Qian Yao's relentless interrogations, Itachi remained silent. Yet after dozens, even hundreds of cycles, his resolve began to wane. At this juncture, it was the sole method I possessed to safeguard Sasuke's life. Qian Yao scoffed, "Fool! What right do you have to dictate the fate of the entire Uchiha clan? For Sasuke's sake, should the others perish, you still refuse to acknowledge your failure, to admit that you cannot fulfill Shirsue's dying wish." Itachi's visage contorted, his psyche shattered after enduring over 100 cycles. He erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "As long as the Uchiha perish, I will have successfully prevented civil war. Konoha's strength will remain intact, and war shall not ensue. I shall not fail. This bloody sin shall rest upon my shoulders." Even Shirsue would understand. Witnessing Itachi's twisted grin, Qian Yao could perceive the madness within him. Yet, no amount of insanity would suffice. For this was the realm of Izanami's cycle. Once the laughter subsided, another loop commenced. "You have already failed. Your entrapment here signifies your inability to obliterate the Uchiha. Shirsue entrusted you with the protection of the village and the Uchiha name. If all Uchiha are eradicated, what legacy remains? There are 3 wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan among us. You, Fugaku, and as long as we do not openly rebel, Konoha will dare not engage us in conflict." Itachi's transition from silence in the grip of Izanami to his unrestrained madness had endured over 100 cycles. Under Qian Yao's relentless indoctrination, he gradually regained his composure, spanning yet another 100 cycles. After more than 200 cycles, all the pressures Itachi bore were finally released. The fatigue in his eyes was palpable. Regardless of his words or actions, the cycle would restart with Sasuke's innocent cry and Qian Yao's blade slicing his cheek once more. Ultimately, during the 474th iteration, as Sasuke's anguished scream resonated and Qian Yao once more marred his cheek, Itachi's legs faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. Can we truly coexist with the village? Itachi's eyes, devoid of spirit, muttered words akin to a fevered dream. Can the name Uchiha truly endure? In this relentless cycle of combat, while physical exhaustion could reset, the mental fatigue had overwhelmed him. Qian Yao sheathed his blade, resting a hand on Itachi's shoulder. "Fear not. I shall not allow Konoha to eradicate the Uchiha. Shirsue's legacy should not rest solely upon your shoulders." The glimmer of light seemed to flicker in Itachi's eyes. "Elder Qian Yao, you are right. I am a failure, and my abilities alone are limited." With earnest sincerity, Qian Yao advised, "No matter how powerful you become, do not bear everything alone. Such a path is destined for failure. Therefore, allow me to assist you in upholding this clan." As he spoke, Qian Yao extended a hand towards Itachi. Itachi glanced at Qian Yao and then grasped his hand. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. The entire space fractured, and in the next moment, Itachi finally liberated himself from the forbidden technique of Izanami. Standing before him was none other than Qian Yao. At that moment, Qian Yao had just replaced his eyes, which were still closed. A pang of guilt struck Itachi, for he felt responsible for the loss of one of Qian Yao's eyes due to his own actions. Noticing the expression in Itachi's eyes, Qian Yao gently touched his own eyes and then slowly opened them, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I have not sacrificed my own eyes." Itachi noticed that Qian Yao's eyes were not pale white, which relieved him somewhat. However, Itachi quickly regained his composure and said, "Senior Qian Yao, I have another ally." Qian Yao raised a hand, signaling Itachi to refrain from continuing. "I know, the one who calls himself Uchiha Madara. I will handle him. You must go and meet Danzo immediately. Inform him that our Uchiha clan has taken precautions and has commenced internal strife." Meanwhile, at the home of Fugaku, the elder had been conversing with him for quite some time. When it came to stalling for time, there were countless methods available. Of course, the elder employed completely legitimate reasons, discussing how to minimize casualties among the clan members during a coup, although Fugaku dreamed of a bloodless revolution. He refrained from mentioning Itachi's role as a double agent. He had not even considered the possibility that if Itachi were to defect to Konoha, the Uchiha clan might face extermination. Both Fugaku and Itachi, as well as Sasuke, shared a common trait. They were all obstinate and prideful. They raced forward on the path of self-righteousness. Yet, in the end, events unfolded entirely contrary to their expectations, leading to outcomes that could not be salvaged, but rather compounded their errors or simply resulted in a careless abandonment of their goals. From a familial perspective, Fugaku's willingness to sacrifice himself was for the sake of preserving Sasuke. However, as the clan leader, such an act of capitulation without a fight was undeniably disgraceful and irresponsible. The duty of a clan leader is to guide their kin towards strength and to fight to preserve the flame of their lineage in times of peril. Yet when faced with the threat of annihilation, Fugaku did not consider sending more of his clan members to safety, instead choosing to engage in a tragic performance alongside Mikoto and Itachi. The rest of the Uchiha clan members might very well think, "Thank you for nothing, Fugaku." Initially, during his conversation with the elder, Fugaku was quite earnest. However, as time passed, he began to feel increasingly restless. He firmly believed that Itachi would seize the right opportunity to take control of Konoha's upper echelons and eventually achieve a bloodless revolution. The elder's plan seemed somewhat alarmist to him. Their discussions had dragged on for quite a while. Fugaku rubbed his temples and suggested, "Elder, let us conclude our discussion for today. I feel that the timing is not quite right." The elder assessed the passage of time and, with a hint of understanding, replied, "Indeed, circumstances are ever-changing. We can continue our discussions later." With that, he stood up as the elder, who also held the status of Fugaku's clan uncle, took his leave. Fugaku, despite being the clan leader, rose to escort him out to tea that moment, while Qian Yao was forcibly reprogramming Itachi's mind with his Zanami. Obito, utilizing Kimi, arrived at the headquarters of the Umbu. Since Shirsue's death, the Uchiha clan's control over the Umbu had gradually diminished. The village had reduced the number of Umbu personnel under various pretenses. At that time, Itachi had also spoken in favor of the village, a move Fugaku interpreted as Itachi gaining the village's trust, thus retreating further. Currently, aside from the headquarters, there were only a few personnel left. Outside, there was no one to be found. The atmosphere was eerily silent. And when Obito arrived at the Umbu, the lights were still on. "How many Sharingan will I acquire tonight?" Obito chuckled softly before swiftly entering the Umbu headquarters. However, upon entering, he found it utterly deserted. Not a soul was present. No one, not even a ghost. Where have the Uchiha gone? Obito pondered, perplexed. Based on the Uchiha's preparations, a coup should not have been set in motion so swiftly. After searching high and low, he confirmed that the Uchiha members had indeed vanished. This revelation made Obito feel somewhat alarmed. Itachi had invited him to eliminate the Uchiha clan. He began to question whether this was a trap laid for him. After all, Itachi's thought process regarding this matter seemed rather abnormal that, in reality, it was Qian Yao who had revealed Obito's abilities to the clan members. Upon learning of Obito's powers, Rin concluded that in narrow or complex terrains, the clan would be at a significant disadvantage, prompting them to clear out all personnel from the Umbu headquarters. Though all the Umbu were aligned with Fugaku, in such a critical moment, Rin merely needed to inform them of an enemy capable of space-time ninjutsu infiltrating their ranks. These clan members were not about to gamble with their lives. Obito cautiously surveyed the area, and while searching, he suddenly covered his eyes. His Sharingan trembled, as if afflicted by some unseen harm. His vision blurred momentarily before returning to normal. "What is happening? Is there something wrong with my eyes?" Obito was left in a state of uncertainty regarding this sudden sensation. 2 years prior, he had already used his Manjiki Sharingan to control Kuratsuchi. In the Land of Mist, he had continued the previous generation's Blood Mist project. Now, the Land of Mist had become chaotic, with the bloodline limits being eradicated. Anyone possessing a bloodline limit was deemed original sin. Only the perfect Jinchuriki, Kuratsuchi, could maintain control over the situation. However, controlling Kuratsuchi also demanded a significant expenditure of his ocular power. After experiencing the peculiar sensation in his eyes, Obito quickly checked and found that Kuratsuchi remained under his control, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, as Obito stepped onto the plaza outside the Umbu headquarters, the situation took a sudden turn, just as he prepared to leave in search for Itachi. A series of signal flares and illumination flares shot up into the sky, Bright lights illuminated the vicinity of the Umbu headquarters, casting an unmistakable silhouette of Obito, adorned with his tiger-patterned mask. "Stop!" A barrage of shurikens flew towards Obito. "Humph," Obito scoffed. It appeared to be a trap specifically designed for him. He casually navigated through the rain of Uchiha's hidden weapons, as every shuriken and kunai passed through his form and fell to the ground. The remaining personnel of the Umbu, who had previously harbored doubts, now realized that Rin's warnings were entirely accurate. All the shurikens had passed harmlessly through the enemy. The others, refusing to let their guard down, began executing their pre-planned strategies. Rin's mission was twofold. First, to ensure the safety of the clan members, and second, to keep the enemy occupied. If the adversary wished to retreat, they would allow it. They had already fired the signal flares, and Danzo, the clan leader, and the other elders had received the message. Now, the priority was to ensure that no clan members suffered casualties. Recalling the information provided by Elder Qian Yao, Rin gestured, and 5 skilled Uchiha warriors drew their weapons alongside him. At the precise moment Rin fired the signal flares, Fugaku had just escorted the elder to the door. Upon seeing the signal flares rising from the direction of the Umbu headquarters, Fugaku's expression darkened. Suddenly, a pair of hands gripped his shoulders, blocking his path. "Fugaku, you should stay here." The elder's voice was low, yet his gaze was piercing. "Elder, what do you mean by this?" Fuyue gazed in astonishment at his clan uncle. With a mere wave of his hand, the elder summoned Jin Gong, accompanied by several clan members who appeared in the vicinity. The individuals brought by Jin Gong were all disarmed. These were the very guards who patrolled during the night. Belonging to Fuyue's direct subordinates. Clan leader, we have been ambushed by Jin Gong. You must take responsibility for us." These clan members were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why their kin had suddenly turned against them. Upon spotting Fuyue, they rushed forward to lodge their grievances. "Elder, are you planning to betray the clan?" Fuyue exclaimed in a cold voice. Although the elder sometimes disagreed with him politically, his loyalty to the Uchiha clan was unwavering. Yet, this scene left Fuyue completely baffled as to the elder's intentions. As a formidable wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, he was not overly panicked. His primary concern was to discern the elder's objectives. The elder retorted sharply, "Fuyue, are you aware that your son, Uchiha Itachi, has already betrayed the clan? He reported our impending coup to Konoha, and tonight they have been dispatched to eradicate the Uchiha clan." Fuyue's face turned ashen. "Impossible. Itachi would never betray the clan." With anger concealed in his eyes, the elder replied, "Arrogance. Itachi has already conveyed the news of our clan's coup to Konoha, still dreaming of a bloodless revolution. All our clan members on recent missions have been ambushed by Root, and only Qian Yao has returned alive today. If it were not for Qian Yao's tireless efforts to deliver this intelligence, our Uchiha clan would have fallen prey to Itachi's blade without a clue." Fuyue's complexion darkened. If this were true, he would have been gravely negligent as clan leader. The news of the internal coup was betrayed by his own son. His son had become a double agent, leading to treachery against their own kin. "Elder, is what you say true?" Fuyue fixed his gaze on the clan uncle who had devoted his life to the Uchiha clan, desperately hoping that the elder had been misled. However, the elder merely glared at him with disappointment. "I ask you, have you ever prepared for the possibility of Itachi betraying the clan?" Fuyue was rendered speechless. With his hubris, how could he have ever considered such a contingency? Otherwise, in the previous timeline, he and Mikoto would not have awaited their demise so passively. The elder huffed heavily. "I have now promoted Qian Yao to the position of 4th elder, responsible for commanding this battle. Fuyue, if you do not wish for our Uchiha clan to perish tonight, you had better behave yourself." At that moment, several figures descended, including Uchiha, who was holding Sasuke. Observing the tense atmosphere, Uchiha exchanged glances with the elder and reported loudly, "Elder, the 4th elder has successfully defeated Uchiha Itachi and has turned him to our side with Sasuke's rescue. The 4th elder has gone to the security building to eliminate Itachi and recruit allies to annihilate our clan." Uchiha handed Sasuke over to Jin Gong and continued, "The 4th elder commands that the elder and the clan leaders set aside their differences and organize our forces, preparing to confront Danzo and Root at any moment." Jin Gong, already armed, held the unconscious Sasuke and fixed his gaze on Fuyue, his intent to threaten unmistakable. That Fuyue's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, feeling as though he had been struck twice. Everything was indeed true. His son had betrayed the clan and had followed Konoha's orders to annihilate them. Not only was he completely uninformed, but he also had no means of defense. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of loss the clan would have suffered had it not been for Qian Yao and the Elder. Though the Elder held Sasuke as a hostage, he understood the necessity of such measures. After all, during a crisis, conflicting orders could spell doom for the Uchiha clan. Thus, the Elder could not afford any missteps. He was not particularly concerned for Sasuke's safety. As long as he did not actively oppose the Elder, Sasuke would remain unharmed. Fuyue merely felt an overwhelming sense of failure and embarrassment as clan leader. With a heavy sigh, Fuyue said, "Uncle, I am truly sorry." The Elder's expression softened slightly, but time was of the essence. Most of the intelligence gathered tonight had been provided by Qian Yao, who had laid out all the circumstances for him. "Let us first survive this night. We can discuss the rest later." Fuyue nodded. "Understood. I will organize our forces immediately." The Elder huffed, "Bring Yin He and Hong Shu here. Let them see how their beloved Konoha intends to deal with us." Fuyue felt a twinge of embarrassment but complied and hurried off to organize their people. As for Sasuke, he would let him rest for now. Yin He and Hong Shu were the second and third Elders, respectively, the most prominent advocates for peace with Konoha among the Uchihas. Shisui had been one of Yin He's followers. However, after Shisui's death, the power of the Uchiha in the security force had diminished significantly within just 2 years. Most Uchiha members now supported the coup, leaving the two elders to retire at home. The elders' decision to summon them was not solely to chastise them. After all, they still had some supporters among their ranks. Only by making them recognize reality could they unite more clan members in a common cause. Outside the security building, approximately 30 Uchiha members, along with Rin and 5 others, had completely restrained Obito. Although he wore a mask, his face was ashen. Despite possessing Kimui, he was unable to launch an attack. The 6 Uchiha members seemed to know his weaknesses intuitively. Any inclination he showed to materialize would be met with lethal force from at least 2 clan members targeting his brain, neck, or heart. After multiple attempts to attack were thwarted, Obito realized that his Kamui secret had been leaked. Moreover, after the Uchiha signaled with a flare, it was evident that personnel were mobilizing within the Uchiha territory. He could not ascertain whether the Uchiha had initiated a coup or if there were other plans at play. During this time, Rin and the 5 Uchiha members continued to strike at his form. Each time they passed through him, they did not relent. His intangibility could only last for 5 minutes, and over 2 minutes had already elapsed. Obito could no longer afford to be reckless and promptly burrowed into the ground. Rin raised a hand, and the 6 of them stood back to back, while the other 30 members remained on high alert. A few minutes later, having confirmed that Obito had departed, they finally allowed themselves a moment of respite. However, Obito, having escaped underground, did not retreat immediately. Once out of Rin's encirclement, he resurfaced from the earth, stealthily making his way toward the Uchiha territory. He had gained nothing from this operation. Not only had he returned empty-handed, but he was also puzzled as to how his intelligence had been compromised. Obito could not swallow his resentment. If he departed now, returning to the Uchiha for benefits would prove much more challenging in the future. Thus, he resolved to look for any isolated Uchiha members that he needed to secure some information to take back. After arranging for Itachi's departure, Qian Yao hurried toward the security building. On the way, he accessed the panel of the bonding star, where Uchiha Itachi's name was already displayed. Furthermore, the bonding points had directly hatched into 3 stars. Without hesitation, Qian Yao clicked on each star in turn. The first star, as expected, represented a portion of Itachi's combat experience. The second star contained a portion of Itachi's ocular power. As Qian Yao clicked on the third star, he felt a surge of excitement. When the third star opened, his heart raced. Ding! Uchiha Itachi's level 3 bonding has been unlocked. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the ocular technique. Amaterasu. Amaterasu? To think that ocular techniques could be unlocked as well. Qian Yao suppressed his excitement. His own ocular technique was not of an offensive nature and could not inflict effective harm on Obito. However, with the power of Amaterasu at his disposal, he could potentially eliminate Obito directly. Upon his arrival at the security force headquarters, he found that Obito had already engaged in combat with Rin and the others. Rin and her companions coordinated exceptionally well, leaving Obito with no opportunity to strike. Conversely, as Obito had not materialized, Qian Yao too found no chance to attack. After Obito withdrew, Rin and the others did not pursue him. Qian Yao, however, positioned himself along the route between the security headquarters and the clan grounds, lying in wait. In truth, less than half of the Uchiha clan was aware that events would unfold that night. As the signal flares ascended from the security headquarters, clan members nearby began to converge towards the building. Unaware of Obito's abilities, they posed the greatest danger. Elder Fugaku and Itachi had already made arrangements. With some time to spare, Qian Yao intended to observe whether Obito would target these individuals. Perched atop a tree branch, he resembled a shadow, his aura faint and elusive. He spotted several clan members approaching the security headquarters, drawn by the signal flares. Yet from their appearance until they retreated, Obito did not show himself. Qian Yao shrugged. It seemed he had miscalculated. Suddenly, he turned his head to the right, where the sounds of a scuffle seemed to emanate. A slender figure was hastening towards the security headquarters. It was Uchiha Izumi. Her face bore an expression of urgency and confusion. Izumi came to the security headquarters seeking Qian Yao or Itachi. She wanted to understand why Itachi had betrayed the Uchiha clan. As she advanced, a chill ran down her spine. She halted abruptly, executing a backward flip to escape her previous position, which was immediately pierced by two kunai. Drawing a shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, she hurled it into the air, targeting the just-appeared figure in the tiger-striped mask. Obito let the shuriken pass through his body unimpeded, clapping slowly. Excellent eyesight. His praise was warranted. Standing before him was Uchiha Izumi, merely 12 or 13 years old, yet already possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. Such youth promised boundless potential within the Uchiha clan. Just the right opportunity to acquire a pair of Sharingan. Recognizing that her adversary was not from Konoha, Izumi quickly deduced his identity. You were sent by Itachi? Obito, detecting the nuance in Izumi's tone, found it intriguing. Oh, it seems you have some connection with Itachi? Izumi bit her lip, remaining silent, but her heart ached. Itachi had truly betrayed their clan. In an instant, she flung the kunai from her hand and attempted to flee. Yet, how could Izumi evade Obito's pursuit? He brandished his customary chains, and she was ensnared before she could react. With a forceful tug, she was slammed to the ground. Pain coursed through her body as she lamented that this was still Itachi's ally. Deepening her sorrow, "Help me, Itachi!" Upon hearing Izumi's anguished cry, Obito finally felt a sense of relief. Itachi cannot save you, he yanked again, pulling Izumi back with great force. Just then, Amaterasu, boom! Black flames rained down upon Obito's head. Obito emitted a hoarse scream, his own voice echoing. Qian Yao was not satisfied. Amaterasu enveloped Obito entirely. Terrified, Obito realized that there existed a Mangeki Sharingan within the Uchiha clan, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. His other three-tomo Sharingan emitted a blinding red light. Izanagi, like a wisp of smoke, Obito vanished from the spot. Qian Yao landed on the ground, continuing his search for Obito's location. He had compelled Obito to utilize Izanagi. He wondered how long the time limit set by Obito was. Suddenly, a surge of ocular energy fluctuated behind a tree. Qian Yao leaped into action, but upon turning, he only glimpsed a corner of Obito's garment disappearing. Qian Yao scoffed. He runs quite swiftly. He harbored a profound animosity towards Obito, for the disability inflicted upon Liuli was a consequence of the Nine Tails assault years prior. Setting aside all other grievances, this alone warranted Obito's death. Qian Yao had arrived just as Obito was dragging Izumi away. Naturally, in a physical state, in that moment, the swiftest attack was undoubtedly Amaterasu. Qian Yao possessed an abundant store of ocular energy. His eyes merely felt slightly uncomfortable. Senior Qian Yao, Izumi, still dazed from her fall, had believed she was destined for the afterlife, only to find herself rescued by Qian Yao. Being friends with Shursui, Izumi was naturally familiar with him. Were it not for the necessity of undertaking numerous missions to support his family after the Nine-Tails incident, their relationship might have been more amicable. You need not head to the security headquarters. Itachi is not there. Qian Yao's tone was devoid of warmth, appearing somewhat unfeeling. Izumi, believing that Itachi's betrayal of their clan had incited Qian Yao's ire towards her, felt hesitant to speak. Yet Qian Yao bore no such emotions. He felt no anger even towards Itachi. Qian Yao. The outcome was all that mattered. The means were merely tools to achieve a goal. His cold words arose solely from his scrutiny of the Bond Star panel. Though this was his golden finger and foundational asset, it lacked an instruction manual. He was uncertain how to enhance the bond. Previously, Itachi had already hatched the third Bond Star. Currently, the progress bar had remained stagnant, and he was contemplating how to further improve the bond. He scrutinized Uchiha Izumi with a detached gaze. Under Qian Yao's cold stare, Izumi felt uneasy, while others were unaware of her connection with Itachi. Qian Yao was fully cognizant. She had no inkling of Qian Yao's intentions, yet some questions weighed heavily on her heart, which she could not voice. Senior Qian Yao, has Itachi truly betrayed our clan? Qian Yao, having resolved to use Izumi for experimentation, could only sigh in resignation. Do not blame him. Itachi is also a victim of circumstance. Konoha struck a deal with him. As long as he assisted in eradicating the Uchiha clan, you and Sasuke would be spared. Izumi was taken aback. Me and Sasuke? Qian Yao feigned profundity as he replied, the only individuals Itachi cherishes in the clan, apart from Fugaku and Mikoto, are you and Sasuke. Konoha will undoubtedly not spare Fugaku and Mikoto. Itachi must bear the blame to ensure your and Sasuke's safety. Izumi, still young, found herself easily swayed by Qian Yao's words amidst the tumult of events that night. All her previous resentment towards Itachi evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gratitude, making her yearn to fly to Itachi's side immediately. Qian Yao, having lived two lives, quickly discerned that Izumi was now utterly captivated by his words. Such matters could be left unspoken. He had serious business to attend to. With a grave expression, he stated, however, following my persuasion, Itachi is preparing to resist Konoha alongside the entire clan. The situation is complex, and I must go support Itachi. For now, you should follow me. We can discuss further on the way. Yes, Senior Qian Yao. Though Izumi had just faced a life-threatening situation, the thought of aiding her beloved spurred her to follow closely behind Qian Yao. As they moved towards the clan grounds, Qian Yao swiftly informed Izumi. Many within the clan have reached a boiling point regarding their resistance against Konoha. However, a military coup is highly likely to fail. Thus, we will not launch an attack on Konoha tonight. Rather, we will all deny any intentions of a coup within the Uchiha clan that end this incident. There are three factions in Konoha, the Third Hokage and his Umbu, Danzo leading the route, and a coalition of other ninja clans. Tonight, I will determine our approach based on the enemies that appear. You need not speak or inquire about anything. Let us not dwell on past events. Our clan must unite in earnest effort this evening. You may take your time to comprehend later. Qian Yao, while elucidating to Quan, observed the burgeoning bond between himself and Quan. Only when Quan's bond star reached a maximum of 2 stars did he cease his explanation. Quan mistakenly believed that Qian Yao confided in her out of trust, entirely unaware that Qian Yao's intentions were solely to enhance their bond value. Meanwhile, Danzo led over 70 members of Root to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. However, the various traps laid by Jiwen inflicted significant losses upon the Root members. Needle traps, explosive tag traps, bow, and arrow traps. An array of dangers proliferated, for this was a battle for survival, and the Uchiha spared no expense. The explosive tags were high-end items worth thousands of ryo each. While some traps might allow for survival, those caught in the explosive tag traps would inevitably be reduced to mere fragments. As the sounds of thunderous explosions and anguished cries echoed, Danzo's progress was severely hindered. His visage was one of grim determination. Each elite member lost weighed heavily upon his heart, for they were the cornerstone of his forthcoming plans. With no other option, Danzo was compelled to slow his pace, meticulously inspecting the various traps. That moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Itachi requests an audience. He claims to have brought vital information from within the clan. Danzo, taken aback, had previously assumed Itachi had defected. However, Itachi's solitary return with information clearly indicated otherwise. Let him come, Danzo gestured, flanked by over a dozen elite guards. With his own Kodoe Mitsukami at the ready point, one Uchiha Itachi would pose no significant threat. Itachi soon appeared, respectfully reporting to Danzo as he had in the past. Lord Danzo, due to Qian Yao's sudden return, vigilance within the Uchiha clan has heightened that a dispute has erupted between Fayake and the Elder, leading to infighting within the clan. Danzo's eyes sparkled with interest. Infighting? Excellent. Itachi, you. Just as Danzo prepared to assign Itachi a task, their gazes locked. In an instant, Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan transformed into its kaleidoscopic state. Tsukuyami! In that fleeting moment, Itachi ensnared Danzo's consciousness within the realm of Tsukuyomi. In reality, before Danzo could utter a scream, Itachi deftly unwrapped Danzo's bandages with one hand, while the other swiftly extracted Shirsue's eye. Itachi then delivered a powerful kick to Danzo, propelling himself outward. Had it not been for Qian Yao's explicit instructions to refrain from killing Danzo at this moment, Itachi would have swiftly ended Danzo's life. Danzo finally let out a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground. Brute! Lord Danzo! How dare one harm Lord Danzo? Kill! Although there were still individuals nearby, none anticipated that Itachi would brazenly assault Danzo amidst a circle of over 10 individuals. Itachi's Tsukuyami had critically injured Danzo in an instant. Naturally, Danzo was in no position to activate Kodoe Mitsukami under such circumstances. However, while Itachi reclaimed Shirsue's eye, he had inevitably squandered 2 precious seconds as he flew backward. 4 root members had already drawn their blades against him, with others further back hurling kunai. Though still young, and not yet at his peak power of a few years hence, Itachi's ocular prowess had remained largely untapped. The divine power of the Uchiha manifested for the first time before others. Susanoo! A colossal surge of ocular energy and chakra erupted forth. An orange-red skeletal figure emerged, deflecting all incoming attacks, with a sweeping motion of its massive arm. 2 root members were sent hurtling backward, broken in half. Itachi, unwilling to linger in battle, simultaneously deployed a smoke bomb to the ground. The cacophony of crows filled the air. A multitude of crows erupted from the obscuring smoke, completely disorienting the root members. In the next moment, Itachi's figure reappeared from a distance. The Root, a highly centralized organization, operated under Danzo's singular command. With Danzo incapacitated, there was no one to issue orders. Consequently, those who pursued Itachi were drastically reduced. Itachi easily escaped the encirclement. The Third Hokage and Danzo shared an unspoken understanding, each embedding their own spies within the other's ranks. As Itachi extracted Danzo's eye and made his escape, the spies among the crowd seized the opportunity to slip away and report to the Third Hokage. In a land of water within the Mizukage's secret chamber, Kagaya Yagura had been under control for years, yet he could still observe and listen, witnessing his beloved Kirigakure reduced to such a state. Countless bloodline clans annihilated due to his actions. Kagaya's heart ached with anguish. As he beheld the chaos engulfing Kirigakure and the decline of the land of water, his guilt reached a boiling point. Yet he found himself powerless, entirely at the mercy of Obito's manipulation, confined to a life of seclusion, avoiding encounters with those possessing the Byakugan. Even if suspicions arose regarding Kagaya's loyalty, there was little anyone could do, for none could match his strength. Obito's ability to control him stemmed from his previous incapacitation at the hands of Pain and others, who had severely injured him before ensuring his compliance. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan in controlling tailed beasts was indisputable. Obito had even manipulated the 9 tails, let alone Kagaya and the 3 tails. However, this night, having utilized Izanagi, Obito found himself having died once, and thus his control over Kagaya waned. Upon sensing the loss of control, Kagaya burst forth from his concealed chamber with a roar of rage. Damn Uchiha! The 3 tails Isabu had likewise been under the Sharingan's sway for an extended period. Accompanied by Kagaya's furious cry, A torrent of tailed beast chakra surged skyward. The entire Kirigakure felt the overwhelming pressure. Mei Terumi and numerous other villagers leaped towards Kagaya's location to investigate. Had Isabu gone berserk? Panic ensued. Kirigakure had already suffered immensely. If a tailed beast rampaged through the village, the devastation would be unimaginable. Yet upon arrival, they found Kagaya, his expression calm, retracting the tailed beast chakra back into his body. Though his countenance remained serene, his eyes bore a hollow pain. The village he cherished most had been destroyed by his own actions, an anguish that rendered Kagaya's existence a torment. Finally, emerging in public, Kagaya exhaled slowly. Mei exchanged a glance with Ao, utilizing his singular Bikugan, began to probe. However, the results left him astonished. He shook his head at Mei. Furrowing her brow, Mei questioned how this could be. The fourth Mizukage should have been under control. Upon witnessing the arrival of Mei and her companions, Kagaya released a sigh of relief. All Jonin, convene in the office. I have significant matters to announce. Hokage Tower. What? Itachi attacked Danzo, extracting his eye, and he escaped unscathed from Danzo's encirclement. The third Hokage nearly dropped his pipe upon hearing the report from his spy embedded beside Danzo. The spy replied in a hushed tone, Indeed, Uchiha Itachi possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. He utilized the same Susanoo as Shursui, albeit in a vibrant orange hue. The third Hokage's expression darkened significantly upon hearing the news. His decision to allow Danzo to eradicate the Uchiha clan stemmed from several reasons, one of which was the unexplained whereabouts of Shursui's remaining eye, which was likely confiscated by the Uchiha clan. The terrifying nature of Kotoeme Tsukumi was undeniable, and it was undoubtedly best for Danzo to undertake such actions. Additionally, the third Hokage believed that even if the Uchiha clan attempted to resist, they could be completely annihilated, especially with the likes of Itachi, a formidable Uchiha, having defected to Konohagakure. Ninjas were inherently fragile despite their high offense. And with an insider, a decapitation operation could be executed at any moment. The Uchiha had no chance of victory. Dealing with such arrogant and overconfident geniuses as the Uchiha was deceptively simple. A few well-placed compliments about their talent would swiftly lead them to lose themselves in hubris. For a seasoned politician like the third Hokage, this was merely a trifling matter of persuasion. Subsequently, he brought Itachi into the Umbu, facilitating his indoctrination. Fugaku, suffering from the common Uchiha flaw, naively believed that Itachi would never betray his family, thus positioning him as a spy within Konoha. Fugaku's folly lay in the fact that after Shursui's death, he had hardly communicated with Itachi for nearly 2 years. He remained oblivious to Itachi's true state of mind and foolishly assumed that Itachi would undoubtedly side with the clan. Meanwhile, the third Hokage issued daily missions to Itachi, relentlessly indoctrinating him. He orchestrated the other advisors to adopt a harsh demeanor to apply pressure on Itachi, while he himself played the role of the benevolent figure, uttering lofty platitudes that I in this manner. Itachi was led to trust the third Hokage implicitly, despite the latter's insincerity. When Itachi reported on the more radical members of the police force, the third Hokage would fabricate reasons to dismiss them. When Itachi expressed concerns about a potential coup due to the police force's mobilization, the third Hokage would find justifications to sow discord among them. Thus, Itachi was manipulated entirely by the third Hokage, who could orchestrate the annihilation of an entire clan with mere words. This illustrates the terrifying nature of politics. Moreover, Itachi remained ensnared in an information cocoon, unable to perceive the reality of his situation clearly. Only years after his defection, when his perspective broadened, did he realize the extent of his own naivety. However, by then, the die had been cast, and Itachi succumbed under immense psychological pressure. This mental strain manifested physically, and the burden of the Mangekyo Sharingan took a severe toll on his body, leading to his premature demise at a young age. At this juncture, Itachi would not have been expected to regain clarity. Yet, the third Hokage was oblivious to the existence of Izanami, a powerful mind-altering technique. Without mental clarity, one remains trapped in a cycle. Presently, he was only aware that Itachi had defected and that he still wielded the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The third Hokage found himself in a precarious position. He had some understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan's capabilities. Unless he matched its power, he could only resort to sacrificing lives. The Uchiha clan was undoubtedly prepared for a desperate struggle. Should they act, the consequences would be dire. The third Hokage, feeling agitated, took a drag from his cigarette. "What is Danzo's condition now?" A root operative in disguise replied. "When I left, I had preliminarily diagnosed that Danzo had suffered significant mental trauma and his body was exhibiting other issues. It is worth noting that even Kakashi, in his prime, was incapacitated for a week after being subjected to Tsukuyami for just 1 month. Danzo, now over 60, naturally has vulnerabilities in both body and mind. Furthermore, the modification of his wood-release arm is unstable. When he will awaken remains uncertain. Although the third Hokage was unaware of Tsukuyami, he understood that Danzo could not be relied upon in the immediate future. Summon Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Minyan at once. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory, a multitude of individuals had gathered, many of whom had been dragged from their slumber. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan's foundation remained intact, and upon hearing of impending conflict, they swiftly donned their battle gear and emerged. At the forefront stood Fugaku, the eldest elder, the second elder, and the third elder. The eldest elder's gaze was sharp as he patiently awaited developments. The second and third elders wore grim expressions. Previously, they had dedicated themselves to peaceful coexistence with Konoha. Now, however, Danzo had issued orders for the extermination of the Uchiha clan, and root members had already infiltrated the outskirts of their territory. The reality struck them like a barrage of slaps to the face, and the more they learned, the more alarmed they became. They had not anticipated that the Uchiha clan had descended to such a perilous state. As footsteps approached, Itachi returned alone, stepping to the front of the group. An outburst of shouts erupted. "Uchiha Itachi! Dare you betray your clan? Uchiha Itachi, you traitor!" Itachi appeared somewhat dazed and fatigued, bloodstains around his eyes. Seemingly oblivious to the surrounding outcry, he merely glanced at Fugaku before standing beside the eldest elder. A faint wry smile crossed Fugaku's face. He could not absolve himself of the responsibility for how events had transpired. The eldest elder cast a dignified gaze upon the clan members, who fell silent. Suho, the most hardline of the hawkish elders, had earned his reputation through numerous battles. Though his hair was white, his physique remained robust. Clad in combat attire, exuding an aura of lethal intent, the eldest elder remained silent, and the others dared not speak. It was not long before Chia descended with Izumi. All eyes turned to him. Chia pushed Izumi into Itachi's arms, declaring, "You were not coerced by Konoha. Sasuke saved you, and I rescued Izumi." Itachi momentarily froze, his attention drawn to Izumi, who rushed into his embrace, her face awash with tears of distress, fear, and gratitude. Itachi's body stiffened for a moment as he looked at Chia, who merely gave him a knowing glance, urging him to handle the situation in that moment. Itachi said nothing, simply holding Izumi close. Chia noted the bond between them strengthening and felt reassured. It appeared to be working. He glanced at Fugaku, who seemed to be merely occupying space, and stepped to the forefront of the group to speak. "Tonight, the Uchiha clan is not staging a coup. We are merely retaliating against the invasion by Danzo and the root operatives you understand? The Uchiha, now in combat mode, though their intelligence had not been enhanced, still possessed the fundamental qualities of ninjas. Understood. Although they may not grasp the reasons behind this course of action, they recognize the necessity of obedience in this moment. Our objective in this battle is to hunt down the root members. Not to assault Konoha. I, along with Itachi and the clan leader, will take the lead, utilizing our Susanoo to sweep through all root members. Except for the eldest elder, all present displayed expressions of astonishment, and murmurs of conversation rippled through the crowd. Chia's words resonated with them. Their clan leader, his son, and the fourth elder were all masters of the Manjiki Sharingan. Fugaku was taken aback to learn that Chia was also a wielder of the Manjiki. Itachi was equally surprised that Chia knew his father possessed the same eye. However, Chia offered no further explanations, instead signaling a tactical gesture and leading the way out. Itachi released Izumi, whispering to her, "Stay towards the back of the group. Understanding that Itachi needed to attend to serious matters, Izumi could only offer a concerned admonition. Be careful, Itachi. Itachi nodded slightly before hastening to catch up with Chia. The eldest elder glared coldly at Fugaku, who gritted his teeth and followed Chia. The eldest elder made a hand signal, leading over 100 individuals directly behind him to in the Hokage's office. Tsurugi Kaharu and Mito Minyan soon arrived. Time was of the essence, and the Umbu had already briefed them en route about the unfolding situation. Hizashi, how has Itachi turned against the Uchiha? As Zhuangqin Xiaochun, a member of the same ilk, posed her inquiry, she recalled her previous role as one of the upper echelons responsible for brainwashing Itachi. She had initially thought that even if Itachi couldn't eliminate the majority of the Uchiha clan, he could at least take down some high-ranking members, thereby inciting chaos within the Uchiha family. With Danzo's vast root organization, exterminating the Uchiha clan should have been a trivial task. However, she never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. The third Hokage, wearing a solemn expression, interjected, "Now is not the time for such discussions that we currently have no knowledge of the Uchiha clan's intentions." Zhuangqin Xiaochun scoffed, "Isn't it obvious? Itachi has returned to the clan and even attacked Danzo. It is clearly a coup d'etat." The third Hokage cast a glance at Mitarashi Yanko, who hesitated before replying, "Surely the Uchiha wouldn't dare to strike." The third Hokage tapped his pipe, stating, "I have dispatched a considerable number of personnel to monitor the Uchiha clan's movements. You should also organize your respective forces that as for the other shinobi clans, I shall inform them." With that, Mitarashi Yanko and Zhuangqin Xiaochun had no choice but to depart and rally their forces. The third Hokage instructed the Umbu members, "Immediately send word to Jiraiya," urging him to return at once. Yes, the Umbu members vanished without a trace. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, silently pondering, "I wonder if we can hold out until tonight." Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, a thunderous explosion echoed. "What is happening?" "Ah, retreat." 3 Susanoo, resplendent in hues of orange, black, and purple, led the charge. Only a handful from Root had ever witnessed Shirsei Susanoo. Others had never encountered such an unstoppable force. Blades could not pierce it, and ninjutsu could not breach it. Even the bone-armored Susanoo was rendered to mere pulp after a single blow. The gruesome scene was so mangled that even a mother would fail to recognize it. Such a formidable entity. 3 of them, the already leaderless Root organization, crumbled under the pressure, retreating frantically towards Kono. In truth, Qian Yao and his companions had dispatched over a dozen adversaries using their Susanoo. However, the spectacle was overwhelmingly shocking. The Uchiha clan members behind them roared in unison, their momentum surging as they pursued the remnants of Root. Though Root boasted 70 to 80 members, they stood no chance against the overwhelming force of over 100 Uchiha. Resistance was futile. Bodies were left strewn behind as they fled. Fugaku had long activated his Manjiki Sharingan, but had rarely used it in front of others in recent years. This exhilarating battle was a first for him. And witnessing the valor of his kin stirred his long-dormant heart. That we possess 3 Manjiki Sharingan, do we not? Qian Yao's gaze remained composed. He was not as impulsive as Fugaku. Such a one-sided scenario had been anticipated in his plans. Utilizing Susanoo as the vanguard to diminish enemy morale while bolstering their own, they could easily take down the disoriented members of Root. It would be disgraceful not to assert their identity as Uchiha in such a manner. Moreover, he had no intention of directly severing ties with Konoha. Although Itachi followed his orders to pursue the Root members using Susanoo, he, too, harbored a reluctance to engage in warfare against Konoha, while one side chased and the other fled. Root, having abandoned over 40 corpses, finally spotted the personnel organized by the third Hokage. Qian Yao raised his hands, signaling for a halt in the pursuit. Fugaku and Itachi stopped beside him, and the Uchiha clan members gradually came to a standstill, most bearing expressions of bloodlust. For the 100 or so Uchiha combatants, 70 to 80 members of Root were far from sufficient prey. They yearned for more combat, more kills. The fervor for battle was palpable. Causing a stir on the Konoha side, the elder approached the front of the ranks and gestured for silence. The Uchiha members calmed somewhat, many seizing the moment to recover their stamina. However, All those with activated Sharingan kept their crimson eyes trained on Konoha. "Qian Yao senpai," Itachi inquired of Qian Yao. Turning to face him, Qian Yao noted the hesitation and concern in Itachi's gaze. He patted Itachi's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, I have not deceived you." Itachi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Qian Yao glanced at Fugaku, who appeared restless. "Elder, come here for a moment." The elder stepped forward with a commanding presence upon hearing Qian Yao's summons. Lowering his voice, Qian Yao addressed Itachi and the elder. "You will need to convey this shortly." He laid out his strategy, prompting the elder to contemplate thoughtfully. Fugaku furrowed his brow, questioning, "Qian Yao, won't this grant Konoha more time to prepare?" Qian Yao shook his head slightly. "I am fully aware of my intentions, but I will reveal the subsequent plans later." Fugaku opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent at the elder's stern gaze. The command for the night belonged to Qian Yao. He would dictate the course of action. The elder acquiesced. "I will follow your lead, Qian Yao." The Uchiha clan's territory had long been relocated to the outskirts of Konoha. They were now merely a street away from the Konoha forces. While the reason for the Uchiha's halt eluded the Third Hokage, he was more than willing to buy extra time, especially to await the arrival of elite members from other shinobi clans. The combat prowess of the Uchiha clan was formidable, without additional reinforcements. His own lineage would suffer considerable losses, particularly as the recently returned root members brought forth unsettling news. 3 Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi, Fugaku, and Qian Yao. Konoha as a multitude of footsteps echoed, members of the various shinobi clans, including Zhuangqin, Mitarashi, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, arrived en masse. Hisashi, Kakashi, and other notable figures stood behind the Third Hokage. The atmosphere was tense, as everyone was acutely aware of the Uchiha's combat capabilities. They were uncertain how many would be left behind after tonight. All eyes were on the Third Hokage, awaiting his command. The Third Hokage sought to gather as many personnel as possible to launch a decisive strike against the Uchiha clan, while Qian Yao reviewed the plan with Itachi and the elder. He awaited the completion of the assembly from Konoha's side, as the various shinobi clans reached near full strength. Qian Yao exchanged glances with the elder. The elder nodded, and together with Qian Yao, Fugaku, and Itachi, they stepped into the street center. With a powerful voice, Qian Yao called out, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, step forward to speak." The Third Hokage and the elder were contemporaries, having fought on the battlefield together. However, addressing the Third Hokage by name clearly indicated hostilities. A ripple of unrest coursed through Konoha as the Third Hokage, accompanied by Zhuangqin Xiaochun, Mitarashi Anko, Hyuga Hisashi, and Nara Kakashi, approached. "Uchiha, your clan has brazenly attacked Danzo and pursued the members of Root. Do you intend to betray the village?" The Third Hokage's voice resonated with authority, branding them with the weighty accusation of treachery. However, the elder did not fall into the trap of self-incrimination. Instead, he retorted fiercely, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you aware that Shimura Danzo has issued orders to exterminate our Uchiha clan, aiming to seize control through a coup involving the Nine Tails?" At that moment, Itachi coldly scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 elder advisors. Awaiting their response, in Itachi's presence, the Third Hokage took on a conciliatory role. He could not admit to having given the order in front of the leaders of the other shinobi clans. Yet if he claimed ignorance, he would unwittingly fall into Qian Yao's trap. Zhuangqin Xiaochun, having collaborated closely with the Third Hokage for years, discerned that the question posed would be challenging for him to answer, and swiftly interjected, "Nonsense. It was Uchiha Itachi who reported to us that there were those among you with rebellious intentions," prompting Danzo to come and investigate. The elder did not utter a word, but Zhao Yan exchanged a glance with Itachi, stepped forward and addressed the individuals from Konoha, stating, "Our Uchiha clan harbors no intentions of coup. I am merely conveying what Danzo instructed me to say. His objective is to seize our Sharingan and control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to ascend as Hokage." Hayashi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions clouded with inexplicable unease. The unfolding events had taken an entirely unforeseen turn. Yet, they remained silent, awaiting further developments. The Third Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kafuyudatane wore grim visages. They were acutely aware that he was speaking utter nonsense, as the Uchiha clan indeed harbored ambitions for a coup. However, Danzo served as the third Hokage's right-hand man, and in such a moment, his interests must be safeguarded. Minato's voice was cold as he retorted, "You cannot tarnish the Hokage's reputation based solely on your words." Yet, you remained unperturbed, exclaiming, "Are you not curious as to why I sought to attack Danzo?" Except for the third Hokage and a few others, the representatives of the other clans were filled with curiosity. Without waiting for further inquiries, you continued, "Because Danzo seized Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan 2 years ago and implanted it into his own eyes. He has been bandaging his eyes for years to conceal the Manjiki Sharingan he unlawfully obtained." His voice resonated clearly, and the members of various clans from Konoha heard every word. A wave of astonishment swept through them. The leadership of a village had conspired to usurp the Kekkei Genkai of its own inhabitants. This was a matter of life and death. Koharu's eyes shifted, and with a calm demeanor, she questioned, "Yeah, Danzo's eyes have already been extracted. What evidence do you possess that you have taken Shursue's eyes?" You closed his mouth, seemingly aware that the Konoha side would resort to such evasions. The elder Uchiha, Shurhui, stepped forward, asserting firmly, "Sarutobi Hiruzen. What you have stated is merely the truth. Whether you believe it or not, our Uchiha clan has no time for verbal sparring with you. If you Konoha's higher-ups seek our Sharingan, we Uchiha shall not hesitate to fight to the death." Behind him, Fugaku, and she is simultaneously activated their system. A massive storm of chakra engulfed the area, causing the hearts of all the ninja clans to race. Many could not resist the urge to draw their weapons. Yet the leaders of the various clans exchanged furtive glances, their eyes devoid of any intent to fight. After all, the Uchiha's display did not seem feigned. Sarutobi's face turned ashen. The words spoken had effectively divided the Hokage faction from the other clans. Moreover, they were incapable of dealing with 3 Manjiki Sharingan wielders. The third Hokage spoke in a grave tone. "Uchiha Shurui, I require time to investigate this matter." The elder's face displayed a hint of disdain, as if he anticipated the third would indeed waver. At that moment, you interjected, "There is indeed tangible evidence. Right on Danzo himself. Not only does he possess a Sharingan in his right eye, but there remains another Sharingan from our Uchiha clan concealed beneath the bandages on his arm. His would-release arm must be suppressed by the Sharingan. Unless the arm is entirely severed, those Sharingan cannot be removed. However, this matter was of little concern to others. The representatives of the other clans perked up their ears. The third Hokage's heart raced. He was uncertain what Elsia intended to reveal, but at this juncture, he could not interrupt. "What do you mean?" The elder signaled to Ya, who continued, "Danzo seeks to annihilate our Uchiha clan. Thus he enlisted the aid of an accomplice. This individual is not from our Uchiha clan, yet he possesses a Manjiki Sharingan. He is adept in space-time ninjutsu, capable of traversing the village's barrier at will. The chaos of the Nine Tails was orchestrated by Danzo and this individual." Gasps of disbelief filled the air, and the representatives of the various clans could no longer remain seated. Previous matters had little bearing upon them, but the Nine Tails incident had caused countless casualties among the clans. Including the death of the 4th Hokage, the Nine Tails incident was undeniably a pivotal juncture in Konoha's decline. This issue implicated the entirety of Konoha. As Konoha's strategist, Jiku, inquired solemnly, "Do you possess any evidence?" You replied with an impassive expression, "It is common knowledge that Danzo covets the position of Hokage. Everyone present is aware of this. The 4th Hokage is in the prime of his life. Without the Nine Tails incident, Danzo would wait until his dying days before ever sitting in the Hokage's seat. During the Nine Tails incident, our Uchiha clan was tasked with escorting civilians to safety. Yet afterward, Danzo spread rumors that our Uchiha clan had done nothing, seeking to suppress us. After he attacked Shursui and acquired Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan, he repeatedly demanded the 3rd Hokage hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki for him to oversee. Having obtained the Manjiki, he was already capable of controlling the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo's order to exterminate our Uchiha clan stemmed from the fact that only another wielder of a Manjiki Sharingan could break the control over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing these words, Jiku furrowed his brow in contemplation. These were all circumstantial evidences, lacking direct proof. Although Qian knew that the Nine Tails incident had been orchestrated by Obito, since Danzo had managed to frame the Uchiha for it. The Uchiha could likewise turn the tables and blame him. Danzo, as the one carrying out the dirty work of the Third Hokage, was undoubtedly tainted, and there was no cleansing the stains from his hands. It was certain that any blame placed upon Danzo would be justified. Qian, intent on muddying the waters to set the stage for future events, stepped forward after you finished speaking. Recently, none of our Uchiha clan members who were dispatched on missions have returned. Had it not been for my breakthrough, I would not have returned either. He directly opened a storage scroll and produced 3 severed heads and bodies. Their attire was recognizable to the Third Hokage. Qian had already paraded the heads through the ninja village earlier that day. Everyone was aware of what had transpired. The elder narrowed his eyes, gazing at the Third Hokage with a fierce glare. Sarutobi Hiruzen, was it you who ordered Danzo's men to ambush our Uchiha clan? The Third Hokage's brow twitched. While he had indeed suggested that Danzo undertake such actions, he could not admit to it now. Thus, he firmly declared, absolutely not. This matter has nothing to do with me. Uchiha Shirui smirked. Then what issue is there with us reclaiming our Sharingan? What issue is there with us pursuing those who invaded our clan members? Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you siding with Danzo? Sarutobi's heart raced. The persona he had cultivated was now being used against him. Uchiha Shirui, after all, Danzo is the Hokage's aide. Even if there are issues, you cannot take matters into your own hands. Problems should be brought to my attention beforehand. Uchiha Shirui cast a scornful look at the Third Hokage. Your blind defense of a criminal leaves you utterly devoid of credibility. The Third Hokage was left speechless, and the expressions of the other clan leaders were inscrutable as they pondered their thoughts. Although Danzo had always been despised by the other clans, the specifics of his actions remained unclear to them. While the Uchiha clan seemed to be condemning Danzo, everyone understood that Danzo and the Third Hokage were inextricably linked in essence. The Uchiha were merely pointing fingers at Danzo while implicating the Third Hokage. Furthermore, the display of 3 Manjiki Sharingan was a clear signal of the beginning of their strong resistance. The elder, unsatisfied, continued to provoke, you leaders of Konoha are all worthless. Besides exploiting our clans, what use are you? If the roots desired the talents of any clan, they would seize them without hesitation. The Oil Girl and Yamanaka clans exchanged dark glances if Kyumo were to send someone to their deaths. Konoha not only failed to protect its people, but demanded the clan leaders pay with their lives. Hayashi's expression was also grim. Should they covet their Kekkei Jinkai, they would be expected to offer it up willingly, or face extermination. All the ninja clans should contemplate. Is such a Konoha still worthy of your allegiance? The Third Hokage, along with Tsunade and Mito, were all visibly alarmed. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clans sought to unite the ninja clans. Their true intention was to sow discord between Konoha and the ninja factions. Enough, Uchiha Siwa declared with a haughty snort. I will thoroughly investigate the actions of Danzo and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. However, today, your people must return to their clan's territory. Uchiha Siwa's deep laughter resonated. Laced with scorn, I doubt you will uncover anything substantial. If anything, Danzo will undoubtedly emerge unscathed, for there will be no Sharingan upon his arm. Alternatively, Danzo may conveniently perish in the coming days, leaving you with no evidence to contest. Am I right? I can even draft the script for you. All you need to do is read it. Siwa further elevated the stakes, asserting that even if Danzo were in peril, Konoha could not afford to let him die. He then shifted his tone, however, out of respect for the other ninja clans. I grant you time to investigate. During this period, you best refrain from any underhanded tactics against us. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Uchiha's entourage, including Yuji and others, brought forth 3 captives, Kakashi, who had been deprived of his Sharingan, along with 2 other Umbu. Our Uchiha clan's young clan leader, Sasuke, requires no protection from Konoha. You may focus on safeguarding the heirs of the other ninja clans. The other clans exchanged glances, astonished to learn that Konoha was monitoring the sons of their leaders. Uchiha Siwa kicked Kakashi lightly, proclaiming, we will reclaim all of our Uchiha eyes. We are fully aware of how many Danzo has pilfered. The Uchiha clan stands ready to retrieve the Sharingan from Danzo's possession and is equally prepared for war. We will fight until the last drop of blood is spilled. Siwa's resolute words rang out as he smacked the hilt of his long blade. The third Hokage's expression darkened. He found himself at the mercy of the Uchiha clan and dared not resist. He could only watch as Uchiha Siwa led Qian Yao and others back into the Uchiha ranks, while the elder guided the clan members to retreat slowly. Under such circumstances, the Umbu's numbers were limited. Even disregarding a potential conflict with the Uchiha, the other ninja clans would offer no assistance. Should losses mount, Konoha would be unable to withstand an invasion from the other ninja villages. Konoha could not bear the cost of a conflict with the Uchiha clan. Many of the issues raised by the Uchiha had long plagued Konoha, yet they had been tolerated amidst mutual compromise among the clans. Now, the Uchiha had ignited all these tensions. However, the most crucial aspect was that the Uchiha had united as one, revealing their sharpest fangs. 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha also issued a warning to the other ninja clans. Those who sought to be used as pawns must consider whether they could bear such consequences, as well as if Konoha was worth their loyalty. Once the Uchiha had departed, the third Hokage waved his hand. "Thank you all for your efforts. I will begin investigating Danzo's actions. You may disperse for now." The expressions of the various clans varied, and after exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, they each departed. The Umbu then dragged Kakashi and the others back. After a brief examination, they reported to the third Hokage, Lord Hokage, they have sustained no injuries. Only Kakashi has had his Sharingan removed. The third Hokage calmly gestured, indicating his understanding. The Uchiha had somehow turned Itachi against him and retrieved Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan. The other ninja clans had essentially been threatened and coerced. In this shifting landscape, those aligned with the Hokage found themselves in a precarious position. Beyond summoning Jiraiya, the third Hokage contemplated whether to employ his trump cards to end the Kinui dimension. Obito finally exhaled after escaping. Having narrowly avoided death, this realm was his eternal sanctuary. As long as he returned here, his heart could find peace. He removed his mask, revealing that his backup 3-Tomo Sharingan had turned a lifeless gray. Obito sat pensively upon the stone platform, pondering why the Uchiha clan had discovered his Kimui's weakness. Was this a trap set by Itachi, who had unleashed the Amaterasu? That individual was not Itachi. When engulfed by Amaterasu, he had no time to discern his assailant's identity, though he had caught a glimpse of Qian Yao. This ocular technique had appeared multiple times throughout Uchiha clan history, and Obito was certainly not ignorant of it. However, the emergence of another Manjiki Sharingan, particularly when Itachi was likely a Manjiki wielder himself, posed a significant concern. The adversary was aware that he would materialize during his attack, effectively thwarting any future plans Obito had of treating the Uchiha as a mere playground. The Uchiha lacked a treasury. Visiting them now would be a fool's errand, especially since another encounter with Amaterasu would mean his demise. Uncertainty loomed over whether the Uchiha clan and Konoha would indeed clash that night, leaving Obito feeling exceedingly vulnerable. Moreover, a matter of utmost importance weighed heavily on his mind. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Kurama Yagura, had slipped from his control. This meant that the Land of Water could no longer supply the Akatsuki with funds and resources. Previously, Obito had relied on these to maintain a semblance of cooperation with Nagato and Konan. Now, however, those resources had vanished, signaling potential changes ahead. Uncertain of Igura's next moves, he decided to observe the situation in Konoha for the time being. Resolute, Obito swiftly navigated the Kinui dimension. Regardless, he needed to return and replace his Sharingan, though his supply was dwindling. Back in the Uchiha clan's territory, the elder, Qian Yao, and Fugaku ensured that their clan members were settled before convening all leaders for a meeting. This assembly included Itachi, Mayumi, Kayahiko, Uchiha, and Rinto, as well as the second elder, the third elder, and their supporters Seiji, Tamahiza, Fugaku supporters Waifuku, and Rinji. These figures comprised the current Uchiha leadership. Aside from the 3 elders, most were young, as power in the Uchiha was earned through strength, resulting in a high casualty rate. The 3 elders had risen through combat, though the second and third elders had sustained severe injuries, forcing them to withdraw from active duty. The ongoing conflicts in the ninja world had led to significant Uchiha losses, prompting the two elders to advocate for peaceful coexistence with Konoha. Although the recent battle against the Root organization had resulted in a complete victory with minimal casualties, it had also made the elders aware that Konoha's desire to eliminate the Uchiha had not waned. Elder Uchiha Sihua had vociferously criticized Konoha, and upon returning, he took the opportunity to berate the two elders again, while Fugaku arranged for the other clan members to return. The second and third elders, now rendered voiceless, dared not utter a word. Qian Yao, please share your thoughts, the elders said, handing the floor to Qian Yao. Despite his youthful visage of 17, in the shinobi world, strength spoke volumes, rendering age inconsequential. Though we Uchiha have weathered this storm, it is merely the beginning, he declared without preamble. While I have successfully divided Konoha's upper echelons from the other ninja clans, preventing them from becoming Konoha's enforcers, the Third Hokage's prowess extends far beyond Konoha's Umbu. This was precisely why I refrained from seizing this opportunity for a military coup. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted slightly, and Faik inquired, Qian Yao, do you mean to suggest that the Third Hokage possesses hidden strength? Qian Yao nodded and replied, it is common knowledge that the Fourth Hokage and his wife perished in battle, and the Third Hokage claimed their legacy. Noticing the indifference in the room, Qian Yao added, most of you remain unaware of the magnitude of the Fourth Hokage's wife's inheritance. Kushina alone inherited all of Uzumaki Mito's fortune, which is conservatively estimated to span several streets. This wealth is ample enough for Sarutobi to train thousands of ninjas. After careful consideration, Qian Yao presented this figure conservatively. However, in the original timeline, a decade later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, there were a full 3,000 Sarutobi troops. Although this was 10 years earlier, the current numbers were still substantial. The attendees inhaled sharply. The Uchiha clan alone comprised over 1,000 members, including ordinary citizens. The combatants had suffered significant losses due to years of conflict. After the Third War, only 400 to 500 remained, with around 200 possessing the Sharingan. If what Qian Yao stated were true, Konoha would indeed prove a formidable adversary. Curiosity piqued, they wondered where Qian Yao had acquired this intelligence. Yet, he refrained from elaborating and turned to Faik, suggesting that the clan leader's wife might possess some insight due to her acquaintanceship with Kushina. Faik, taken aback, realized this possibility that I understand now. I will confirm this with Mikoto. Qian Yao continued, the reason the Uchiha have historically found themselves at a disadvantage in political struggles is largely due to the misconceptions surrounding the Third Hokage. He gestured towards Itachi, having served in the Umbu for a considerable duration. Could you enlighten us? Whenever there is a stir in Konoha, would the Third Hokage be oblivious? Itachi responded calmly. Every day, the Umbu meticulously tracks where our clan members go and what they do. As soon as one steps beyond our borders, any occurrences within Konoha are thoroughly investigated by the Umbu. Qian Yao raised his hand. What I intend to convey is not that our clan members are under excessive surveillance, but rather to emphasize that the Umbu's watchful eyes span the entirety of Konoha. In such circumstances, any actions taken by Danzo are implicitly approved by the Third Hokage. Many matters of the Third Hokage cannot directly address are delegated to Danzo, who operates in the shadows. What Qian Yao articulated was well known among the higher echelons of other ninja clans. However, as members of the Uchiha, whose intelligence was often underestimated, Qian Yao felt it necessary to clarify. Following his explanation, several clan members exhibited expressions of realization. Qian Yao sighed, acknowledging that while the Uchiha were not lacking in strength, they were somewhat deficient in intellect. You are all aware that our clan members who recently undertook missions have met tragic fates. Correct? The assembly nodded solemnly, understanding that 4 teams had ventured from Konoha recently. Apart from Qian Yao, the remaining 11 members had perished, with most bodies never recovered. Qian Yao's companions had been obliterated by explosive tags, leaving their remains in disarray, eventually buried hastily in the land of grass. Konoha had launched a targeted campaign against the Uchiha, not only encroaching upon the territory of their security forces, but also assigning them particularly arduous tasks. The task system had always been tightly controlled by the higher-ups in Konoha, and after suffering a significant loss, they would undoubtedly remain unrepentant that it was highly probable that they would set traps for the Uchiha in the near future. For the time being, we should refrain from accepting any village missions. The assembly unanimously agreed, nodding in affirmation. Fayek, if there are no combatants available for missions, how long can the clan sustain its members? After a brief contemplation, Fayek responded, though the Uchiha's assets have considerably diminished since the Warring States period, our accumulated wealth can sustain us for several years. After all, we are a 1,000-year-old clan. It would be impossible for us to be entirely destitute. Qian Yao smiled. There is no need for such an extended period. We merely require a transitional phase. Suddenly, the elder spoke up. The clan members cannot remain idle. Allowing them to rest for a couple of days may suffice. But prolonged inactivity could lead to unrest. Qian Yao appeared unperturbed. This is simple. They are all accustomed to undertaking missions, so wherever they go, it will remain as such. There are ample tasks available in the black market. The Uchiha have always been mercenaries at heart. We are merely returning to our roots. The number of clan members who can undertake missions should not be excessive, so they must compete among themselves for the opportunity. Those who lose will remain home on leave, while the victors will be permitted to undertake missions. The elder chuckled. That is an excellent idea. The Uchiha cannot afford to disperse at this time. Thus, only the elite should venture forth. This meritocratic approach to securing opportunities aligns perfectly with the Uchiha ethos. As for the duties of the security forces, we shall merely guard our territory, as we have always done. Konoha will undoubtedly test our resolve. With 3 Manjiki Sharingan now among us, we can afford to be more assertive. Should we encounter any root members, we will eliminate them on sight. If any Konoha members attempt to shield you, signal with a flare. I shall be in Konoha tomorrow and can provide assistance at any time. Non-combatants need not alter their routines. They should continue their normal lives. The non-combatants Qian Yao referred to were Uchiha by name, yet lacked the skills of a ninja. Such individuals typically engaged in small businesses to support their families. For instance, Uchiha Hondan and Uchiha Jio were vendors of baked goods. The largest segment of the Uchiha population comprised these civilians. Should the Uchiha seek to produce gifted offspring, they would likely prioritize selecting partners from this demographic. However, the general populace would seldom target these civilians unless an entire clan was devoid of them. Fayek nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging Qian Yao's perspective. After all, in his view, merely being an Uchiha did not constitute clan membership. One must possess ninja talents to be considered part of the clan. Apart from the elder, the clan leader, and Itachi, the rest of you may leave. The second and third elders exchanged glances, silently questioning whether their status as elders precluded them from listening further. The first elder, Sihua, playfully struck the second elder on the back of the head. What are you staring at? You two should go stabilize the clan members. The second elder, Yinha, whose former captain had been Elder Sihua, accepted the reprimand without retort. Understood, elder. The third elder, Hongshu, promptly complied, following the slightly chastised second elder out. Itachi then exchanged a few words with Uchiha, who regarded him with a peculiar expression before acquiescing. Once all had departed, Qian Yao cleared his throat and addressed Itachi. Your desire for peace is commendable, and I too wish to avoid large-scale warfare. However, you must consider the nature of the Third Hokage. Have you pondered how the Senju clan met their demise? Upon hearing Qian Yao's insinuation, the gathered individuals were taken aback. Itachi, bewildered, retorted, but the Senju clan was assimilated into Konoha under a new name, was it not? Qian Yao placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder. You are far too naive. With our Uchiha clan still extant, why would they seek to assimilate into Konoha? How many Senju clan members serve as test subject for Sarutobi's would-release experiments? And how many survived? Did he not recognize the perils of such experiments? Did he continue after the first death? What do you think became of the Senju clan, whose young and able-bodied members were eradicated? The sole survivor, S.H. Toku, was thrust onto the battlefield at the tender age of 12. Why was Asuma not sent forth? How did the rumors of White Fang's demise circulate throughout Konoha, propagated by the Umbu? Why did the Third Hokage endorse Minato as the Fourth Hokage instead of Orochimaru or Tsunade? Why does the entire village know that Naruto is the Nine-Tails? Yet no one reveals that he is the son of a hero. Setting aside the assets of Kushina, Can it be true that the inheritance of the fourth Hokage cannot even guarantee Naruto's basic sustenance? Though Naruto is often mischievous, he has never faced genuine repercussions. Can you guess why? Qian Yao's barrage of questions deepened Itachi's gaze. Our Uchiha genius merely needs a few words of praise to feel invincible. Yet, there are many things right under your noses that you fail to see clearly. When Qian Yao spoke these words, he was entirely detached from the Uchiha clan, his stance somewhat peculiar. However, no one seemed to notice this detail. We have far too many clan members who are arrogant, firmly believing in their own convictions. Regardless of how many flaws exist, they refuse to question. The stronger one is, the more obstinate they become. Clan leader, I wish to pose a question, Qian Yao said. After the events of this evening and Qian Yao's insights, Fugaka no longer dared to underestimate him and replied solemnly, "Speak." Qian Yao, a cryptic smile played on Qian Yao's lips. Could the method inscribed on the stone tablet to save the Uchiha clan be false? Without a moment's hesitation, Fugaka replied, "Absolutely not." Qian Yao shrugged his hands in a gesture of helplessness. You once believed that Itachi was certainly on the side of the family. Fugaku fell silent, suddenly at a loss for words. The elder beside them interjected, "Qian Yao, do you mean to suggest we learn to question ourselves?" Qian Yao shook his finger. "No, I wish for our clansmen to adopt a more pragmatic approach. Rather than placing faith in these ethereal concepts, it is far more prudent to contemplate how to deal with Konoha. The arrangements I made for the other clansmen were merely a delaying tactic. If we wish to coexist with Konoha, ultimately even orchestrating a non-violent coup, this is the path we must take." Qian Yao pointed to his own eyes and subsequently activated his Manjiki Sharingan. A hint of seriousness crossed Fugaku's face. "Qian Yao, I must remind you, the Manjiki Sharingan will gradually lose its light with use that I know." Qian Yao interjected, cutting Fugaka off. A look of astonishment crossed Fugaka's face. "You discovered that so early?" I know far more than you might imagine," Qian Yao replied mysteriously. Although Fugaku, the elder, and Itachi were curious, as ninjas, they understood that if someone chose not to speak, it was likely because they did not wish to divulge information. Acknowledging that Qian Yao was aware of this, Fugaka chose not to pursue the matter further and continued to listen to Qian Yao's plan. Qian Yao raised a finger. Konoha currently faces an insurmountable issue. They are unable to control the Nine Tails. Although Naruto has not rampaged in recent years, should he do so, no one in Konoha would be capable of managing him. A glimmer of understanding flickered in the elder's eyes. He certainly grasped Qian Yao's implication. If the Nine Tails were to go on a rampage, only their Manjiki Sharingan could rein him in. Qian Yao wasted no time in stating, Konoha relies on the effectiveness of the four-symbol seal. Under normal circumstances, the Nine Tails will not rampage. However, Konoha no longer possesses individuals with such formidable sealing techniques. There are numerous avenues to exploit within this situation. Thus, we Uchiha must maintain a position of strength. Awaiting Konoha's plea for our assistance, a spark of intrigue ignited in Fugaku and the elder's eyes, clearly intrigued by the proposition for the first step. "Itachi, you shall defect from Konoha tomorrow." A fleeting look of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes. Yet he did not inquire further. "Understood, Qian Yao senpai." Noticing that Fugaku and the elder were waiting for further clarification, Qian Yao continued, "Itachi's defection does not equate to betraying the clan. There are already some grievances against Itachi within the clan. Remaining in the village would be a waste. We need to feign a stance that makes it clear to Konoha that we must eliminate Danzo. What is the bounty on Danzo's head in the black market?" Fugaku, amused yet bemused by Qian Yao's swift train of thought, Fugaku nonetheless replied, 100 million. Qian Yao directed his words to Itachi. "Upon your defection, the first task is to place a bounty on Danzo's head in the black market. Set at 500 million, the funds will be held in escrow. There are various payment methods in the black market. Point 1 involves escrow, where the money is already given to the black market. Upon completion of the task, the black market releases the funds to you, albeit with a hefty commission deducted. Alternatively, one could seek payment from the bounty issuer after the task is completed, essentially making the black market a notice board. The details of the transaction, whether it succeeds, and the issuer's willingness to pay are all beyond the black market's jurisdiction." Observing the astonishment on the faces of the three, Fugaku cautioned, "Qian Yao, our clan does not possess such liquidity. Understanding that Fugaku was unfamiliar with this kind of operation, Qian Yao clarified, who said we need to spend our own money. The entry fee for accepting the task is 100,000 per person, providing relevant information about Danzo. Only those who accept the task will receive the 500 million upon completion, and we have a time limit of 1.5 years for every month that passes. The entry fee decreases by 100,000, with a minimum fee of 100,000 per person. If it were you, would you not want to see the spectacle of 500 million? Both Fugaku and the elder were taken aback. Such an arrangement truly existed? Everyone would want to gamble small for large returns. 500 million is indeed a bounty that combines the resources of the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, binding the registration with the information compels individuals to participate. Information has a time-sensitive nature. The longer one waits, the less effective the information becomes. Therefore, the registration fee decreases over time. However, seeing the entry fee decline, would bounty hunters in the black market not be tempted to take risks? As the threshold lowers, the number of thrill seekers increases. The cold light flickered in Qian Yao's eyes. What we need to convey is our determination to eliminate Danzo. However, the Third Hokage will undoubtedly protect him. Danzo himself may not be of great importance, but his identity is crucial. He is the one who conducts the dark dealings for the Third Hokage. If the Third Hokage were to forsake him, he would find it difficult to conduct such operations thereafter. Additionally, if the elder were to expose him before the entire ninja world, he would not dare to kill Danzo. Furthermore, the Third Hokage and Danzo share a power dynamic. If Danzo were to perish, the Third Hokage would reign supreme. Tsunade and Mito would not stand a chance against the Third Hokage. The two advisors would certainly protect Danzo, ensuring his survival. Over the years, Danzo has worked in the shadows for the Third Hokage, and he would undoubtedly have means of keeping the Third Hokage in check as well. The Third Hokage would not dare to let Danzo die. Fugaku and the elder followed Qian Yao's line of reasoning. So, a retaliatory bounty on Danzo that costs us nothing, while Konoha must expend considerable resources to protect him, Qian Yao added. Not only that, an influx of individuals investigating Danzo will continually strain Konoha's resources. If the Third Hokage does not mobilize his hidden forces, other ninja villages may very well test the waters with attacks, potentially escalating into a full-blown ninja war. Conversely, if the Third Hokage does deploy his hidden forces, then we can maneuver accordingly, revealing his ambitions and ensuring that other ninja clans will not permit him to continue as Hokage. During this period, Konoha will not have the bandwidth to address us Uchiha. This bounty will also highlight the tense relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha to the other 4 ninja villages. The other ninja villages would be all too eager to see Konoha and us clash. Presently, it is Konoha that is desperately trying to avoid conflict with us. Fugaku and the elder were utterly impressed. Qian Yao, this is truly a masterstroke. Regardless of how Konoha decides, the Uchiha clan will not incur any losses in this scenario. Danzo must not be allowed to perish. Considerable effort must be expended to safeguard him. The Third Hokage, upon receiving intelligence, cannot afford to eliminate Danzo for a bounty, as his prolonged tenure in the advisory position has resulted in a web of powerful subordinates. His influence over Root is formidable. And Shirwa had previously taken precautions. Danzo will undoubtedly be on guard. Should Konoha expend significant resources to eliminate him, Root would certainly rise in revolt. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that they might even reveal incriminating evidence against the Third Hokage. This remains an opportunity for the Uchiha. If external pressures mount excessively and Konoha lacks an absolute advantage, they will refrain from engaging in conflict. How could such a mindset even exist? How could the Uchiha produce such an astute intellect? Itachi's expression was somewhat unsettled. After all, he still harbored a heart yearning for peace and wished to avert calamity in the ninja world. Qian Yao turned to Itachi and advised, "Itachi, please stay for a moment. I wish to speak with you privately." Itachi steadied himself and found a sense of calm. For the time being, Qian Yao had already demonstrated his sagacity. There must be other plans in store. Qian Yao then addressed Fugaku and the elder. "Let us leave it at that. Plans must unfold step by step, and speaking too much will only overwhelm you. As for the leader's misstep this time." Qian Yao cast a knowing glance at the elder. Fugaku, feeling somewhat anxious, looked to the elder, aware that the gravity of the situation hinged entirely on the elder's judgment. It would not be surprising if he were to be ousted from his position as clan leader. He was not particularly attached to the title. However, with Itachi on the verge of defecting from the village, his authority as leader would enable him to better protect Sasuke and Mikoto. The elder, noticing Fugaku's cautious gaze, seemed to recall the days when Fugaku had fought alongside him on the battlefield in his youth. Qian Yao had entrusted him with the power to decide, and the meaning was abundantly clear. The elder, Shihua, shot a disapproving glare at Fugaku. You may retain the title of clan leader for now, but you shall forfeit half a year's salary to Qian Yao. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief while forcing a smile. That is only fair. Qian Yao smiled in return, as he was in need of funds. The elder looked at Qian Yao with satisfaction. Such strength and intellect assured that the Uchiha would have promising successors. Although Qian Yao was somewhat young, age had never been a barrier. Qian Yao, you should familiarize yourself with the clan's affairs, the elder stated, and everyone present understood the implication. However, Fugaku had no objections, and neither did Itachi. If Qian Yao were to become the clan leader, he would undoubtedly lead the Uchiha to greater heights. Qian Yao, however, displayed no signs of elation and responded rather blandly. We'll discuss it when I have the time. We Uchiha have a long road ahead of us. After bidding farewell to the elder and Fugaku, Qian Yao examined his own abilities that on Fugaku's front, the Bond star was slightly less than 3 stars. As for Itachi, he was just 1/5 away from reaching 4 stars. Qian Yao was both curious about what lay within the 4th star and regarded Itachi as a crucial part of his plan. Itachi, I understand your longing for peace in the ninja world, but do you realize that this current peace will soon be shattered? Itachi bowed respectfully. Senior Qian Yao, I trust you have a solution. Qian Yao gazed at Itachi for a long moment before sighing. He did not answer Itachi's question directly, but instead asked, do you know the origins of our ninjas? Itachi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of why Qian Yao posed such a query. However, Qian Yao had no intention of waiting for a response. He continued, in the cosmos, there exists a race known as the Otsutsuki. He then proceeded to narrate the Otsutsuki clan's plan and how the progenitor, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was sealed away, detailing Black Zetsu's scheme to resurrect her and Madara's manipulation of Obito, which ultimately led to the Nine-Tails rampage. Elucidating everything to Itachi in detail, Itachi's expression grew distant, especially upon learning that the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara was the very instigator of the Nine-Tails incident. He found himself grappling with the complexity of all. Can we prevent Kagaya's resurrection? Itachi pondered, still somewhat naively. Yet, Qian Yao's perspective was decidedly different. Stopping this Otsutsuki's resurrection is merely a superficial remedy. It does not address the root cause. Even if Obito and Madara were to perish, others will rise to attempt Kagaya's revival. Moreover, there is not just one Otsutsuki, even if Kagaya does not return. There are others lurking within the ninja world. We must grow strong enough to confront the Otsutsuki, so that we need not fear any schemes, compared to the lives of an entire planet. How many do you think have perished in the ninja village wars? Itachi's expression shifted as he appeared to engage in a fierce internal debate. Qian Yao remained patient, allowing Itachi the time to process the information. After a prolonged silence, Itachi sighed. I understand, Senior Qian Yao. Qian Yao observed as Itachi's bond gauge finally reached its fullness, realizing that he had grasped the necessary level of connection required to unlock these stars. He placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder. The current situation for the Uchiha is precarious. One of the reasons for sending you out is to leverage Konoha's secrets as a deterrent against any aggression towards us. After all, Itachi, you were a genuine captain of the Umbu and possessed plenty of secrets. However, Qian Yao's revelation surpassed anything Itachi had previously known. Qian Yao shifted the topic, but if Konoha is adamant about besieging our Uchiha clan, then you must expose all of Konoha's intelligence and every secret I've shared with you. Let it be a scorched earth policy. Itachi appeared taken aback. Could such a dire situation truly arise? Qian Yao nonchalantly shook his head. Every plan can encounter unforeseen circumstances, and we must always consider the worst possible outcomes. Remember, the will of man shapes the endeavor, yet the heavens determine the outcome. Itachi contemplated this unfamiliar phrase. silently nodding and understanding. As for Obito's abilities, I just briefed you on them. If the opportunity arises, act decisively. If you cannot kill him, at the very least instill fear in him, ensuring he dares not approach our Uchiha clan again. Understand, Senior Qian Yao. Qian Yao glanced outside to see the dawn's first light beginning to break. It was nearly daybreak. He stood up and stretched. I have just outlined the main direction. Now, let me explain further regarding the stone tablet and the Rinnegan. He then elaborated on the relationship between the Rinnegan and Sharingan, discussing the two methods by which one could utilize the Sharingan without losing their sight, as well as revealing the identity of his cherished Udo-Do and the fact that he would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan in the future. Itachi listened intently, recognizing the importance of this knowledge to the survival of the Uchiha. Awakening the Manjiki Sharingan too early may place a heavy burden on your body. Thus, you must exercise caution in its use. The Manjiki Sharingan is a powerful tool, but a tool must be wielded to have value. Currently, Shirsui's two eyes are in your possession, and we can leverage those to find two allies. You may place the eyes with the ninja crows, and I can summon them whenever necessary. Itachi, now fully trusting Qian Yao, readily agreed without hesitation. Though you know where Shirsui's body ended up after he jumped off the cliff? Itachi was somewhat astonished, as he was the only one present when Shirsui had leapt. How does Senior Qian Yao know this? Yet, Itachi quickly realized that Qian Yao seemed to possess knowledge of all matters. Even knowing the whereabouts of Shirsui's leap was inconsequential. I was the one who collected Shirsui's remains. Qian Yao reminded him that if you ever wish to revive Shirsui in the future, you must preserve his body. In Itachi's gaze, there lingered a hint of yearning. I am aware. Senior Qian Yao, as for who among you and Sasuke will ultimately attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, I find myself more inclined to believe in your potential. Qian Yao candidly conveyed this sentiment to Itachi, who, despite feeling a twinge of embarrassment and gratitude, grappled with conflicting emotions that on one hand, he desired for Sasuke to achieve the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. On the other, having just betrayed his clan, he was deeply moved by Senior Qian Yao's unwavering trust in him. Observing Itachi's expression, Qian Yao discerned the turmoil within him, as he placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, this is a matter of timing rather than a choice that necessitates the sacrifice of one among you. Given my knowledge, I will certainly devise a means for both of your eyes to evolve. However, Sasuke is still young, and you are not in peak condition. Such concerns need not occupy your thoughts at present. In the future, you are to become a beacon of strength for Sasuke, shielding him from all calamities and providing a safe haven that a brother naturally wishes to shoulder some burdens for his younger sibling. If fate decrees that one among you must lose their sight, Itachi would undoubtedly choose to bear that burden himself." Yet, with Qian Yao's rephrased perspective, Itachi found it more palatable, feeling the weight of Qian Yao's expectations. Itachi was touched. "Senior Qian Yao, I apologize," he began, but Qian Yao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for apologies. You still have your family and a support system to rely upon. Peace is a universal aspiration, and neither Shirsui nor you are in the wrong. It's merely that your vision is somewhat limited. You are still young, and the future holds boundless possibilities. Do not become entangled in present dilemmas. After all, your clan has sustained no significant losses, has it?" Itachi, possessing a personality prone to internal conflict, was not what Qian Yao wished to burden with additional psychological weight due to unformed mistakes. Even for someone like Itachi, Qian Yao's words sparked a flicker of hope. "Understand, Senior Qian Yao." Qian Yao turned his gaze towards the sunlight streaming through the window. Casting a long shadow of his form, he directed his conversation toward Itachi. "Take this with you." As he spoke, his Manjiki Sharingan began to rotate, and the shadow on the ground seemingly took on life, gradually morphing into Qian Yao's likeness. Meanwhile, Qian Yao's original shadow grew slightly fainter. Itachi gazed in astonishment at this shadow, realizing it bore an identical aura to Qian Yao. With a wave of his hand, the shadow approached Itachi and gradually melded into his OWNMY shadow, and this shadow clone are virtually indistinguishable. However, it possesses the ability to move swiftly within shadows and can remain concealed within your own. Moreover, my consciousness can transfer to it, allowing for communication in times of urgency, though we will utilize the Ninja Crow for message transmission, adhering to a fixed schedule each night, with his plans nearly complete. Qian Yao stifled a yawn. All right, that should suffice. You may select the companions who will accompany you on this mission and bid farewell to your beloved Sasuke and Izumi. Senior, I, and Izumi. Qian Yao gestured dismissively. I believe she is quite suitable. Do not be bashful. When she was attacked, she continuously cried out, Itachi, save me. Can you guess why? At this juncture, Qian Yao wore a knowing smile that Itachi's face flushed with embarrassment, although he and Izumi were not officially lovers. They were on the cusp of such an acknowledgement. However, following the events of the previous night, their relationship had taken a significant leap forward, and Qian Yao's matchmaking was not unwarranted in a world where individuals mature quickly. Itachi and Izumi, having grown up together, had yet to express their feelings openly. Qian Yao, not averse to nudging them along, posed a direct question. Do you have feelings for Izumi? Itachi, rarely one to blush, nonetheless exhibited a rare shyness in response. It seemed he had never been compelled to answer such a question before, and his hesitation was notable. Qian Yao found amusement in this and chuckled. Very well. If you choose not to answer, I shall assume you do. Indeed, I do have feelings for her. Regaining his composure, Itachi expressed his genuine thoughts. Following that night, his mind was often occupied not only with thoughts of family, but also with Izumi. He could scarcely fathom the pain he would endure should he ever harm her. Observing the fear and lingering trepidation in Itachi's eyes, Qian Yao recognized that many of Itachi's emotions remained unvoiced. All is well now. As I have said, everyone is fine. Do not allow your mind to wander into dark places. Qian Yao reassured him gently. Itachi's life should not be defined solely by his brother. He deserved to experience love as well. He and Izumi shared a fitting bond as childhood friends. Shifting the topic, Qian Yao inquired, as you prepare to leave, have you considered what you wish to convey to her? Itachi's expression shifted, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. 5 streets. Fugaku was taken aback by this revelation. Kushina possesses such wealth? He sought confirmation once more. Mikoto nodded. Indeed, Lord Mito was exceedingly fond of Kushina. Before her passing, she bequeathed her entire estate to her. Not being adept at managing finances, Kushina proceeded to purchase all the land and shops on Asahi Street. Kanro Street, Abitami Street, Soasuke Street, and Yokut Street. Just the land deeds and property contracts alone fill 3 boxes, which I have personally seen. All flickered in Fugaku's eyes. Qian Yao's assertions were indeed accurate. 10 years ago. Asahi, Kenro, Abitami, Soasuke, and Yokut streets were insignificant. However, Konoha had been expanding and developing steadily. These 5 streets had now become the heart of Konoha, with land and property prices skyrocketing exponentially. The wealth of Konoha did not solely derive from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rather, the entirety of the Fourth Hokage couple's inheritance had flowed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's coffers. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had endured a life worse than that of a stray animal. Devoid of food and clothing, living as a mere orphan. Naturally, the inheritance had fallen into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. This meant that Sarutobi Hiruzen had clandestinely amassed such wealth. If utilized for clan development, how many members could the Sarutobi clan boast? Fugaku's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. Qian Yao was not merely speaking without foundation. The ambitions of Sarutobi Hiruzen must extend beyond the simple title of Hokage. Previously, Fugaku perceived the Uchiha and Hyuga clans as the epitome of noble families. However, it was the Sarutobi clan that truly embodied this essence. In terms of numbers, the combined population of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans paled in comparison. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's rate of expansion, it was entirely plausible that in 10 years, there could be 3,000 Sarutobi warriors. The longest night for the Uchiha had drawn to a close. Throughout this night, the majority of Uchiha's combatants had remained awake, from the moment Itachi was ambushed. Forcibly brainwashed by Qian Yao, to the retrieval of Shirsue's eyes and the crippling of Danzo, Qian Yao's ambush on Obito, followed by leading the clansmen against Konoha, and the eldest elder's slander of Danzo, forcefully countering Konoha's actions. Culminating in a strategic meeting afterwards, as the dawn approached, Qian Yao had taken the time to converse with Itachi. Now, As he returned home, fatigue was evident on his face. Upon opening the door, he found his sister, Ruri, waiting for him in the courtyard, seated in her wheelchair. Behind her stood a familiar figure, Uchiha Suzuki, Qian Yao's childhood friend. "Brother," Ruri exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Qian Yao's return. "Welcome back, my esteemed fourth elder." In a peculiar tone, Jiyu greeted Qian Yao, who was met with a stifled chuckle from Lu Li, clearly aware of the situation. Qian Yao broke into an amused silence. Though he had once been a team leader, he still felt quite distant from the elders. Typically, during peacetime, the Uchiha clan refrained from elevating anyone to elder status. Yet Qian Yao had unexpectedly attained this position, surprising both Jiyu and Lu Li without a word. Jiyu had lost her parents at a tender age and had largely relied on the Qian family for sustenance. A capable fighter in her own right, she had awakened her Sharingan during the Nine Tails chaos. However, in the subsequent years, her responsibilities towards Lu Li had limited her from undertaking many missions. Tall and graceful, she bore little resemblance to someone of Qian Yao's age, save for her youthful visage. Jiyu was cheerful and generous, yet exceptionally gentle and attentive towards Lu Li. The three of them shared a familial bond, with Qian Yao serving as the sole pillar of support for the household. Previously, aside from the considerable expenses of running a home, he had also aspired to save funds for Lu Li's future prosthetic limbs. Though such aspirations felt distant, he was determined not to miss any opportunities due to financial constraints. Jiyu selflessly dedicated herself to caring for Lu Li, prompting Qian Yao to take on more missions. However, the current Qian Yao was a changed man. His knowledge had broadened, and his perspective had expanded. He had contemplated Lu Li's health issues and had formulated some strategies in response to Jiyu's jest, he smiled. "It seems I inadvertently made a breakthrough and was promoted to elder. The ensuing stipends will certainly enhance her quality of life." Waving her hand dismissively, Jiyu retorted, "Who wants to hear your nonsense? Hurry up and wash up. You stink." With a shake of his head, Qian Yao went to freshen up, amidst Lu Li's stifled laughter. As he soaked in the water, Qian Yao exhaled contentedly. The bath indeed felt soothing, easing the tension in his body that a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he pondered the fourth star. What could it possibly be? After discussing extensively with Itachi, their bond had reached a 4-star level. Qian Yao clicked on the 4th star on the template. Ding! Uchiha Itachi's 4-star bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Uchiha Itachi's ocular power. Instantly, a surge of immense ocular power rushed into Qian Yao's eyes, bringing a refreshing sensation. This influx of power significantly raised the upper limit of his ocular capabilities. He inhaled sharply, estimating that this was likely Itachi's entire ocular power. Remarkably, Qian Yao's ocular strength had not only been preserved, but had now doubled that of Itachi. The enhancement was astonishingly rapid, validating his efforts to rescue Itachi. 4 stars represented the entirety of ocular power. If one lacked ocular power, then perhaps it was chakra. However, it seemed that aside from these notable characters from the original timeline, others could not achieve such high levels of bonds. Was it a matter of strength or character? After enduring the massacre night, Qian Yao began to contemplate deeply. Besides ensuring the survival of the Uchiha clan and bringing happiness to Lu Li, he pondered what steps he needed to take. Despite the presence of Sasuke and Naruto as safety nets in this world, overcoming repeated calamities seemed feasible. Yet he had arrived. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Qian Yao's eyes. A true man should not merely exist to consume. Nor should he die without leaving a legacy. For a transmigrator, failing to profit would be a loss. With such a powerful clan backing him, it was only rational for the Uchiha to dominate the world. Qian Yao exhaled slowly. He had comprehended much of the bond template that night. As the saying goes, bonds must be nurtured from a young age. This world was rife with geniuses. He could not afford to overlook any of them. Moreover, his Manjiki Sharingan's left eye created clones that were not merely shadow clones capable of ninjutsu. They required the ability of his right eye to be complete. His right eye's ability, command, allowed him to fill the clones with an unlimited supply of substances, chakra, ocular power, flesh, and even soul. This was a straightforward skill, with a low floor and high ceiling, dependent on how one chose to wield it. The current situation of the Uchiha was somewhat precarious, yet the plan to recruit geniuses needed to proceed simultaneously. Having finished washing up, Qian Yao walked into the living room while drying his hair. Breakfast was already set on the table. Why did it take you so long to shower? The food has gone cold. Ji remarked with mild annoyance. Qian Yao shrugged nonchalantly. Apologies, I was a bit tired and dozed off. Ji huffed, then eat quickly and take a nap afterward, as he sat at the table. He inquired, Where is Luli? Ji shook her head slightly. She is in the yard feeding the fish. While eating, Qian Yao spoke. Ji, Luli is stabilized now that I've been promoted to elder. And our household expenses are sufficient. I can hire someone to care for Luli, allowing you to pursue being a ninja. The flicker of reluctance crossed Ji Yu's face before she cheerfully replied. Oh, I'm not as talented as you, a prodigy. Missions are dangerous and arduous. Perhaps it's best I refrain. Memories of the past flooded Qian Yao's mind as he spoke softly. These years, I've troubled you. Thank you for your hard work, Ji Yu. Though his words were sincere, Ji Yu waved her hand dismissively. Why say such things? We are family, and I am happy to care for Luli. Qian Yao chuckled. If that is the case, then decide for yourself that, if you wish to become a ninja, I will find someone to mentor you that's quite suitable, especially since our clan members cannot undertake missions at the moment. As they conversed, a gaze pierced through the window. Observing the two, in the yard, Luli gently scattered fish food into the small pond, her face adorned with a faint smile. Brother has returned. Everything will be all right. In Konoha village, the various ninja clans were similarly restless. The once submissive Uchiha were now displaying their sharp fangs. Although this was unexpected for most, it was not entirely surprising. After all, Danzo's men had come knocking, and the Uchiha clan could not simply acquiesce. Moreover, the shift from spokesperson to hawkish elder Uchiha Sure who indicated subtle changes in the clan's internal power dynamics. Now, the formidable Uchiha Sure, who was in command. The confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Prominent clans have convened to deliberate on the potential transformations that may arise within Konoha village. The Hyuga clan is no exception. Within the conference room, the head of the main family, Hizashi, along with the clan's elder council, comprising the first, second, and third elders, bore expressions of grave seriousness. In a corner sat a man of approximately 40 years, his demeanor calm and detached, as if the proceedings bore no relevance to him. Yet, none dared to challenge him, for he held the esteemed title of the elder of the branch family, the fourth elder. A few years prior, when Hinata was abducted, the main branch of the Hyuga clan faced immense pressure from Konoha, ultimately losing Hizashi's life as a consequence. Although Hizashi narrowly escaped death, the emotions within the branch family were ignited to a boiling point. The branch, having toiled tirelessly for the main family, found it absurd that their head, Hizashi, perished for such ridiculous reasons. This led to a rebellion within the branch family, under the oppressive dominance of the main family. Akin to caged birds, their backlash intensified. The branch collectively adopted a stance of nonviolent resistance, their disdain for the main family evident on their faces. At this juncture, the main family was thrown into disarray. Hastily instructing Hizashi to take Niji, Hizashi's son, under his wing for guidance, they attempted to elevate an individual from the branch family to the position of elder, hoping to quell the unrest, but to little avail. He was compelled to confront a stark reality. The death of Hizashi accelerated the decline of the already waning Hyuga clan. During this incident, Uchiha Shursui mockingly taunted the Hyuga, who felt deeply insulted. However, Uchiha spoke the truth. The Hyuga had previously been deceived by Konoha and were acutely aware of its true nature. Undertaking ordinary tasks posed no issue, but engaging in life and death struggles with the Uchiha was out of the question. Aside from the branch elder, Hyuga Keishin, who seemed to drift in apathy, Hizashi and the other three elders were complex expressions. The elder spoke first. The Uchiha's counterattack is remarkably forceful. However, I suspect that the third Hokage will not relinquish Danzo easily. We must contemplate our stance. The second elder, a formidable figure with battlefield experience, gruffly interjected, "In this world, strength commands respect. The Uchiha now possesses 3 Manjiki Sharingan, which will inevitably lead to conflict with Konoha. Everyone is well aware of how Sarutobi Hiruzen treats us. Perhaps it is time for a change in Hokage. The third elder countered. While the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan is indeed formidable, the third Hokage has both Jiraiya and Tsunade as his disciples. Moreover, in terms of ninja numbers, the Uchiha clan may not dare to initiate war. The second elder scoffed. KZ, what do you understand? Given the Uchiha clan's current momentum in hunting down root members, possessing 3 Mangeki Sharingan is sufficient to decimate a significant portion of Konoha's active forces. Cough. The elder interrupted the second elder's speech. Giant Pain, it is not yet the time for such actions. Though the second elder, Hyuga Giant Pain, felt discontented, he refrained from continuing, merely asserting, I, for one, support the Uchiha clan. The elder then turned to the reticent Hyuga Keishin in the corner. Keishin, what are your thoughts? Keishin's expression remained placid. The branch family will support any decision made by the main family. Unperturbed, the elder pressed on. Keishin, which side do you lean towards? Keishin reiterated, the leader's decision is the path forward for our branch family. The elder fell silent, ceasing further inquiries. That Keishin spoke as if on autopilot, repeating the same few phrases, providing no fresh insights. Hisashi exchanged glances with the elder, then with Keishin, his heart a mix of emotions. It had been the elder's insistence on appeasement that had coerced Hisashi into taking his own life. Subsequently, the elder had forcefully suppressed the branch family. Now, the branch family silence, their refusal to debate, rebut, or suggest, showed their acceptance of fate, indifferent to the family's rise or fall. Without the branch family's efforts to uphold the Hyuga clan, its decline was swift. The elder, now awakened to the gravity of the situation, lamented the tardiness of his realization. Observing the unfolding events, it remained uncertain what the Uchiha would do next. Hisashi too wished to observe before making a decision. Personally, he had no intention of aiding Konoha. Whether to align with the Uchiha would depend on circumstances. After discussing certain details regarding intelligence gathering, the meeting adjourned. Once the others departed, Hisashi sighed deeply. Although the Hyuga's Byakugan was renowned alongside the Uchiha's Sharingan, the Mangeki Sharingan and the legendary divine power, Susa, rendered their Byakugan nearly trivial in comparison. The courtyard of the branch family was adjacent to that of the main family, yet a corridor between them seemed to serve as a boundary separating 2 worlds. Interaction between the main and branch families was virtually non-existent. The branch family's passive demeanor had made it evident to the main family that without the branch, they were nothing, while they remained prideful. They also feared the prospect of having no branch family members left to utilize in the future, leading to a cautious approach in their dealings with them. After the meeting, the branch elder, the 4th elder, returned to the branch family's courtyard, where a faint expression finally crossed his otherwise impassive face. The branch family was predominantly comprised of orphans and widows during the Third Great Ninja War. The main family had retreated entirely within their compound, leaving the branch to bear the brunt of the conflict. Thus, it was mainly the branch who faced death. Adult members of the branch family often married early to ensure that, should they perish in battle, their lineage might endure. These individuals had long been under Hisashi's protection, never lacking in resources or support. Hisashi's esteem within the branch family had been extraordinarily high. Therefore, after his death, the branch erupted in rebellion, which ultimately led to the execution of 15 branch members. Though the main family successfully suppressed the branch, they simultaneously shattered the last remnants of hope within it. The branch then adopted a stance of nonviolent resistance. At this juncture, the main family forcibly extracted the most innocuous Keishin in an attempt to win over the branch, but to no avail. Unbeknownst to them, Keishin, despite his seemingly harmless exterior, harbored profound intentions that he was, in fact, the most extreme among the branch family, harboring a desire for the complete eradication of all main family members upon the return of all Uchiha combatants. Izumi was among those designated for rest, while Itachi, a pivotal figure in the events, was summoned for a meeting. She had intended to wait for Itachi, but Uchiha YK personally delivered the message that Itachi had other pressing matters to attend to, urging Izumi to return home and rest. Reluctantly, Izumi returned home, informed her mother, Yayuki, of her safety, and then sought repose. Although she was weary from a long night, her slumber was plagued by nightmares. She first dreamt of being slain by the masked man with the tiger stripes. followed by a vision of her own death at Itachi's hands. Startled, Izumi sat upright in bed, her mother, Yayuki, gazing at her with concern. "What is it, my child?" "You are drenched in cold sweat." Gasping for breath, Izumi glanced apologetically at her mother. "Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you." "Mom, I just had a nightmare." "What time is it?" Yayuki replied. "It's already 10 o'clock. Itachi has been waiting for you for a while." "Itachi is here?" Izumi exclaimed, throwing off her covers and leaping out of bed. "Mom, why didn't you tell me?" Yayuki smiled silently. Itachi had known Izumi for many years, but this was his first visit to her home. It had been quite some time since she had last seen him, and he had changed considerably. In her hasted dress, Izumi rushed into the living room, where Itachi sat formally on a stool. "Itachi," she panted, standing before him, suddenly at a loss for words. "Are you all right?" Itachi inquired, his gaze penetrating into the depths of her heart. Yayuki was unaware of the events from the previous night, and Izumi was anxious about Itachi facing potential repercussions. After all, defection was a serious matter. Itachi slowly began, "Izumi, I need to leave for a while, and this absence may extend for some time." That it was the first time Itachi reported his whereabouts to Izumi, an action indicative of a rather intimate relationship. Izumi gazed at Itachi in a state of slight bewilderment, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of surprise and concern. Once Itachi made up his mind to undertake something, his resolve remained unshaken. He opened the bag beside him, revealing several skewers of dango, the tricolor rice dumplings. It seemed he would be away for a considerable period next time. Upon seeing that Itachi had brought her dango, Izumi's heart soared with joy. She understood the sentiment behind Itachi's gesture. Overwhelmed with happiness, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes." Itachi looked at Izumi with gentle affection and handed her a skewer of dango. She accepted it eagerly and took a bite. It was sweet. In the branch family of the Hyuga clan, Keishin passed by the training grounds, where the sound of rushing wind was unmistakable. 8-year-old Niji was diligently striking a wooden post with a serious expression. Due to the chaos of the previous night, the Leaf Village Academy was temporarily closed. Hayashi, occupied with various matters, had not attended to Niji, which was why he found himself here. This was the moment he despised the main family the most. However, having witnessed his father's disapproving gaze, he had learned to endure the treatment meted out to him by the main family. Naturally, Keishin, having interacted with him extensively, had imparted valuable lessons to Niji, the most significant being the importance of controlling one's emotions until one was certain of victory. "Niji, do not overexert yourself," Keishin remarked, observing the sweat pooling around Niji's feet, indicating he had been training for quite some time. Niji struck the wooden post 3 times at its chakra points before slowly retracting his hand. "Elder Keishin, what has transpired in the Leaf Village?" As a mere child attending the Jonin school, he was oblivious to the events of the previous night. However, Niji had gleaned from personnel movements that something significant must have occurred in the Leaf. After all, Elder Keishin rarely ventured near the main family. This moment, Keishin finally displayed a semblance of emotion, a smirk of schadenfreude. The Leaf Village had been systematically weakening the Uchiha clan, and Danzo had intended to eradicate them entirely. Yet the plan had faltered, leading to a counterattack from the Uchiha clan, resulting in the demise of over 70 of Danzo's men. Last night, the Leaf and the Uchiha had nearly clashed violently. Keishin's words left Niji astonished. How could the Uchiha dare? Niji, still lacking a clear understanding of the colossal entity that was the Leaf Village, knew only that it was an insurmountable force. One that even their family had to concede to. Keishin, with his hands clasped, gazed toward the Uchiha compound, envy glinting in his eyes. The Uchiha possess 3 formidable warriors capable of shifting the tide of battle. Hence their audacity to resist. In contrast, the Leaf has only one aged and frail Third Hokage. Niji seemed momentarily lost in thought. "Warriors, you say?" Keishin sighed. "Indeed, those who bear the Mangeki Sharingan." Mangeki Sharingan. Niji pondered this unfamiliar term. Having neither seen nor heard of it before, utterly unaware of what it signified, Keishin returned to the present. "You will come to know in due time." Niji nodded slightly. "But who are these 3 warriors?" Keishin chuckled. "Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Chiha, he was unfazed by the prospect of elaborating further, for Niji was quite precocious. Acquiring more information could only serve him well. The first two were familiar to Niji, one being the clan leader and the other, Sasuke's elder brother. Presently, Sasuke was merely a child who frequently spoke of his brother, even though Niji was a year ahead of Sasuke. He had overheard Sasuke boasting about Itachi during recess, AS for Chiha. He was an unknown to Niji, AS Niji processed Keishin's words. The elder's face displayed a glimmer of hope. May you soon grow into a powerful warrior, capable of mastering your own fate. In the Uchiha compound. Afternoon had arrived, and a hungry Sasuke awoke. Chiha, concerned about Sasuke's potential restlessness upon waking, had ensured he slept soundly for the entirety of the day. Upon awakening, Sasuke found his body aching, as though he had been beaten while confined in a sack. He rubbed his body and winced in pain, discovering bruises and abrasions. Did I get beaten while unconscious? How did I even lose consciousness? Oh right, Senior Chiha cast a genjutsu on me. Sasuke quickly donned his clothes and shoes before dashing outside, only to find that Fugaku and Mikoto were absent. Baffled, he stepped out and noticed that some clan members regarded him with peculiar looks, causing him to feel a sense of unease. Turning a corner, he spotted Itachi accompanied by several clan members preparing to depart. Nisan, little Sasuke felt an immense sense of relief and ran towards him. Itachi gestured for the others to proceed. You all go ahead. We will convene at the black market. The dozen or so clan members nodded silently and passed by Sasuke. Heading toward the outskirts of the Leaf Village. Nisan, are you going on a mission? Sasuke observed Itachi's attire and instinctively tightened his grip on Itachi's hand. Yes, Itachi gazed intently at Sasuke, seemingly wishing to engrave the image of his beloved younger brother into his memory. Nisan, you promised to train with me. Sasuke recalled Itachi's previous promise. Itachi smiled softly and gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. Perhaps next time. Ouch! Sasuke rubbed his forehead, discontentedly watching Itachi's retreating figure. Nisan, when is next time? Itachi paused for a moment. Grow strong and wait for my return, Sasuke. Sasuke stood there momentarily dazed, sensing that something significant was amiss. Nisan. This time, Itachi did not look back, his figure vanishing in an instant. Outside the Uchiha compound, several tall towers have been erected by the Leaf Village for monitoring the Uchiha. Instead of heading toward the village outskirts, Itachi approached these three towers that on top of the towers were the Third Hokage's direct Umbu, who began to feel a sense of trepidation upon seeing Itachi's approach. Was that not Itachi? What could he possibly intend to do? A cold glint flashed in Itachi's eyes as he neared the towers. Forming seals with his hands, fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As several massive fireballs shot forth, a few vials crashed against the wooden structure of the towers. Boom! With the aid of the flammable oil. A tremendous fire erupted. The 9 Umbus stationed atop the 3 towers leaped down as though they were dumplings being dropped into boiling water. With a swift motion, Itachi unleashed a flurry of shuriken toward these airborne targets. Itachi, what are you doing? Damn it! Although Itachi's actions were sudden, the Umbu were somewhat prepared. All 9 drew their weapons to defend, yet 2 were struck fatally and fell lifelessly. The 4 who had just called out to Itachi found their vision fade to black as they lost consciousness. As ninjas, falling from a height of several dozen meters would typically not result in harm, but in a state of unconsciousness, thud, thud. 4 dull thuds echoed as they hit the ground, reduced to mere pulp. The remaining 3 were paralyzed with fear. Itachi, are you planning to defect from the village? These Umbu were merely surveillance operatives, lacking in strength. Itachi leaped into the air, swiftly dispatching 2 of them with his blades, before pinning the last Umbu to the ground with a single strike. Poof! The final Umbu coughed up blood, splattering his mask. Itachi's expression remained indifferent as he stepped on a man's chest and retrieved a kunai from his pouch. Return and inform Sarutobi Hiruzen that he need not devise a foolproof plan. I, Uchiha Itachi, have defected from the village. As he spoke, he drew the kunai across the forehead protector. Itachi, the eyes of the Umbu were filled with shock. Itachi had brazenly betrayed the village. Only 2 days prior, he had still been the captain of the Umbu. He held numerous secrets of Konohagakure in his grasp, including patrol routes, rotation times, and the frequency of barriers. Among others, this marked the first open defection from the village since Orochimaru. Subsequently, Itachi withdrew the weapon embedded in the umbu and wiped the blood from it before departing the scene. The remaining umbu, grievously injured, could only lie on the ground, watching as the three towering structures burned and collapsed. Soon after, several umbu leapt down. Number 7. What transpired? Gasping for breath, Number 7 replied, Uchiha Itachi attacked us and openly defected. What? At the Konoha hospital, Kakashi, having lost his eyes, had regained consciousness. And oh, my eyes. Where are my eyes? Kakashi was engulfed in terror. This was the final gift bestowed upon him by Obito, and now it was gone. Everyone he loved in this world had perished, and now even this last remnant of hope had vanished. Kakashi nearly succumbed to despair. Medical ninjas and the nearby umbu quickly restrained him. Once Kakashi had calmed down, they began to explain the events of the previous day. Kakashi was astonished to learn how much had transpired during his unconsciousness. This meant that the Uchiha and Konoha were now at a breaking point, and it was highly likely that conflict would ensue. Even if Obito had gifted him the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan retained the right to reclaim it, for it originally belonged to them, then to Obito, and finally to Kakashi. With Danzo's roots and the Uchiha at odds, Kakashi realized retrieving Obito's eyes was utterly impossible. This realization plunged him further into despair. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage could scarcely believe it. Itachi killed 8 people and then defected? The umbu confirmed. Yes, Itachi stated that you need not devise a strategy. He has betrayed the village. The third Hokage's expression darkened upon hearing this. Indeed, Itachi had awakened from his previous brainwashing. It was only natural for the third Hokage's political indoctrination to be shattered, yet Itachi had managed to attain clarity in a single night. This left the Hokage feeling as though he had lost everything. And the last remark was clearly a mockery. After a moment, the third Hokage inquired, "What are the other Uchiha?" The umbu responded, "The Uchiha civilians continue their daily lives as usual. Some combatants have left the village, but their numbers and whereabouts remain unconfirmed. Itachi took only the elite, and they have mostly concealed their presence." The umbu were unable to ascertain details. Just then, a knock echoed through the room as another umbu entered. "Lord Hokage, Kakashi has awakened and wishes to see you." The third Hokage, deep in thought as he smoked, nodded slightly. "Tell him to rest for now. I will visit him later." "Understood." Everyone dismissed. Yes, once the umbu had exited the office. The third Hokage addressed the empty room. Reinforcements should return, and a voice responded, "Lord Clan Leader, the numbers are too great to conceal." The third Hokage exhaled slowly. "Jiraiya will arrive tomorrow night. For now, we cannot engage in conflict. Have the clan members return in batches. Will 500 suffice?" A figure materialized from the adjacent bookshelf. After all, too many individuals would be difficult to hide, and unless necessary, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish for other ninja clans to be aware of his strength. Although he desired to maintain a fade of power, he was acutely aware that a confrontation between the Uchiha and the village could erupt at any moment, with other ninja clans standing by. 500 Sarutobi clan members would not suffice to quell the situation. "Recall them all," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face marred by frustration. Years of concealed strength were about to be exposed, placing him in a precarious position. This figure recognized the urgency of Konoha's situation, leaving them with no alternative. "Should we summon Asuma back?" The third Hokage took a slow drag from his cigarette, the smoke enveloping his face, obscuring his expression. After the death of his elder brother, Asuma had become somewhat unruly. His thoughts were too naive. Let him hone his skills at the daimyo's residence. He is of no assistance here. As for the mission in the Land of Lightning, do not concern yourself with it. Remain in Konoha for now. Understood. I will make the arrangements at the Konoha hospital. The third Hokage inquired, "How is your recovery, Kakashi?" He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if the previous day's clash with the Uchiha had never occurred, exuding calmness and composure. "Lord Third Hokage, I am fine now, but my Sharingan." The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling Kakashi to cease. The crux of the matter lay with Danzo. Yet Danzo had been grievously injured by Itachi's Genjutsu, and it remained uncertain whether he would awaken. The Umbu had just reported that Itachi had openly defected from the village. Kakashi's expression became distant. This implied that Obito's eyes might very well be irretrievable. The third Hokage was fully aware of how much Kakashi valued that he shifted the conversation. The Uchiha harbor considerable grievances against me. Yet that Sharingan was a gift from Obito. Should you have the opportunity to meet with the Uchiha in the future, you may gauge their stance in the ninja world, regardless of the country. Black markets existed. However, their scales varied. Among them, bounty exchanges served as specialized venues for settling bounties, and the corners were reluctant to venture into larger black markets. Tasks were often accepted in such places. Large black markets resembled vast trading hubs. Aside from the black market entities that could issue and accept missions, one could also privately post requests. However, whether one would receive compensation remained debatable. The black market was not dismantled due to the enmity between the ninja villages. Within the Land of Fire's black markets, one could freely post assassination missions targeting personnel from other villages. Even though the 5 great ninja nations appear to be allied, such pacts often bore the weight of mere parchment. One could also post assassination missions against Kanagakur, but caution was necessary to avoid detection by Konoha's spies. The black market possessed its own intelligence channels, and many ninja villages engaged in trade with it. Consequently, the largest black market in the Land of Fire housed a permanent Umbu presence. Today, a figure entered this black market, their face unobscured. Uchiha Itachi, with a line drawn across his forehead protector, strolled in, and the entire venue fell silent. While Konoha had a share of rogue ninjas, few would so brazenly enter wearing their forehead protectors. Naturally, the black market possessed informants, and Konoha as Itachi confronted the Uchiha and Konoha directly. Relevant information had already been relayed back. The black market operatives recognized that, although young, Uchiha Itachi bore the Mangeki Sharingan. Just a day after being the captain of Konoha's Umbu, he had defected and appeared in the black market. The black market staff, not daring to be negligent, promptly dispatched a receptionist. This receptionist, with a stout appearance and chubby cheeks, had small eyes squished by flesh, his countenance exuding friendliness. "Hello, I am Kitagawa. How may I assist you?" Itachi scrutinized the receptionist, who donned the black market emblem and wore a mask of humility and servility. The surrounding patrons fell silent, those in the know recognizing Uchiha Itachi. Those unaware were curious as to why black market personnel had emerged from the back to personally greet this individual. "I wish to post a bounty of 500 million, Itachi declared. The crowd around him gasped in astonishment. 500 million. To comprehend, even the most expensive rakeage bounty amounts to just over 100 million. Typically, rewards of this caliber are merely for show. Striking down a shadow-level powerhouse proves futile, for they have subordinates and kin to consider. You would be better off targeting an Asuma with a bounty of 35 million. Let us discuss this matter in private." A glimmer of insight flashed in Buyuan's eyes, and his countenance was further adorned with a broad smile. Itachi inclined his head slightly, following Buyuan into the inner chamber. Shortly thereafter, the largest display in the hall showcased a bounty, catapulting to the top position. The bounty for the head of Shimura Danzo from Konoha was set at 500 million. The issuer, anonymous. With a deadline of 18 months, the issuer provides relevant intelligence, with an initial fee of 1 million, decreasing by 100,000 each month until it reaches a minimum of 100,000 per individual. There was no limit to the number of participants, with guaranteed payment. The black market erupted in fervor, 1 million for intelligence. A task with such a high return rate had not been witnessed in many years. Everyone understood that information was most valuable in the early stages. It was entirely normal for its worth to diminish over time. Moreover, this was a guaranteed payment, meaning the funds had already been secured. Now residing in the black market, as long as one possessed the capability to execute the task, they could receive payment immediately. A multitude of individuals rushed to the window, eager to ascertain the details. The personnel stationed at Konoha were taken aback. A public bounty for the village's higher-ups, 500 million. Although no name was given, Uchiha Itachi had indeed mentioned a task worth 500 million upon his arrival. This indicated that Itachi was acting under the family's directive in the black market. There were no convoluted rules. Those accepting the task paid their fee and received a bag containing intelligence. upon opening the bag. They discovered freshly copied intelligence, selectively placed there by Itachi. Naturally, everyone was cautious to protect this information. Those bounty hunters capable of casually parting with 1,000,000 were no ordinary individuals. They understood the significance of early intelligence and took care to shield it from prying eyes. As they examined the intelligence, they gasped. The defense layout of Konoha, patrol routes, lists of Umbu personnel distribution, statistics of route members, detailed profiles of Danzo's right-hand man, the power of his wood-release arm. Those who accepted the task exclaimed that this was a worthy endeavor. Although the defense layout and patrol routes would change, just the intelligence regarding Danzo's wood-release arm was worth 1,000,000. Additionally, the intelligence vaguely indicated that Danzo intended to eradicate the Uchiha to acquire the Sharingan. It became clear to everyone why the Uchiha had openly placed a bounty on the heads of the village's upper echelons. How thrilling. This suggests that Konoha and the Uchiha are on the brink of conflict. This is quite the spectacle. Within the black market, all were fugitives, some possessing considerable intellect. They instinctively recognized the implications. If Konoha and the Uchiha engaged in open conflict, the village would suffer tremendous losses, potentially igniting a war among the ninja world. Konoha's personnel blended into the crowd, paying the fee. Upon reviewing the intelligence, he stood in stunned silence. As an intelligence officer, he was acutely aware of the monumental implications of the information Itachi had divulged. He needed to report this to the village immediately. Just as he resolved to do so, he noticed that he had been encircled by the crowd. His identity could not remain concealed. Those surrounding him recognized him as Konoha's stationed intelligence officer. This is dire. Are they preparing to silence him? Bayuan approached with a smile. Sir, our black market does not permit combat. However, once you step outside, that may not be the case. If needed, we have rest areas available for you to recuperate for a few days. The intelligence officer raised his eyes to the fierce-looking rogue ninjas encircling him, swallowing hard. The intelligence was most valuable at this moment. If he failed to relay it back, Konoha would endure significant losses. Yet he had no other option. I am rather fatigued. I do require a few days of rest. Itachi stealthily exited the crowd, observing that among the 100 present, at least half had purchased the intelligence. He felt a newfound admiration for his senior, Qian Yao. He had not paid up front. Rather, he had arranged for the black market to deduct from the funds of those who registered. Any surplus would be divided, with the Uchiha covering any shortfall, provided that Danzo could be swiftly dealt with. The black market possessed unique means of message transmission. Within half a day, all 4 major ninja villages, excluding Konoha, were informed of the 500 million bounty. These great nations were not short of 1,000,000, and they eagerly purchased the intelligence. What a revelation! They were astonished by the sheer volume of information contained within it. It appeared that the Uchiha clan was poised for a direct confrontation with Konoha. Furthermore, it seemed that Konoha had driven the Uchiha to this extreme. The Uchiha were now adopting a scorched earth mentality against Konoha. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure dispatched their own intelligence teams towards Konoha. Kirigakure, being further away and in disarray, experienced a slight delay in receiving the information. By the time Izukuchi Kiyagura received the news, it was already the following day. Upon awakening, he implemented a policy of isolation for the land of water. Sealing off Kirigakure entirely, he first reported the situation regarding his control through Genjutsu, and declared that he would abdicate his position should anyone achieve notable accomplishments. Subsequently, Yagura faced the dwindling talent pool of Kirigakure, announcing amnesty and recalling defectors. However, the situation in Kirigakure had deteriorated beyond repair, and his credibility had plummeted to an all-time low. And no one believed him that Kirigakure's finances had also plunged into a significant deficit. Yagura's mental strain was immense, reaching its breaking point. At this juncture, news from the black market arrived. 500 million. Keiki Yagura was astonished after hearing the report from Ao that he scrutinized the intelligence released by Itachi. Realizing the gravity of the situation in Konoha, Mizukitsuma, Shidwa-o, a high-ranking official in Kirigakure, was well aware of the village's fiscal woes. Obito had manipulated Yagura to the brink of ruin, draining the entire land of water. Their finances had been in the red for some time now. Were it not for occasional support from the daimyo, Kirigakure would be in a dire state. If they could secure 500 million, their financial burdens would be greatly alleviated. After all, assassination was their specialty. Yagura pondered for a while before responding. I shall go personally. Ao was taken aback. Mizukage-sama, how can that be? What if something happens to you? Yagura exhaled slowly. I was meant to perish when under control that I should never have survived. If I can contribute something to Kirigakure, then so be it. Ao had previously discerned Yagura's intense guilt upon regaining control, leading to a strong inclination towards self-destruction. With the Mizukage harboring such thoughts, Ao had anticipated this reaction. Nonetheless, he urged, Mizukage-sama, you are the Jinchuriki. What if something goes awry? Yagura appeared to have anticipated Ao's concerns. He sighed. Kirigakure is in dire straits. We must take risks. I am not going to accept this task. I'm going to launch an assault on Konoha. Ao's eyes brightened with realization. Mizukage-sama intends to incite war. The Mizukage affirmed. Indeed, if Konoha is strong, I shall aid the Uchiha. If the Uchiha is strong, I shall aid Konoha. As long as they engage in battle, their forces will be depleted should a conflict arise. Konoha will suffer significant losses. At that time, the watchful eyes from the land of fire will multiply. We, the Mist Village, can seize this opportunity to recuperate. It must be said that the strategy of Kajitsu and Yashiro is indeed a perilous gamble. Yet it proves effective. Once a conflict erupts between Konoha and the Uchiha, regardless of the outcome, the strength of Konoha will suffer greatly. The land of fire is an enticing prize, one that no one would refrain from attempting to seize. It was for this reason that Shizumi was once ensnared. The Mist Village, isolated overseas, can simply block all sea routes and implement a policy of self-imposed isolation. No matter the commotion outside, it shall be difficult for them to be affected. He gestured to his own heart. This time, I am prepared. Should I be captured, you must ensure my demise. The Three Tails of the Mist possesses a unique characteristic. It revives at a specific location after death. Previously, even when Rin was enveloped by the Three Tails and pierced through the heart by Kakashi's Raikiri, the beast resurrected at the shores of Lake Qiantang. In fact, on previous occasions, the Three Tails had always re-emerged at this very site. The Mist Village harbors no fear of the Jinchuriki's demise. Their only dread lies in capture. Thus, a talisman has been affixed to Kajitsu and Yashiro's chest, a remote detonation seal capable of obliterating his heart in an instant. Its function is brutally simple, yet the simplicity enhances its margin for error. Should Kajitsu and Yashiro perish suddenly, the Three Tails will not fall into the hands of another ninja village. Yutaka remains in the village. Let Haruame instruct him well, postponing his research on separation for a few years until the technology is matured if I encounter any mishaps. Allow Terumi to succeed me as the fifth Mizukage. While penning his last will on official documents, the Mizukage issued instructions to Ao. Seeing that the Mizukage had arranged everything, Ao refrained from further comment. Though his Byakugan is invaluable, Ao cannot accompany the Mizukage. The disparity in strength between him and Kajitsu and Yashiro is immense. While the Byakugan is convenient, it would render him a prime target in battle. If Kajitsu and Yashiro exercises caution and makes an escape, he should face no difficulties. Moreover, his Byakugan must discern whether Kajitsu and Yashiro has fallen under Jinjutsu upon return. Therefore, he cannot leave the village. Mizukage-sama, which individuals do you intend to bring along? Ao inquired. The Mizukage hoisted his weapon and replied. The villagers are ill-suited for this mission. However, there is one who has attempted to assassinate me, and I shall seek him out in the Rain Village. The current members of the Akatsuki organization include Haiden, Kakazu, Sasori, Zetsu, Deidara, Pain, Conan, and the cannon fodder companions of Kakazu present. The Akatsuki has just eliminated Hanzo of the Salamander and is amassing funds and manpower in preparation for future grand endeavors. However, Obito, who has been leeching off the Mist Village, brought forth dire news. Kajitsu and Yashiro has broken free from control. The Mizukage, who has consistently provided them with substantial funds, is no more. Obito, claiming to be Uchiha, returned from Konoha defeated, casting further doubt on his identity in the minds of Pain and Conan. They had been eagerly awaiting developments between Konoha and the Uchiha, thus paying close attention to intelligence from that front. Unexpectedly, Itachi took the initiative, eliminating several Anbu before defecting. Although Itachi has betrayed the village, it seems he has not betrayed his clan, as he did not leave alone but was accompanied by other clan members. Once Uchiha Itachi dispatched his mission, the Akatsuki was thrown into turmoil. Within a dim cave, several shadows stood atop stone pillars, utilizing the Rinnegan's technique to convene. The figure at the forefront, Pain, gradually opened his Rinnegan eyes. The immense power of his gaze silenced the discussions. Pain slowly spoke. "What thoughts do you have regarding the impending conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha?" "Leader, this is 5 billion. I must be allowed to participate." Kakazu, the most avaricious member of the organization, could hardly resist the allure of such wealth. Pain responded with a nasal sound, but Kakuzu's reaction was anticipated, yet Pain sought more than just this. Haiden and Kakazu remained silent, each harboring their own thoughts. Haiden was aware that the mist forces had already approached, indicating that Kajutsu and Yashiro had been under control, leading to the chaos in the Mist Village. Now that Kajutsu and Yashiro has regained his autonomy, he wishes to rebuild the Mist and the Land of Water, hoping for forgiveness of his treachery, that he now stands in hesitation. In contrast to Haiden's affection for the Land of Water, Kakazu had developed significant psychological issues from years of assassinating his comrades. He questioned his own existence, uncertain of his path or where he might find peace. That it was under the guise of Uchiha Madara that Obito had persuaded him into this organization, to be precise. Kakuzu's trust in Obito, Madara, now surpasses that in Pain. However, Obito has yet to reveal himself, and his collaboration with Nagato remains in its honeymoon phase. Kakuzu is oblivious to the intricacies of their relationship, thus remaining loyal to the organization. That he himself has no love for money. Rather, he seeks to uncover his true self. Consequently, he refrains from engaging in schemes, waiting instead for assignments to execute. He has noticed that Haiden has been acting strangely lately and wishes to investigate further. Many desire to claim that 5 billion. Your competitors have likely already reached Konoha as the organization's intelligence officer, Zetsu, whose true identity is the amalgamation of black Zetsu and white Zetsu, is privy to this knowledge. Though only Obito is aware of his true identity, Kakuzu scoffed. If Konoha's Hokage's advisor could be so easily assassinated, he would not be worth 5 billion in comparison to the 5 billion for assassinating Danzo. The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha holds far greater significance. Perhaps this marks the dawn of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Hidden within his scorpion guise, Sasori emitted a hoarse voice, having betrayed the village years ago and decimated several smaller nations. He has witnessed enough of such conflicts and discerned the underlying issues at a glance. Kakuzu chuckled darkly. Isn't that even better? If Konoha is attacked, it will throw the entire ninja world into chaos, making it more suitable for our actions. That Haiden's eyes flickered with emotion upon hearing these words, but he quickly concealed it. Conan interjected. It remains uncertain whether Konoha and the Uchiha will engage in battle. Yet we should send someone there first. Assassination is my forte, Haiden declared. I shall also take a look, Kakuzu voiced, seemingly intrigued. Such matters cannot proceed without me, Kakuzu asserted, the most eager among them. I wish to collect a few Uchiha puppets. Sasori similarly expressed his desire. Seeing that everyone wished to go, Pain fell into a moment of silence. In that case, let Conan lead the team. You shall act as the situation dictates, the others agreed, severing their connections one by one, leaving only Conan and Pain. It is only in the solitude shared with Conan that Pain's emotions reveal themselves slightly. Conan, let us see if we can finally take Danzo's life. Years ago, Danzo and Hanzo had conspired to abduct Conan, leading Yahiko to ultimately take his own life in Nagato's arms. This has become an enduring pain for both Nagato and Conan, regardless of how Nagato's thoughts have evolved since then. However, the animosity towards Danzo will not wane in the slightest. Previously, Danzo secluded himself within his roots, to the extent that even the ordinary citizens of Konoha were largely unaware of his existence. For those outside the village, it was even more challenging to discern his whereabouts. Danzo, who seldom saw the light of day, rarely ventured out of Konoha. Naturally, Nagato, and Konan had no means to exact their revenge. Yet, the situation has changed. The Uchiha clan, under Danzo's oppression, is now boldly confronting Konoha village. On the day following their conflict, Itachi defected from Konoha and placed a bounty on Danzo's head in the black market. It was evident that he anticipated Konoha would certainly protect Danzo. Under such circumstances, any spark could easily ignite a confrontation between Konoha and the Uchiha. This chaos presents the greatest opportunity. Konan understood Pain's intent. I am aware that if given the chance, I shall not spare Danzo. Pain pondered briefly. It would be prudent to make contact with the Uchiha clan. Konan inquired, puzzled. What do you mean? Pain replied calmly. Uchiha Obito must have had a conflict with the Uchiha. As he lacks sufficient ocular power to maintain control over Uchiha Itachi, he has always feigned mystery. I suspect his involvement in the deaths of Jiraiya and the Great Buddha. If he truly is Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha would undoubtedly recognize him. Alternatively, collaborating with the Uchiha to eliminate Danzo is also a viable option. Should a conflict arise between the Uchiha and Konoha, we may seize the most critical assets, thereby advancing our plans. Konan was well aware of what these critical assets were. The Nine Tails, the strongest among the tailed beasts, and also one of the most challenging to acquire. Should chaos erupt in Konoha, it would be an opportune moment to take advantage. Konan responded coolly. If the opportunity arises, I shall do so. Pain instructed. You should proceed first. I have recently enhanced my control over the Rinnegan and am currently practicing a new technique. Konan sensed Pain's desire to come personally and expressed her concerns. There are far too many people around Konoha now. It will be perilous for you to come. Your body cannot withstand prolonged combat. Pain fell silent for a moment. His true body, Nagato, had previously been rendered a mere husk by the spikes of the outer path. He had only just begun to recover and was indeed incapable of enduring drawn-out battles. If there was no opportunity to capture the Nine Tails, it would be wise not to expose too much information about the organization. Upon hearing Pain's words, Konan breathed a slight sigh of relief. She cared for no one else but Nagato. I shall observe to see if any suitable individuals arise whom we can recruit. The Akatsuki is currently in dire need of both funds and manpower. And now, many bounty hunters with some strength are flocking to Konoha. This is undoubtedly a prime opportunity for recruitment, as the entire shinobi world focuses on the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. The bounty ninjas in the black market have imparted a lesson to Konoha on the value of swift action. That Itachi's departure from Konoha during the day saw the bounty placed by afternoon. By nightfall, Konoha was under attack. Approximately 10 individuals, leveraging the intelligence provided by Itachi, managed to bypass the outer patrols of Konoha. They infiltrated the route base by circumventing the patrol routes of the Umbu. Were it not for the recent re-establishment of barriers within the route base, one might question whether Danzo is still alive. The route and Konoha's Umbu had become somewhat disconnected. Upon discovery, some individuals managed to escape amidst the chaos of the assault. In the Hokage's office, the already anxious Third Hokage found it even more challenging to sleep upon reading the report. Uchiha Itachi has placed a bounty of 500 million for Danzo's head. And he has leaked the patrol routes? Following the attack on the village, delayed news from the black market finally reached him. The Third Hokage was politically astute. Upon seeing this bounty, he was rendered momentarily speechless. The long-standing discord between the Uchiha and the village had always been a known issue. As long as the details remained obscured, there would be little external reaction. Now, the Uchiha openly declared that Konoha and they were on the brink of conflict. The bounty on Danzo, set at 500 million, serves as both a distraction for Konoha and a lure for bounty ninjas to gauge its vulnerabilities. What truly troubled the Third Hokage was that the other 4 great ninja villages would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to assess Konoha's condition. It was no longer a matter of whether the Uchiha were retaliating openly. Even if the Uchiha were contemplating rebellion, the Third Hokage would not dare to respond. Should a conflict arise between Konoha and the Uchiha, Konoha would find itself in grave peril. The Third Hokage contemplated that the other ninja villages were likely already en route. When did the Uchiha produce such a clever individual? Could it be that the assailants had anticipated all of this while targeting Danzo? Summon the medical personnel from the route. Yes, the departed to carry out the order. Due to the prior discord instigated by Uchiha Shursui, the root had not allowed Konoha's medical personnel to treat Danzo, opting instead for their own. After all, the root relied heavily on Danzo. Should anything happen to him, their situation would be dire. Danzo was an exceedingly suspicious individual. Were his subordinates to be honest? Not long after, a medical ninja clad in a white hat arrived. The third Hokage scrutinized him. This individual was likely named Fujiguro. He was a key member of the root's medical team and had participated in Danzo's modifications. How is Danzo's condition? How long until he awakens? The third Hokage forewent pleasantries, directing his inquiry immediately. Following the attack on the root, Fujiguro had also received news of the bounty on Danzo that he appeared quite flustered. As Danzo lay unconscious and the root lacked a leader, in response to the Hokage, he stated, Lord Danzo has suffered significant mental trauma and is in poor physical condition. He will likely awaken in approximately 1 week. The third Hokage was already aware that Danzo's arm had been modified 2 years prior. Fujiguro merely stated the facts. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. Is there any way to expedite his awakening to 3 days? Fujiguro, while not entirely oblivious to the situation in Konoha, felt the weight of the third Hokage's gaze. He sensed the gravity of the matter. Lord Hokage, it is not that I lack the will to assist. Rather, Lord Danzo's spirit has been subjected to a special jinjutsu attack. He is on the brink of collapse. Awakening within 7 days is already an exceedingly optimistic scenario. As a scholar of ninjutsu, the third Hokage was undoubtedly knowledgeable and fully understood the severity of Danzo's injuries. His inquiry served merely to lay the groundwork for his subsequent remarks. The third Hokage tapped his pipe against the table. You have seen the bounty in the black market, correct? The Uchiha are now intent on taking Danzo down with them. This situation must be resolved by ensuring Danzo awakens. The third Hokage's words were partially true, aimed at exerting pressure on Fujiguro. Having only recently survived the attack, Fujiguro understood that the third Hokage's concerns were valid. Yet he still wore a troubled expression. Lord Hokage, I am acutely aware of the urgency, but Lord Danzo truly cannot awaken at this time. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes. The medical conditions in the root are subpar. Transfer Danzo to the Konoha hospital. He may recover more swiftly there. Fujiguro displayed an awkward demeanor. Lord Hokage, I cannot make that decision. After all, I am merely a medical personnel. Fujiguro was not entirely powerless. He simply wished to avoid taking on that responsibility. Should anything happen to Danzo at the Konoha hospital, the other members of the root would surely hold him accountable. The third Hokage seemed to anticipate Fujiguro's response, that he thus offered, I will dispatch some to assist you in the defense. Upon hearing this, Fujiguro hesitated, stammering. The third Hokage's expression darkened. It is settled. I will send 4 teams over. I can increase the numbers if necessary. Yes, Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave now. The third Hokage waved his hand, granting permission for him to depart. Fujiguro exited the office with a grim expression. It was the third Hokage's adamant decision to insert someone into the situation, and he found himself powerless to intervene. Indeed, such was the case. Fujiguro maintained a look of resignation, his mind already concocting strategy. After Fujiguro's departure, the third Hokage returned to his desk, diligently perusing the intelligence reports that the continued to relay. Following the attack on Konoha, the Konoha informants, previously sheltered by the black market, were now free to leave its confines. After all, Konoha had already been assaulted, rendering secrecy unnecessary. Upon their return, the informants provided a more detailed account of the situation. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on as he noted how many individuals from the black market had taken on this task. Given the rapid dissemination of news from the black market, it was likely that other nations would soon seek to capitalize on the chaos. Come in, he called. Yes, Hokage-sama. An member entered the room. Please summon Hinata Hizashi. Understood. Once the had departed, the third Hokage lit a cigarette. His irritation palpable as he approached the window. His expression shifted unexpectedly, just as he suspected. The next moment, a figure with white hair slipped through the window that a sense of relief washed over the third Hokage as he scolded. So, you do remember to return, do you? The figure, clad in wooden clogs and of a robust build, bore a forehead protector inscribed with the character for OILIT was none other than Jiraiya. The third Hokage's disciple, famously known as the Sage of the Toads, the Hokage-sama. What else with all the fury? I rushed back day and night upon receiving your message. Jiraiya chuckled nonchalantly. The third Hokage, well aware of Jiraiya's antics, could not suppress his frustration. Look at yourself. I tasked you with investigating Orochimaru's whereabouts, and yet you have brought back no news after so long. What have you been doing with your time? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiraiya scratched his nose. Orochimaru has bases scattered everywhere. It's not so easy to track him down. Humph. Then what have you been occupied with these past 2 years? The third Hokage reprimanded. Realizing he needed to present some substantial findings to placate the third Hokage, Jiraiya adopted a serious demeanor. In truth, I have traced Orochimaru to the land of rice, but I hadn't pinpointed his exact location when you summoned me back. The third Hokage regarded Jiraiya with skepticism, but considering the current predicament facing Konoha, he chose not to dwell on past matters. He sighed. You are aware of the situation within the village, correct? Jiraiya's expression grew grave. I learned of it during my journey. The third Hokage moved to his desk and handed Jiraiya a report detailing the recent attack on the root base. Following Itachi's betrayal, the patrol routes had been compromised, leading to the assault on the root base. Fortunately, the root personnel were numerous and cautious, ensuring that Danzo's life was spared. The third Hokage proceeded to explain the recent occurrences that Jiraiya had been unaware of while traveling. After swiftly reviewing the report, Jiraiya's demeanor turned serious. Why not simply hand Danzo over to the Uchiha? After all, he's the one who has caused all this trouble. Jiraiya had never been fond of Danzo. Wishing for the man's demise, the third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette. You think I haven't considered that? The root has many personnel, and their vigilance is heightened. I cannot mobilize too many Umbu. Both Kurama, Shikaku, and Mito Gate are obstructing me. Jiraiya retorted, why do you care about them? You are the Hokage. The third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. Jiraiya's grasp of politics was woefully inadequate. Setting aside the issues with the other two advisors, Danzo was a tool of the third Hokage himself. Did he not fear that a cunning rabbit would be hunted down? Danzo possessed a wealth of sensitive information regarding the third Hokage. Should it be revealed, the third Hokage would be ousted in no time, that if the third Hokage were truly as treacherous as he appeared, he would have already contemplated betraying Danzo. He waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to respond to that line of inquiry. Instead, he posed a crucial question. Are you capable of confronting the Mangekyou Sharingan? In truth, Jiraiya had never fought against the Mangekyou Sharingan, lacking any point of reference. He spread his hands in resignation. Even if I could defeat one, there's no way I could take on three. Jiraiya was not devoid of political insight, but he was reluctant to engage in conflict with the Uchiha. It was well known that Konoha's ultimate weapon was the Nine Tails. However, the Mangekyou Sharingan was particularly effective against Jinchuriki. Furthermore, Konoha needed to keep the Nine Tails hidden, otherwise the Uchiha could easily seize control of it and lay waste to the village. Even if the third Hokage were to employ the Reaper Death Seal, he was not in a position to sacrifice himself. Additionally, the Mangekyou Sharingan was not singular in existence. The Hige clan had suffered a grievous betrayal at the hands of Konoha in the past. Did Jiraiya truly expect them to fight for Konoha? It would be a blessing if they did not side with the Uchiha. In reality, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were also fence-sitters. A change in Hokage would incur no loss for them. As for the other major clans, they had all been wronged by Danzo. The best-case scenario would be for them to remain neutral. Thus, the third Hokage was in a rush to recall the Sarutobi clan. If a conflict erupted between Konoha and the Uchiha, the very existence of Konoha would be in jeopardy. The concealment of the Sarutobi clan would be rendered meaningless. Taking a drag from a cigarette, the third Hokage slowly exhaled. I called back some personnel from the border. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Are there many? The third Hokage frowned. Yes, there should be enough to deter the Uchiha, as long as the Uchiha are hesitant to act. The spies and bounty hunters from the other villages pose no threat. During this period, you will remain in Konoha. I will seek an opportunity to discuss matters with the Uchiha, and you shall accompany me then. Jiraiya was in favor of this approach. as he too wished to avoid conflict within the village. Very well, I shall stay in the village for the time, being tea that moment. A knock echoed from outside the door. A signal unmistakably belonging to the Umbu. Enter Hokage-sama. Hisashi-san is already in the reception room awaiting you. The following day, classes resumed normally at the Ninja Academy. In various villages, spies from enemy nations lurked about. However, these ordinary spies could only glean information that was already widely known, that if the Ninja Academy were to remain closed indefinitely, it would portray Konoha as particularly insecure, after having repelled the bounty hunters the previous night. Coupled with Jiraiya's return and the Third Hokage's negotiations with the High clan, Konoha had seemingly returned to normalcy. Well, it appeared normal. Beneath the surface, however, turbulent currents continued to surge within the Uchiha clan grounds. Chia, are we really sending them to school? Fugaku inquired, perplexed. They won't learn much there, and it's dangerous. Chia chuckled lightly. Clan leader, why are you so apprehensive? Konoha is currently more afraid of us than we are of them. If we keep the children within the clan, it would only make us seem timid. Besides, if our people do not venture into Konoha, how can we understand their movements? I need an excuse to visit Konoha. And rest assured, with me around, Sasuke will be safe. Fugaku glanced at Sasuke, who stood silently nearby. Very well, but do take care on your journey. Chia signaled reassuringly that I shall take my leave now, clan leader. Remember what I said concerning Izumi. Fugaku nodded. Rest assured, I am aware. Qian Yao swiftly appeared before a group of young sprouts. Leading them away, Fuyu gazed silently at Qian Yao's departing figure for quite some time. Qian Yao had made a special trip to speak with him, essentially conveying that Itachi was indeed a genius. Yet Fuyu remained woefully uninformed about him. The two obstinate individuals had nearly brought their entire clan to ruin, and their relationship was now exceedingly strained. If they wished to mend their bond with Itachi, they could begin by addressing his interpersonal connections. As luck would have it, there was an immediate opportunity. Izumi. Itachi had been in the company of Izumi for 6 or 7 years, and Fuyu was completely unaware of her existence. Only after Qian Yao's reminder did he realize the need to learn more. Itachi, being the person he was, could hardly be considered fickle, although Izumi was still young. She was already akin to a future daughter-in-law. Naturally, Fuyu could encourage Mikoto to reach out, ascertain if there were any difficulties, and offer assistance. If there were no obstacles, they would create some to help. At the very least, he wanted Itachi to know that his father had done something for him upon his return. Qian Yao, accompanied by Sasuke and the other young sprouts, gradually emerged from the clan's territory. He wished to observe how Konoha would respond, while harboring other intentions as well. Although there were risks in going to Konoha, Qian Yao felt confident in his abilities. With so many Uchiha members, there were certainly more than just Sasuke attending the Ninja Academy. There were those older and younger than Sasuke. However, the young sprouts who usually walked alongside Sasuke had now formed a noticeable distance between themselves and him. They possessed ninja potential, and most likely had combat personnel in their families. All the combatants were aware that Itachi had betrayed the clan, but had been persuaded to return. Although Itachi had caused no harm to the clan, the Uchiha were not known for their temperaments. Had Itachi not possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, a confrontation might have ensued on the spot. Upon returning home, there would certainly be no kind words spoken. Currently, the situation was that Sasuke had become isolated. He had also caught wind of various rumors, reflecting on Itachi's departure the previous day. The concealment by his parents left Sasuke feeling deeply troubled. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. His sadness and confusion were evident on his face. Qian Yao noticed Sasuke's expression, but found himself too preoccupied to attend to him. As he approached the school, the Umbu had already detected his presence, and someone left the group, evidently to report. Upon entering the school, he found even more eyes watching him. After all, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki residing within the school, no one dared to be negligent. Once inside, Sasuke and the other young sprouts made their way to their respective classrooms, while Qian Yao leisurely followed behind Sasuke, hands tucked into his pockets. The wooden corridor of the Ninja Academy echoed with the sound of wooden shoes on the floor. Qian Yao's attention was piqued as he spotted Jiraiya. Indeed, Jiraiya had returned. The Third Hokage still had a few powerful cards to play, with Jiraiya being the most effective among them. Jiraiya was undoubtedly a fervent protector of Konoha. Qian Yao recalled a scene from his original timeline where Jiraiya, fearing that Tsunade would render Orochimaru's hands useless, contemplated killing her. This demonstrated that, in Jiraiya's eyes, nothing was more important than Konoha. He would not allow anyone to harbor ill intentions toward it. Furthermore, with Jiraiya's current strength ranking among the T1 echelon, it was only fitting that he was there to keep their Mangeki in check. Following Sasuke, Qian Yao noticed Jiraiya trailing him. Upon seeing that Qian Yao had no intention of entering the classroom or approaching Naruto, Jiraiya felt a measure of relief. After escorting Sasuke to the classroom, Qian Yao leaned against the corridor wall. Jiraiya approached him, inquiring, "Are you Uchiha Qian Yao?" Qian Yao lifted his eyelids slightly, disregarding Jiraiya's presence. Exuding an air of indifference that epitomized Uchiha pride, he had every right to be arrogant. At merely 17 years of age, he had already attained the Mangeki Sharingan, positioning him above 99% of the ninja world. Jiraiya's expression soured slightly. It was evident that dealing with the Uchiha was no easy task. "What brings you here?" he asked. Qian Yao regarded Jiraiya with an expression of disdain, responding, "Aren't you monitoring Sasuke?" "Naturally. I'm here to protect him. You expect me to be a mere tourist?" Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The Uchiha's reasoning was indeed quite forthright. After all, Konoha had a history of misconduct. However, the Uchiha clan need not attend classes, yet they had chosen to do so. To suggest that Qian Yao had no ulterior motives would be incredulous. Jiraiya struggled to formulate a response, his words falling flat. Fortunately, Kakashi arrived at that moment, easing the awkwardness for Jiraiya. "Uchiha Qian Yao," Kakashi called out. Qian Yao cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, remarking, "Isn't this Konoha's renowned technician, Kakashi?" At this stage, Kakashi had already become proficient in utilizing the Sharingan to copy and replicate others' techniques, marking him as a rising star within Konoha. However, given that Qian Yao's own Sharingan had been taken from him, his words bore a hint of mockery. Though 3 years younger than Kakashi, Qian Yao was not entirely unfamiliar with him. The original Qian Yao had opposed the decision to give Kakashi the Sharingan when Obito had entrusted it to him. Ultimately, his objections had been in vain, as his voice had little weight. Yet, times had changed, and now their identities and strengths had reversed. That M.Y. Sharingan was taken by you? Kakashi glared at Qian Yao, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. Qian Yao chuckled lightly. "You need to understand that you bear the name Hitaki, not Uchiha. The entire ninja world knows that the Sharingan belongs to my Uchiha clan. Don't think that just because Obito entrusted that to you, it rightfully belongs to you. Obito had no authority over his own Sharingan." Qian Yao's arguments were both logical and irrefutable. Obito's I was of immense significance to Kakashi. He was determined to reclaim it at all costs. Kakashi took a moment to compose himself and then spoke softly. "Qian Yao, do you understand how important that Sharingan is to me?" Qian Yao spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Originally, given the relationship between my clan and the late White Fang, it wouldn't have mattered if Obito's I was used by you. However, considering that Konoha seeks to eradicate my Uchiha clan, how could I possibly allow you to use the Sharingan? That would be tantamount to aiding the enemy." Kakashi's face shifted through various shades of anger and frustration. He was merely an Umbu captain and lacked the authority to criticize Danzo. Even though Kakashi harbored disdain for Danzo, the public setting, with Jiraiya present and the Umbu nearby, left him unable to voice his opinions. Jiraiya, witnessing Kakashi's discomfort, chimed in, "Qian Yao, this situation was entirely orchestrated by Danzo. Konoha did not wish for such events to unfold." Jiraiya's position and demeanor allowed him to speak freely, unperturbed by Danzo. Qian Yao scoffed, "How absurd. You think a mere statement like Danzo acted unilaterally can absolve you of all blame? You must understand that, including my 2 teammates. 10 other clan members perished in the ambush orchestrated by Root, that we nearly faced extinction. You think a couple of words can make us simply forget?" Jiraiya stared at Qian Yao. "What do you Uchiha intend to do?" Qian Yao coldly replied, "We want Danzo dead. Until Danzo meets his end, we shall discuss nothing further." Jiraiya's chakra surged, indicating his readiness to engage. "I have only heard of the infamous Mangeki Sharingan. I have never had the opportunity to witness it. Qian Yao interrupted Jiraiya's speech. Do not attempt to test the limits of the Manjiki Sharingan, should you dare to lay a hand upon us. The Uchiha clan shall swiftly descend upon you. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Are you plotting a rebellion against Konoha? Qian Yao waved his hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with Jiraiya. Do not attempt to label me. Should you strike, we Uchiha shall retaliate. You may test whether my Manjiki Sharingan can even send out a distress signal. Jiraiya found himself at an impasse. He indeed wished to gauge the prowess of the Manjiki Sharingan. To probe the depths of the Uchiha clan. To his surprise, Qian Yao refused to take the bait, presenting an air of mutual destruction. Although Jiraiya suspected Qian Yao was merely posturing, he dared not gamble. Should the Uchiha truly act, the casualties would not be a trivial matter. Jiraiya felt stifled, yet ultimately had to suppress his urge to strike. As the pressure on him eased, Qian Yao recognized that Jiraiya had indeed succumbed to fear. He had anticipated this response, and a contemptuous smile crept across his face. Did you think I would be so foolish as to reveal the true power of the Manjiki Sharingan? Jiraiya scoffed. Itachi Uchiha has already betrayed the village. You are left with but 2 Manjiki Sharingan. Qian Yao chuckled lightly, acknowledging Jiraiya's perceptiveness while recognizing his intent to probe for further intelligence. Nevertheless, he did not mind imparting a morsel of information to Jiraiya. So what if Itachi has defected? He does not represent the clan's betrayal. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Qian Yao. Your clan has accepted such a traitor. Are you preparing to rebel as well? Qian Yao was impervious to Jiraiya's simplistic rhetoric. Think as you wish. Itachi was coerced into defection by your Hokage's aid, and this is a truth known throughout the shinobi world. As for the Uchiha clan's stance on defection, it hinges upon how you, in Konoha, deal with Danzo. What does it signify when you publicly place a bounty on the higher-ups of Konoha? Jiraiya was equally aware of the turmoil such a bounty would instigate within Konoha, and his anger flared at the thought. Qian Yao remarked with intrigue, do not claim you lack evidence to prove we Uchiha are behind this bounty. Even if you possess such evidence, what would it matter? He seeks the annihilation of our clan, and I should spare him for the sake of the new year. Rather than waste time here, you would be wiser to eliminate Danzo and exchange his head for 500 million. Strangely, Jiraiya found himself contemplating the feasibility of killing Danzo for that sum. Although he did not lack for money, Danzo's death would undoubtedly ease the tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. Yet, it remained a mere thought. The Third Hokage would never permit IT that moment. Jiraiya could not muster his usual forceful demeanor, instead resorting to obstinate retorts. The Hokage's aide is not someone you can simply dispose of at will. Moreover, Danzo has yet to awaken, making any investigation impossible. In terms of verbal sparring, Jiraiya was no match for Qian Yao. Furthermore, Qian Yao had orchestrated the entire situation, having anticipated Konoha's reactions and responses long before. That Danzo's current state was a deliberate act by Qian Yao, allowing Itachi to spare him, intending for him to take the blame. The scapegoat must indeed fulfill his role. Qian Yao remarked nonchalantly. Then we shall await Danzo's awakening. After all, the Uchiha can afford to rest for a time. Jiraiya found himself at a loss. Had the Uchiha not placed the bounty on Danzo, matters would have remained straightforward. Once they issued the bounty, however, the situation grew increasingly convoluted at that moment. The bell signaling the end of class rang. And Qian Yao ignored Jiraiya, following Sasuke away. Among the crowd was Naruto, who dared not lower his guard, trailing closely behind Qian Yao. Kakashi, having received no satisfactory outcome, opted to report to the Third Hokage. The break between classes was relatively lengthy, and with the next lesson being outdoors, the students made their way to the playground. The presence of unfamiliar adults within the school was not unusual for these shinobi students, as many clans frequently visited to check on their children. Aside from Qian Yao, who prominently donned the Uchiha clan attire, Jiraiya's outfit appeared somewhat peculiar. Having spent little time in Konoha, Jiraiya was not well versed in Naruto's situation. Observing Naruto with his exuberant grin, he mistakenly believed Naruto was living a charmed life. Sasuke, why do you seem so down today? Shall we have another race? Sasuke was perpetually surrounded by girls from the class, which filled Naruto with envy. Long for the effortless affection Sasuke received. while he himself had to strive for attention. Everyone inexplicably detested him, labeling him a monster. Yet he had done nothing to warrant such treatment, and remained perplexed by it all. He did not wish to be ignored. Even being disliked was preferable to solitude. Though Naruto often teased Sasuke for being arrogant, in reality, Sasuke was one of the few who did not shun him. However, today, Sasuke lacked the spirit for such banter. He cast a glance at Qian Yao in the distance. Maybe next time, Naruto. Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke never refused his challenges. What was different today? At 7 years old, Naruto was not particularly astute, but he had his own ways of reasoning. "Oh, Sasuke, have you conceded? You know I'm serious today. So, is that why you've given up?" Sasuke, still just a child of 7, was easily provoked by Naruto's taunts. "Is that so? You have never bested me." For the moment, Sasuke cast aside thoughts of his brother and began to bicker with Naruto. Naruto's resilience in the face of adversity was largely due to his thick skin. What happened in the past is irrelevant. "I'm serious today, and you are bound to lose. Just say whether you dare or not. What is there to fear?" Nearby, several girls in the class whispered among themselves. "Look, foolish Naruto is challenging Sasuke again. He really is overestimating himself, losing every time yet still having the nerve. Who cares? We just want to see Sasuke, that he looks so handsome today. Ah, Sasuke is so cool." A group of girls nearby whispered various sounds. Qian Yao leaned against a tree, keenly aware of everything around him. After all, he was the most handsome face in the ninja world, and even as a child, Sasuke had garnered significant popularity, although the girls' voices were soft. Qian Yao could hear them distinctly. He had little interest in the competition between Naruto and Sasuke, but his gaze wandered and he noticed many familiar faces among the girls. One had pink hair, another blonde, and there was also a girl with white eyes secretly watching Naruto from the side. In a nearby corner, there was someone with a dog, wearing sunglasses, looking lazy and impatient, munching on chips with an air of nonchalance. The other three seemed to belong to a different level altogether, and he did not catch sight of them. The atmosphere around Naruto was filled with raucous cheers. It was no surprise that Sasuke easily won the contest. As usual, Naruto began to mutter excuses about not performing well and not taking it seriously. Many found Naruto's attitude irritating and believed he was overestimating himself. Yet, Qian Yao understood that this was Naruto's way of surviving. Only by being shamelessly annoying could he gain any attention. In truth, he was a lonely child, deeply afraid of solitude. After all, outside of school, it was a miracle if people were not throwing stones at him. The architect of all this was none other than the heartless Third Hokage, whose intention was to control Naruto. Had the Third Hokage possessed even a modicum of conscience, Naruto's childhood would not have been so tragically miserable. Not only did he take away the inheritance left by the Fourth Hokage and his wife, but he also forbade anyone from approaching Naruto. Otherwise, with the popularity of the son, Minato Namikaze, Naruto would not have had to endure such a fluctuating existence. The Third Hokage only cleaned up after Naruto's mess while continually allowing him to stir trouble. Naruto sought attention, while the Third Hokage thrived on the disdain others held for him, positioning himself as Naruto's sole beacon of light. Qian Yao's thoughts drifted further. Kakashi too had suffered greatly. The death of his father during his childhood had inflicted profound psychological scars. After finally healing somewhat with the help of friends, he then witnessed the tragic death of his closest friend, albeit a fake death, and was forced to kill Rin. His entire mental world collapsed, leading to severe PTSD, with him spending each day guarding Obito's eyes, living in a state of despair. He frequented the memorial stone more often than he visited restaurants. Every day passed in a numbed haze as he mechanically completed the various tasks assigned by the Third Hokage. Living like a mere shell of a person, he never considered whether his father's death was suspicious or whether his teacher's only child was living well. In Qian Yao's perspective, while the Sharingan temporarily elevated Kakashi's prowess, it also constrained his potential. After all, White Fang had no Sharingan, yet he wielded a short blade that made the Sand Village weep. He directly created a formidable opponent in the form of Scorpion. As Qian Yao pondered, time continued to drift by. He realized that the curriculum at the Ninja Academy was, in fact, quite limited. Now, in peacetime, the 7-year-old newcomers were merely engaged in basic literacy, cultural knowledge, physical training, and repetitive indoctrination of the will of fire. It must be said that schools serve as excellent venues for nurturing relationships among the heirs of various clans. These children were still young, and there was no significant enhancement of skills. More importantly, it was about forming small groups, facilitating easier control for Konoha in the future. The knowledge imparted may be useful for commoners. But for the elite, it was hardly more than trivial. The Umbu monitoring Naruto, along with Jiraiya, kept a close watch on Qian Yao, fearful that he might harbor intentions toward the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If Qian Yao were to attempt to enslave the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with the Mangeki Sharingan, Konoha would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Jiraiya felt the weight of anxiety. He could not gauge Qian Yao's behavioral patterns and could only remain vigilant. Yet, Qian Yao merely stood near Sasuke, not even glancing at Naruto. As the day school experience came to an end, Qian Yao, accompanied by Sasuke and others, approached the school gate. By this time, many parents had gathered to pick up their children. Qian Yao astutely noticed that Naruto, who had previously been boisterous, now wore a downcast expression, but he deliberately took Sasuke's hand, and Sasuke looked at him with curiosity, as their relationship was not particularly close. Qian Yao whispered in Sasuke's ear, "If you call Naruto over and say a few words, I will tell you about Itachi." Sasuke trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but Qian Yao quickly added, "Act natural. There are people watching." Sasuke's mind raced. As the heir of the Uchiha clan, he was more astute than other children, but he nodded silently, feigning a close bond with Qian Yao as he gripped his arm. Qian Yao then lifted little Sasuke and placed him on his shoulders, allowing him to ride atop his neck. Sasuke let out a somewhat exaggerated cheer, but it did not draw much attention, as many fathers were doing similar things at the school gate. However, one person took note of this: Naruto. He looked on with envy at the children who had parents to cuddle with. Meanwhile, others regarded Naruto as though he were a plague, their faces twisted in disgust as they hurried their children away from him. Under the influence of their parents, many children from a ninja academy also cast disdainful glances at Naruto. Naruto! The despondent boy suddenly heard someone calling his name. Instantly, he perked up, realizing it was Sasuke, and dashed over. Jiraiya, who was close to Naruto, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly focused on Qian Yao. "Didn't you say you were unhappy about losing today? Didn't you say you could jump higher? Tomorrow, I want you to lose convincingly." Sasuke, riding on Qian Yao's shoulders, wore an expression of triumph. "Humph, arrogant Sasuke, who is afraid of whom? Tomorrow, I'll show you my strength." In truth, Naruto was not concerned with the content of their conversation. He was simply elated to be acknowledged. The fact that Sasuke had even sought him out for a competition sent him into a joyous frenzy. Sasuke laughed atop Qian Yao's neck, saying, "Tomorrow, you will know the might of the Uchiha." Qian Yao did not acknowledge Naruto, but instead led Sasuke past him slowly. As dusk approached, the setting sun stretched the shadows of people long. When Qian Yao's shadow overlapped with Naruto's, a flicker of darkness surged within the shadows. Though no one noticed. "See you tomorrow." After Sasuke walked away, Naruto continued to wave his hand. Sasuke, still perched on Qian Yao's shoulders, waved back to indicate he heard. Qian Yao had already walked quite a distance. "Qian Yao-senpai, please put me down," Sasuke murmured. "No need to rush. There are still eyes on us," Qian Yao replied as he walked. Sasuke lowered his head and whispered to Qian Yao, "Qian Yao-senpai, what about my brother?" Qian Yao sensed that their surroundings had grown distant before leisurely explaining, "Your brother was forced to betray the village." "What?" Sasuke trembled in disbelief. "Qian Yao-senpai, what exactly is going on?" "I sent my brother the captain of the Umbu." "What happened?" Qian Yao hinted, "Who do you think loves you the most in this world?" Sasuke's mind spun in confusion. Upon hearing Qian Yao's question, images of Fugaku and Mikoto flashed through his mind, eventually settling on Itachi. "It's my brother." Qian Yao slowed his pace, choosing not to continue down that path, and instead posed another question. "Do you know the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha?" At just 7 years old, Sasuke was still naive to these matters. He replied, "Our Uchiha clan was one of the founders of Konoha." "Then, is our Uchiha clan strong?" In Sasuke's eyes, the brilliance of his Sharingan shone vibrantly. "Of course. The Uchiha clan is the strongest in the ninja world," Qian Yao discerned Sasuke's pride and sense of belonging to his family, eliciting a light-hearted laugh from him. Do you know who the strongest member of the Uchiha clan is? Upon hearing this question, Sasuke appeared somewhat troubled. There were simply too many powerful individuals within his clan, and he lacked a clear understanding. He was even unaware that Itachi possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan. Is it father? Sasuke inquired hesitantly. Since Fugaku rarely showcased his prowess, Sasuke had never witnessed his father's fighting skills, but he merely held the inherent belief that his father, as the clan leader, must be the strongest. Qian Yao shook his head, not wishing to keep Sasuke in suspense, and stated directly, "It is Itachi. He is the mightiest of the entire Uchiha clan and the legendary wielder of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even the clan leader cannot contend with Itachi. It's my big brother. He is that strong?" Sasuke's voice brimmed with shock and pride. For someone who idolized his brother, nothing could stir his emotions more than praise for Itachi. Qian Yao reached out and lifted Sasuke down, continuing to ask him, "If your brother wishes to become Hokage, do you think he can?" Qian Yao posed the question in a manner more comprehensible to Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke responded, "Since my brother is the strongest of the Uchiha clan, he can undoubtedly become Hokage. Which clan currently holds the position of Hokage?" Sasuke had an inkling. It must be the Sarutobi clan. Qian Yao fixed his gaze on Sasuke's eyes and gradually guided him. What if the Sarutobi clan does not wish to relinquish the position of Hokage, and if they cannot overpower your brother? What will they do? Sasuke's eyes widened as he began to brainstorm. Qian Yao then reminded him, "Do you remember who loves you most in this world?" Sasuke suddenly realized, his face flushing, I become a hostage." He swiftly comprehended why Qian Yao had come to pick him up from school that day. Qian Yao spoke in a cold tone. "The people of Konoha have kidnapped you and demand that your brother eliminate the entire Uchiha clan, including your parents, your sister Izumi, and me, as well as the lives of everyone in the clan." Sasuke experienced an immense psychological shock, visibly overwhelmed with rage, his eyes bloodshot, seeing that the moment was ripe. Qian Yao delivered the final blow. Itachi is prepared to comply with Konoha's demands to save your life, even if it means bearing the burden of killing our parents and slaughtering the entire clan. He is willing to sacrifice everything to save you, his beloved younger brother. Big brother. Sasuke cried out in despair upon learning of Itachi's sacrifices. Overwhelmed by emotion, his eyes turned blood red, and a single tomo quietly manifested. Sasuke awakened, gasping for breath. Sasuke felt utterly exhausted, his vision fading to black as he collapsed forward. Qian Yao swiftly caught him and hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder. This little boy, truly gifted, with such a strong attachment to Itachi. It was effortless to provoke his awakening. Carrying Sasuke towards the clan grounds, he shifted his consciousness into Naruto's shadow. Just as his consciousness intertwined with Naruto's, his clone had stealthily approached. Although Jiraiya also practiced shadow concealment techniques, such advanced techniques were quite rare, thus remaining undetected. Qian Yao's physical form had already been gone for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Naruto remained at the entrance, sitting on a swing, enviously watching various parents come to collect their children. Naruto did not wish to return home, but at this hour, the streets were filled with parents. The likelihood of being scolded, bullied, or even physically assaulted was considerable, so he chose to linger on the swing until everyone else departed. Only when the streets were quieter would he return to that cold, unwelcoming home. Jiraiya, somewhat puzzled, inquired of nearby Umbu. "What is Naruto doing here?" The Umbu, having monitored Naruto for some time, were aware of his routine. One replied, "Naruto usually waits here for the Hokage. Recently, the Third Hokage has been preoccupied with Uchiha matters and hasn't had the chance to see Naruto. He likely misses the Hokage, but do not worry. He will return on his own shortly." Jiraiya realized it appears the old man cares for Naruto. After contemplating, he decided not to approach Naruto for now. After all, Naruto was still young, and revealing his identity was unwise. It was better to wait for the old man to arrange something later. Noticing that Qian Yao had already left Naruto without any issues, Jiraiya commanded, "Continue your duties." "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." With a flash, Jiraiya made his way to the Hokage's office. Qian Yao estimated that Naruto would remain there for a while longer and returned his consciousness. When he shifted his awareness back, his physical form became akin to a shadow clone, remaining alert. Thus, Qian Yao had successfully brought Sasuke back to the clan grounds. Arriving at Fugaku's location. Upon entering with Sasuke over his shoulder, Fugaku was initially startled, fearing Sasuke had been harmed. However, upon observing Qian Yao's calm demeanor, he relaxed. "What has happened to Sasuke?" Qian Yao replied in a nonchalant tone. "It's nothing. Sasuke has awakened. He has awakened." Awakened? Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized Sasuke was only 7 years old. To have awakened at such a young age? Fugaku exhaled deeply, suppressing the joy that threatened to surface. Restoring his poker face that he must not be allowed to become too proud, Fugaku asserted sternly. Yet Qian Yao frowned, fixing his gaze upon him, causing Fugaku to falter. "What is the matter, Qian Yao?" Since Qian Yao had activated his Manjiki, he had undergone significant changes, not only rescuing the Uchiha clan, but also demonstrating remarkable political acumen and wisdom. Thus, Fugaku could not ignore the unusual expression on Qian Yao's face. Qian Yao scoffed. "Do you not realize that your constant display of that stern facade, embodying the image of strict father, is the very reason the Uchiha clan nearly perished? Had you praised Itachi even a little, saying you are my pride, do you think you would have betrayed the clan?" Fugaku's expression shifted, the icy mask on his face cracking. Fugaku stammered, in this world, there was no internet, and such simple educational knowledge that was commonplace in Qian Yao's original world was entirely foreign to Fugaku. He had merely applied his clan leader mindset directly to parental education, resulting in a significant rift with Itachi. It was evident that Fugaku had yet to learn from his mistakes, as his demeanor suggested he intended to continue playing the role of the strict father. Though he recognized Qian Yao's wisdom, Fugaku began to ponder his failure in parenting, questioning whether he had been too harsh. He's 7 years old. Why should he not celebrate Sasuke's awakening? Sasuke mentioned to me that he has always yearned for your praise and acknowledgement. Yet all you see is a comparison between him and Itachi. That he vividly recalls the few times you praised him for learning the great fireball technique, repeating it to me multiple times. Now, at the tender age of 7, he has awakened, and you choose to maintain that cold demeanor. Are you preparing to raise another child who will drift away from the family? What the Uchiha clan lacks is not strength, but love. Fugaku gazed complexly at the small Sasuke in his arms. Just as he was about to respond to Qian Yao scoffed once more and turned to leave. Qian Yao. Fugaku epitomized the archetypal strict father. When the child was still young, perhaps he could still find joy in the warmth of a parentess embrace. As the child grew slightly older, Fugaku would scarcely elicit a smile from him. This clash of prideful hearts between Itachi and Fugaku resulted in an irreparable rift. Itachi opened his eyes to the harsh realities following the death of a comrade, while Fugaku remained solely concerned with Itachi's awakening. For Itachi, this was a bitter pill to swallow. Subsequently, under the oppressive weight of his father's expectations and the flattery of the Third Hokage, Itachi gravitated towards that side, and the outcome was all too predictable. Yet even now, Fugaku had failed to learn from past mistakes, and after being chastised by Qian Yao, he turned away in silence. Were it not for Qian Yao's desire to forge deeper ties with Fugaku to gain some advantage, he would have been indifferent to imparting his parenting wisdom. The Uchiha clan had always revered power above all, yet strength devoid of love is ultimately hollowed. Fugaku's bond had reached its 3rd star, indicating he had absorbed some of this lesson. Qian Yao decided against further discourse, knowing that time was on their side. Ding! The 3rd level of the Uchiha Fugaku's bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have acquired I technique, illusionary realm. Qian Yao promptly claimed this I technique. As he walked home, he examined the newly acquired ability. Fugaku's technique bore some resemblance to Tsukuyumi. However, it had the capacity to draw individuals into a fully immersive world. Yet, this world would unfold into various branches of consequence. If one did not intervene, it could be classified as a form of precognition. It was likely that Fugaku had foreseen the unreliability of abducting Naruto to incite a coup, hence placing his hopes on Itachi's bloodless revolution. Yet he failed to foresee the impending annihilation of his clan, revealing the limitations of this I technique's prescient capabilities. Otherwise, neither Fugaku nor Mikoto would have willingly walked to their doom. Qian Yao smirked. He had always believed that human imagination was boundless, and such techniques could merely serve as a point of reference. He would never fully rely on this technique to plan for future events. However, utilizing this technique to deceive others would indeed be advantageous. With a few adjustments, he could easily become a master of prophecy. Feeling buoyant, Qian Yao reveled in having acquired a useful technique. As he made his way home, he shifted his consciousness back into the shadow clone of Naruto. This moment, the schoolyard was deserted, and the aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through many open doors. Naruto, his face etched with loneliness, descended from the solitary swing, his head bowed as he trudged toward home. The sounds of laughter from children and their parents filled the air, stirring a yearning within his eyes. Occasionally, villagers with open windows or standing at their doorways would cast disdainful, hateful glances at Naruto. In response, he quickened his pace, knowing that most were preoccupied with dinner and unlikely to throw stones at him. This was a lesson he had learned through experience, although he had received a share of scorn along the way. At least he had avoided physical harm. Qian Yao stealthily followed Naruto back home, concealed within his shadow. Although Naruto remained oblivious, Qian Yao sensed the presence of two teams of ANBU trailing Naruto from the nearby trees. One team, typically assigned, with an additional unit dispatched recently due to the Uchiha affairs. Upon reaching his door, Naruto fumbled for his keys and announced, "I'm back." As per usual, silence greeted him in response. The interior of Naruto's home was in disarray, littered with various items. Qian Yao's shadow clone possessed the same acute sense of smell as a shadow clone, and an odd odor permeated the space. Oblivious, Naruto seemed accustomed to it. Qian Yao noticed books strewn across the floor, including inappropriate literature, truly scandalous material. He had previously wondered where Naruto had learned his seductive techniques, only to discover they were likely derived from these very texts. However, Naruto was still a child, merely curious about such things rather than lecherous. Given the condition of the books, it seemed he had not perused them extensively. The Third Hokage could hardly be unaware of this. It was evident that they were preparing to raise Naruto in a manner that would render him inept. Naruto's stomach growled, prompting him to rummage through the refrigerator for a box of overpriced takeout. However, upon opening the container, he sighed yet again. Habitually, he took the meal to the sink for rinsing, discovering it laden with sand. Skillfully, he washed it until most of the sand was gone, then placed it in a microwave to heat. The meal warmed quickly, yet one could hardly expect much from a dish that had been rinsed, though Naruto had few alternatives. He must eat, regardless of taste. Witnessing Naruto consume such refuse, Qian Yao felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Perhaps it was his younger sister's influence, as he could not bear to see a child endure such hardship. He pondered whether Minato would regret his earlier decisions if he realized the suffering Naruto had endured over the years. Would Kushina, upon discovering her son's life was worse than that of a dog, not chastise Minato for being so short-sighted? Qian Yao, lurking in Naruto's shadow, was indeed contemplating Naruto's fate. However, seeing Naruto in such a state, he believed it prudent to speak with Naruto's parents, at the very least, to inform them of the hardships their son had faced. Perhaps other insights might emerge from such a conversation. Resolute in his decision, Qian Yao awaited patiently. The ANBU monitoring Naruto remained just outside the window. Previously, Qian Yao had intended to exert control over Naruto. This shadow clone possessed ample ocular power, more than sufficient for employing the illusionary realm. Yet Minato's and Kushina's chakra would not endure for long, especially with Minato's soul trapped in the belly of the Reaper. Qian Yao contemplated whether he could leverage the situation with Kushina to his advantage while waiting for night to fall. As the evening approached, Qian Yao shifted his consciousness back to his true self. After organizing his memories, he noted that little had transpired at home. However, when he had escorted Sasuke to school, Fugaku had dispatched someone to retrieve half a year's salary. Although it was less than Qian Yao had anticipated, it still amounted to 6 million, sufficient to alleviate their family's financial burdens. Now, having dined well, Qian Yao stood in the yard, observing Jiyu as she practiced her swordsmanship. She was clearly not merely warming up. Her exertion was palpable as she diligently honed her skills. It appeared that Jiyu still aspired to become a ninja. with the assurance that the family's finances were stable enough to hire someone to care for Liuli. And with Qiao's recent reprieve from missions, Jiyu had resumed her long-neglected sword training. She was gradually regaining her proficiency. After all, while caring for Liuli, she could still refine her chakra. In truth, her chakra reserves had not diminished significantly. But her physical, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu skills had seen little improvement. Now that Liuli was disabled, Jiyu felt it inappropriate to practice near Qian Yao, opting instead to train in the confines of their home, separated only by a wall. "Have you informed Liuli?" Qian Yao inquired, referring to the plans for Jiyu to leave Liuli in the care of another. Jiyu's expression faltered. "I haven't spoken to Liuli yet. I am unsure how to approach the subject." The expression on Jiyu's face was one of profound struggle, as if she were grappling with an unforgivable sin. Qian Yao, noticing the beads of sweat cascading down her brow, instinctively took a towel to help her dry off. This intimate gesture was a habit of Qian Yao, or rather, a habit of the original self he had inhabited. Although Qian Yao was no longer the same person, he felt no aversion to this behavior. After all, having a childhood friend at home, who had blossomed into a potential partner, seemed rather delightful. However, he found it peculiar that Jiyu exhibited signs of embarrassment and evasion. Thus, Qian Yao handed the towel to Jiyu. Allowing her to tend to herself, it appeared that he had misinterpreted the original self's feelings. Jiyu did not harbor affection for him. Yet he did not press the matter nor take it to heart. After all, emotions were merely a catalyst. Their presence was welcome, but their absence was equally inconsequential. As Qian Yao continued to assist Jiyu, Lu Li's face emerged at the corridor's edge. She was maneuvering her wheelchair, slowly approaching. Upon hearing the sound of the wheels, Qian Yao hurried over to aid Lu Li. "Aren't you feeding Xiao anymore?" he inquired. Xiao was a koi fish residing in the courtyard pond, often fed by Lu Li. Hence the name. Lu Li shook her head. "Xiao has been eating less and less lately. I wonder if the fish food no longer suits its taste. Perhaps there's a possibility that it has simply overeaten." Qian Yao pondered for a moment. Its physique no longer resembles that of a koi. Lu Li playfully stuck out her tongue. "Oh, but being a bit plump is so much cuter." Qian Yao sighed in resignation. "All right, if you find that torpedo-like appearance adorable." Lu Li looked puzzled. "What do you mean by torpedo?" "Oh, it's nothing at all," Qian Yao chuckled, having momentarily forgotten that such a concept did not exist in this world. Qian Yao spent the day engaging Lu Li in conversation, sharing stories. Occasionally, he would shift his awareness to Naruto, who also seemed to be idling at home. Lying on his bed, Naruto stared blankly at the ceiling, a visage of deep contemplation, occasionally shedding tears. Qian Yao's thoughts lingered on Naruto, refraining from mentioning Jiyu's aspiration to become a ninja, till Lu's night fell. Jiyu and Lu Li retired for the evening. Sensing it was time to proceed, Qian Yao projected his consciousness once more into the shadow of Naruto's clone. He perceived the presence of ANBU operatives outside, yet there were no chakra fluctuations emanating from Naruto, indicating that the Third Hokage's crystal ball was likely inactive. The ANBU outside lacked the ability to see through the room's interior. They were oblivious to Naruto's condition. Time had drawn late, and Naruto had succumbed to slumber. Qian Yao's clone extended a hand from the shadows, gently placing it upon Naruto's head. A hum resonated, and his consciousness was thrust into Naruto's inner world. Qian Yao observed the corridor, dim and damp, with water pooling on the floor and an abundance of branching paths. This environment mirrored the turmoil within Naruto's heart. It was evident that he had endured significant hardship. Without hesitation, Qian Yao strode forward, compelled by the immense and oppressive chakra that lay ahead. In the distance, a massive prison door suddenly revealed a pair of enormous eyes. The path before Qian Yao shifted rapidly, bringing him promptly to the door. Boom! A colossal paw struck the door, reverberating with a dull thud. Uchiha! The voice of the Nine-Tails was laced with fury and animosity, and Qian Yao's appearance was adorned in the garb of his clan. A grand fan emblazoned upon his attire, signifying his identity. Qian Yao cast a cold glance at the Nine-Tails, his three-tomo Sharingan transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. A surge of immense ocular power erupted forth, instilling the Nine-Tails with a profound sense of dread. Manjiki Sharingan? Who are you? What do you intend to do? The Nine-Tails, filled with trepidation, recoiled from the prison door. The Manjiki Sharingan was indeed its nemesis. The last time it had been forcibly extracted from a Jinchuriki, it was at the hands of the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. Qian Yao nonchalantly remarked, "Nine-Tails, I'm not here to seek you out. It would be wise for you to behave." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, discovering no trace of Minato Namikaze's or Kushina Uzumaki's chakra. It seemed they had been sealed away all along. While Qian Yao searched, the Nine-Tails observed him intently. The two Uchiha that had left the deepest impression on the Nine-Tails were undoubtedly Madara and Obito, both embodying the typical Uchiha traits of instability and obsessive neurosis, harboring immense malice towards the Nine-Tails. However, this Uchiha appeared different, maintaining a remarkably rational demeanor since entering this realm. Even the Nine-Tails sensed no hostility from him. Intrigued, the Nine-Tails settled down, curious about the intentions of this Uchiha. To its astonishment, Qian Yao suddenly soared into the air, ripping apart the sealing talisman inscribed with the character seal. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened in disbelief, excitement illuminating its gaze as it prepared to roar. But then, thud! The overwhelming ocular power struck like a colossal hammer upon the Nine-Tails' head, rendering its body rigid and immobile. Your chakra cannot be allowed to erupt. Otherwise, the ANBU will discover us, Qian Yao thought as he restrained the Nine-Tails. Simultaneously, two spheres of chakra manifested in midair, morphing into the most striking Minato Namikaze and the ever-loving Kushina Uzumaki. Only then did the Nine-Tails awaken from its stupor, realizing that Minato and Kushina had indeed left behind their chakra. A revelation that had eluded it all this time. Minato and Kushina appeared simultaneously, their expressions guarded as they scrutinized Uchiha Qian Yao. "Uchiha, are you attempting to incite war? Has Naruto been captured by you?" Qian Yao noted the Nine-Tails' struggle intensifying. Evidently having recognized Minato and Kushina, he chose not to respond to their inquiries. Instead, he reversed the partially torn seal and reaffixed it. Turning his gaze, Qian Yao activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Initiating its rotation in an instant, he drew Minato and Kushina into a Jinjutsu. "Apologies, but your two spheres of chakra likely won't last long. Thus, I must resort to this method to communicate with you. I have linked to Naruto's memories. You may witness the life he has endured." Qian Yao's voice echoed from above as Minato and Kushina exchanged astonished glances, finding surprise reflected in each other's eyes. However, their attention was swiftly captured by Naruto. From a third-person perspective, they observed the life Naruto had led since their passing. After his infancy, Naruto was cast out of the orphanage at a tender age. Despite being under constant surveillance by ANBU, he was left in a state of abandonment, struggling to find sustenance or shelter. Thus began his days of wandering, until the Third Hokage descended from the heavens, providing Naruto with a semblance of a home, filling him with gratitude. Yet Naruto's existence remained harsh. Each day spent in the streets, he was met with fear and disdainful glances. Influenced by their parents, the local children began to torment him. "Run! The monster will devour you. He's a monster. He's a fox demon." "No, I'm not a monster. Please, don't hit me." Wailing, Naruto lamented, "Why do they all call me a monster? Why do they all bully me?" Yearning for companionship, Naruto found no one willing to play with him, only to be ruthlessly harassed by others. Of Minato's expression darkened, and Kushina's heart shattered. She flew forward, longing to embrace Naruto, only to pass through him. Minato! How can that old, unyielding Third Hokage care for Naruto? If it were merely a matter of withholding Naruto's true identity, one might understand the actions of Minato Namikaze. However, Naruto was subjected to bullying even under the vigilant protection of the Umbu. The Umbu merely stood by, never intervening as Naruto was battered and bloodied, only for the Third to arrive late to the scene. "Wah wah wah, Grandpa Third, they're all picking on me." The Third, seemingly benevolent, gently stroked Naruto's head, whispering words of comfort, while Kushina, standing nearby, was nearly fuming with indignation. "Ah, you scoundrel, Third Hokage!" Kushina witnessed the Third's proximity as Naruto endured humiliation. It was only when Naruto could no longer rise from the ground that the Third appeared. Feigning concern, The silhouette of Qian Yao gradually manifested beside Minato and Kushina. How does it feel, esteemed Fourth Hokage, knowing your fanciful decisions have wrought suffering upon your son? Do you have any regrets? Minato had two considerations when sealing the Nine Tails within Naruto. Firstly, as Hokage, he needed to maintain the balance of tailed beasts for the sake of the village. Without the Nine Tails, Konoha might face aggression from other villages, even risking its annihilation. Thus, he dismissed Kushina's proposal to reseal the Nine Tails, opting instead for mutual destruction. The second consideration stemmed from the existence of schemers like Uchiha Bido. The ninja world was likely to face significant calamities, and by sealing the Nine Tails within Naruto, he could safeguard himself and potentially become a savior as the Jinchuriki. This second consideration was based on Jiraiya's words, a conjecture and estimation by Minato. However, he clearly misunderstood the murky depths of politics and harbored a vague understanding of the Third's character. He naively sacrificed his family for the greater good of Konoha. Yet now, witnessing his son endure such a miserable existence, he felt deep remorse. Had Naruto lived like this since childhood? Minato and Kushina looked on as Naruto was bullied, unable to even secure a proper meal. Merchants refused to sell to him, leaving him with nothing but sand-filled rice balls or expired milk. Aside from Ichiraka ramen, Naruto had no sustenance. Qian Yao pointed out the current scene. Haha. Not only in the past, but present as well, that it's so simple to obtain a compliant dog. Here, as your living allowance for the past 2 months. Spend it wisely, within this illusory realm. It was indeed the Third Hokage handing money to Naruto. Yet there was only a single note, 1,000 ryo. Ironically, Naruto expressed gratitude to the Third Hokage. Thank you, Grandpa Third. If it weren't for you, I would have starved long ago. And there the Third Hokage was playing the role of the benevolent elder. Hearing Naruto's heartfelt words, Kushina fell on the verge of collapse, her beloved son subjected to both bullying and manipulation. What about my dignity? That scoundrel, the Third, couldn't he even ensure Naruto was fed? Kushina's gentle demeanor was wholly consumed by a seething rage. Qian Yao shrugged, exasperated. What does your dignity matter to Naruto? I sent Tihi an orphan. His words struck Kushina like a hammer. Boom! In a fit of rage, she sent Minato flying with a punch. Minato, look at the decisions you've made. Meanwhile, in the scene, Naruto sat alone on a swing. Swinging back and forth, his face etched with loneliness and despair. Why don't I have mom and dad? Why do they all scold and hit me? Minato, filled with guilt, picked himself up. I'm sorry. Kushina, I had no idea the Third Hokage was such a person. The conversation before their demise revealed that they had some psychological preparation for Naruto's suffering. However, the Third Hokage not only failed to assist Naruto through his trials, but also exploited the villagers' fear and hatred of the Nine Tails to manipulate him. This was no mere hardship. It was an abuse of both his spirit and body. The Minato couple could never have anticipated how dirty Sarutobi Hiruzen truly was. Qian Yao waved his hand dismissively. Minato is just a commoner, devoid of political acumen. The Third Hokage systematically annihilated the Senju clan and caused the demise of Kakashi Hitaki. Had it not been for the untimely death of his eldest son, the position of Hokage would never have fallen to Minato. Turning his head, Qian Yao continued. Minato, do you truly believe your qualifications surpass those of Orochimaru? The only reason you were chosen to inherit the title of Fourth Hokage is because of your lack of background. You're easier to control. The educational resources were scarce, with even the Ninja Academy being a recent development over the past few decades. Most of the curriculum was designed for indoctrination, leaving the majority ignorant and naive. Graduates went directly into becoming ninjas. Minato was only 24 at the time of his death, quite young, and thus lacked the necessary experience. His knowledge in these matters was virtually non-existent. Had the Nine Tails incident not occurred, Minato would have become a mere puppet in the hands of the Third Hokage. Minato suppressed all his emotions. State your intentions, Uchiha. First, let us show Minato and Kushina the life Naruto has endured. This would also lay the groundwork for addressing the Third Hokage's actions later. After all, having a common enemy often fosters alliances. Qian Yao elegantly bowed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Qian Yao. Currently the fourth elder of the Uchiha clan. 2 days ago, At the behest of the third, Danzo threatened Itachi with Sasuke's life to eradicate our Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Qian Yao acquired Fugaku as ocular jutsu. Otherwise, Minato and Kushina's chakra would have dissipated in no time. In this illusory world, Qian Yao could convey much more information to the fourth couple by expending his ocular power. Kushina had seen baby Sasuke before giving birth and still remembered him. Not only was her son treated like a dog, but her best friend's son was also reduced to a mere tool of Konoha, further intensifying her hatred for the third Hokage as a competent politician. The third only needed to utter a few words to orchestrate the annihilation of the Senju clan. By spreading rumors, he could drive powerful competitors like Kakashi to suicide. By indulging Danzo's ambitions, he could issue an extermination order against the Uchiha clan. All he needed was to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and use the wealth left by Kushina to elevate the Sarutobi clan to greatness. My ocular jutsu can reveal to you the potential events that may unfold. Qian Yao gestured to the background, where the illusion could also depict possible future scenarios. Under Qian Yao's control, the image of Naruto became a compliant dog before the third Hokage. When the third commanded him to go east, Naruto would not venture west, and he would express profound gratitude to this schemer. Kushina, who had just punched Minato, wore a very grim expression, while Minato felt the weight of immense pressure beside her. Typically, Kushina was quick to express her temper, but this dark demeanor was something Minato had never witnessed before. You should have seen it. My ocular jutsu can glimpse countless potential futures. The dangers that await the ninja world are beyond mention. Before that, we have a common enemy to confront. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato, puzzled, remarked, but we are already dead. While I am immensely grateful, Qian Yao, for revealing to us the life Naruto has endured, our chakra can hardly sustain this for long. Minato found Qian Yao's approach quite peculiar. If the intention was to forcibly control the Nine-Tails, they would be utterly incapable of resisting. Even if they could seal Naruto once, could they possibly seal him countless times? Thus, Qian Yao made a special trip to engage the couple in conversation, extending a gesture of goodwill, but to no avail. Their legacy remained firmly in the hands of the third Hokage, leaving Naruto and his companions utterly powerless. What if I could bring you back to life? Back to life. Minato and Kushina were taken aback, for, as it stood, the ninja world possessed no means to resurrect the deceased. This was precisely why the third Hokage had been so brazen in his oppression of Naruto. Although Naruto was still alive, the third Hokage's actions were akin to a death sentence. Observing the bond between Minato and his wife, which was merely at level 1, represented by a single star, Qian Yao discerned that Minato harbored doubts about him. In contrast, Kushina felt deep gratitude towards Qian Yao. Her bond with him had escalated to the second level, represented by 2 stars. Qian Yao nodded slightly, stating, "Let us commence a preliminary collaboration. I shall first demonstrate some sincerity towards you." His intention in conversing with Minato and Kushina was, of course, to obtain their secret techniques, and perhaps, in the future, to have them serve him after their resurrection. With Kushina's bond now at the second level, Qian Yao anticipated that within that second star lay approximately 10% of her chakra. In this realm of consciousness, he produced this star and shattered it before the gazes of the fourth Hokage couple. To everyone's astonishment, the star indeed contained Kushina's chakra, and the quantity was astonishingly substantial, even surprising Qian Yao. Under his guidance, the chakra was absorbed into Kushina's form, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest. "How could you possess my chakra?" Kushina's shock was entirely justifiable, for this chakra was intrinsically hers, representing roughly 10% of her total capacity. It was important to note that the Kushina present was not a mere soul, but rather chakra imbued with the memories of her physical form. Akin to a shadow clone, once depleted, this chakra would vanish. However, with Qian Yao's infusion, this chakra would sustain Kushina for a fortnight. If managed judiciously, she could persist for months without fading away. The Uzumaki clan's chakra was indeed abundant. At that moment, Qian Yao realized he had somewhat miscalculated the chakra capacity of the Uzumaki clan. Yet it mattered little. Acquiring chakra was a straightforward endeavor for him. "This is my secret," he declared, refraining from elaborating to the fourth Hokage couple. And continued, as one of the founders of Konoha, the Uchiha clan currently wields no power whatsoever. We have been driven to the brink by the third Hokage. Our investigations have revealed that Sarutobi Hiruzen has utilized Kushina's legacy over the years to cultivate thousands of Sarutobi clan ninjas. Although our situation is temporarily stagnant, when the third Hokage deploys his Sarutobi forces, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage once more. Therefore, I require allies. Thousands? Minato was astounded. After all, a clan boasting even 100 ninjas was considered significant, while 300 to 400 would be regarded as an influential family. Currently, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were roughly within that range. Qian Yao mused that if they waited another decade, they would face an army of 3,000 Sarutobi. We have confirmed that there are already over 1,000. The exact number remains unclear. Regardless, Kushina can exist a bit longer, and I believe she will witness it. Kushina, you surely do not wish for Naruto to continue to be brainwashed and exploited by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do? You can now remain for several months, and I can ensure you stay by Naruto's side. Do you not wish for him to have a mother? Qian Yao's words struck a chord deep within Kushina's heart. As a mother, she was pained by the thought of missing Naruto's childhood. The prospect of accompanying him as his mother was utterly irresistible. Very well. Whether your Uchiha clan aims to overthrow the third Hokage or seize control of Konoha, I shall acquiesce. Upon uttering these words, Kushina's expression was one of resolve, while Minato bore a wry smile, for he had no grounds to oppose her, having witnessed Naruto's memories of relentless bullying and countless tears. Minato had long since seen through the third Hokage's true nature. Regardless of the Uchiha's intentions, they were undoubtedly preferable to allowing Naruto to endure as an orphan, subjected to mistreatment. Qian Yao, how do you intend to care for Naruto? Minato inquired, concern etched on his face. Qian Yao smirked. Minato, are you truly so naive? He will have his mother to watch over him. There is no need for concern. Minato was left speechless. You truly have a way to keep Kushina by Naruto's side? Qian Yao shrugged. There is no benefit in deceiving you to at that moment. Kushina playfully tapped Minato on the head. Humph. Why are you questioning such a golden opportunity? She shot him a knowing glance. Minato rubbed his head, comprehending Kushina's unspoken message. Both were wary of provoking Qian Yao, knowing their chakra reserves were limited. Should Qian Yao harbor ill intentions, they would find themselves at a loss. Qian Yao, we entrust Naruto to your care. As Minato observed the progress bar of his bond reaching its full capacity, he realized that he had come to terms with their situation. Regrettably, it seemed unlikely that Minato's bond would ascend to the third level. My dear, please ensure Naruto no longer suffers. I lack the time to see him. Stop. Why the emotional farewell? As Qian Yao checked his status panel, he noticed Minato had begun a tearful parting with Kushina. Ding! Minato Namake's first-level bond has been unlocked. Ding! Minato Namake's second-level bond has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have obtained memory fragment. With that, Qian Yao produced a second star and shattered it. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Minato Namake's Chakra 10. In the midst of Minato's astonishment, Qian Yao swiftly infused Minato with his chakra, which would sustain him for 3 days if he managed his time wisely. Minato could last for quite some time without fading. This is all I can offer. Use it sparingly, and you may have more opportunities to meet. Facing the grateful gazes of Kushina and Minato, Qian Yao merely waved his hand dismissively. How you allocate the chakra is up to you. My ocular power cannot sustain this for long. Once my technique is exhausted, your time will be limited. Minato and Kushina quickly deliberated. Kushina, Naruto is still young and has been neglected in his upbringing. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to raise him as a failure. You are aware of my plight. I must reserve my chakra for critical moments. Kushina understood that Minato was referring to his soul being consumed by the Shinigami's sealing technique and grasped his intentions. Understood, Minato. Leave it to me. I shall not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue deceiving Naruto. Naruto's life was long, and even if Minato's chakra could sustain him for only a few hours, the intervals would be minimal. Qian Yao still hoped to forge a partnership with Minato, seeking to benefit from him. Though he possessed knowledge on how to unravel the Shinigami sealing, without Orochimaru's cunning to manipulate the Shinigami. No one had taken a life to fill the void. Thus, he refrained from mentioning it for the time being. Decide amongst yourselves. I can no longer maintain this technique. The body of Qian Yao is merely a projection of himself, limited in ocular power. After speaking, the entire illusion shattered. Upon their reappearance, Minato nodded towards Kushina and Qian Yao before transforming into particles of light, all of which flew into the seal. Outside, the Nine Tails remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As Qian Yao's ocular technique erupted, Minato and Kushina vanished without a trace. Once the technique concluded, Minato and Kushina reappeared, with Minato once again transforming into chakra that was stored within the seal. However, Kushina's chakra surged dramatically. Roar, what on earth is happening? Kushina, how did your chakra increase so significantly? The Nine Tails expressed a hint of surprise when Minato and Kushina emerged. Yet, upon realizing that both of their chakra levels were diminished, it felt less concerning. After all, their time was limited, and there would be opportunities yet to come. Now, having emerged from Qian Yao's ocular technique, both of their chakra levels had skyrocketed, leaving the Nine Tails utterly bewildered. Kushina, hands on her hips, declared, "Nine Tails, you had better behave yourself, or I won't hesitate to make you suffer a little." She had the confidence to make such a statement, being the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Currently, the Nine Tails was trapped within the confines of the four-symbol seal, and Kushina's explosive diamond lock could easily bind the Nine Tails like a dumpling. Kushina, your sudden appearance is rather late. The Nine Tails retorted, "Though I know not how you acquired such an abundance of chakra, I wonder how long you can maintain it. That is of no concern to me." With a dismissive snort, the Nine Tails lay back down, ceasing further conversation. Kushina, blissfully unaware of the implications in the Nine Tails' words, failed to notice the nuance. However, Qian Yao did catch it. The Nine Tails seemed to express a sense of injustice on behalf of Naruto. He recalled that in the original timeline, the Nine Tails had referred to Naruto as a demon fox during their graduation from the Ninja Academy. Later, during the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto had borrowed the Nine Tails' power. Their first encounter had occurred during the Chunin exams when Jiraiya had thrown Naruto off a cliff, putting his life in peril. Yet now, the Nine Tails' tone suggested a protective stance towards Naruto, a notion that surprised Qian Yao. Perhaps, after living together for so long, the Nine Tails had grown frustrated seeing young Naruto being bullied every day. As these thoughts flitted through Qian Yao's mind, he chose to set them aside. For they were merely conjectures. Kushina, you are well aware of the kind of person Naruto has become under the Third Hokage's care. However, you must devise a strategy to approach him. That Kushina's expression was one of clear bewilderment, evidently caught off guard by this realization. Observing her daydreaming state, Qian Yao quipped, "You're not planning to just tell him, 'I am your mother,' are you?" Kushina, feeling a bit guilty, laughed nervously. I'm not that foolish," Qian Yao facepalmed. Realizing he had forgotten that Kushina was quite straightforward, that Naruto's optimistic, cheerful, and tenacious traits were clearly inherited from her. Yet, her simplicity of thought was equally inherited. Allowing Kushina to interact directly with Naruto would undoubtedly attract the Third Hokage's attention immediately. Sighing in resignation, Qian Yao settled down cross-legged. "Well, let us communicate a bit instead. Otherwise, tomorrow Naruto will likely rush to inform the Third Hokage." He then proceeded to offer Kushina several suggestions, leaving her to wonder if Qian Yao had experience raising children. Given his familiarity. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, while Qian Yao was strategizing regarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Jiraiya was reporting on the earlier events concerning Uchiha Qian Yao at the academy. Uchiha Qian Yao has had no interaction with Naruto. I suspect he is merely testing our stance. Jiraiya plopped down onto the desk, having first summoned Umbu after Naruto returned home, following a relaxing soak in a hot spring and a drink at a flower bar. He finally reported to the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage frowned upon noticing the lingering scent of alcohol and traces of lipstick on Jiraiya's face. "What timing is this for revelry?" Jiraiya nonchalantly replied, "Old man, do you truly believe I was out for leisure? I was scouting around the Uchiha compound." Inside the Uchiha compound, aside from combatants training, everyone else went about their business as usual. You reacting as if they're startled birds. If the Uchiha see us, they might think we're afraid of them. Jiraiya, adept at gathering intelligence, found it challenging to discern the movements of ordinary Uchiha clan members. Nonetheless, he dared not investigate too deeply, as being discovered could easily incite conflict. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, placing it down on the desk. It's better to be cautious. Our forces are not fully assembled, and we cannot afford any missteps. He handed some documents to Jiraiya. Take a look at this. It's intelligence from the black market. Upon receiving the documents, Jiraiya's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The information detailed the presence of Konoha's operatives in each major nation, as well as reports from spies sent to various villages. Not to mention, it outlined which notorious bounty ninjas were interested in Danzo's head. Additionally, it revealed that operatives from the other 4 great ninja villages had also dispatched personnel to the Land of Fire. They were not merely after Danzo's demise, but were preparing to test Konoha's resolve. Perhaps even attempting to make contact with the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha clan was a crucial combat force for Konoha, and their public split with the village presented an unprecedented opportunity. The most proactive of these was the Land of Lightning, which, despite Konoha's spies in the Cloud Village being unable to gather detailed information, was nonetheless excited. The most militaristic and aggressive of the villages had ample reason to be thrilled during this tumultuous period. Similarly, the Stone Village was also mobilizing personnel, though the spies had not discerned who had arrived. Meanwhile, the Mist and Sand villages had failed to gather intelligence. However, this alone was enough to cause Konoha considerable concern. "This is troublesome," Jiraiya remarked gravely, "that if we show any signs of weakness, they will pounce and tear Konoha to shreds." In the original timeline, the absence of other villages attacking Konoha during the Uchiha massacre was primarily due to a lack of a leading force. No one knew how the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. The official report merely stated that it was the work of Itachi alone, a 13-year-old elite who single-handedly wiped out an entire clan of over 1,000 people in just a few hours. Who would believe that? No one. After all, Konoha still had the 9 tails, and the matter was ultimately left unresolved. However, the current circumstances were different. The entire ninja world was aware that the Mangeki Sharingan could control tailed beasts, leaving Konoha's 9 tails usability in question. Furthermore, other Konoha members could easily be constrained by Uchiha forces. Thus, Konoha was not only required to avoid showing weakness, but also needed to win the first battle decisively, ideally instilling a sense of deterrence externally. "Old man, we must also guard against spies from the outside," Jiraiya cautioned. The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe. "I've already conferred with Hizashi. He will have his clan rotate their use of Byakugan to monitor all of Konoha." Jiraiya responded with an air of caution. Monitoring the entire village could easily provoke resentment from other clans. The third Hokage slowly exhaled the smoke. "This is a necessity. Konoha has reached a perilous juncture. For the first time in decades, the Hyuga clan has been entrusted with the oversight of the entire Konoha. It is rather straightforward. When the Hyuga clan utilizes their Byakugan, it is as if all individuals are stripped bare of their garments. Although they can adjust their observation distance at will, one cannot discern whether they're scrutinizing one's chakra pathways or the body concealed beneath their attire. In the realm limited by the Tsukuyami, the inverted Niji is nothing more than a voyeur, obsessively peering at the maidens through his Byakugan. Furthermore, which ninja clan is devoid of secrets, and which shinobi lacks privacy? The moment the Byakugan is activated, everything is laid bare. Thus, unless it is a matter of engaging an adversary, the Hyuga clan generally refrains from indiscriminately activating their Byakugan in Konoha. Previously, such concerns were non-existent, as Konoha had not yet faced extensive infiltration or invasion. "That if I possessed the Byakugan, it would certainly simplify matters," Jiraiya remarked with utmost seriousness. However, everyone is well aware of Jiraiya's notorious lecherous disposition. It goes without saying what he would intend to do with the Byakugan. The third Hokage glanced at Jiraiya, shaking his head, still as unreliable as ever. Although the bounty ninjas had infiltrated Konoha, relying solely on Itachi's intelligence. The current modifications to the barrier's frequency and the patrol routes have made it significantly more challenging for ordinary bounty ninjas to gain entry. Nonetheless, the number of entities scheming against Konoha is alarmingly high, prompting the third Hokage to issue directives to ensure as the head of the main family. Hizashi naturally would not undertake such tasks personally. After conferring with the elder, he summoned the branch family elder, Hyuga Kei-shin. The task was assigned to Kei-shin, instructing him to lead the branch family members in their duties. Such a task is inherently laborious, as activating the Byakugan requires chakra. Prolonged use can lead to considerable discomfort for the eyes. And moreover, it is a task that would offend many, making it unfitting for the main family to engage in openly. Thus, Hyuga Kei-shin, the elder of the branch family, commenced the surveillance of Konoha. Accompanied by a substantial number of branch family members, the scope of their investigation was extensive, covering not only the new districts but also ensuring that potential threats in the old districts were addressed. However, this marked the first extensive inspection in Konoha, and it quickly revealed issues. Elder Kei-shin, you must see this. Although Kei-shin held the title of elder, the branch family members still referred to him with respect, as the title was conferred by the main family. Upon dividing the teams and initiating the surveillance, Kei-shin was approached by a member of the Hyuga clan from the old district, his expression peculiar, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. This branch family member presented Kei-shin with an exceptionally old explosive tag. Elder Kei-shin, the style of these explosive tags. Upon examining the tag, Kei-shin noted it was from 25 years prior. We have discovered a significant quantity of these tags in the old district, and other key locations have already dispatched clan members for investigation. In the Hyuga territory, within the branch family estate, we have located numerous explosive tags in the old district. This is a distribution map of the tags. In a remarkably short time, Hyuga Restai had sketched the distribution map of the explosive tags. Kei-shin, marking the map with his pen, observed that the majority of the covered area was in the old district, though it also extended into parts of the new district, with even some tags located atop Hokage Rock. Holding the first explosive tag, Kei-shin scrutinized it, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. That he then inquired, how many of these explosive tags remain capable of detonation? Tai's eyes gleamed. These explosive tags are of high quality. It is estimated that approximately 90% can still be triggered. What is the projected blast radius? Tai pointed to several districts on a map. These districts would be completely obliterated, and Hokage Rock would also be destroyed. Kei-shin began to ponder. While it may be challenging to obliterate Konoha with these explosive tags, it is indeed a critical juncture with the Uchiha and Konoha at a standoff. Could this be an opportunity for strategic maneuvering? Should I choose to act, my life would undoubtedly be forfeit afterward. Yet, does the branch family still hold any hope? After considerable contemplation, Kei-shin recalled Hisashi's teachings. A ninja must discern the future landscape to survive. Over the years of the Third Hokage's administration, the Senju clan has perished, and both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have gradually waned. Even the invasion from the Cloud Village resulted in the death of the clan leader, leading to Hisashi being compelled to offer his life. Kei-shin's eyes sparkled with the light of conviction. Tai, how many are aware of this matter? Do the Umbu know? Tai's heart skipped a beat. Elder Kei-shin. These explosive tags have been cleverly concealed, some even hidden within the wooden beams of buildings, visible only through the Byakugan. Currently, only 18 individuals are aware. All of them are people, Tai emphasized, indicating that they were all from the branch family. Kei-shin instructed, remember, you have completed your investigation and reported to me. Beyond that, you know nothing. Ensure others are informed as well. Tai's expression shifted, but he remained silent. Kei-shin glared fiercely at Tai. Did you hear me? Tai lowered his voice. Elder Kei-shin, this poses no significant threat to Konoha. Kei-shin's countenance grew serious. I am your superior. Once you report, it is no longer your concern. With that, Kei-shin prepared to depart, the schematic in hand. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm. Tai's voice bore a note of desperation. Elder Kei-shin, our new sprout plan has yet to be implemented. You must not act impulsively. Kei-shin turned to face Tai, who wore an expression of profound reluctance, urgency, and fear. Elder Kei-shin, with Hisashi gone, there is no one left in the branch family. Kei-shin softened his tone upon meeting Tai's gaze. The timing for the new sprout plan has stretched too long. It will require at least another decade. Given the current tense situation in Konoha, whether the Uchiha ascends or Konoha is destroyed, both scenarios present an opportunity for you. My health is deteriorating. Perhaps I will not survive another decade. Tai urged. Elder Kei-shin, The Hokage faction and the Uchiha are still in an impasse. We must not act hastily. This is what you have taught us. Keishin ruffled Tai's hair. You have grown up. My boy, these explosive tags went unnoticed for over 20 years. Had there not been an assault on Konoha this time, it is likely they would have remained hidden for another decade, although the method of their deployment remains unknown to us. Now that we have discovered them, we can certainly utilize them to our advantage. I will prepare thoroughly, and should I lack confidence, I will refrain from taking action. Keishin's words eased Tai's tension. Do you know who the most critical figure is in this conflict on the Uchiha side? Keishin inquired of Tai. Without hesitation, Tai replied, Uchiha Sihue. Keishin shook his head. No. It is Uchiha Qian Yao. Tai was taken aback, but maintained composure to listen to Elder Keishin's continued explanation. While Sihue is formidable, his approach differs from his previous demeanor. If Faike and Itachi possessed the same resolve, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Qian Yao returns from missions with a clear purpose in mind. All responses from the Third Hokage fall within Qian Yao's expectations. Keishin recalled the earlier standoff. Both Faike and Sihue were observant of Qian Yao's expressions, indicating that Qian Yao was not to be underestimated. The actions of Uchiha Qian Yao in the future will be numerous, but whether he steps into the limelight remains uncertain. Keep a close watch on this individual. Do not provoke him. Set aside the matter of the explosive tags for now, and continue your normal surveillance throughout Konoha. The Third Hokage may possess other forces unknown to us. You may leave now. After Sangtai paid his respects to Guangxin, he withdrew. Guangxin's gaze returned to the explosive tag arrangement on the table as he murmured, Sangtai, you are the true sprouts, in the sand-hidden village. Within the office of the Wind Shadow, Maki reported, Lord Wind Shadow, Gaara has lost control again. An expression of impatience crossed Raza's face. Has he been subdued? Sand-Hidden now possessed perfected control methods, rendering Raza's presence unnecessary. Maki replied, Gaara's rampage is not severe. The sealing team is nearby and has already restrained him. Raza darkly remarked, indeed, a failure point 2 years prior. Raza had ordered Yashimaru to drive Gaara into a corner, deceitfully claiming that Karura loathed him. Raza resolved that if Gaara would not rampage under such circumstances, he would delay further action against him. However, Gaara discovered that Yashimaru, who had loved him for years, did not reciprocate that love, leading him to rampage nonetheless. Over the past 2 years, Gaara has frequently lost control, resulting in numerous deaths at his hands. Raza's patience was gradually wearing thin. Upon hearing Raza's words, Maki inwardly sighed. 2 years ago, when Yashimaru was still alive. Gaara's rampages were infrequent. Raza's relentless pressure on Gaara increased the frequency of his outbursts after Yashimaru's death, causing far more destruction than before. Yet, given the circumstances, Maki felt powerless and pushed another document toward Raza. Lord Wind Shadow, we need to procure another batch of supplies. The harsh environment of the Land of Wind necessitated the acquisition of many resources to maintain the normal operation of Sand-Hidden Village. However, the village was exceedingly impoverished, especially with the frequent loss of control by the tailed beasts, resulting in even less funding from the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. Raza sighed and removed his robe from the wall. I understand. Inform Yura in Konoha to send back any intelligence as soon as he has it. Yes, I understand, Lord Wind Shadow. Maki observed as Raza stepped onto a sand mat and soared into the air. Realizing Raza was once again off to gather gold to subsidize the finances of Sand-Hidden Village. For this very reason, Raza's position in Sand-Hidden was unassailable in the Grass Ninja Village. The time was drawing near. Wu Wei, what are you still hesitating about? A group of individuals wearing zodiac masks berated Wu Wei. They had previously spread the rumor that the person capable of opening the Paradise Box was a hero of the village. Many had taken the bait, some driven by a desire for the village's honor, while others were motivated by their ideals. They all aspired to unlock the Paradise Box. Little did they know, the elders donning zodiac masks had no true understanding of the Paradise Box. Those who attempted to open it without sufficient chakra would be consumed by it. Previously, Wei had also been brainwashed by these elders, wanting his son Wuku to open the box. However, after Wuku and Ryushin saved a member of the Uchiha clan, his mental barriers were shattered. Although he was uncertain how the others learned of Wuku's intention to open the Paradise Box, it was precisely this knowledge that led them to reveal some crucial information to Wu Wei. The Paradise Box was a devilish contraption that required tailed beast-level chakra to open. Anyone who succeeded in opening it would have their soul and body drawn into the box, enduring eternal torment. If you wish for Wuku to live in hell forever, then let him try, Qian Yao remarked before Wu Wei, Wuku, and Ryushin. Upon hearing this, Ryushin was horrified and adamantly opposed to Wuku opening the box at in truth. Wuku had already felt uncertain about unlocking the Paradise Box, and Qian Yao's words extinguished any lingering thoughts. Now, Wu Wei faced further questioning from the elders, feeling even more uncertain. Perhaps we should let someone else attempt it. I believe Wuku is still lacking. Humph. You would squander such a precious opportunity, scoffed the elder with the ram's head mask. However, Wu Wei was unwilling to force the matter. He could not pressure Wuku. After all, Grass Ninja Village had few upper ninjas, and Wu Wei's potential was significant. Since he refused to let Wuku try, then step aside, Wu Wei offered a brief bow before withdrawing. Upon exiting the chamber, he found Wuku and Ryushin waiting for him outside. Father, Wuku hesitated to meet Wu Wei's gaze. This opportunity had demanded considerable effort on their part. Although Wu Wei had previously been conflicted, he felt a sense of relief after abandoning the idea. And no matter how much he wished to revitalize Grass Ninja Village, he would not gamble with his son's life. Let us go, Wuku, Ryushin. We shall eat something, Wu Wei said, patting Wuku's shoulder. Both Wuku and Ryushin felt a weight lift from their hearts. Wu Wei's decision not to risk Wuku's life brought them joy. The trio arrived at a ramen shop by the street. Wu Wei ordered 3 bowls of ramen, enjoying the meal while listening to Wuku and Ryushin recount amusing anecdotes. Approximately 20 minutes later, as they were nearing the end of their meal, a hastily approaching grass ninja dashed over Wei Dano. Wu Wei set down his chopsticks. Have we succeeded? The individual slowly shook his head, but Wu Wei's expression hardened. Did Shu Jin go? Is he still alive? Shu Jin went, but he was consumed. There were no remains. It was said that he lacked sufficient chakra. Wuku and Ryushin's faces turned ashen. Wu Wei waved his hand. I understand. You may leave. The grass ninja bowed and departed. Father, what Qian Yao said is true. Both Wuku and Ryushin were stricken with fear. Those who opened the Paradise Box would have their souls and bodies drawn inside. Enduring eternal suffering, Wu Wei's expression remained stoic, yet beads of sweat formed near his temples as he recalled Qian Yao's words. Let us go. Wu Wei's voice was hoarse as he led the 2 shaken individuals home. Along the way, Wu Wei slowly spoke. Qian Yao saved our lives. What has become of the mother and daughter he entrusted to us before he left? Wuku quickly replied, the mother is on the brink of death. With no capacity for treatment, I have secretly moved her. Everyone else believes she has passed. Her daughter, Kairin, is caring for her. After the death of Jonin Ryusaki, no one realized that Kairin, like her mother, possessed healing abilities, so no one paid attention. They're safe now. Wuku and Ryushin were quite attentive to Qian Yao's requests. Qian Yao had been gravely injured at the time. Worried he would not have enough time, they had sought out Kairin and her mother. In his haste to recover and return to his clan, Qian Yao had bitten Kairin, exchanging the secret of the Paradise Box for the safety of Kairin and her mother, promising to send someone for them in the future. Previously, Wu Wei had been somewhat skeptical, but it now appeared that Qian Yao's words were not in vain. Truly, as a prominent family in the ninja world, they possessed knowledge of secrets unknown even to Grass Ninja. Please send additional supplies to them. We do not know when Qian Yao will send someone to retrieve them. Understood. Wu Wei and Ryushin exchanged glances. Filled with gratitude and trepidation, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Qian Yao, having returned to his body, prepared to sleep. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in his mind. This sound signified the upgrade of his bond with those connected to him. Curious, Qian Yao opened the notification to find that the 3rd star for Wu Wei, Wuku, and Ryushin had all lit up, indicating their bond had reached level 3, a depth of camaraderie akin to life and death. Could it be that the sacrifice time for the Paradise Box had passed? After all, Wugu and Longshi had saved their lives. It was simply inconceivable to watch Wugu be devoured by the Box of Bliss without intervening. Qian Yao clicked on the 3rd star of Wugu. Ding! The third bond of Wugu has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Fire Escape, Ghost Lantern Technique. Qian Yao stroked his chin, although this fire escape was a secret technique. The Uchiha clan were adept in fire escape techniques, rendering it somewhat of a consolation prize. Next, he unlocked the third star for Wu Wei and Long Shi respectively. Ding! The third bond of Wu Wei has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Fire Escape, Heavenly Prison Sealing Technique. This technique was Wu Wei's signature move and was indeed formidable among fire escape sealing techniques, perfectly compensating for Qian Yao's lack of sealing techniques. Qian Yao gleefully stored the technique in his mind, instantly absorbing various principles and methods of its application. Now, it was Longshi's turn. Qian Yao rubbed his hands together in excitement and anticipation. Open, ding! The third bond of Longshi has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Dragon Life Rebirth Technique, unfinished. Qian Yao's eyes widened in exhilaration. Indeed, it was this secret technique. However, what did the unfinished mean? Qian Yao's consciousness moved closer. The host does not possess the relevant bloodline. Casting this secret technique will incur double the expenditure. Qian Yao's cheeks twitched twice. The Dragon Life Rebirth was inherently a life-saving technique. How could he possibly have two lives to save another? But it seemed he actually could. Qian Yao's ocular technique, Commanding Life, allowed him to infuse vitality within shadow clones. It appeared that once Itachi brought the person back, he would need to strategize regarding that technique. The following day, upon learning that Sasuke was still in slumber, Qian Yao made his way to the Uchiha training ground. Not everyone was privy to Qian Yao's strategies. Many Uchiha clansmen still believed conflict was a distinct possibility. Thus, the training ground was quite crowded, while few practiced ninjutsu. As chakra was closely linked to physical stamina, most were conserving their energy. Instead, there was considerable sparring and swordsmanship, and the throwing of ninja tools. As Qian Yao approached, the sounds of clashing weapons and shouts filled the air. Upon seeing Qian Yao, everyone greeted him. Fourth Elder. Their eyes brimmed with admiration. After all, the Meijiki Sharingan was the dream of every Uchiha. Most of the Uchiha present were older than Qian Yao, yet he had risen to prominence. The previous incident where Qian Yao, Fugaku, and Itachi had pursued root members wielding Susanoo was still fresh in everyone's memory. Curiosity about the Meijiki Sharingan enveloped the crowd. Qian Yao approached, intent on forging connections with the elite Uchiha to enhance their bonds. Zheng Xiao, come and spar with me. Qian Yao first sought out a familiar friend. Zheng Xiao was of the same age as Qian Yao, and they had been on several missions together, though Zheng Xiao's talent did not match Qian Yao's. He had only awakened one Tomo. Fourth Elder, Zheng Xiao began, only to be interrupted by Qian Yao. All right, you little rascal. It's been a few days, and you're getting formal with me. What did you used to call me? Zheng Xiao shyly smiled. Qian Yao Ji. Qian Yao glanced at the bond star and noted Zheng Xiao's bond value, which had an initial star due to their prior familiarity. He directly clicked on the first star. Ding! Uchiha Zheng Xiao's first bond has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Memory Fragments. The memory fragments of Zheng Xiao's training and battles manifested in Qian Yao's mind, deepening his understanding of Zheng Xiao's combat habits. He drew his weapon and signaled to Zheng Xiao. The Uchiha clan had little in the way of formalities. Seeing Qian Yao's casual demeanor, Zheng Xiao unsheathed his blade and charged at him. Qian Yao, not one to boast, activated his Meijiki Sharingan. The clan knew of his Meijiki Sharingan, so there was no need for concealment. Ding! The clash of blades sparked as they met. Qian Yao, in a teaching mode, did not intend to defeat Zheng Xiao immediately. He angled his blade, hooking his foot, causing Zheng Xiao to stumble. An opening appeared at Zheng Xiao's left flank, and Qian Yao lightly tapped that spot with his empty hand. Zheng Xiao paused, his blade pivoting in response. Just by observing Zheng Xiao's wrist movement, Qian Yao discerned his intentions. Effortlessly sidestepping while executing a sweeping kick, the two engaged in rapid sparring, drawing the attention of many who were curious about Qian Yao's prowess. Although he refrained from employing the abilities of the Meijiki Sharingan, his keen observational skills were of overwhelming superiority. Qian Yao could easily identify the movement of joints and muscles, thereby intercepting Zheng Xiao's attacks with ease. With their bond of one star, Qian Yao was already familiar with Zheng Xiao's habits. making Zheng Xiao feel as though he were ensnared in an elaborate web. Each of his offensive intentions was anticipated by Qian Yao beforehand. Within mere minutes, Qian Yao had tapped Zheng Xiao 10 times to end the final exchange. As Qian Yao sidestepped, he maneuvered his blade through his armpit, targeting Zheng Xiao's neck. Zheng Xiao halted, not feeling disheartened. Rather, his expression radiated admiration. "Qin, how have you become so strong?" Qian Yao chuckled. "I must grow stronger so that you all can grow stronger alongside me." He then patted Zheng Xiao's waist. "Your waist strength is too weak. The power from your legs isn't transferring effectively. Whether turning or swinging, your speed is compromised. You should." Qian Yao effortlessly outlined Zheng Xiao's shortcomings and suggested improvements. Zheng Xiao nodded vigorously. The Manjiki Sharingan was indeed extraordinary, allowing Qian Yao to discern every detail of his muscle exertion, that if he trained according to Qian Yao's guidance, his physical prowess would surely increase by at least 30%. As Qian Yao observed that the second star was nearly filled, he signaled for Zheng Xiao to step down. "Next, who wishes to challenge me?" Qian Yao casually selected one and began to mentor his clansmen while simultaneously reaping the benefits from them. He welcomed everyone to spar with him and subsequently pointed out some of their training deficiencies, offering ways to enhance their combat prowess. Although most of the Uchiha clan members possessed fiery tempers, they were refreshingly straightforward. Each person whom he guided had their bond with him elevated to 2 stars. Throughout the morning, Qian Yao immersed himself in training alongside the Uchiha people. When it came time for lunch, he planned to eat and check on Sasuke. As he walked along the path, he reviewed his achievements that he had successfully garnered 14 bonds of stars. After opening each one, he absorbed their essence. The amount of chakra within the second star was equivalent to the individual's current level of 10. For those who were spiritual entities, such as Kushina and the Fourth Hokage, it represented their essence of 10. This raised a question. Would the chakra that increased with age be wasted? Upon further examination of the untainted bonds of stars, he found his answer. During this period, it was evident that the chakra of the untainted had been growing, and the second star was reforming. This indicated that the fruit could be harvested a second time. With reassurance, Qian Yao absorbed all existing second stars, aside from the 3 Tomo Uchiha, who had a visual prowess of 10. Everyone else possessed chakra at the same level of 10. Waves of chakra began to manifest within Qian Yao's body. Swiftly invigorating him, he felt an exhilarating surge of energy. Initially, the chakra entering his body felt slightly different, but after circulating within him, it became entirely his own. The 3 Tomo ocular power underwent a similar assimilation. The only exception was the Manjiki Sharingan provided by Itachi, which remained in a coexisting state with Qian Yao's ocular power. A brief calculation revealed that his chakra had multiplied several times over. Though he was merely 17 years old, he had already surpassed the prime of Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku had not engaged in battle for years, making it difficult to estimate his chakra level. The enhancement of ocular power was relatively modest. Nevertheless, for Qian Yao, this was only the beginning. As long as he protected the Uchiha clan, he would continuously receive chakra from his kin. The growth of the Uchiha would be his path to power. He would ultimately become the god of the Uchiha, and even of this world. At the Uchiha clan grounds, within the family of Fugaku, Qian Yao seldom had time to dine at home. Whether on a mission or en route to one, opportunities were scarce. Now, with such an occasion at hand, it was indeed rare, and Lioli was equally delighted. Lioli's physical disability inflicted not only bodily harm, but also psychological trauma. The years spent living with Qian Yao and Jiyu had completely transformed. Thankfully, under Jiyu's attentive care, Lioli gradually improved. The once gloomy expression on her face began to brighten to accommodate Lioli. The table was not large, and the dishes were positioned closer to her, allowing her easy access. "Brother, you haven't eaten at home in a long time." Lioli placed a small, flower-shaped sausage in Qian Yao's bowl, tilting her head to gaze at him. With a smile, Qian Yao popped the sausage into his mouth, replying, "I will have plenty of time to be at home from now on." "You promised." Lioli's laughter rang clear, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Although Qian Yao held no particular demands regarding food, Jiyu's cooking was exquisite. The meals were nutritionally balanced, clearly crafted with great effort. "Thank you, Yu." Yu huffed lightly. Hurry up and eat. I've never seen you this polite before. She then turned to Liuli, saying, I made all this for Liuli. You're merely a freeloader. Qian Yao chuckled softly and refrained from further comment. The family soon finished their meal, and Qian Yao set off to find Sasuke. Liuli, having overeaten, felt a bit drowsy and maneuvered slowly in her wheelchair. Sister Jiu, I feel a bit sleepy. Liuli had a habit of napping. Jiu came over and lifted Liuli in her arms, saying, Then I'll take you to rest for a while. Liuli mumbled drowsily and soon drifted off to sleep. In the Uchiha clan, at the Fugaku residence, Sasuke awoke and sat in a daze for quite some time until Fugaku came to find him. It was then that Sasuke realized he had awakened his eyes. However, he felt no excitement as he had imagined, for Itachi was no longer present. Father, did brother leave the village for my sake? Sasuke's expression was somewhat despondent. The usually stern Fugaku offered rare comfort. Patting Sasuke on the shoulder, Your talent is as remarkable as your brother's. Do not squander it. Itachi has only temporarily left home. If you wish for him to return sooner, then grow stronger quickly. Sasuke looked at his somewhat unfamiliar father in surprise. A spark ignited in his eyes, and he nodded vigorously. Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. The emotion in Sasuke's eyes was evident. Fugaku smiled, realizing that Qian Yao was correct. There was no need to play the role of a strict father. With Itachi absent for the time being, Sasuke should inquire about training from either Qian Yao or him. Sasuke nodded excitedly, pleased that his father was so amicable for once. Unable to contain himself, he added, Father, Qian Yao Senpai said that brother has already mastered the Manjikyu Sharingan and is the strongest in our clan. Even surpassing you. Is that true? Fugaku chuckled. Did Qian Yao tell you that? Sasuke, puzzled by his father's smile, replied, ISNT brother the Manjikyu Sharingan. Fugaku explained, Your brother indeed possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, and I have never fought him. So I cannot say who would win. However, he is not the strongest in our clan. Seeing the astonishment on Sasuke's face, Fugaku continued without holding back, because Qian Yao also possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan. It was he who defeated Itachi that night and prevented further conflict. Qian Yao Senpai too? Sasuke had not anticipated Qian Yao Senpai to be so low-key. Fugaku held Qian Yao in high regard for his intellect and advised Sasuke, Learn from Qian Yao. He is the smartest among the Uchiha. Have you awakened? When Qian Yao arrived, Sasuke was already waiting for him. Qian Yao Senpai. Sasuke greeted with a bow, his demeanor markedly more respectful. It was as if he had matured overnight, and the innocence in his eyes had diminished considerably. Such was the price of becoming stronger. Observing Sasuke's serious expression, Qian Yao playfully rapped his knuckles on Sasuke's head. What are you so serious about? Planning a ritual? Ouch, that hurts. Little Sasuke rubbed his forehead, his expression returning to normal. Qian Yao Senpai, you lied to me. I've already asked father, and you also possess the Manjikyu Sharingan and have defeated my brother. So you must be the strongest among the Uchiha. Qian Yao burst into laughter. Ninja battles depend on many objective conditions. That time, I had you as a hostage. How could your brother possibly defeat me? I was also a hostage in your hands. Sasuke's face fell. Being a hostage in Konoha was one matter, but being taken away by Qian Yao while serving as a hostage was another. Noticing Sasuke's wounded expression, Qian Yao had no intention of comforting him. This world ultimately speaks the language of strength, that if you do not wish to be your brother's weakness, then strive to grow stronger, reflecting on his status as his brother's weakness. Sasuke resolutely vowed to work hard and grow stronger. Let us go. Time for school. Qian Yao beckoned, addressing Sasuke. As Sasuke followed, he queried, Qian Yao Senpai, since Konoha intends to eradicate us, why should I still attend school? There's hardly anything of value to learn there. Qian Yao walked ahead. Sometimes, the clash of two forces does not simply resolve with a fight. The trips to school yesterday and today were merely for show. You are still too young to comprehend the intricacies of such political confrontations. All you need to do is obediently follow my lead. After today, you will not return to school for a while. You would want to disappoint Naruto, would you? Sasuke recalled their high jump competition from yesterday and nodded. Qian Yao Senpai, are you aware of Naruto's situation? Oh, you are curious? Qian Yao paused, for they were about to step into the territory of Konoha, where discussions about Naruto would be prohibited. Noticing Qian Yao's halt, Sasuke stopped as well. I want to know. Qian Yao chuckled softly. If you can refrain from boasting about your newly awakened eyes and keep it a secret, I shall tell you this afternoon. Sasuke was indeed unprepared to conceal it, as this was a matter of honor for the Uchiha clan. Such clandestine behavior was not in line with his character. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke silently nodded. Atikano's school. Naruto lay dejectedly on his desk. He had spent the entire night dreaming of the moments he was bullied in the past, which left him utterly fatigued. Moreover, he felt unusually heavy, unlike his usual self. Initially, he had looked forward to competing in the high jump with Sasuke today. However, Sasuke did not attend class, which further dampened Naruto's spirits. As Iruka lectured on geography, Naruto felt himself drifting into a stupor. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaking open caught his attention. Sasuke? Oh, it's Sasuke! With the excited exclamation from several girls in the class, Naruto snapped back to attention that it was indeed Sasuke who had entered. Iruka-sensei, I'm here for class. Iruka glanced at the figure in the corridor and said nothing more. Go take your seat. Sasuke walked over and plopped down beside Naruto. Sasuke, where have you been? I thought you weren't coming. Sasuke smiled at Naruto. I made a promise to you yesterday. How could I not come? Naruto paused, his heart racing fiercely. For the first time, someone genuinely cared about him. This was the first time someone had shown such concern. Being quite an emotional person, Naruto felt his eyes welling up at those words. He quickly turned his head away. After class, I'll show you my strength. Sasuke replied absent-mindedly. Unaware of the effect his words had on Naruto, he shifted his gaze to the corridor outside, where he could faintly see Qian Yao's silhouette, along with those guarding him. Qian Yao, why are you here again? As Qian Yao and Sasuke approached the school vicinity, the Umbu quickly reported to Jiraiya. Jiraiya had no choice but to come himself. He had initially intended to gather some materials, but was now forced to oversee Qian Yao, which naturally soured his mood. Qian Yao yawned with boredom. Jiraiya, what are you saying? It's perfectly reasonable for our clan's young master to attend school while I serve as his bodyguard. Rather than watching me, you should focus on eliminating Danzo sooner, Jiraiya snorted. Danzo is the Hokage's advisor. He cannot be judged by your mere words. Qian Yao replied with a smirk that I believe it would benefit you if Danzo were to perish sooner. He recalled that Danzo was primarily responsible for Yahiko's death. With the current standoff between Konoha and the Uchiha, many would likely come to stir up trouble. The Akatsuki organization might join in. And if Conan were to make an appearance, it would be quite intriguing. Jiraiya, unaware of this connection, dismissed it. However, the next few days were critical. Outsiders were already nearing Konoha.by tomorrow. Even the ninjas from the Land of Lightning would arrive. Jiraiya suspected that Qian Yao intended to forcibly control Naruto now. Using Sasuke's presence as a mere excuse, he needed to keep a close watch on Qian Yao. Once the Third Hokage's men arrived tonight, the situation would stabilize. Qian Yao was well aware of Jiraiya's anxiety, but he relished it. After all, if the Uchiha didn't appear to be up to something, that would be truly abnormal. Although he was uncertain when the Third Hokage's men would arrive, he knew that Konoha was a grand stage that welcomed those seeking bounties. After all, this bounty was issued by Itachi Uchiha. Though anonymous, those in the know understood. Despite the nominal presence of the Uchiha security force, they were few in number and primarily occupied with their own businesses. They had effectively become a neighborhood watch. The invasion of Konoha was of no concern to the Uchiha. They had to fend for themselves. Qian Yao remained in the corridor as he had the day before. During the subsequent outdoor class, he stood not far from Sasuke. Even without his newly awakened eyes, Naruto could never surpass Sasuke. Their high jump competition naturally concluded with Sasuke's victory. I didn't perform well today. Next time, I'll win, Naruto stubbornly declared, but this time Sasuke didn't retort. Instead, he unexpectedly stated, I won be coming to school next week. Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke, do you have something going on? Sasuke shook his head. We probably won't see each other for a long time. Naruto's expression stiffened. After all, Sasuke had never looked down on him and was always willing to play with him. However, he quickly adjusted his demeanor. It's okay. We can meet again later. Reflecting on his responsibilities and the fact that he had awakened his eyes, Sasuke coolly turned his head. I am no longer like you. Seeing Sasuke's demeanor, Naruto muttered, "Conceited Sasuke." The time at the Ninja Academy concluded amidst the ruckus of a group of children. Jiraiya had spent the entire afternoon watching Qian Yao, his eyes weary. Yet, Qian Yao had done nothing, rendering Jiraiya's efforts futile. The school gate, Qian Yao effortlessly lifted Sasuke onto his back, allowing him to ride as they departed. Although Sasuke was the child of the illustrious Uchiha clan, he was still just 7 years old. Fugako had never indulged him like this, and Itachi had only carried him once, despite Qian Yao's intention to make yesterday's actions less conspicuous. Sasuke felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. "Naruto, I'm leaving," Sasuke exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Having refrained from flaunting his newly awakened eyes today, he was eager to exchange secrets with Qian Yao senpai. Of course, Qian Yao's act of allowing him to ride on his shoulders also filled a void in Sasuke's childhood. Hearing Sasuke bid him farewell, Naruto waved his arms vigorously. "Goodbye, Sasuke." He lowered his arms only after witnessing Sasuke walk a considerable distance away. Naruto's smile faded, replaced by a look of melancholy as he made his way to the swing in the corner. He watched as children with parents were joyfully picked up one by one, while he himself would have to wait a while longer before he could return home. Not far off, Jiraiya, noticing that Qian Yao had not succeeded today, breathed a sigh of relief. He paid little mind to Naruto, who was again waiting by the swing, for in Jiraiya's eyes, Naruto posed no issue. Observing the umbu surrounding Naruto in protective detail, he felt assured enough to leave. Jiraiya had overheard the conversation between Sasuke and Naruto and was aware that Sasuke would not be returning the next day. This perhaps signified that the Uchiha clan was preparing for some action. He hurried off to consult with the Third Hokage at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Naruto, as per usual, waited until everyone had left before he lowered his head and slowly made his way home. The streets were alive with the sounds of families enjoying their meals together, a warm scene contrasting starkly with Naruto's solitary and hungry trek home. "Grr," protested Naruto's stomach, a small shop nearby, selling rice balls. Caught his attention, he inhaled deeply, unable to resist the temptation to approach. Digging into his pocket, he found only a single 50-yen coin. "Where are you, Grandpa Third?" "Hurry up, get lost, you monster, don't block my business," as Naruto approached. Two villagers who had been selecting items immediately turned away upon seeing him. The shopkeeper, furious, brandished a broom and waved it threateningly. Naruto stepped back just in time to avoid being struck. "That I just want to buy something," he exclaimed, gripping the coin tightly. The shopkeeper, with a face full of disdain, shouted, "I won't do business with you. You monster, get away." "I'm not a monster. Grandpa Third said so," Naruto retorted, "I in the eyes of these ordinary villagers." The Third Hokage was merely a kind-hearted old man. Consequently, they didn't fear him much. The villagers were unaware of the true nature of Jinchuriki, only knowing that Naruto was the cause of the calamity that had once befallen them. However, recalling the Third Hokage's order for silence, he chose to refrain from further comments. That he fell silent, noticing the umbu in the distance. The umbu signaled him with gestures, which he barely understood, but nonetheless, he picked up a box of rice balls from the counter and tossed it at Naruto's feet. Saying, "Get lost, don't linger here." Naruto picked up the already squished box and placed a 50-yen coin on the counter, then ran away without looking back. "That I paid for it," he shouted, having seen that the rice ball cost exactly 50 yen. The shopkeeper disdainfully tossed the coin to the ground as if it were tainted. With some time wasted, several villagers had already finished their meals and were now out and about. Naruto, clutching his rice ball box tightly, hurried home. The more people there were, the more anxious he became, as many children, when accompanied by adults, would bully him without restraint. What he feared most came to pass. A group of children just finished eating. "Spotted, Naruto, it's you, monster. How disgusting to run into you again. Get lost," shouted one as he picked up a stone and hurled it at him, with the others quickly following suit. Mimicking his actions, at Naruto's desperate attempts to dodge only elicited laughter from the children. The cruel laughter filled him with both anger and urgency, but remembering the Third Hokage's advice to avoid trouble, he could only flee with his head down. .2 stone struck his back, causing him pain and sending him crashing to the ground. The rice ball tumbling from his grip. "Ha ha! Look at this guy, he even has rice balls. A malicious voice taunted as Naruto saw a foot come down, crushing his rice ball. You must have stolen it. You monster! Anger surged within Naruto as he pushed the hefty boy in front of him to the ground. This is mine. I'm not a monster. Ouch! The boy exclaimed, and the others rallied. Hit him! For children rushed forward, surrounding Naruto and raining blows upon him. The nearby Umbu observed with indifference. It was merely a scuffle among children. Why don't you fight back? A voice whispered in Naruto's ear. Protecting himself, he replied, Grandpa Third would be angry. Why listen to him? Only Grandpa Third treats me well. He gives me money to buy food, and if you fight back, the Third Hokage will come immediately. Really? Really? With renewed determination, Naruto threw off the boy atop him. Naruto's fist landed on the hefty boy. The boy, writhing in pain, shouted, If you dare fight back, let's all get him. Instantly, the five of them became a chaotic tangle. Clearly, Naruto was outmatched. Quickly finding himself overpowered, a large bump formed on his head, and his face bore the marks of being dragged across the ground. The voice returned, urging him to pick up a stone and throw it, but in his dazed state, he did not respond. Yet his body seemed to move on its own, and he grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it backward. My eyes! The hefty boy cried out, blinded by the dirt. Help! What are you doing? He yelled angrily, but he failed to notice the sudden stillness around him. With a loud thud, the hefty boy let out a heart-wrenching scream. Naruto had seized the very stone that had just struck him and swung it back at the boy's head. Blood poured from the boy's head as those who had bullied Naruto were struck with fear. Monster! The monster is going to eat us! Run! They cried, having only ever witnessed Naruto being beaten but never imagined he could retaliate with such ferocity. As the hefty boy scrambled away, he cried, Help! Help! In that moment, Naruto remained silent, picking up the stone once more and striking the boy's head again. The boy's body stiffened, then fell limp, unable to move, his voice weakened to a whisper. Save me! Nearby Umbu, witnessing Naruto's counterattack, found it amusing and entertaining. After all, under the Third Hokage's guidance, Naruto had rarely fought back in the past 2 years. However, their amusement quickly faded after knocking the hefty boy down. Naruto did not relent. Instead, he mounted him, raising the stone to strike again. With a resounding impact, the boy fell unconscious. Yet Naruto lifted the stone once more, slamming it down with relentless force. With each strike, blood spread across the ground. Emotionless, Naruto raised the rock again, striking down fiercely yet again. At that moment, several figures appeared, swiftly restraining Naruto's hands. Stop! Are you trying to kill him? An urgent voice exclaimed. Naruto looked up at the suddenly appearing Umbu, a deep-seated hatred flickering in his eyes, chilling the Umbu to their core. The next instant, Naruto closed his eyes and collapsed. The Umbu squad leader shook his head, dismissing the recent events as a figment of his imagination. Now he felt an overwhelming headache. Other shifts had gone smoothly, yet during his watch, chaos erupted. Naruto had fought back before, but never with lethal intent. What on earth had happened today? Captain, the hefty boy is gravely injured. He.S. barely hanging on. Hurry, get him to a doctor before it becomes a fatal incident. Hurry, Suba, and inform the Third Hokage that I will first take Naruto home. That I in Naruto's consciousness space, he inquired. Who are you? How can you control my body? Before him stood a figure shrouded in shadow, rendering their features indistinguishable. That it was this very person who had previously seized control of his body, initiating the counterattack. Though Kushina, hidden within the shadows, longed to reunite with her son, she understood that enduring this moment was necessary to eliminate the Third Hokage's influence as swiftly as possible. You may call me Uzumaki. She sighed internally, steeling her heart to play along with Naruto. Upon hearing her altered voice, Naruto's excitement surged. Uzumaki? Just like me, the attention of a child shifts rapidly, causing him to forget the fact that he had been controlled. I am your kin, Kushina added. Kin? The light in Naruto's eyes began to shine. That's wonderful. I have family now. I'm not alone. He joyfully dashed around in the realm of his consciousness. Witnessing her son in such high spirits made Kushina's heart tremble with pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you scoundrel! Once Naruto finally settled down, he continued, Uzumaki, why are you here? How can you control my body? How do you know someone is nearby? Naruto's excitement led him to ask 3 questions in quick succession. Perhaps he did not truly care for the answers. What mattered most to him was the presence of someone who could accompany him. The reason for my presence here cannot be disclosed to you at this time, nor can I reveal how I can control your body. You must not tell anyone, especially the Third Hokage. Why not? Naruto protested, feeling a strong trust towards the Third Hokage. Kushina scoffed coldly because the Third Hokage is not a good person. That's not true. Grandpa Hokage has always been kind to me, Naruto retorted loudly. Having already prepared Kushina psychologically, she suppressed her anger upon hearing Naruto's response. Those individuals are the ones the Third Hokage has placed beside you to monitor you. They would rather see you beaten than intervene. Do you still believe the Third Hokage is a good person? Or do you think they're merely passing by? Naruto instinctively sought excuses for them. Impossible! Grandpa Hokage would never do that. They must have just been passing through. Kushina refrained from arguing with Naruto, instead stating, if you wish to discover the identities of your parents, you cannot allow the Third Hokage to know of my existence. Parents? Hey, Uzumaki! The world around Naruto seemed to collapse suddenly, and he was enveloped in a hazy light. When he groggily awoke, he found himself lying in his home, with the Third Hokage standing by his bedside. Grandpa Hokage, you've come. Naruto's first reaction upon seeing the Third Hokage was one of joy, for he knew that the Hokage would regularly provide him with money, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry during this period. The Third Hokage observed Naruto's delighted demeanor. Feeling satisfied that his years of brainwashing had not been in vain, he feigned seriousness. Did I not tell you not to engage in fights? You nearly killed that person this time. Naruto anxiously replied, no, it wasn't me. Suddenly, he recalled what Uzumaki had said. If you wish to know your parents' identities, you cannot let the Third Hokage know of my existence that it was them. They threw stones at me. They even stomped on my rice balls, which I bought with my last bit of money. Naruto stammered, carefully omitting any mention of Kushina. His hesitation in admitting his mistake did not raise suspicion in the Third Hokage. As he had already assessed Naruto's condition while he was unconscious, that Naruto's seal remained intact, and there was no indication of the Jinchuriki going berserk. From the Third Hokage's perspective, Naruto had simply retaliated more vigorously than anticipated. Nonetheless, you shouldn't have used such excessive force. You nearly killed him. Feeling a bit wronged, Naruto protested, but I was surrounded by 4 of them, and no one came to help. The emotions of a child were clearly written on his face. Observing Naruto's pitiful expression, the Third Hokage shifted his tone. One must be kind, even to those who have harmed you. Though they struck you, they have now received their just deserts, and you must learn to forgive. Promise me you won't fight again, all right? Naruto pouted, clearly displeased. Just then, Kushina's voice echoed in his mind. Kindness built upon the suffering of others is the most hypocritical form of kindness. I could see that moment. The Third Hokage produced a 1,000-yen bill, saying, I've been quite busy lately and cannot visit often. Spend it wisely, all right? Naruto stood there in shock. The Third Hokage, mistaking Naruto's stunned expression for gratitude, satisfactorily placed the money in his hands. All right, I bought you some food. Eat it first. I must take my leave now, but I will visit again soon. With that, he departed from Naruto's home. The Sarutobi clan was arriving that night, and with so many people, proper arrangements needed to be made. Uzumaki, are you still there? After the Third Hokage left, Naruto whispered cautiously. Just think it. There's no need to speak, came the reply. Oh, Naruto responded, quickly covering his mouth. Thankfully, the Third Hokage had just left, and the Umbu were still stationed outside the room. Otherwise, he would have been discovered immediately. Naruto glanced around as if he were a thief. Rest assured, the Umbu are outside your room, Kushina assured him. Allowing Naruto to finally relax, he began to ponder within his mind. Did Grandpa Hokage really send the Umbu to monitor me outside my home? Kushina did not respond directly to Naruto's question, but instead asked, do you feel pain when others bully or insult you? Sitting up, Naruto wrapped his arms around his knees, seemingly lost in painful memories. Yeah. And yet the Third Hokage tells you to be kind and to forgive. Is that not hypocritical? Naruto felt a sense of gloom. He did not wish to forgive those who had wronged him. The third Hokage merely instructed him not to hold grudges. Otherwise, he would have retaliated long ago. At just 7 years old, Naruto had not yet reached the age of causing trouble. During this time, he could barely fill his stomach, let alone go around painting or vandalizing. Do you understand why the Umbu are watching you, but never come to your aid? Kushina gradually guided Naruto's thoughts. Naruto shook his head in confusion that if the third Hokage was indeed a good person, then the Umbu had never offered him help. That is because as long as the third Hokage ultimately appears to comfort you, you will feel grateful to him. Why is that? Naruto could not grasp why the third Hokage would act in such a manner. It relates to your identity and that of your parents. At the mention of this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Uzumaki, am I not an orphan? Who are my parents? Kushina was infuriated. That scoundrel, the third Hokage, insisted on telling Naruto he was an orphan. If only he were a decent person. He could have entrusted Naruto to someone trustworthy for adoption. That is a secret, you think I would just casually tell you? Naruto scratched his head, realizing this was the case, yet he truly yearned to know who his parents were. What must I do for you to share this secret with me? Kushina surveyed Naruto's home, which is in a state of utter disarray that I will not divulge such an important secret to a child living in such chaos. Naruto promptly jumped off the bed, ready to tidy up the room. Kushina sighed in exasperation. Eat first. Clean up after your meal. Oh, okay. Naruto, in a daze, responded with a monotone affirmation before heading to the microwave with the lunch brought by the third Hokage. In the interim of those few minutes, he began to tidy up the litter strewn across the floor. Kushina, adhering to Qian Yao's advice, resolved to correct some of Naruto's detrimental habits. After all, even if Naruto were to learn that his parents were the fourth Hokage and his wife, it would be of little consequence. It could, in fact, place him in peril. While he was still young, it was imperative to extricate him from the influence of the third Hokage and to amend his character. Kushina possessed a fiery temperament. In her youth, she did not merely whimper when bullied, but rather retaliated fiercely, transforming her adversaries into mere caricatures of their former selves. She harbored no intention of allowing Naruto to grow into a mere forgiving fool. With limited time at her disposal, she could not remain at his side indefinitely. I'm going to rest. Tomorrow morning, I expect to see a tidy room, she declared, and with that, she fell into a deep silence as Naruto began his clumsy attempts at cleaning. After calling out twice in his mind, only to receive no response, he was drawn to the sound of the microwave beeping. Although his injuries were not severe, the exertion had left him ravenous. He opened the lunchbox and began to eat. As he consumed his meal, he pondered the identity of this vortex that could communicate within his mind. Was what it said true? Was the third Hokage truly a villain? Although Naruto was yet unaware of what this vortex truly looked like, he instinctively felt a kinship towards this entity. As he contemplated, he hastily finished his lunch, despite having a carton of milk and some cookies remaining. He decided to save them for the following morning, as the third Hokage had only provided him with this meager fare. After putting the milk and cookies into the refrigerator, Naruto commenced the slow process of tidying his room. Previously, he had been indifferent to cleanliness, leaving his belongings in disarray. Being so young, his efforts were sluggish, and the house echoed with the sounds of his clumsiness. Outside, the Umbu quietly observed and noted Naruto's cleaning efforts. Deciding not to interfere, the Umbu, previously glared at by the controlled Naruto, refrained from reporting his intense gaze, as there were no signs of the Nine-Tails chakra leaking from him. Reporting such would only invite trouble. However, the third Hokage had indeed issued a stern order to the Umbu regarding the villagers. Anyone who dared to bully Naruto would face imprisonment. The villagers, both adults and children alike, were left shaken. Deciding henceforth to avoid this monster, those who had never cleaned a room lacked a plan and often repeated tasks unnecessarily. Naruto was no exception. He swept the floor only to dirty it again while gathering trash. After several back-and-forth attempts, he gradually acquired some experience. Fearing that the vortex would be displeased, he meticulously cleaned every corner of the room, even going so far as to wash both inside and outside. He toiled alone until the late hours of the night before collapsing onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Qian Yao emerged from the shadows of Naruto, while Kushina, conserving her chakra, had already drifted into sleep. Observing the now tidy and orderly room, Qian Yao nodded slightly in approval. It appeared that Kushina had gained Naruto's trust, marking a promising beginning. Meanwhile, a dense crowd approached from outside the village of Konoha. All were adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors, yet the Hyuga patrol team on guard did not recognize any of these individuals, all of whom bore unfamiliar faces, were it not for the presence of the Third Hokage and Jiraiya. Asserting that these were allies, the Hyuga clan would have long since sounded the alarm. Upon receiving the report, Hyuga Kaoshin arrived at the scene, astonished by the throng of unfamiliar Leaf shinobi. Lord Hokage. Who are these? As the overseer of Konoha's security, Kaoshin felt it necessary to clarify the situation to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. The Third Hokage, donning his Hokage hat and igniting his pipe without taking a puff, replied, "These are personnel I have reassigned from the border." "Understood, Hokage-sama. Where shall we accommodate them?" Kaoshin, having seen battle, assessed the situation. Although the shinobi below appeared to lack considerable strength, they exhibited remarkable discipline and order. The sheer number was alarming. Kaoshin estimated at least 1,000 individuals. While this may not be a large contingent for the well-established Konoha, if these shinobi were to belong to the Third Hokage's private force, it would raise concerns. The Third Hokage had already prepared a plan. Let us settle them in the ruins of the old district post-demolition. Konoha may face significant changes in the coming days. So, I ask for your diligence. Kaoshin shuddered slightly. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, we will ensure the security of Konoha. Following the entry of all personnel into Konoha, the Third Hokage and Jiraiya dispatched 4 teams of Anbu to liaise with Kaoshin. Kaoshin directed Hyuga Sodai to oversee the newcomers and subtly signaled him to take charge while he himself managed logistics. After a night of intensive work, Kaoshin finally returned to his residence after reporting to clan head Hisashi. Approximately an hour later, a voice called from outside. "Lord Kaoshin, I have returned." "Come in," Kaoshin instructed, and Sotai stepped through the door. "Lord, the number of shinobi is approximately 1,000, with half being chunin. The others do not appear to be ordinary genin. Their discipline is commendable. They have undergone team training. The leader is named Ryu no Suke, and they refer to each other solely by their given names, omitting family names." Sotai's mention of team training implied not merely small squads of 3, but rather larger groups exceeding 10. The practice of using only first names could signify either intimacy or a shared clan. Kaoshin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is their physical condition?" Sodai pondered briefly before responding. "They appear to be in excellent health." Kaoshin now had reasons to believe that this group were indeed the Third Hokage's private soldiers. 2 points supported this. Firstly, there had been some Leaf shinobi at the border. But during peacetime, the number stationed at the border outposts was pitifully low, at most 100 or 200. Furthermore, the conditions at those outposts were typically poor, often manned by those who had erred in the past and were sent there as punishment. Such remote locations lacked basic amenities like water, electricity, or gas. It was unlikely that every individual would be in prime health and have undergone rigorous group training. A chilling thought crossed Kaoshin's mind. Could they all be from the Sarutobi clan? He shook his head. Maintaining 1,000 Sarutobi members would require an enormous amount of resources. Should we report all of this information to the main house? Sotai suggested, knowing the branch family shared the same resentment towards both the main house and the Third Hokage. Following the previous incident where the main house had betrayed the Hyuga clan, their mistrust towards the Konoha faction had only deepened. Kaoshin nodded in agreement, satisfied with Sotai's insight that "I shall handle this matter. You continue gathering intelligence on this group and report back as needed." "Understood." Sotai quickly departed. Kaoshin organized his thoughts before swiftly making his way to the main compound. There, Hisashi and the elder were present. Curious about Kaoshin's return, as he had already reported once earlier. "Kaoshin, what has transpired?" In the face of the clan's elders, Guangxin typically maintained an impassive demeanor. In this moment was no exception. He first bowed to Rizu and the elder Zhongzhao. Then spoke, "Clan leader, elder, the total number of individuals recalled by the Third Hokage is approximately 1,000, over half possess chakra levels exceeding that of Chunin, while the remainder are not significantly inferior. All of them are robust and vigorous, referring to one another solely by their given names." After delivering his report, Guangxin reverted to his usual automaton-like state, reporting facts without speculation or suggestion. Rizu and Elder Zhongzhao, already in discussion regarding this matter, found their expressions darkened by Guangxin's supplementary intelligence. The information indicated a strong likelihood that these individuals were private soldiers of the Third Hokage. The Hyuga clan had already suffered a setback once. Not long ago, the Uchiha clan had nearly faced annihilation, and it was high time they pondered their own preservation. With the Third Hokage's formidable power, should the Uchiha falter, the Hyuga clan could very well find themselves devoured whole. After all, the Hyuga clan boasts nearly 100% awakening of the Byakugan, which possesses immense functional capabilities once activated in any mission. The most sought-after members are invariably those of the Hyuga lineage. If the powerful Uchiha nearly fell, the Hyuga clan would be utterly defenseless against the Third Hokage. Guangxin, do you have any thoughts? Rizu inquired, as was customary. Guangxin's countenance remained stoic. Our branch family supports any decision made by the main family. The elder Zhongzhao exhaled deeply. Guangxin, you have served as an elder for several years now. You should also contribute your insights for the clan. Guangxin continued, the wise clan leader will guide us through all adversities. Although his words were fervently spirited, they were delivered in a mechanical tone, akin to an automated response. The elder Zhongzhao found himself choked with emotions, unable to express his discomfort. Rizu shook his head slightly. Guangxin, you may leave now. After respectfully bowing to both, Guangxin withdrew. Elder Zhongzhao lamented, Rizu, this approach is not sustainable. Rizu harbored a degree of guilt regarding his brother's demise. The current state of the branch family was a silent rebellion against the main family. Yet this passive resistance rendered the main family powerless. Even though there had been no punitive measures against the branch family in recent years, nor had their treatment improved significantly, it still failed to boost their morale. Were it not for the potential threat of the Hyuga clan's extinction, the branch family members might not have reported at all. Rizu, appearing somewhat fatigued, remarked, let us discuss the branch family's matters later. Our immediate concern is the Third Hokage's strength, which exceeds expectations. Elder Zhongzhao replied solemnly, the Uchiha must not fall. Rizu nodded in agreement. The crucial question is, what shall we do? The elder's gaze was scrutinizing. We need to have a conversation with the Uchiha. Their inactivity suggests they are awaiting external forces. They may have even reached out to other ninja villages, though Rizu did not contest the elder's words. The Uchiha, despite possessing 3 Mangekyou Sharingan and over 400 combatants, were outnumbered by the Leaf Village's personnel. With dozens of ninjas per clan, the total easily reached several thousand, and moreover, a significant portion of these ninjas did not belong to any clan. In the perilous world of the ninja realm, those of lesser strength thrived under the shelter of Konoha's great tree, fostering a strong sense of belonging. The Third Hokage still held considerable prestige among these individuals. Should the Uchiha rebel and the Third Hokage command this group to hold their ground, they would undoubtedly comply. If the Uchiha were to unleash a Susanoo, a single individual could potentially upend the Konoha regime. Yet, the combat prowess displayed by the Uchiha's Mangekyou Sharingan had not yet reached a transcendent level, and they too could face attrition. Not to mention, the Third Hokage possessed the Reaper Death Seal, capable of dragging others down with him. Although not everyone was privy to this forbidden technique, the Third Hokage, as a master of ninjutsu, certainly had his strengths. The exact number of Umbu personnel remained unclear, and the Foundation was a vast organization shrouded in darkness. Despite having lost dozens of combatants previously, the extent of their hidden forces was unknown. The Uchiha were not as secure as they appeared. They might very well have established connections with other ninja villages, seeking collaboration to bring down Konoha in exchange for territorial concessions or shared benefits. Common political maneuvers. However, the success of such actions hinged on how many allies they could rally. Allies could come from 2 fronts: external villages eager to partake in the spoils, and discontented factions within Konoha dissatisfied with the Third Hokage's rule. Such strategies, however, were fraught with danger. A misstep could lead to the ruin of the entire village. I shall personally visit the Uchiha to gauge Fugaku's intentions, Rizu declared resolutely. For now, while the Hyuga aligned with Konoha, their safety was not a concern. In fact, the Uchiha might attempt to win over the Hyuga. Elder Zhongzhao nodded slightly. Currently, The Konoha surveillance is under our control. We must act without delay. Time is of the essence in the turbulent undercurrents of Konoha. Rizu could not afford to wait until the morrow to depart. At just over 30 years of age, he was in the prime of his life. Although he had not engaged in combat for some time, he maintained his training regimen. After quickly changing his attire, he slipped into the night. With the Byakugan, Rizu found it easy to evade patrolling Umbu, but he could not escape the watchful eyes of other Hyuga clan members. Given the tense situation, the Uchiha compound was heavily monitored. Rizu could not approach the Uchiha district without alerting his clansmen. Clan leader, what brings you here? Sungtai happened to be on duty that night, having just returned from reporting to Guangxin. He was somewhat surprised to see the clan leader's unexpected appearance. Rizu merely nodded slightly. You have not seen anyone today. Understood? Sungtai lowered his head in acknowledgement. This area is under my surveillance. Rest assured, clan leader. After issuing his instructions, Rizu vanished, seamlessly infiltrating the Uchiha compound. Sungtai looked up at the disappearing figure of Rizu, a spark of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Within the Uchiha compound, at Qian Yao's residence, Qian Yao had just returned from checking on Naruto. As he prepared to sleep after his consciousness returned, he sensed someone landing in the courtyard, soon followed by a knock at the door. Who is it? Qian Yao felt little anxiety, recognizing the knocking technique as that of a clansman. Qian Yao, it's me. The clan leader requests your presence. The voice of UK came from outside. You go ahead. I will follow shortly. UK acknowledged and promptly vanished. Qian Yao changed his clothes and opened the door, coinciding with the opening of another door further down the hallway. Wearing a nightgown, Jiu peered out. Qian Yao, what's the matter? Qian Yao shook his head slightly. Nothing much. The clan leader has summoned me for a matter. You should take Liuli to sleep first. Jiu, who still needed to buy groceries and cook, was aware of the tense atmosphere within the clan. Her face bore a hint of worry. With little experience in such matters, Jiu felt somewhat estranged by Qian Yao's recent changes. Qian Yao, do you think we will win? Upon hearing Jiu's words, Qian Yao realized she feared the Uchiha might instigate a conflict with Konoha. He comforted her, don't worry. I have Lily with me if danger arises. I will inform you first. It is still the ever-reliable Qian Yao. Who cares for his younger sister, Lily? Su felt a slight sense of relief. Her thoughts turned inward, grappling with her own complexities. Then, make sure to return early. Qian Yao responded with a nod, his figure flickering before vanishing entirely. Jiu let out a sigh of frustration and proceeded back to her room, where Liuli lay in a peaceful slumber. Her gaze shifted to the combat attire on display. It had been many years since she last undertook a mission in Fugaka's chamber. The lights were aglow. The leaders of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans sat waiting for someone, but Hisashi's face bore a hint of confusion. Whom was Fugaku expecting? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, as they had already arrived. Moments later, the door swung open, and Qian Yao entered. Upon seeing Hisashi, he quickly surmised the purpose of his visit. However, he did not anticipate the swiftness of the encounter. According to his assumptions, Hisashi would only come after the external forces had tested the waters. Elder Saiku not coming. Qian Yao inquired nonchalantly, directing his question toward Fugaku. Fugaku shook his head, stating, the elder mentioned he was feeling fatigued and has entrusted this matter to you. Qian Yao chuckled softly, amused by the excuse. However, it mattered little. He had never intended to remain in the shadows indefinitely. This is the leader of the Hyuga clan, Fugaku introduced, gesturing to Hisashi, and this is our Uchiha's fourth elder, Uchiha Qian Yao. Hisashi and Qian Yao were, of course, familiar with each other. Even if they had not met prior, the events of the last few days had forged their acquaintance. Now, Fugaku's formal introduction indicated that it was time for the two to converse. The three men seated themselves around a square table, with Qian Yao and Hisashi facing one another, while Fugaku occupied a side position. Qian Yao promptly addressed Hisashi, Lord Hisashi, what brings you here at such a late hour? Hisashi glanced at Fugaku, who was leisurely sipping tea, then turned his attention back to Qian Yao, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the individual engaged in this political maneuvering with the Third Hokage would be a youth of no more than 20. It was astonishing that the Uchiha clan had produced such an astute individual. Yet, As Hizashi had arrived at this late hour, he wasted no time and directly inquired, "I wonder what your Uchiha clan's intentions are this time." This confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha, along with the bounty on Danzo, were merely tactics, not the ultimate goals. Hizashi understood that only by discerning the Uchiha's true needs could he selectively choose to collaborate with them. As Qian Yao poured himself a glass of water, his thoughts rapidly coalesced into a coherent strategy. The Third Hokage had wielded the power of Hokage for far too long, an authority that was both absolute and deeply entrenched. Hizashi narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in contemplation. Qian Yao paused momentarily before continuing. The strength possessed by the Third Hokage is not merely what it appears to be on the surface. If we, the shinobi clans, do not unite, Konoha may ultimately fall under the sole dominion of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Qian Yao did not directly answer Hizashi's question, his words resonated with Hizashi's own thoughts. After a moment's reflection, Hizashi retrieved a piece of paper, placing it upon the table and sliding it toward Qian Yao. Upon opening it, Qian Yao's brow arched in surprise at the sheer number of individuals listed. He had not anticipated that the Third Hokage would mobilize over 1,000 people. He speculated that this might encompass the entirety of the Sarutobi clan. After all, the transition of personnel required time, and the current Sarutobi clan could not possibly number 3,000 since Lord Hizashi has shown such sincerity. "Allow us to share some critical intelligence with you," Qian Yao declared, closing the paper and straightening up. "All properties along the streets of Shuzuen, Honlu, Daijian, Seiyuki, and Yokodo belong to Kushina." Hizashi, upon hearing the name Kushina, took a moment to process before realizing that she was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who had already passed away. This implied that the inheritance in question was substantial. "Wait, you mean all 5 streets?" Hizashi inquired, furrowing his brow in disbelief. Qian Yao confirmed, "Indeed, everything within those 5 streets belongs to Kushina. The clan leader's wife had some prior connections with her, so the information is reliable." Hizashi leaned back slightly. While it was not unusual for the Third Hokage to exploit his power for personal gain, the sheer magnitude of the wealth amassed was truly astonishing. Qian Yao gestured toward the paper. "Thus, the returnees are not merely individuals associated with the Third Hokage. They're all members of the Sarutobi clan. We do not wish to engage in open conflict with the Sarutobi clan, yet, as Lord Hizashi is aware, there is no place for our Uchiha clan among the honored elders." Hizashi regarded both Qian Yao and Fugaku. "Is that all?" Qian Yao nodded slightly. "The development of our clan inevitably requires your assistance. After all, our Konoha is in a state of weakness, and unity is paramount. Otherwise, we risk facing extermination without warning." Noticing Hizashi's contemplative demeanor, Qian Yao added, "Of course, the Uchiha clan is not suited to frequent visits. Some matters will require your assistance. Lord Hizashi, perhaps it would be more convenient for you to wait a couple of days before proceeding." After taking a sip from his teacup, Hizashi rose to his feet, remarking, "The Uchiha truly have a promising future ahead." Fugaku and Qian Yao also stood up, with Qian Yao maintaining a calm demeanor. "You flatter me." "Lord Hizashi." Hizashi exchanged greetings with Fugaku, stating, "I shall not linger any longer." Fugaku waved his hand, summoning Uchiha. "Please escort Lord Hizashi out." Hizashi nodded and quickly departed with Uchiha. Neither Qian Yao nor Hizashi mentioned Danzo. Aside from the fact that Danzo's awakening remained uncertain, it was clear that the Third Hokage would safeguard Danzo, as once the strength of the Sarutobi clan became public knowledge, a significant number of Konoha's shinobi would likely adopt a neutral stance. At that juncture, the Third Hokage would find himself in greater need of Danzo. Fugaku sighed. "You were right, Qian Yao. The Sarutobi clan truly possesses such numbers." Qian Yao was unfazed by this revelation, having anticipated the outcome through careful deduction. "Now, we simply need to wait. The question remains, who will initiate this unfolding drama?" The following day, Naruto groggily opened his eyes. With no classes to attend, his alarm clock had not rung. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 9. It appeared he had stayed up too late cleaning the previous day. Cleaning? Suddenly, Naruto jolted awake, fervently calling out in his mind, "Vortex, are you there?" Yet after several calls, there was no response from the depths of his consciousness. Scratching his head, Naruto was at a loss for other means to reach the vortex. After several fruitless attempts, he resigned himself to retrieving milk and cookies from the refrigerator to begin his breakfast. The milk, still cold from the fridge, had not yet been warmed. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, causing Naruto to feel both startled and elated. "Ah, Vortex, you've arrived," Kushina replied with a hint of exasperation. "Make sure to pour the milk out and heat it up." All right, Naruto complied, obediently following the voice's instructions while simultaneously asking, "Vortex, you promised me yesterday that once I tidied up the room, you'd tell me who my parents are." Although Kushina yearned to reveal that she was indeed his mother, witnessing Naruto's immediate transformation made her hold back. The existence of your parents is a secret if you speak of it indiscriminately. You could find yourself in danger. "I won't tell anyone else. Just tell me," Naruto implored eagerly. "I will share part of it with you, but the rest will depend on your behavior." While Naruto felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, his anticipation outweighed it. "All right, Vortex, please tell me." Kushina had likely pondered this for some time. "You do not bear your father's surname, but rather your mother's. That your maternal lineage is from the Vortex clan." Kushina's voice was disguised, rendering Naruto unable to discern its femininity. However, upon learning a fragment of his lineage, Naruto displayed a palpable excitement. "So, I take after my mother. But what of my father?" At this moment, Kushina fell silent, stating, "I must see if you can keep this secret before I divulge anything further. Please, just tell me. I promise to keep it a secret." "No," Kushina replied firmly. Naruto, in a flurry of anxiety, scratched his head, feeling as though 1,000 claws were raking at his heart. Yet Kushina remained steadfast. "You exhibit such overt eagerness over this trivial revelation. Do you truly believe you can keep a secret? Simply obey me, and I shall surely tell you." After hearing this, Naruto reluctantly stifled his insatiable curiosity and began his breakfast. However, he divided the small bag of cookies into 2 portions, consuming only one, and poured just half of the milk. "Is this enough to satiate you?" Kushina inquired. Naruto replied earnestly, "As long as I'm not hungry, it's fine that I can save the rest for later." Observing Naruto's habitual restraint, Kushina felt an irritable surge within her. With a huff, she commanded, "Finish those cookies and consume the entire bento box as well." "But that's for lunch," Naruto protested. "I am well aware of the appetite of the Uzumaki clan. You must eat all of it now. I shall ensure you are taught about lunch, and you will not go hungry." "But," Naruto hesitated. Kushina's stern voice cut through. "Are you disregarding my orders?" A shiver ran down Naruto's spine. "I will listen," I promised. He sensed that disobedience could lead to dire consequences. "For the sake of learning about my parents, I must comply." Seemingly convincing himself, Naruto picked up the cookies and began to munch away, followed by gulping down the milk. After finishing the milk and cookies, he reheated the bento box. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he was not one to fear overindulgence. Nevertheless, Naruto felt a long-lost fullness wash over him. Lying back on the bed, he was awash with satisfaction, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time, leading him to think that perhaps this was not so bad after all. Moments later, Kushina's voice echoed in his mind. "What books do you have in your bookshelf?" Last night, while Naruto had begun tidying up, Kushina had drifted into slumber. Unaware of what lay within, he approached and began to present the books one by one for her inspection. Kushina found some storybooks acceptable, but her irritation flared upon seeing titles like The Origins of Konoha and The Will of Fire. There were also books featuring women in swimsuits, and even some Riska material. Kushina's frustration mounted, and devoid of emotion, she asked, "Naruto, where did these books come from?" An inexplicable chill ran down his back. "These were brought by Grandpa Third. He once delivered a huge stack of books." "Do you enjoy reading them?" Kushina inquired. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, confessing, "There are many words I don't understand." He pointed to the swimsuit and adult books, adding, "I don't understand why these ladies aren't wearing clothes." Kushina felt a slight relief. "These books are not suitable for you. Discard them." "Okay," Naruto agreed, lacking any sentimentality towards the books. After all, he was accustomed to going hungry, and thus had little interest in reading. Following Kushina's directive, he promptly discarded the swimsuit and Riska literature into the trash. Kushina then instructed him to tidy up the disarray around the house. "Since you have no school today, what do you usually do?" she asked. Naruto sat on a stool, visibly displeased. I have no friends. I mostly catch fish or play alone. Although he was acquainted with Shikamaru and the others, they were not always available to him. More often than not, Naruto found himself the target of bullying that you've lost to Sasuke countless times. Now that you can eat your fill, you should train. You even lost in high jump. Don't you want to win next time? Kushina began to guide Naruto by referencing Sasuke. Naruto, still mindful of Sasuke, felt a spark of determination that you're right, I should train and win next time. With that, he tidied up and headed outside. Meanwhile, the Umbu station outside his residence quickly followed suit. This boy usually stayed home and rarely ventured out. What was he up to today? The Umbu observed as Naruto arrived at a small stream. Running laps and leaping about, the whimsical antics of children his age were unpredictable. However, seeing that Naruto was not causing trouble brought a sigh of relief. After all, just the previous day, Naruto had nearly harmed someone. Although those nearby had been sternly warned, his mere absence was the best outcome. Kushina did not impose overly strict demands on Naruto. She merely wanted him to run and jump, primarily to instill a habit. Alone, Naruto busied himself, experiencing no impatience, for a voice in his mind engaged him in conversation. He persistently inquired about his mother's appearance, his father's visage, and why they had never come to see him. He even wondered whether his parents were still alive. He posed numerous questions, but Kushina offered little in response. Listening to these inquiries was also painful for her, leading her to once again question the wisdom of Minato's decision to seal the nine tails within Naruto. Had he not made Naruto the Jinchuriki, he would have endured significantly less suffering. Kushina felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. After a while, as noon approached, Naruto's stomach growled. Grr, the sound echoed, causing his energy to wane. Where did you used to buy your bento? Kushina suddenly asked. Naruto stammered. I don't want bento anymore. Grandpa Third's money could buy a lot of Ichiraka ramen. Kushina understood the reason behind his hesitance. The store that sold him bento often included sand or other refuse in the meals, leading Naruto to avoid purchasing them. The memory of Naruto eating bento filled with sand lingered painfully in Kushina's mind. It was imperative that he overcome this hurdle. You must go. Do you intend to remain hungry forever? I don't want to be hungry, Naruto lamented, recalling the days of sporadic feasting and fasting, which filled him with distress. Thus, he resolved to heed Kushina's advice and made his way to the bento shop. Cautiously, he proceeded, wary of potential bullies, as he walked. Although people still shunned him, none hurled insults, and even the troublemakers avoided him. Naruto found this perplexing, yet he welcomed the absence of bullying. Upon reaching the bento shop, he entered unscathed, though the shopkeeper's expression darkened at his appearance. Naruto instinctively recoiled, but the owner did not chase him away. He approached the shelf, searching for the least expensive option. Kushina instructed, choose the one nearest to you. Upon examining the price, Naruto noted it was 1,000. This was relatively pricey for a bento, but I only have 1,000. If I buy this, I'll go hungry. Trust me, you won't be hungry afterward. Really? Naruto was somewhat skeptical. Kushina snorted. If you behave, I might just reveal to you what your mother looks like. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately grabbed the boxed meal priced at 1,000. Even if it meant enduring hunger later, knowing what his mother looked like was of utmost importance. Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. Naruto placed the bento box on the counter and slapped down the 1,000 yen given by the Third Hokage. The owner looked at Naruto in surprise. Well aware of his impoverished status, he picked up the bill, contemplating whether to accuse Naruto of using counterfeit money, but remembered the warning from the Umbu the previous day and reluctantly accepted it. With a malicious glare, the owner declared 1,000 is just right for you. Meanwhile, he skillfully slipped some sand from the nearby potted plants into the bento box. Seeing the money accepted, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. However, an ominous feeling soon arose as he noticed the sand in the bag of the bento. Kushina coldly laughed, take the bento out and open it. Furious, Naruto promptly extracted the bento box, exclaiming, Boss, you've added sand to my bento. The owner's expression shifted slightly, but noticing the nearby patrons had distanced themselves from Naruto, he retorted aggressively, What nonsense are you spouting? That's clearly something you added yourself. You're lying, Naruto shouted, both angry and anxious. Is it that you don't want to pay? The owner began to entangle himself in excuses that, I've already paid. Kushina's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Stop arguing to D.O. as I say. It will punish him and ensure you won't go hungry in the future. Feeling a surge of determination, Naruto asked, What should I do? Uzumaki smashed the bento on the ground. After a brief hesitation, Naruto complied immediately. Smash! The bento hit the floor. The owner was taken aback. What are you doing? Kushina continued to direct him. Now, throw all the bentos from the nearby shelf to the ground. What, huh? If you want to know what your mother looks like, do as I say, don't deceive me. Receiving confirmation, Naruto dashed to the adjacent shelf, snatching bento boxes and hurling them to the floor. You little rascal. What are you doing? The owner roared, leaping from behind the counter towards Naruto. In a moment of panic, Naruto crouched down, instinctively sticking out his foot, causing the owner to trip and tumble. Crashing into his own shelf, a multitude of bento boxes and snacks spilled onto the floor. Hearing the owner curse at Naruto, Kushina showed no mercy. Obediently, Naruto continued to smash everything in sight onto the ground. With Kushina guiding his movements, he deftly dodged the enraged owner, even tripping him at crucial moments, leaving him sprawled out. Within minutes, the shop was in disarray, and the owner's curses echoed continuously. Observing the chaos, the Umbu nearby could no longer stand idly by that. If Naruto continued this rampage, the shop would surely be destroyed. And the crowd was growing larger. They whispered about the owner's incompetence, unable to catch a mere child. Stop! Naruto, what are you doing? The Umbu's voice was icy, laced with intimidation. After all, they were masked figures capable of lethal force, and a hint of bloodlust was entirely normal. Yet, Naruto felt no fear. Initially apprehensive about causing trouble, he soon felt an exhilarating sense of freedom from the destruction. This owner had frequently tainted his bento boxes with sand, bullying him. Now, he finally felt a sense of release. This owner has been adding sand to the bentos I bought, Naruto declared defiantly to the Umbu. However, the Umbu did not defend Naruto, but instead turned their gaze to the owner. The owner immediately cried out in protest. This is slander. This child attempted to steal a bento and was trying to leave. No, I paid. Naruto quickly countered. I could see that moment. Kushina spoke in his mind. Don't explain. Just tell the Umbu you will inform the Third Hokage. I will tell Grandpa Third Hokage. You took his money and gave me bentos filled with sand. Naruto, quick-witted, followed her advice. The bento shop owner's expression darkened, and the Umbu's faces reflected their displeasure. Under the Third Hokage's tacit approval, the villagers were allowed to bully Naruto as long as it did not lead to death. Thus, the Umbu intervened yesterday. Now, they were allowing Naruto to bring this matter to light. As Naruto spoke, villagers were nearby. The Umbu had to maintain the facade of the Third Hokage and did not want him involved in every little issue, as it would portray them as inept and invite reprimands. Did you take Naruto's money? The Umbu, under the scrutiny of the villagers, had to act fairly. The shop owner, under the Umbu's cold gaze, reluctantly admitted, I did. Since your bento is inedible, refund him immediately. The Umbu wanted to resolve this matter quickly. Otherwise, it would escalate to the Third Hokage, complicating things further. Not just this time. I've bought hundreds of bentos here, and they've all contained sand. You owe me for all of them. Naruto shouted, clearly echoing Kushina's teachings. The owner began, but felt a chill run down his spine. The masked Umbu radiated a significant aura of intimidation. The owner hurriedly thrust the money into Naruto's hands, exclaiming, I've refunded you. No need to involve the Third Hokage over such a trivial matter. Is that all for all those times? Naruto protested, yet unable to hold onto the bills. He quickly gathered them in his clothing. The owner was forced to shove a large handful from the cash register into Naruto's pockets. All right, I want to tell Grandpa Third Hokage, with money in hand. Naruto dashed out of the shop. The Umbu glared at the owner before pursuing Naruto. The owner, seeing the chaos in his shop, sank to the floor, realizing that if he hesitated even a moment longer, he might face dire consequences. Naruto ran far, finally stopping to catch his breath. Uzumaki, how did you know they feared me informing Grandpa Third Hokage? Kushina scoffed. It's not that they fear you telling the Third Hokage. They fear you doing so in front of so many people. Furthermore, you must never refer to him as Grandpa in my presence again. Naruto, slightly confused, nodded. Kushina did not elaborate further, merely stating, "It seems the Umbu are back." "Uh-huh," Naruto responded, somewhat belatedly. Thus, he realized he had been under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, and his bullying was tacitly permitted. More accurately, it was the Third Hokage who allowed it, feeling a wave of sadness. Naruto finally understood that the Third Hokage might not be as benevolent as he had imagined. "But the Third Hokage has given me money," he said, looking at the cash in his pocket. Without the Third Hokage's financial support and shelter over the years, he would have starved. If it were up to Kushina's temperament, she would have surely dealt a fatal blow to the Third Hokage long ago. Yet, she was merely a fragment of her true self, a manifestation of chakra, a soul in the countdown of existence. Ensure Naruto learned well and could break free from the Third Hokage's manipulation. Kushina had no choice but to patiently guide him. What if that money was left for you by your parents? Upon hearing this, Naruto froze. "Did Mom and Dad leave me money?" Kushina sighed. "The money your parents left for you is more than enough to ensure your well-being. The Third Hokage bestowed upon you a modest sum of money, intending to evoke a sense of gratitude within you." Young Naruto, still oblivious to the intricate nuances of such gestures, has begun to sense that those who truly care for him are not the Third Hokage. Why did the Third Hokage act in this manner? At this juncture, Kushina refrained from elaborating to Naruto, saying, "This is related to your identity. If you behave, I shall gradually divulge more." This notion ignited a spark of determination within Naruto. "Vortex, you promised to tell me what my mother looks like." Kushina, in a soothing tone, replied, All right. Keep your money safe, eat your lunch first, and then I shall tell you that Naruto's attention swiftly shifted. Just moments ago, the shopkeeper had thrust a considerable amount of money into his hands, an amount he had never before encountered. He pulled the cash from his pocket and began to count it slowly. The sum was substantial, totaling over 300,000, an undeniable fortune in Naruto's eyes. He exclaimed joyously, "Wonderful! I can afford the Grand Slam now." The Grand Slam he referred to as the most extravagant ramen set at Ichiraku Ramen, featuring an array of toppings such as pork cutlets, chicken legs, fried eggs, and char siu. Although Naruto had dined at Ichiraku numerous times, he had never dared to indulge in this lavish meal. The Grand Slam expensive? He pondered, scratching his head. It should be around 200, but I've always hesitated to splurge. Kushina fell silent, her thoughts unspoken. Unaware of Kushina's emotions, Naruto excitedly dashed towards his beloved Ichiraku Ramen. In a land of grass, within the village of Grass Shinobi, they met for the first time. I am Uchiha Itachi. Although Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan status was not widely known across the ninja world, it was well understood among those who paid attention to Konoha. Wu Wei, not daring to be negligent, responded, "Thank you for making the journey. That we have prepared everything as per Qian Yao's instructions." Itachi's expression remained stoic, resembling an iceberg devoid of pleasantries with Wu Wei. "Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately." Standing beside Wu Wei were Wuku and Longjia, who could not suppress their curiosity, asking, "Did Senior Qian Yao not come? We have yet to express our gratitude." Recognizing Wuku and Longjia as mentioned by Qian Yao, Itachi merely nodded slightly. "Senior Qian Yao is currently preoccupied and cannot attend. I will convey your appreciation." Wuku and Longjia were not fully informed about the situation in Konoha, but Wu Wei understood that in that case, please follow me. Wu Wei led Itachi and his companions through the village of Grass Shinobi. Under Itachi's observant gaze, the stark contrast between Grass Shinobi and Konoha was evident. Konoha boasted modern amenities such as water, electricity, and gas, whereas Grass Shinobi had only a few areas with electricity. Most places lived in a primitive state. The villagers generally appeared pale and frail, while only the shinobi exhibited robust physiques. Following Wu Wei, Itachi arrived at a secluded courtyard, where a guard stood watch at the entrance. As an elite Genin, Wu Wei was the foremost authority in Grass Shinobi beneath the elders, wielding considerable power. Due to his proficiency in the fire release, heavenly prison technique, Grass Shinobi had prepared for him to succeed as the Lord of the Ghost Lamp City. However, the situation in Konoha was tense, and various ninja villages were observing developments. Wu Wei had yet to proceed to Ghost Lamp City. Upon seeing Wu Wei approach, the guards stepped aside. Wu Wei led a large group into the room. Xianglin and her mother were engaged in conversation and were startled by the sudden influx of visitors. Lord Wu Wei, what brings you here? Xianglin's mother remained relatively composed. Had Wu Wei not issued orders, she would have perished, so she was not overly alarmed. Currently, Xianglin was only 7 years old, timidly hiding behind her mother, peeking out to observe Itachi and the others. Wu Wei introduced Xianglin's mother, saying, "This is Uchiha Itachi, sent by Uchiha Qian Yao to escort you. You may leave Grass Shinobi now." Xianglin's mother, having nearly been drained of life, had fortunately regained much of her strength over the past week, thanks to Wu Wei's relentless provision of various herbs. Observing her improved condition, Itachi promptly instructed, "Gather your belongings and accompany us. From now on, you shall be part of the Uchiha clan." Xianglin's mother cast a questioning glance at Wu Wei, who nodded in affirmation. Obediently, she gathered her belongings and followed Itachi and the others. "We have nothing to prepare. We can leave at once." Itachi retrieved a letter from his person and handed it to Wu Wei, stating, "This is a matter Qian Yao wishes to discuss with you. I shall take my leave." With that, Itachi swiftly departed with Xianglin and her mother. Itachi was not particularly adept at social interactions. He merely fulfilled Qian Yao's directives. Especially to outsiders, this made him seem exceedingly impolite. However, Wu Wei paid no heed to such matters and opened Qian Yao's letter instead. Itachi had withheld its contents, clearly to ascertain whether he had adequately cared for Xianglin and her mother. The letter was lengthy and contained explosive information, detailing the destruction of Grass Shinobi and the nature of the Box of Bliss. It explained the catastrophic consequences that would ensue once the monster within was unleashed. Given their prior collaboration, Wu Wei held a high degree of trust in Qian Yao. Yet, this knowledge left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Grass Shinobi was divided into two factions, Grass of Substance and Grass of Blossom. Akin to hawks and doves, Grass of Substance had long sought to unlock the Box of Bliss to restore Grass Shinobi, while Grass of Blossom firmly opposed its opening, believing that the village lacked the means to control it. The technique to open the Box of Bliss was exceedingly complex, akin to performing intricate brain surgery. Currently, only Wu Wei, with his exceptional talent, and Chongzi had learned it. Previously, he had belonged to Grass of Substance, which explained his mastery of this technique. Now, Qian Yao informed him that even if the Box of Bliss could be opened, what emerged would not be hope, but rather destruction. Wu Wei found himself somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, he had received this intelligence in advance. Even if he could not convince those fervent elders in Grass Shinobi, he could at least prepare and mitigate the risks that as for the box. Let whoever wishes to open it do so. He would not partake. Hadn't he witnessed Chongzi being devoured? Qian Yao's letter did not elaborate on much else. Yet Wu Wei felt indebted to Qian Yao. However, the Uchiha clan was vast, and he could only seek an opportunity to repay this debt in the future. Itachi and his clan members led Xianglin and her mother beyond the confines of Grass Shinobi. That moment, Itachi instructed his clansmen, "Shuren, we shall part ways here. You are to return to the clan as swiftly as possible." Shuren said nothing more, accepting the order and departing with Xianglin and her mother, along with several others. Itachi then sought refuge in a secure cave, igniting a torch. Addressing his own shadow, he proclaimed, "Senior Qian Yao. Xianglin and her mother are en route home." From his shadow emerged a figure, Qian Yao's clone. "I shall inform the main body. Please wait a moment." After a brief interval, the clone's expression shifted, indicating the transition of Qian Yao's consciousness. "I'm aware of what you just said. As anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen has recalled 1,000 clansmen who arrived in Konoha last night. 1,000. Itachi's face revealed surprise. This number referred, of course, to the shinobi, although Qian Yao had previously speculated on the number. Itachi was still taken aback by its actual manifestation. Even if his political instincts were not particularly acute, he understood the dreadful implications of a clan boasting over 1,000 combatants. Qian Yao reassured him. "Do not worry. The Hyuga clan allied with us yesterday. The other ninja clans within the village will not permit the Third Hokage to turn against you as the time progresses. We simply await the revelation of the Third Hokage's forces. Itachi harbors profound trust in Qian Yao. Upon hearing Qian Yao's assurances, he promptly feels at ease. So, esteemed Qian Yao, shall I proceed to the land of earth next? Qian Yao nods affirmatively. Indeed, remember to make a grand entrance at the Four Nations Road. Yes, I understand, Itachi replies. After addressing the matter at hand, he adds, please convey my gratitude to Wuku and Longja. Qian Yao slightly nods in acknowledgement. If you encounter that individual in the land of earth, call for me. If not, then it shall be as it is. You need not worry about the clan. Additionally, Qian Yao pauses. Sasuke is aware of your departure from the village. He has awakened his eyes due to the shock. Itachi's expression grows somewhat complex. I entrust Sasuke to you, esteemed Qian Yao. Qian Yao waves his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I shall take good care of both Sasuke and Izumi. Thank you, esteemed Qian Yao, in the Uchiha clan's territory. The training ground is bustling with activity. After Sasuke ceased attending school, Qian Yao began to engage in his own endeavors within the clan. Generally, those with greater strength within the Uchiha are more arrogant. Individuals like Qian Yao, known for their Manjiki Sharingan, who are willing to acknowledge others and offer guidance, are nearly non-existent. Once there was sure sway, but he never revealed the truth of his Manjiki, leaving most unaware. It must be said that although many Uchiha members possess fiery tempers, they are quite straightforward in nature. Witnessing someone of Qian Yao's caliber willing to mentor his clansmen greatly enhances their admiration for him. Consequently, those who challenge Qian Yao typically start with a one-star bond. A one-star bond alone allows one to gain insights from the opponent's battle experience, and coupled with Qian Yao's Manjiki level observational prowess, he can discern their weaknesses and areas for improvement within mere exchanges. Qian Yao tirelessly guides each individual until they achieve a two-star bond, leading to a significant rise in his reputation. Fugaku and Shurho have visited the training ground, albeit quietly coming and going. It is rare for the clan to produce such a powerful individual willing to mingle with fellow members. Even Fugaku and Shurho seldom extend their guidance to others, yet they both greatly appreciate Qian Yao's approach. Qian Yao is anything but typical for his age. Alongside his formidable strength, he possesses exceptional intellect and a composed demeanor. Were it not for the current circumstances, Fugaku would readily consider passing the mantle to Qian Yao. Qian Yao redirected his consciousness and opened his eyes. Those accompanying Itachi have not engaged in bounty hunting activities. Apart from a few who returned with Kei Rin and her mother, the rest have ventured towards the land of wind. To be precise, they boldly traverse from beneath the watchtower of Konoha. Itachi, on the other hand, is making his way into the land of earth via the Four Nations Road. The Four Nations Road marks the intersection of the Fire Country, Grass Country, Waterfall Country, and Land of Earth, each featuring Konoha's watchtowers. The intent is to create a diversion, leading the Third Hokage to suspect that the Uchiha may be colluding with other ninja villages in reality, the Uchiha clan members are pursuing entirely different objectives and have had no contact with individuals from other ninja villages. Qian Yao's actions serve merely as a secondary endeavor, requiring little effort. According to his estimations, the Third Hokage's forces have arrived, and other factions should soon follow suit. The Uchiha clan initially resided on the outskirts of Konoha. Logically, the patrol routes of the village's outer guard should encompass the Uchiha territory. However, they have deliberately circumvented that area. The rationale is simple. For outsiders to infiltrate Konoha, entering through the Uchiha territory would be the most straightforward approach. Yet bounty hunters are not foolish. Very few attempt to traverse through the Uchiha clan. After all, any Uchiha who has awakened their eyes is anything but a pushover. Moreover, this particular bounty task was issued by the Uchiha themselves. Even if the outer forest surrounding the Uchiha clan is unpatrolled, no one dares to invade Konoha from that direction. Nevertheless, exceptions always exist. There are those who possess both skill and audacity. Perched upon a tree outside the Uchiha territory stand a man and a woman. The man has long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, and pale skin adorned with azure-colored tomo-shaped earrings. The woman boasts blue-gray hair, a red inner lining beneath a green long coat, and an expression of confidence. It is none other than Orochimaru and Honglin. During this period, Orochimaru has recently established the Sound Ninja Village and has been recruited by the Akatsuki organization. However, the escalating conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha has drawn the attention of the entire ninja world. Orochimaru has yet to make contact with Pain, as his current interest lies in the Mangekyou Sharingan. Having witnessed Itachi's desperate training methods long ago, Orochimaru has been intrigued by the Uchiha Sharingan. Reports from his spies within the village have informed him that the Uchiha have showcased 3 Mangekyou Sharingan simultaneously, seriously injuring Danzo while confronting the Third Hokage directly, leading to a definitive break with Konoha. Since his defection, Orochimaru has gained considerable political insight. While he may not be aware of all matters, the fact that Danzo could be deprived of his eyes indicates that eliminating him would not pose a challenge. The Uchiha are clearly preserving Danzo's life for their own purposes, aiming to use him as an excuse to attack Konoha. Thus, they hold a distinct advantage in their standoff with the Third Hokage, who is left with no choice but to retreat. As for the Uchiha, placing a bounty on Danzo in the black market. The primary objective is to convey to the outside world that the Uchiha have severed ties with Konoha and are seeking allies for their impending assault. After all, Konoha possesses only 1 Ninetales. However, with the presence of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Konoha's willingness to utilize it remains questionable. The Uchiha have effectively turned the tables on Konoha. Presently, the Third Hokage situation can be described as exceedingly dire. Lord Orochimaru, shall we investigate the Uchiha? Honglin inquires, brimming with eagerness. Having just established the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru's circle of capable individuals remains limited, with most yet to mature. Initially, he had intended to journey to the Land of Water in search of promising talent. But the commotion in Konoha has prompted him to change course. Among them, Honglin possesses commendable strength, leading Orochimaru to retain her by his side. As a practitioner of crystal release, she stands as a potential vessel for Orochimaru's reincarnation. Loyal to him and thus eager to take the lead. Though Orochimaru exudes confidence, he is no reckless fool. Let us first scout. There may be others more anxious than us. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Honglin retrieve a crystal ball from her possession. Crystal ball technique. The sphere begins to display various images. This technique bears similarity to that employed by the Third Hokage to surveil Naruto. However, unlike the Third Hokage, Honglin does not target specific Uchiha members. Instead, she surveys the Uchiha territory from a bird's-eye view, making it an exceptionally rare and discreet technique in the original timeline. Honglin utilized this ability to monitor a peak Kakashi, who remained oblivious. Lord Orochimaru. While the defenses within the Uchiha territory have increased, the atmosphere does not appear tense. Honglin reports as her gaze sweeps over the Uchiha clan's land. Orochimaru leans against a tree, indifferent to what Honglin observes. Having her use the crystal ball is Orochimaru's way of assessing whether anyone might detect their presence. That Honglin's perspective swiftly shifts to the training ground, the area bustling with activity. As her gaze lands upon Qian Yao's face. He abruptly lifts his head. His formidable Sharingan reflects upon the crystal ball. With a sound akin to a crack, the crystal ball develops a fissure. Lord Orochimaru, I have been discovered. Honglin reports, astonished. Orochimaru chuckles softly. Let us retreat and observe the situation in the village. As the Crimson Lotus departed from the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, Qian Yao arrived at the location guided by the chakra signature, only to find that Orochimaru had already left. He had sensed the probing presence and ventured out to investigate. Yet the sensation of being locked onto came from above. This world is filled with peculiar jutsu that Qian Yao could hardly comprehend fully. However, it was reasonable to deduce that anyone bold enough to linger in such a position was no ordinary foe. How intriguing. It appears that Konoha is about to become quite lively. Ichiraku ramen. Uncle Ichiraku. I'm here, Naruto exclaimed, lifting the curtain with exuberance. Itachi, with a kind smile, greeted him. Naruto, you've come. What would you like to eat today? Naruto chuckled. Uncle Ichiraku, I want the special today. Itachi paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. All right, I'll prepare it for you right away. Though Naruto was often short on funds, he had never partaken in free meals. And Itachi never pressed him for details. Sister SHBU, it's been a while. Naruto waved at SHBU, who was busy, and she returned his greeting with a warm smile. Naruto, it's been too long. Before long, a steaming bowl of the special was placed before Naruto, its size surpassing that of his own head, generously adorned with a variety of toppings that whetted the appetite. Here you go. Naruto. The pork cutlet was small, so I added an extra piece for you. Naruto clasped his hands together. Thank you, Uncle Ichiraku. I'm digging in, he declared, producing an enormous slurping sound as he began to consume the ramen with fervor. Watching Naruto relish each bite brought a smile to Tuchi's face. It was a validation of his craft. In a mere 10 minutes, the colossal bowl was emptied into Naruto's stomach. Burp! Naruto exclaimed, clasping his hands again. It was delicious. Thank you so much, Uncle Ichiraku. Your ramen is the best. Tuchi chuckled heartily. Just make sure to come by often. Naruto nodded enthusiastically and handed 200 Ryo to SHBU. Goodbye, Sister SHBU. See you, Uncle Ichiraku. As Naruto walked away, SHBU turned to Tuchi and remarked, Dad, Naruto seems different somehow. Tuchi nodded slightly. Yes, it's certainly a good thing. With a buoyant stride, Naruto made his way home, eager to finally see what his mother looked like, his heart brimming with excitement. The bustling streets of Konoha were teeming not only with villagers, but also with visitors from beyond the village. The location of Ichiraku Ramen was quite favorable, surrounded by a bustling thoroughfare. Under normal circumstances, this would pose no issue. However, the recent influx of spies into Konoha had increased exponentially. Following the incident at the convenience store earlier that day, the Umbu reported to the Third Hokage. Naturally, their reports would be polished, omitting any inconvenient details, as the Umbu often had to contend with delicate situations. Jiraiya had also joined the surveillance of Naruto. Bang! Naruto, distracted, collided with someone. Ouch! He exclaimed as he fell onto the ground. Today, the usual jeers from passers-by were absent, leaving Naruto puzzled as he glanced around without paying attention to where he was going. Typically, villagers would steer clear of him, so he never anticipated crashing into anyone. Hey kid, do you not watch where you're walking? Naruto looked up at two elegantly dressed women in kimono, momentarily at a loss. The voice of the Uzumaki clan echoed in his mind. You should apologize if you bump into someone. Understand? Scrambling to his feet, Naruto said, I'm sorry, miss. I wasn't watching where I was going. The woman in the crimson kimono was about to respond when Orochimaru shot her a glance. Humph. Let it go this time. But be more careful next time. Naruto scratched his head, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Previously, no one had cared for him, and now that someone was teaching him, he felt a sense of joy rather than annoyance. Jiraiya, perched on a nearby tree, observed Naruto's polite demeanor with approval. Though the people lining the streets ignored Naruto, he was, after all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and such treatment was to be expected. Yet among the two striking women who had just passed, the silent one stirred a peculiar familiarity within Jiraiya, one he could not quite place. He shook his head. Were it not for the need to keep an eye on Naruto, he would have approached them. Once Naruto had walked further away, Orochimaru remarked, You were a tad reckless just now. Jiraiya was nearby. Her voice, ethereal and feminine, resonated due to her newly acquired form. Hong Lian realized she had nearly exposed herself. My apologies, my lord, she replied. Orochimaru lightly waved her fan in front of her mouth. It seems Jiraiya is becoming anxious about watching over Naruto. Hong Lian had never been within the sight of Konoha, and with Orochimaru's change of body, it was unlikely anyone would recognize her. Thus, the two strolled through Konoha in their kimonos, reminiscent of tourists exploring the village, casually passing by various Konoha ninjas. Even Jiraiya, who had just been near Naruto, failed to recognize Orochimaru without any dialogue exchanged. They were not the first to arrive, and the crowd around Konoha was steadily increasing, with more and more curious visitors arriving. Let us head back. The main event is about to unfold. Under Jiraiya's watchful gaze, Naruto first visited a stationery store to purchase watercolor pens and a notebook. He then made a stop at a sushi shop for some sushi, as well as milk and cookies, before finally returning home. Given the warnings from the Umbu the previous day and the events of earlier that day, the shopkeepers dared not refuse Naruto's service. After all, the current circumstances were unique, and the Umbu wanted to avoid any further incidents involving him. Oblivious to past events, Jiraiya merely monitored as Naruto returned home, passing his responsibilities to the Umbu. On his way, he had already spotted several individuals in disguise, suspicious figures whom the Umbu were tracking. By nightfall, they would take decisive action at Naruto's home. Your mother is about 165 centimeters tall. Oh, is she that tall? Perhaps a bit more. Yes, I think this is about the right height. Naruto, holding the watercolor pen, moved a stool next to the doorframe, sketching to determine the height of 165 centimeters. Once he confirmed the position, he set the pen down and began drawing his mother on the blank page, following the Uzumaki-esque description. Your mother has long, red hair. Naruto leaned over the table, attentively listening to the description of his mother, striving to depict her accurately. Despite his earnest efforts, it was evident that Naruto lacked artistic talent. The final result was a rather abstract representation, a child's drawing, vaguely resembling a woman with red hair. Nevertheless, Naruto was thrilled, holding up his drawing and picturing how his mother might look at the indicated height. Kushina, witnessing the gleam of longing and admiration in Naruto's eyes, felt tears welling up. She yearned to tell him right then that she was his mother, but it was not yet the time. For Naruto's safety, Kushina steeled herself and said, "The Third Hokage will surely ask you about this. Do you know what to say?" As he gazed at his drawing, Naruto nodded, "Of course. I'll just say it was a dream I had to the Hyuga clan's branch house." Hinata gazed at the wearied Songtai, who had sent letters to several ninja clans after visiting the Uchiha clan's territory late at night. "Why did you only tell me now?" Songtai shook his head. "Lord Hikari, we are as in the dark about Hisashi's intentions as you are. However, today, I've already learned the contents of the letter. It has been transcribed." Songtai took out a copied sheet, which Guangxin picked up to examine. The contents revealed the extent of Kushina's inheritance, the powers cultivated by Sarutobi Hisashi, and a number of people who returned this time. The remainder consisted of some rather formal platitudes, essentially conveying a singular message. The ambitions of the Sarutobi clan are considerable. Should the Uchiha clan be extinguished, the other ninja clans would soon follow suit. The remaining matter was of significant weight. Hisashi indicated that the Uchiha clan has diligently served Konoha for many years and intends to unite everyone in recommending Fugaku and Tsukihira as honorary elders. Guangxin tucked the paper away, a contemplative expression crossing his features. It seemed that following the recent incident, the main family no longer trusted Sarutobi Hisashi. Currently, the first step is to allow the Uchiha to ascend into the power structure of Konoha. However, this appears to be somewhat challenging at this juncture. After all these years, Konoha has managed to reduce the Uchiha guard to merely a couple of squads, unless Konoha has reached a point where it must concede. Guangxin glanced at Songtai. "I understand. More and more people are gathering outside. Ensure you remain vigilant." He then gently patted Songtai's shoulder. "Do not allow the main family to find fault, lest they cast the blame upon us." Songtai replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Lord Guangxin, we have records of every procedure." Guangxin smiled and nodded, his expression softening. "The branch family requires individuals like you. It brings me peace of mind. You may go on patrol now." "Be attentive." Songtai slightly bowed. "Lord Guangxin, please rest well." Guangxin watched Songtai's departing figure, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, murmuring, "From now on, the branch family will depend on you." His gaze then gradually solidified with determination. He returned to his study and began to busy himself. Approximately 2 hours later, having completed his disguise, Guangxin stealthily slipped out from the branch family. Utilizing the advantage of his Byakugan and his familiarity with the branch family's defenses, he successfully evaded all detection. He then infiltrated the Uchiha estate through a gap in the village's outer wall. While the walls appeared low enough to leap over easily, such places often concealed the most traps. With the clarity of his Byakugan, Guangxin discerned that they were all warning traps. Thus, he confidently vaulted over the wall as anticipated. Guangxin immediately triggered a trap, a particularly unique silk thread, camouflaged with paint to blend seamlessly into the night. An ordinary person would never have noticed it. Upon activation, Guangxin remained motionless. The Uchiha soon appeared, surrounding him. Guangxin swiftly pulled down his mask. "I am Hyuga Guangxin." Jihiko looked momentarily stunned. "Isn't this the fourth elder of the Hyuga?" Guangxin nodded and exchanged a glance. Jihiko waved his hand, and the other Uchiha dispersed. "Lord Guangxin, Please follow me. Hyuga Guangxin, being the only elder of the branch family, commanded considerable influence among them. His solitary arrival undoubtedly signified a matter of importance. After being led into a room by Jihiko, Fugaka soon arrived as well. Fugaka clan leader. Fugaka nodded slightly. Elder Guangxin. Guangxin was somewhat older than Fugaku, who remained respectful. The clandestine nature of Guangxin's visit implied the gravity of the situation. What brings you here, Elder Guangxin? Guangxin produced the explosive tag distribution map he had previously examined. Fugaka should be aware that Konoha is currently under the surveillance of our Hyuga clan, that we have discovered a substantial number of explosive tags in these locations. Although we do not know who placed them, their age is considerable, yet their quality is excellent. Over 90% are capable of detonation. Fugaku, taken aback, picked up the explosive tag distribution map, his eyes widening at the dense array of red dots. Elder Guangxin, are these all genuine? Guangxin understood that anyone encountering such a sight for the first time would inevitably be skeptical. After all, the scale and number of these explosive tags were vast. Guangxin nodded, affirming their authenticity. Fugaku scrutinized the map for several seconds before accepting this shocking reality. Pointing to one area, Guangxin said, Clan leader Fugaku, this location, previously demolished, has remnants of an old district. Sarutobi Hizashi's people are stationed nearby. Fugaku's expression shifted. Did Hizashi send you? Guangxin waved his hand. No, clan leader Fugaku. Please remember, this matter is entirely my own doing, with no connection to the main family. He then gave Fugaku a meaningful glance. Fugaku instantly comprehended. No wonder Guangxin had separated from Uchiha. It was clear that the main family wished to evade responsibility. Such occurrences were not uncommon. After all, whether these explosive tags could inflict significant damage on Sarutobi's forces remained uncertain. However, once employed, the entire village's overseeing Hyuga clan would undoubtedly be unable to escape scrutiny. Thus, the branch family would conveniently serve as scapegoats. Fugaku's expression grew complex. Did this mean that Hyuga Guangxin would become the next sacrifice after Hyuga Nichi? Yet Guangxin displayed no particular expression, as if oblivious to his potential demise, or perhaps he had already cast aside concerns for life and death. Guangxin was, of course, aware of the meaning behind Fugaku's gaze. But he chose to feign ignorance. The clan leader was already in the process of contacting other ninja clans. If the Uchiha clan sought power, they must compel Sarutobi Hizashi to concede. Guangxin indicated the distribution map of the explosive tags. I hope these can deal a significant blow to Sarutobi's influence and expose them. If a substantial number of Sarutobi clan members end up in the hospital, the situation will become undeniable. Fugaku nodded. Rest assured, Elder Guangxin, we Uchiha will make good use of this. Guangxin rose. I cannot linger here too long. I must depart now. Fugaku also stood. Allow me to have Jihiko escort you out. How could this be? Qian Yao was equally astonished when he received the explosive tag distribution map. Fugaku recounted the details of Hyuga Guangxin's visit. Qian Yao was well aware of the origins of these explosive tags. They were set by the mysterious Yuan Zhuan of Yangyan village during the Second Shinobi World War. Over 20 years, it would take at least 5 or 6 years before they would be discovered. He had previously contemplated using such methods against the Sarutobi clan, yet he had no knowledge of their specific locations. Some were hidden beneath eaves or within walls, only visible to the Byakugan. It was unexpected that the Hyuga clan had uncovered them ahead of time. Truly, fortune favored the prepared. This development could indeed deal a substantial blow to Konoha. Understood that I shall consider how to leverage this. For now, I will return to rest. Qian Yao tucked the map away, stifled a yawn, and headed out. Fugaku felt somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't this be a time for discussion? Furthermore, with impending conflict outside, how could Qian Yao possibly sleep? Never mind, he would first summon Elder Tsukihira. Surely, he too could not find rest in the secret infirmary of the root. Dans, who had been in a coma for an entire week, finally began to slowly open his eyes, thanks to the relentless efforts of his subordinates. Ugh, Dans groaned, the pain in his eyes overshadowed by the torment he endured mentally. He had been subjected to the Tsukuyami for a full 72 hours, leaving his psyche severely battered. Even now, he could still feel residual pain. Lord Dans, you have awakened. The members of the root rejoiced. having felt lost without their leader during his unconsciousness, with Dan's under a bounty. They had been too fearful to move about freely, retreating into hiding. Cursed Uchiha, Itachi. Danzo never anticipated that he would spend his days hunting geese, only to have one peck out his eye. Itachi, surprisingly, turned against him and even went so far as to extract his Sharingan. That was Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan. Infuriating, coughing, Danzo felt a sharp pain surge through his head due to the emotional turmoil. Lord Danzo. Nearby medical ninjas rushed forward to inject him with medication, forcing him to suppress the agony at that moment. Yamashiro Kazuki, Oil Girl Torian, and Tens all arrived at the scene. Under the influence of the medication, Danzo gradually regained his composure. With his intellect, he was well aware that many events must have transpired during his unconsciousness. Tell me what happened after Itachi attacked me. Danzo struggled to sit up and instructed his subordinates. They exchanged glances, and it was Yamashiro Kazuki who spoke first. After Uchiha Itachi assaulted you, the Uchiha clan retaliated with their forces. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursuke all displayed their Mangeki Sharingan. As Kazuki recounted the events, Danzo's expression darkened considerably. The Uchiha still possess Mangeki Sharingan? Besides Itachi, there are two more. If I could accept Fugaku having a Mangeki Sharingan, then Shursue's existence is utterly unacceptable to me. No wonder those who ambushed him met their demise. They had become victims of the Mangeki Sharingan. Upon hearing that Itachi had rebelled against Konoha and placed a bounty of 500 million on his head, Danzo erupted in rage. Rebellion! How dare the Uchiha place a bounty on me? What about Hiruzen? Is he just going to stand by? Yamashiro Kazuki paused for a moment, exchanging a glance with Tens before continuing. The Third Hokage has ordered a thorough investigation once you awaken. Lord Danzo, after the bounty was placed by the Uchiha, infiltrators have already entered. The Third Hokage has used this as justification to send Umbu into our root headquarters, and he should already be aware of your awakening. Danzo's fury gradually subsided, his gaze turning cold and malicious. Tens, under immense psychological pressure, was sweating profusely. Kazuki understood that if he did not intervene, Tens would soon be dragged away to face dire consequences. Thus, he hastily said, Lord Danzo, please temper your anger if you do not allow the Umbu to enter. The Third Hokage will have you taken to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Tens' remark was a desperate measure. Danzo, of course, was aware that everything about him was shrouded in secrecy. The Third Hokage's tacit approval and direct access to Konoha Hospital were two entirely different matters. Seeing Danzo's expression softened slightly, Kazuki quickly added, since the Uchiha placed a bounty on you, various faction spies have been converging towards Konoha. Our infiltrators have detected that the Third Hokage has recalled a significant number of personnel from outside. Additionally, Jiraiya has returned to the village. Lord Danzo, you should prepare accordingly. Danzo contemplated briefly and grasped the deeper implications of the Uchiha's bounty on him. He could not help but shudder. Such a scheme was uncharacteristic of the Uchiha. Neither Fugaku nor Shursuke possessed such cunning. When did the Uchiha produce someone so astute? However, he needed to ascertain Hiruzen's intentions. Although he held considerable dirt on Hiruzen, it was still insufficient. Tens, yes, please command me. Lord, Tens jolted, patiently awaiting Danzo's decree. That moment. Danzo had no mind for punishing his subordinates. Initiate the Neo Head King plan and execute it within the shortest time frame possible. Tens' expression grew grave. The danger of this plan was exponentially greater than previous ones. My lord, completing it in a short time will require a large quantity of Hashirama cells for experimentation, and our stock is already insufficient. Danzo was acutely aware that this experiment would consume a significant amount of Hashirama cells. Furthermore, shortening the timeline would exponentially increase the material costs. This was precisely why the plan had remained untested. Contact Orochimaru. He has what we need. Danzo glanced at his arm. This very thing was crafted by Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja, evading capture, he still possessed a wealth of valuable resources. Inform the Umbu that I will meet with Sarutobi Hiruzen tomorrow, outside Konoha, in a cave illuminated by flickering flames. Zetsu arrived at a temporary gathering point for the Akatsuki. Konan, and Sasori were gathered there. With Konoha tightening its defenses, numerous patrols roamed the surrounding forests. Representatives from various factions had mostly assembled, yet none dared to make a move. Zetsu, adept at the dandelion technique, efficiently relayed the situation. However, the Konoha patrols intentionally avoided the Uchiha area, as there were virtually no patrols outside the Uchiha clan's territory. Kakuzu let out a muffled laugh. Konoha's intentions are painfully obvious. But others are not fools either, Sasori, moving a leisurely pace, remarked. Everyone knows that leading the charge is akin to courting death. Naturally, no one is willing to take the lead. Konan had her own plans. The situation in Konoha cannot be sustained much longer. Whether Konoha takes action first or another faction intervenes, it will be our opportunity to strike. The Uchiha's position is ambiguous, adding considerable uncertainty to this operation. Our organization must not reveal itself to the eyes of the ninja world. After hearing Konan's words, Kakuzu shrugged off his black cloud cloak. Well then, this outfit is rather cumbersome for battle. Konan paid no mind. After all, Kakuzu's attire was the first to wear out, as the Earth Grudge Fear technique would easily tear through it. When shall we act? Sasori refrained from undressing in front of others, for he preferred to keep the structure of his Hiriko concealed. Zetsu will continue to gather intelligence while I probe the Uchiha situation. Once Hoshigaki Kisame and Zetsu return, we will move together. With that, Konan transformed into paper and vanished from sight. Zetsu also sank into the earth. Watching the two disappear, Sasori remained expressionless, methodically preparing his poisons for the battles ahead. Recently, Hoshigaki Kisame had been acting strangely, likely sent to keep watch. Within the organization, everyone harbored ulterior motives, with only Kakuzu appearing relatively straightforward. Kakuzu, having lived for many years, was well aware of the superficiality within the organization. However, among rogue ninja organizations, most were cold-blooded killers. An organization as stable as the Akatsuki was a rarity. As long as Pain was around, the organization would not fall apart. Zetsu stealthily emerged from a tree. What are your plans this time? Obito sat on a tree branch, gazing at the distant, still bright Konoha village. The Uchiha's counterattack completely caught me off guard, disrupting my plans. However, I cannot approach the Uchiha now. I must find another way. Zetsu did not pry further. Knowing Obito possessed space-time ninjutsu and would be safe as long as he did not encounter Uchiha. Was Kisame sent by you? Zetsu inquired. Obito shook his head, since he joined the organization. I haven't been in contact with him. He must have discovered something on his own. Konoha seems quite lively. Obito chuckled lightly, before vanishing into the Kimui dimension. Zetsu mused aloud. Did we ever inform him that Kakashi's eyes were gouged out? He then spoke again, his tone somewhat flippant. No, right? He didn't ask either. The sound of mocking laughter escaped. So, I suppose I'll inform Obito next time. Paipa Shirzong took advantage of the nightfall to move continuously, occasionally pausing to check the markers of the hidden mist. Despite this joint operation of the Akatsuki, the organization's constraints on its members are not particularly stringent. Paipa Shirzong casually found an excuse to gather intelligence and ventured out. However, he was uncertain whether the organization harbored any suspicions about him. Nevertheless, that concern was overshadowed by the presence of the fourth Mizukage. Upon arriving at the designated location, he formed hand seals, and a thick fog instantly enveloped the air, rendering the surroundings a hazy white. It was entirely normal for such mist to appear in shallow puddles within the forest at midnight. However, Paipa Shirzong employed this technique to signal his arrival. From within the dense mist emerged two figures, one tall and one short. You've come after all, Shirzong, spoke Kagaya Shichiro, unchanged from years past. With green hair and purple eyes, a scar resembling a stitched wound adorned his left eye. And he carried a flower-patterned staff-like weapon. Paipa Shirzong regarded Kagaya Shichiro with a complex expression, deeply cherishing his homeland. Yet, Kagaya Shichiro had plunged the land of water into despair, leaving it a mere shadow of its former glory. None could have anticipated that such actions were not truly his intent, but rather a result of being controlled. After a moment of silence, Paipa Shirzong finally spoke. It's been a long time. Fourth as a member of the original 7 ninja swordsmen. He had been subdued by Kagaya Shichiro, and their shared history lent a degree of familiarity between them. Kagaya Shichiro offered little in the way of pleasantries, stating, "The land of water is exceedingly weak at present. Now is the time to gather talent. If you wish to return, I will absolve you of all your sins." Pai Pa Shirzong scoffed. "Fourth, isn't a bit too late to say that. The hidden mist is finished." Kagaya Shichiro shook his head slightly. "This opportunity is quite favorable if we can escalate the scale of conflict here. The hidden mist will have time to recover." Pai Pa Shirzang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Fourth, do you intend to instigate a ninja world war?" Kagaya Shichiro remained silent, yet his acquiescence was evident. As someone who had fled from the hidden mist, Pai Pa Shirzong understood its vulnerabilities all too well. Presently, the hidden mist had shut its borders, making it exceedingly difficult for spies from other ninja villages to infiltrate. Otherwise, neither Konoha nor Kumogakure could have been thwarted. Kagaya Shichiro's plan was simple and direct. Reigniting the Ninja World War would ensure that no one paid heed to the hidden mist. After all, the most fertile land belonged to the Fire Country, which both Sunagakure and Kumogakure had long coveted. Iwagakure was equally formidable, with Inoki, the Tsuchikage having survived the First, Second, and Third Shinobi World Wars, if given the chance. He too would seize a substantial portion of the Fire Country. Only the hidden mist, isolated amidst the sea, could remain uninvolved. Fourth, surely you did not bring only this junior with you. Pai Pa Shirzong glanced at the figure beside Kagaya Shichiro, Kisame Hashigaki, a man he recognized. In truth, most from the hidden mist were familiar with him. During his youth, Kisame had graduated from the Ninja Academy amid the Blood Mist, where the requirement for graduation was mutual slaughter among ninjas. Partners who learned together, shared dreams, and assisted one another would turn against each other, wielding weapons until one perished. This brutal system, devoid of humanity, had persisted for an unimaginable duration and likely would continue indefinitely. At this moment, Kisame stepped forward. At the tender age of 9, he had annihilated over 100 fellow graduates, forcing the hidden mist to amend its graduation rules through extreme measures. Kisame was clearly an individual of ambition and action. Furthermore, during Kagaya Shichiro's period of control, he had attempted to assassinate the Mizukage in a bid to save the hidden mist once more. However, he had failed, despite his exceptional aptitude for assassination techniques. He was still significantly outmatched by the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Forced to flee the hidden mist, he had been fortunate that Abido was killed by Chiyo, allowing Kagaya Shichiro to break free from the Jinjutsu. As the truth unfolded, Kisame remained resolute in his desire to follow the Mizukage and make one last effort. Even in the face of imminent danger, he chose to accompany him, for someone who also cherished his homeland. Pai Pa Shirzong found himself treating Kisame with a degree of warmth. Yet for Kisame, known as the Man of the Mist, there was an undeniable rebelliousness about him. Pai Pa Shirzong, your ramblings are quite excessive. Should you choose to return, I would gladly address you as Senpai. If you refuse, you must leave behind that beheading sword. It is not your possession. Kisame had long sought a weapon suited to him. His gaze lingering on the beheading sword strapped to Pai Pa Shirzang's back. Kagaya Shichiro cast a glance at Kisame. I have my own plans. Having Kisame is sufficient. After years of control, Kagaya Shichiro's eyes no longer held the vigor of his early days as a Jinchuriki. Instead, they bore a faint aura of resignation, as though he wished to accomplish something for the hidden mist before his demise. Pai Pa Shirzong neither agreed nor declined. Allow me some time to consider. Kagaya Shichiro was unaware of the organization Pai Pa Shirzong had joined. He did not even know that the individuals who had defeated him, such as Konan and Pain, were part of that same organization. The chaos in Konoha would be considerable. Do not perish. With those words, Kagaya Shichiro departed with Kisame, melding into the mist to Naruto's home. Chiyo materialized from Naruto's shadow. She surveyed the scattered sheets of paper and the numerous drawings Naruto had created. Though they were childlike sketches, Chiyo instantly recognized that one depicted Kushina. Was Kushina instructing Naruto to draw her? Chiyo shook her head. Then, placing a hand on Naruto's head, she found herself transported to Naruto's inner world. Kushina was evidently awaiting Chiyo's arrival. How has your time with Naruto been these past few days? Chiyo casually inquired. Kushina's expression bore a hint of sorrow. Naruto should never have been made the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Chiyo, well aware of Naruto's past, offered soothing words. There are pros and cons while future dangers are indeed numerous. Having a Ninetales by his side provides some measure of safety. Nearby, the Ninetales listened in on Chiyo and Kushina's unrestrained discussion about him, and fury surged within him. With a single swipe of his paw, he struck the ceiling barrier. The massive iron gate groaned ominously. "Do you all presume I do not exist?" Chiyo turned to face the Ninetales, whose anger faltered, and he instinctively recoiled. After all, the Mangeki Sharingan was his natural enemy, having recently immobilized him. However, Chiyo did not employ her ocular powers to suppress the Ninetales this time. Instead, she wore a half-smile. "Kurama, I advise you to behave and cooperate with Naruto. Otherwise, I shall have to feed you to the outer paths, Gedomazo." The Ninetales trembled, his eyes wide with terror. "How do you know my name and the Gedomazo?" It was known that since the days of Uzumaki Mito to Uzumaki Kushina, the Ninetales had been sealed with powerful techniques, leaving no room for mutual understanding. The names of tailed beasts were closely guarded secrets, but they paled in comparison to the existence of the Gedomazo. Chiyo smiled faintly. This proud fox would eventually form a strong bond with Naruto, resulting in mutual salvation. However, Naruto remained unaware of his existence, and Chiyo did not mind laying the groundwork. "If you wish to know, I can take you to see Kushina." Turning to Kushina, she added, "After all, this concerns Naruto as well." Kushina, too, appeared curious, wondering if Chiyo was about to unveil the truth. Ju-Lama remained silent, his dignity forbidding him from yielding. Yet when matters of life and death were at stake, how could he possibly remain indifferent? Qian Yao paid no heed to Ju-Lama's demeanor. After all, a proud and aloof fox's silence often implied acquiescence. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan world, conjuring an illusion that transported Kushina and Ju-Lama directly to the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Pippa Shirzong, upon encountering the Mizukage, did not venture far before halting in his tracks. "Have you been waiting for long?" A shadow emerged from behind a nearby tree. "It's been a while, indeed. After all, you have not cleared the code for Kirigakure." With a grayish-blue complexion and a shark-like visage, slung over his back was the legendary sword, Samahata, none other than Kisame Hashigaki. "What have you seen?" Kisame did not approach too closely. He was reluctant to disrupt the unspoken understanding he shared with Shirzong. While he was aware that Shirzong had met someone from the mist, he remained oblivious to the identity of that individual. Shirzong remained mute. Kisame turned away, saying, "Forget it. Just don't betray the organization." The Mizukage. Shirzong's voice came from behind, prompting Kisame to pause. "I met with the fourth Mizukage." Kisame responded with a note of skepticism. This was because, during Kisame's last encounter with the Mizukage, the latter was still under the control of Uchiha Madara. If the Mizukage sought to make contact, it should have been with him. Why then was it Shirzong he had reached out to? Shirzong assumed Kisame was questioning why he had met with the Mizukage, particularly since he had fled due to the tyrannical rule of the Blood Mist. Thus, he explained, the mist became what it is because the fourth was manipulated by illusion. The land of water is in chaos. Kirigakure is weakened, and the fourth wishes to summon us back, that he merely contacted me first. After speaking, Pippa Shirzong observed Kisame, waiting for his response. Kisame, at this moment, found himself more aligned with the world depicted by Uchiha Madara through the infinite Tsukuyomi. With a smirk, he retorted, "The mist was not birthed from the fourth Mizukage's rise. It has long been steeped in blood. This time, I shall pretend I saw nothing, that if you plan to leave, it would be prudent to wait until this mission concludes." With that, Kisame departed. Pippa Shirzong huffed, making his way toward their rendezvous point. Although the land of water was relatively small, it had once been a place of formidable talents, filled with clans possessing powerful bloodline limits, each more potent than the last. To become a Mizukage, one would have to ascend over the corpses of countless adversaries. Naturally, Kirigakure was rife with infighting and internal strife, a fact that rendered the struggles between factions all too commonplace. This was why, despite Kirigane's purging of bloodline clans, no one seemed to notice the underlying issues. It was only when the members of the various clans had perished that the people of Kirigakure recognized the gravity of their predicament. If Pipa, Shirzong, and Zabuza had indeed harbored intentions of saving Kirigakure, it was evident that Kisame had grown thoroughly disillusioned with the place. Pipa Shirzong had no effective means to alter this sentiment. His desire to return to Kirigakure was a personal matter, one he could not impose upon Kisame. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, Konan, without any pretense of concealment, was quickly spotted by the Uchiha. Who dares intrude upon the Uchiha clan? It was Masamune, accompanied by patrolling clan members, who revealed themselves that, in recent nights, the number of outsiders near Konoha had been steadily increasing, yet none had dared to provoke the Uchiha. The sight of someone boldly approaching their territory raised immediate alarms among Masamune and his comrades. I am Konan of the Akatsuki. I seek to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Itachi should be aware of our organization. Obito had previously lingered near the Uchiha compound, attempting to entice some of them to join the Akatsuki as enforcers. The Akatsuki was well aware of this. After all, the Uchiha were generally rather gullible and easily manipulated. However, Obito had not anticipated that Itachi would enlist his assistance in the massacre. Yet, due to Qian Yao's intervention, the situation had shifted. Konan now intended to probe the depths of Madara within the Uchiha. Masamune and the others were unaware of the Akatsuki's affairs, but upon hearing Itachi's name, they promptly dispatched someone to inform Fugaku. As a guest, please come inside, Masamune said, demonstrating his discernment. While he went to notify Fugaku, he welcomed Konan into their midst. Although the hour was late, Fugaku had not yet retired. The tension in Konoha was palpable, and he bore considerable pressure. As a result, he was not alone. The clan's elder, Shurho, shared his burden. The situation in Konoha resembled a powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. The two engaged in conversation over tea, pondering whether anyone would make a move against Konoha that night. Only Qian Yao remained undisturbed in slumber. Fugaku mused. Fugaku had extended an invitation to Qian Yao, but the latter had declined, citing exhaustion. Shurho was unconcerned, remarking that after a long day of guiding the clan members, feeling weary was only natural to make tea that moment. A subordinate approached the door to report. Clan leader, elder, a person claiming to be from the Akatsuki has come to seek our collaboration. She mentioned that Itachi should know of their organization. Fugaku and Shurho exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. Aha! It seems Qian Yao cannot afford to slack off. Qian Yao had shown Julama and Kushina some footage from the original timeline of the Fourth Great Ninja War. It was then that Kushina realized that Naruto had grown to such an extent. How much suffering must he have endured? As a mother, her first instinct was not to celebrate her son's success, but to ponder the hardships he must have faced on his path to achievement. My other half, together with the fourth, the scene depicted the two Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails leading the allied forces against a formidable foe. Noticing the seriousness in their expressions, Qian Yao fast-forwarded to the moment when the Nine Tails was forcibly extracted by Madara. The footage abruptly halted. Both Julama and Kushina widened their eyes in astonishment. What happened next, Qian Yao? Qian Yao merely shrugged. What else could possibly occur? Julama was taken away to become fertilizer. And Naruto, having lost his Jinchuriki, perished. I refuse to believe Naruto could die like that. Qian Yao, you must be deceiving me. Kushina, unaware of the concept of the tailed beasts being able to relay their power, firmly believed in the fatality of the tailed beasts upon separation. Hence, her words were laced with uncertainty and a lack of conviction. Julama, ever the proud being, remained silent, even if he were aware of the method at that moment. Yet, he too was uncertain whether he would disclose this method to Naruto's companions should the future truly unfold in such a manner. Qian Yao raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. This is merely one potential future. If Minato and you were still alive, Naruto would not have to bear such burdens, correct? Kushina recalled Qian Yao's earlier words about the possibility of reviving them. Initially skeptical, she had gradually become more convinced. Now, given the vision in the illusion, where the Fourth Hokage actively participated on the battlefield, her faith in Qian Yao's words had been further solidified, though she did not understand the technique of Edo Tensei. She could surmise that it involved the resurrection of the deceased, that Minato's spirit had evidently escaped the clutches of death. Can Minato and I truly be revived? Kushina murmured, grappling with the unprecedented notion. After all, if such a thing were possible, The third Hokage would not have been so reckless with his life. Qian Yao did not directly answer her inquiry, instead informing Kushina. This time, our struggle against the third Hokage may entail certain dangers. If Naruto is at risk, you could release the seal and create a ruckus. This would also benefit Naruto's growth. After all, both you and Minato are here, as am I. It should not lead to any catastrophic fallout. Kushina pondered Qian Yao's words, appearing contemplative that moment. Qian Yao received a call from his original self, frowning slightly. Let us pause here for today. You both take some time to think, as Qian Yao spoke. He abruptly exited Naruto's consciousness space, leaving Kushina and Kurama to exchange bewildered glances. Kushina had yet to utter a word, while the Nine-Tails turned his head away, clearly refusing to engage in dialogue. The notion of accepting a bond with the Jinchuriki, one that would transcend mere understanding, was utterly unacceptable to Kurama, who deemed such a prospect improbable. Indeed, highly unlikely. Kushina, overwhelmed by a deluge of information, required a moment to digest it all. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Qian Yao returned to consciousness, casting aside the covers as he made his way outside. The situation in Konoha had grown increasingly tense over the past few nights, compelling Qian Yao to sleep fully clothed, ever wary of unforeseen developments. That he checked the Bond star and noted that his connection with Kushina had reached 3 stars. Upon clicking the 3rd star, a notification chimed. Congratulations, the bond with Uzumaki Kushina has reached level 3 that you have acquired. Diamond sealing unavailable. But it seemed that the diamond sealing technique was now accessible, albeit less effective without the necessary lineage. Setting those thoughts aside, Qian Yao opened the door to find Uchiha waiting for him outside. Up to the end of the corridor, the door swung open, revealing Jiyu, who poked her head out. Qian Yao. Are you going out again? Qian Yao nodded slightly. Take good care of Liuli and handle a few matters. Jiyu's expression was somewhat complex. Please be careful. Qian Yao paid little mind as he left with Uchiha. Upon entering the conference room, Xiaonan was already seated. However, she did not wait long before someone entered. None other than Uchiha Qian Yao. The emergence of 3 Manjiki Sharingan within the Uchiha clan would have certainly prompted an immediate investigation into related intelligence. Xiaonan recognized Qian Yao upon his arrival, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. The changes within the Uchiha clan. Was it truly Uchiha Qian Yao? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiaonan from the Akatsuki. If I am not mistaken, I am aware of you. Please have a seat, Qian Yao interjected, gesturing for her to sit. A hint of confusion crossed Xiaonan's face. After all, she and Nagato had only recently eliminated Hanzo. How could the Uchiha be aware of her? Did they have a dedicated investigation into the Akatsuki? Elder Qian Yao knows me, she inquired, perplexed. Qian Yao chuckled lightly. Intrigued by the fact that Xiaonan was already aware of his status within the Uchiha, was she implying that her intelligence network was commendable? Then, Qian Yao dropped a bombshell. Has Nagato not accompanied you this time? Xiaonan stood abruptly, her face a mask of shock and the fear lurking beneath the surface. You? She began, momentarily at a loss for words. Qian Yao pressed his hand down to calm her. I am acutely aware of the intelligence pertaining to your Akatsuki. If you're open to collaboration, we can speak candidly. After all, as your paper clone, I cannot truly harm you. I can see this. Xiaonan's pupils constricted once more, feeling entirely exposed, as if all her secrets had been laid bare. Were it not for her nature as a paper clone, she might have broken into a sweat. Elder Qian Yao, it appears you possess a wealth of knowledge, she remarked, lacking the confidence she had upon her arrival, feeling as though she perhaps should not have come at all. Qian Yao interlaced his fingers on the table, his gaze scrutinizing Xiaonan. What does your Akatsuki wish to discuss with us? A palpable aura of pressure emanated from Qian Yao, as if he were the master of all that transpired. In truth, he was, for he held all the cards to him. The Akatsuki harbored no secrets. Xiaonan, however, misinterpreted the situation, pondering whether the prior collaboration between Itachi and Madara had soured Qian Yao's view of the Akatsuki. Elder Qian Yao, please do not misunderstand. The so-called Madara is not affiliated with us. Qian Yao leaned back slightly, noting that both Xiaonan and Nagato seemed to harbor doubts regarding Madara's identity, that I am aware that he is not aligned with you, and I also understand that he is not truly Uchiha Madara. As I stated, I am thoroughly informed about the intelligence related to your Akatsuki. You know his identity? Xiao Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Qian Yao maintained a stoic expression. Allow me to offer you a piece of information free of charge. Years ago, when you were abducted, it was Uchiha Madara and Zetsu who orchestrated your kidnapping. What? Xiao Nan sprang to her feet. How do you know this? The figure before her, Qian Yao, seemed shrouded in a fog of mystery. Leading Xiao Nan by the nose, Qian Yao observed her with a silent smile, prompting her to slowly resume her seat. Taking a deep breath, she realized that she was now in a precarious position. What can I do for Elder Qian Yao? Qian Yao's gaze turned ominous. I need your Akatsuki to spearhead an assault on Konoha. An assault on Konoha? Xiao Nan was taken aback, left speechless. Without Nagato's presence, the few of them attempting to storm Konoha seemed utterly fanciful. Elder Qian Yao, that is beyond our capabilities. Although Xiao Nan had brought skilled individuals with her, the idea of launching an assault on Konoha was utterly unrealistic. Qian Yao anticipated Xiao Nan's refusal and remained unperturbed. Speaking leisurely, we have attracted a considerable number of bounty ninjas to our cause. Their ranks will only swell in such a scenario. A mere spark could ignite chaos within Konoha. I require you to add fuel to that fire. Xiao Nan regarded Qian Yao with suspicion. Are the Uchiha plotting a coup? Qian Yao waved his hand dismissively. No, we merely wish for the Third Hokage to reveal his hidden combatants. Xiao Nan still shook her head. Even with our organization, that seems unlikely. The bounty ninjas outside are notorious assassins, but charging into Konoha would prove exceedingly difficult. Qian Yao produced a blueprint of explosive tags procured by Guangxin. What if we incorporate this? Xiao Nan, intrigued, took a look, her face reflecting disbelief. Konoha has been infiltrated by so many explosive tags placed by the Uchiha. Qian Yao waved his hand. These were not installed by us Uchiha. We merely discovered them. I know you excel in the use of explosive tags. I wonder if, with these in hand, you could incite chaos in Konoha. I am aware of your grudge against Danzo, and this may be your only opportunity to launch an offensive against Konoha. Xiao Nan scrutinized the distribution of the explosive tags, her expression grave. Is this for real? Qian Yao offered no response, merely gazing at her impassively. The weight of Qian Yao's presence compelled Xiao Nan to examine the locations of the explosive tags with utmost seriousness. After a moment, she lifted her head. To utilize these explosive tags effectively, I must place my own tags at these key points to maintain full control. She pointed out the locations. Qian Yao estimated there were more than a dozen. After some contemplation, he concluded that if Guangxin had managed to acquire this information, it would not be overly difficult to place Xiao Nan's explosive tags as well. Very well, I can manage that. I accept this collaboration. Originally, she had come to negotiate a partnership, and gaining more intelligence was immensely beneficial for her. Qian Yao smiled slightly. Excellent. Once this matter concludes, I will share information regarding Uchiha Madara. Xiao Nan scrutinized Qian Yao. Is Elder Qian Yao confident in himself or in Konoha? Qian Yao merely teased. Circumstances are ever-changing. Who can say for certain? After a pause, he added, your teacher, Jiraiya, is also in the village. However, he may be more devoted to the village than anything else. Having endured so much, Xiao Nan was no longer the naive girl she once was. Upon hearing this, her expression remained neutral, though her gaze flickered slightly. I understand. She rose to her feet, her skin taking on the texture of paper, and began to transform it into a series of explosive tags that landed on Qian Yao's desk. Once these explosive tags are set, I am ready to strike at any moment. Qian Yao stood as well, drawing a circle around the locations on the explosive tag blueprint. Then let it be tomorrow night. Most of the Third Hokage's personnel are stationed in this location. I urge you to prioritize its destruction. Xiao Nan cast a deep glance at Qian Yao and replied, very well. May our collaboration be fruitful. Subsequently, the hairpin atop Xiao Nan's head transformed into a paper crane, which gracefully alighted on Qian Yao's shoulder. When I return, I shall contact you through him, she declared. With that, Xiao Nan disintegrated into countless sheets of paper, scattering across the ground. Qian Yao carefully collected the paper crane, finding a certain intrigue in this technique of paper jutsu. The papers strewn about were mere ordinary sheets, Yet the explosive tags left by Xiao Nan were undeniably authentic. At this juncture, Fugaku and Shurho entered the room. Although it was Qian Yao and Xiao Nan engaged in conversation, they were close enough to overhear every detail with clarity. Shurho gazed at Qian Yao and could not help but inquire. "Qian Yao, just how much do you know?" Qian Yao replied with a smile. "Elder, are you aware of the clan leader's ocular technique?" The elder looked at Qian Yao with a hint of surprise. "I am, but does it hold much significance?" Qian Yao gestured toward his own eyes. "My abilities are quite similar to the clan leader's, though I possess a greater breadth of knowledge." Shurho nodded slightly. Begrudgingly accepting this rationale, Fugaku's gaze toward Qian Yao brimmed with admiration. Yet his thoughts were elsewhere. "Qian Yao, do you believe there is a chance this time?" Qian Yao was well aware of Fugaku's unspoken concerns. He shook his head. The clan leader underestimates the Third Hokage. Even if other clans remain inactive, the Sarutobi clan alone has thousands of combat personnel, excluding the Umbu. Both Mito and Tsubaki, the senior advisors, also command a significant number of individuals. As for our greatest adversary, Danzo, his root possesses hundreds, and the Shimura clan has numerous fighters as well. Even if our Uchiha clan could contend against three, victory remains a distant hope. Qian Yao spoke the truth, for the other clans of Konoha would likely remain passive observers. Even if the Uchiha managed a tenuous victory, should all combat units perish, they would still become easy prey. While Susanoo is indeed formidable, their current manifestation does not yet reach the capacity to face 1,000 foes. This is Konoha's stronghold. Not only is the Third Hokage's Shiki Fujin a concern, but various barrier units and formations could easily isolate the Uchiha or exhaust their Manjiki Sharingan. Only upon reaching the complete form would they be liberated from such constraints. War is an extension of politics and, equally, an art. Qian Yao would not sacrifice the lives of his kin for something that could be achieved without losing a single soldier. After all, his ambitions extend far beyond Konoha, but he mused, the supreme strategy is to conquer through cunning, followed by alliances, followed by military action, and lastly, the siege. Fugaku pondered Qian Yao's words, feeling the weight of wisdom embedded within that succinct phrase. His satisfaction with Qian Yao deepened, prompting him to inquire directly. "Qian Yao, what are our Uchiha clan's plans for tomorrow night?" Qian Yao tapped the explosive tags on the table, stating, "These shall merely serve as a spark. What we need is to obfuscate our true intentions from Konoha. During the day, aside from delivering this to Mitsuhiko, we must spread the word that the Uchiha clan is staging a coup tonight." Both Fugaku and Shurho had come to fully trust Qian Yao's political acumen, listening intently as he continued. "Next, our combat personnel must be fully prepared, and we need Konoha to witness that every member of the Uchiha is gearing up for battle." The following day, within Konoha village, the ordinary citizens of the Uchiha clan went about their lives, while some combat personnel lingered near various family compounds. Given that the Uchiha dispatched only elite members, the Umbu were uncertain if they had been misled or ensnared in an illusion. They could only report back the intelligence they gathered. Most of the Uchiha's operatives were intentionally sowing confusion. However, the situation with the Hyuga clan was genuine. Uchiha Kayahiko, a formidable warrior, had successfully delivered Xiao Nan's explosive tags to Hyuga Mitsuhiko and informed him of the impending events that night. Urging early preparations that in the eyes of the Uchiha, Mitsuhiko was considered a discarded pawn of the Hyuga clan. While his demise was inevitable, it would likely be a result of some transaction with the main family. After all, if the main family were truly intent on eliminating Mitsuhiko, he would have nowhere to escape as a caged bird. Unbeknownst to the Uchiha, they too were being manipulated by Mitsuhiko. Upon receiving the explosive tags from the Uchiha, Mitsuhiko, under the guise of monitoring patrols, discreetly placed these explosive tags in designated locations. Now serving as the sole elder of the branch family and deeply respected by its members, his actions went unnoticed. After ensuring everything was in order, Mitsuhiko returned to his quarters. Shortly thereafter, Estai arrived to seek an audience. "Lord Mitsuhiko, we have received word that the Uchiha plan to stage a coup tonight. Moreover, Uchiha personnel have been seen near various major clans in Konoha, albeit merely passing through." Mitsuhiko waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, This is merely a ruse by the Uchiha to mislead Konoha. You shall report this information to the main family, as usual, and let them handle it. However, tonight is bound to be tumultuous to this tie. Remember, regardless of what the Uchiha do tonight, the Hyuga branch must remain uninvolved, that we must safeguard our own forces. Understood. Once S-Tai departed, Mitsuhiko retrieved several storage scrolls, concealing them within a special pocket before making his way to S-Tai's residence. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Tsubaki Kamaru, and Mito Minyin were assembled. Yes, the sound of a cane echoed. Danzo entered the office, having regained consciousness after a week-long stupor. With the door closed, only the four of them remained in the room. They were all former students of the same master, now occupying the highest echelons of power in Konoha. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would recognize the gravity of the situation. Danzo, look at the mess you've created, Tsubaki Kamaru exclaimed in anger. Danzo's cold gaze swept over her. He had no intention of disputing her words, for she knew this was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was evident that the intent was to have the third Hokage impose pressure on him. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Very well, Kamaru, how do we resolve this issue? Danzo struck the floor with his cane, producing a sharp sound. No need for theatrics, Hiruzen, we all know the truth behind this matter. Hiruzen exchanged glances with Mito Minyin, who then added, currently, over 300 bounty hunters have gathered on the outskirts of Konoha. Spies from various nations are also present, all seeking to ascertain the state of our village. The Uchiha have been particularly active this morning, reaching out to various clans, with all combat personnel preparing for action. Danzo's eyes were filled with darkness and malice. When the root launched its attack against the Uchiha, you should not have remained passive observers. Allowing these malevolent Uchiha to persist is a recipe for disaster. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. It was Itachi Uchiha who turned the tide against us. We have no justification for exterminating the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage's words carried weight. Given the circumstances at the time, other ninja clans were in a state of alarm, collectively opting to remain spectators. His Umbu forces were unlikely to overpower the Uchiha, as it was common knowledge that the Uchiha were formidable adversaries, capable of facing 3 opponents at once. Not to mention, there were 3 legendary Manjiki Sharingan users. With Danzo incapacitated, Tsubaki Kamaru and Mito Minyin would not sacrifice their own kin. Even Hiruzen's Umbu might not prevail against them. Hiruzen, you are growing increasingly timid. If we simply declare the Uchiha as traitors, how many can they truly withstand? Danzo is an individual with a penchant for adventure. Were he to ascend to the position of Hokage, it is likely he would promptly declare the Uchiha clan as traitors. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not of the same ilk. In the absence of certainty and necessity, he refrains from recklessly endangering his clansmen. He slowly draws a breath of smoke. Reports from the border indicate that Uchiha members are heading towards the land of wind and the land of earth, although it remains unclear whom the Uchiha have contacted. Their current demeanor compels me to take a stance. Danzo discerns the underlying implications of the third Hokage's words. His face darkens. Hiruzen, what are you planning? The third Hokage replies nonchalantly. You shall no longer serve as my advisor. Your position as a council elder is hereby revoked, pending investigation. Danzo's gaze is as sinister as that of a venomous serpent. Are you planning to discard me, Hiruzen? The third Hokage exhales smoke deliberately. The Uchiha may feign posturing or may indeed have connections with other ninja villages. Konoha seeks peace, hence we must bear with you that I am the one tasked with the dirty work, and once again, I am left to shoulder the blame. Flames of fury flicker in Danzo's eyes as he lashes out at the third Hokage. Hiruzen, do you believe that this concession will satisfy the Uchiha? Their ambitions are insatiable and uncontrollable. It would be prudent to eradicate the Uchiha while we have the chance. The third Hokage furrows his brow and taps the table with his pipe. Very well. Your dismissal is settled. The Uchiha will no longer be your concern. Danzo huffs in anger. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Enough. I'm the Hokage. The third Hokage slams his hand on the table in response. Danzo casts a cold glance at the 3 of them before storming out. A resounding bang reverberates through the room as the door slams shut. The third Hokage watches Danzo's stormy departure. his brow furrowed in contemplation. Danzo, I hope you remain compliant at this juncture. The third Hokage disregards Danzo's feelings. It is no longer a matter of his agreement or disagreement, but rather a necessity to stabilize the Uchiha. Danzo's roots are intricate, and even without his positions as advisor and council elder, those loyal to him in the root will not disperse. After all, everyone in the root has been indoctrinated to mirror Danzo's ideology. Ikase's Jun's face reflects a hint of concern. Hiruzen, what if Danzo causes us trouble at this time? The third Hokage exhales slowly. I will allocate some funds to him. The third Hokage's private treasury is quite ample, comprising not only the legacy of the fourth Hokage and his wife, but also the inheritance of the Senju clan at times like these. A monetary compensation should suffice to placate Danzo, preventing him from acting out of desperation. Tikan nods in agreement, evidently approving of Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. What shall we do next? Convene a high-level meeting. Tika inquires. Sarutobi shakes his head. There are too many coveting our village. We must strike decisively to instill fear in them. On the outskirts of Konoha, numerous bounty hunters linger, some enticed by a bounty of 500 million, while others are spies from rival villages seeking to ascertain Konoha's situation. Although they gather in numbers, they are akin to a disorganized mob. Their primary instinct is self-preservation. Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages, and previously, no village has ever breached its defenses. Thus, they wait for formidable individuals to lead the charge, allowing them to take advantage of the chaos from behind. AS ninjas, waiting for a few days poses no issue. After all, as more and more gather, someone will inevitably take the lead. They all understand that those who come here harbor intentions toward Konoha. Even if they scout each other, they exercise restraint, quietly awaiting the swelling of their ranks. Perched upon a tree are 2 figures. One wields a tin staff, his white hair cascading down, with a prominent scar etched across his face. The other possesses long, lustrous black hair that cascades to his waist. Delicate willow-like eyebrows, dark eyeliner, and purple lip gloss that exude maturity. These 2 are Hame and Fuyo. Hame was once a member of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, advocating that the Hokage was an unnecessary presence. Believing that the real power should reside with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, standing opposed to Asuma and others. 3 years prior, he attempted a coup at the feudal lord's estate, but was defeated by Asuma and feigned his death to escape. Fuyo, one of his recruited subordinates, is adept in earth techniques and illusions, a formidable trap master. They are currently active in the Land of Fire, and upon learning of the bounty placed on Uchiha Itachi's head, Hame's interest was piqued. However, his primary target is not Danzo. After all, Danzo is guarded by numerous root members, and he would not confront them head-on. His primary objective is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hame has been orchestrating a plan for 7 years, aimed at collecting the chakra emitted by the Nine-Tails to create an artificial Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He has succeeded, with the successful creation being his son, Sora, who is currently being raised in the Fire Temple of the Land of Fire. His monk's appearance is a guise for potential entry into the temple. Currently, Sora possesses very little of the Nine-Tails chakra, resulting in sluggish growth at this rate. It will take at least 5 or 6 years for him to reach combat readiness. However, if he could acquire more Nine-Tails chakra, the scenario would be vastly different. Sora could rapidly mature into a competent artificial Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hame's expertise lies in sealing techniques, allowing him to easily induce a rampage in the Nine-Tails if prepared. Once the Nine-Tails rampages, Konoha would suffer severe damage, and he could gather sufficient chakra. Are Fuyo and Fuyo not coming? Hame observes the increasing crowd around them, sensing that conflict is imminent. Fuyo calculates the time. They won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Hame shakes his head. We cannot wait for them. We must prepare for action tonight or in the early hours. Fuyo glances toward Konoha in the distance. The 8 gates are not yet completed. We cannot seal off Konoha. Hame's expression turns cautious. We are not the main actors in this scenario. Any thoughts of annihilating Konoha are futile. We only need to provoke Konoha into unleashing the Nine-Tails, and our objective will be achieved. Use your Earth clone to gather individuals proficient in Earth techniques. The main gates of Konoha are heavily guarded, it would be wiser for us to infiltrate through the walls. At the Konoha Inn, Orochimaru receives a report from Honglien. Lord Orochimaru, outsiders are rallying those bounty hunters. Orochimaru, currently extracting a scroll from the mouth of a snake, does not lift his gaze but responds while opening the scroll. It seems tonight will be lively. After reviewing the scroll, a contemplative expression crosses Orochimaru's face. This scroll is a communication from Danzo, who remains unaware that Orochimaru has long been in Konoha and has already received the news. Senju cells, you say? Orochimaru indeed possesses such material, though Danzo has some as well, albeit in lesser quantity. What experiments require such a vast amount of Senju cells? A flicker of thought passes through Orochimaru's eyes. Given Konoha's current predicament, it appears Danzo is fortifying his own hand. Nevertheless, Orochimaru is currently focused on establishing the Sound Village and is in need of funds. Thus, Danzo's offerings are too opportune to ignore. After all, he possesses Senju cells, and converting them into financial resources is equally viable. However, it must wait until tonight. It seems the old man has exerted some pressure on Danzo, hasn't he? How intriguing. One must witness it firsthand. As night descends, the darkness envelopes the realm. The walls of Konohagakure, both north and south, begin to assemble as soon as the patrolling guards depart. Conan perches upon a tree, observing the throng of individuals gathering below, realizing that her presence is no longer urgently required. Meanwhile, Obito unfurls a massive scroll, laying it upon the ground, and commences a series of hand seals. The Hyuga clan members atop the walls swiftly detect the immense chakra emanating from below. Warning flares and illumination projectiles are discharged into the sky. The three Hyuga clansmen, having received instructions from Hyuga Setai, understand that their duty is to monitor rather than engage in combat. After issuing the alert, they promptly set out to locate additional reinforcements. Those on the walls draw shuriken and explosive tags, aiming them at Obito. Standing beside him, allies form hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A rising earthen barrier swiftly encircles Obito. Outside the walls, the minute-long hand seal process concludes. Obito presses both hands upon the scroll. Earth release. Rock transformation. With a resounding rumble, colossal pits of quicksand begin to emerge beneath the walls of Konohagakure. As though the earth is being hollowed out, rocks and soil cascading below. Those adept in earth release ascend, their chakra surging forth with increasing velocity that a voice rises from the crowd, calling all skilled in earth release to leap to Obito's side. Placing their palms upon the scroll, the quicksand pits expand. The individuals atop the walls of Konohagakure distinctly feel the tremors of the structure. Summoning technique. A bounty ninja summons a gigantic black bear. Roar! The 10-meter-tall bear rises, slamming against the wall. Yet the wall merely sways, showing no signs of collapse. As reinforcements from Konohagakure approach, an immense cloud of smoke erupts from within, revealing three colossal summoning serpents, standing taller than the walls themselves. The ground quakes, the already unstable foundation of the walls begins to crumble under the force of the serpent's impact. Countless figures leap from outside the village, whether seeking to claim Danzo's head or to glean intelligence on Konohagakure's condition. They surge through the breach. Chaos reigns within Konohagakure. Explosions and flames erupt everywhere, but the cries of battle are scarce. Both the fires and explosions serve to incite confusion, leaving Konohagakure in disarray. Bounty ninjas may kill indiscriminately, yet they do not specifically target civilians. The multitude of bounty ninjas has one singular focus, the root base of Konohagakure. Meanwhile, spies from other nations linger on the outskirts of the main forces, ever vigilant for potential crises and seeking valuable information. The situation here is rather convoluted. Konohagakure had long been prepared. Most villagers are safely ensconced within their homes. This evening's events are understood by all. Thus, regardless of the ninja clan, the priority amidst this tumult is to safeguard their own families before considering any allegiance to the Third Hokage. Everyone is acutely aware that these bounty ninjas were summoned by the Uchiha clan. Should Konohagakure successfully resolve this dilemma, the Uchiha would likely refrain from any further action. However, should Konohagakure's vulnerabilities be exposed, the outcome would be dire at this moment. The defenses along the path to Konohagakure are minimal. The influx of intruders is overwhelming, and any attempt by a few to intervene would be tantamount to delivering themselves as sacrifices. Meanwhile, the Uchiha compound is ablaze with activity. Half of its elite forces, under the command of Uchiha Kiyoshi, are poised for action. Though Fugaka dons his battle attire, he shows no inclination to leave the clan's territory, wary of potential opportunists seeking to exploit the chaos. Whether or not Kiyoshi would be of use remains uncertain, but preparation is prudent. Kiyoshi, leading over 100 individuals, has just stepped beyond the clan's borders when he encounters Jiraiya head-on. Jiraiya, with two toads perched upon his shoulders and flanked by several Umbu, awaits at the entrance to the Uchiha. Uchiha Kiyoshi, what are your intentions? Kiyoshi unsheathes his weapon with a sharp clang, and his clansmen follow suit, drawing their weapons in unison. The sound reverberates ominously, and the atmosphere grows tense as crimson Sharingan eyes flicker open. The Umbu behind Jiraiya feel a wave of trepidation, beads of sweat forming on their brows. This scene is undeniably intimidating. Kiyoshi points his sword at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, don't presume I'm unaware. Danzo has awakened. The Third Hokage shows no intent to deal with him, so we must take matters into our own hands. Jiraiya responds gravely. Such actions defy protocol. Kiyoshi scoffs. Are you suggesting that Danzo's extermination of our Uchiha clan aligns with the rules? Jiraiya pauses, acknowledging that Danzo's actions are indeed outside the bounds of propriety. Though not something openly discussed, he asserts. Danzo has been dismissed and is under investigation. He is neither an advisor nor a Hokage's aide now. Kiyoshi appears slightly taken aback. Oh, is that so? He swiftly pivots. In that case, as the Uchiha, it is our duty to assist in the defense of Konohagakure. Jiraiya's expression shifts, having never encountered such a Uchiha before. The speed of Kiyoshi's change of heart is astonishing, resembling that of a politician rather than a clan member. Despite Kiyoshi's statement, Jiraiya remains skeptical of the Uchiha's intentions, with so many armed and prepared individuals. What would prevent them from turning on Konohagakure? He asserts, currently, Konohagakure's forces are sufficient. We do not require Uchiha support. Ditto. Is that so? Kiyoshi regards Jiraiya with a bemused expression. The distant sounds of explosions echo ominously. Stirring Jiraiya's anxiety, Kiyoshi glances at the two toads on Jiraiya's shoulders, chuckling lightly. Very well. Then we'll return to our slumber. To Jiraiya's astonishment, Kiyoshi does not argue further, merely gestures for his clansmen to sheath their weapons. Though some clan members appear puzzled, Kiyoshi's recent days spent training them have earned him considerable respect. They comply, sheathing their weapons, closing their Sharingan, and gradually retreating. Kiyoshi does not bid Jiraiya farewell, instead turning to return to the clan. Time is of the essence, and Jiraiya, as a prominent general under the Third Hokage, is too preoccupied to consider Kiyoshi's motives. After leaving a few Umbu behind, he hastens towards Danzo's location. During their journey, the two toads perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, Shinzaku and Shima, were grave expressions. Little Jiraiya was that the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Jiraiya, racing ahead, confirms, yes, he's one of the three Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha. Little Jiraiya, that individual possesses an immense chakra reserve. He is not to be trifled with. Shinzaku, having felt the weight of Kiyoshi's gaze, expresses his concern. Jiraiya responds, the Mangeki Sharingan should indeed possess a considerable amount of chakra. Shima interjects, no, little Jiraiya, his chakra is at least several times greater than yours. How much? Jiraiya exclaims, shattering the rooftop beneath him in shock. The two sages ponder, could it be possible? Uchiha Kiyoshi is only 17. Shima, realizing Jiraiya's struggle to accept this revelation, shares the sentiment. Having cultivated sage techniques for many years and lived long lives, they can gauge an individual's energy level, or chakra volume, based on the threat they present. There is no mistake. The threat he poses is immense, his chakra akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Best to avoid conflict with him. Even with the two of us present, victory cannot be guaranteed. Jiraiya continued his hurried journey towards Danzo, though now he was enveloped in a heavy gloom upon realizing he was no match for Uchiha Qian Yao. The situation left Konoha with no alternatives. They absolutely could not afford a clash with the Uchiha clan. During this period, Qian Yao had been immersed in his clan's territory, diligently enhancing his own abilities while guiding his clansmen. He had already trained over 100 individuals, each of whom had developed a bond of 2 stars with him, except for a dozen possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, whose ocular prowess was exceptional. The rest contributed 10 units of chakra, each to Qian Yao. He welcomed all who came, resulting in a diverse range of strengths among these clansmen. Nonetheless, the collective chakra of over 100 individuals significantly amplified Qian Yao's own reserves. Given that time was still on his side, if this continued, his chakra would become even more formidable. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha compound, Scorpion had observed the conflict between the Uchiha and Jiraiya with clarity. The bounty ninjas were bombarding the walls of Konoha. While Scorpion aligned himself with the Uchiha, he initially sought to scout for any stragglers from the Uchiha clan to capture and convert into human puppets. However, seeing the entire clan confined within their territory, he dared not intrude. Scorpion had already met with his Sand Village informant, Yu Liang, who had gathered intelligence indicating that various major ninja villages were involved in this affair, and several factions among the bounty ninjas were also present. They from the Sand Village had merely planned to gather information and depart. Possessing a keen political insight, Scorpion sensed that tonight's events were far from simple. The apparent involvement of multiple forces rendered the situation exceedingly perilous. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. If necessary, a retreat was in order. After establishing his strategy, Scorpion modified several components of his Hiryuki. Casting a glance towards Conan's direction, he prepared to assess the situation. With a swift motion, a large hole erupted from the ground beneath him, and in the blink of an eye, Scorpion vanished from sight. Within the inner sanctum of the Root organization, the Third Hokage engaged in a private discussion with Danzo. Your removal from duty is merely a temporary measure. The resources allocated to your Root division will remain unchanged. You are simply losing 2 titles. Nothing more. I shall allocate a sum of funding to you to continue your research. Upon hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was offering him financial support, Danzo's expression softened slightly. He was well aware that numerous individuals were plotting against him. Yet, his true fear lay not with outsiders, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. He fixed his gaze upon Hiruzen, warning, "You know well the extent of my actions at your behest. Do not entertain thoughts of casting me aside. If I perish, your losses will be far greater." The Third Hokage waved his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. "Rest assured, both of us are committed to the welfare of Konoha. I would never resort to such treachery to I in the Nara clan. Known for its intellectual prowess, and as the strategic mind of Konoha, they were responsible for a significant portion of the village's medical supplies. Typically, they maintained a low profile, adopting a self-preservation attitude within the village. Although Konoha was in disarray, Nara Shikaku and Nara Shikamaru remained at home, engrossed in a game of shogi while sipping tea. Shikaku, still young and yet to ascend to the position of clan leader, sat opposite his uncle, Shikamaru, whose hair had turned gray and whose face bore many wrinkles. He was a contemporary of the Third Hokage. Known for his cautious demeanor, he had keenly observed the ongoing power struggle between the Third Hokage and the Uchiha clan. Smack! Shikamaru captured Shikaku's piece. "Why is your mind so scattered while playing?" Shikaku admonished him, barely 20. Shikaku was not yet as composed as he would be a decade later. He bowed his head in apology. "You are right, uncle. Should we not take action?" Shikamaru sipped his tea and replied, "The Third Hokage has held his position for far too long. While it is natural for one to seek personal gain for their family, if the intelligence from the Hyuga clan holds true, the ambitions of the Sarutobi family are considerable. The Uchiha have produced a clever strategist, systematically outmaneuvering the Third Hokage." Shikaku continued to arrange the shogi pieces. The Sarutobi clan likely possesses over 1,000 combatants. Perhaps even more than 90%. Shikamaru shook his head, 100%. Hearing this figure, Shikaku paused momentarily before resuming his game. "Uncle, shall we play another round?" Simultaneously, several other prominent clans within the village had prepared personnel. Yet most remained inactive, merely maintaining vigilance around their territories as they observed the unfolding events. After all, the Hyuga clan had aligned itself with the Uchiha, indicating that this situation was likely to escalate. Following the recent persecutions against the Hyuga and Uchiha clans by Konoha's higher-ups, trust in the leadership had plummeted. Even if the bounty ninjas posed a threat, their potential for destruction was minimal. Konoha had the Third Hokage and Uchiha to bear the brunt of the fallout. The root members and the private militia of Konoha's higher-ups remain inactive, unwilling to sacrifice their clansmen, but a chaotic battle erupted near Danzo's location as the Third Hokage organized the Umbu to engage in combat. While not all bounty ninjas were particularly skilled, each possessed their own cunning tactics, and their ninjutsu was often peculiar. Most fought independently, yet the most formidable among them was Konan, who held dominion over the skies. Hovering above like a Kirov airship, she continuously rained explosive tags down upon the ground. The loudest roars in Konoha emanated from her. Other bounty hunters, not lacking in intelligence, followed her lead in their advance. When Jiraiya arrived, he was taken aback to see Konan. "Konan, you are alive?" Jiraiya-sensei. Konan's wings slowed their frantic flapping. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the sight of her former teacher stirred a complex array of emotions within her. "Why have you attacked Konoha?" Jiraiya was astonished to discover that the one leading the assault was his presumed deceased student. A fierce expression crossed Konan's face. "It is to avenge Yahiko and Nagato." Jiraiya trembled. "What happened?" "Why, Yahiko and Nagato were both killed by Danzo." "Danzo? How despicable!" Jiraiya's expression darkened. His own student had fallen victim to that treacherous scoundrel. "Sensei, I have come to kill Danzo today, that if you still hold any regard for our past. Do not interfere with me." Jiraiya's expression wavered. He certainly wished to distance himself from Danzo. However, as the protector of the village, he could not permit outsiders to come into Konoha and commit murder outright. "Jiraiya," the Third Hokage's deep voice resonated as he approached. "What are you doing? If anyone could simply come in and kill our people, what would become of Konoha's honor?" Jiraiya's expression shifted, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He was not merely Konan's teacher. He was also one of Konoha's legendary three ninjas, and he could not afford to show favoritism. He positioned himself in Konan's path. "Konan, we will discuss the vengeance for Yahiko and Nagato later. But today it cannot happen." Konan seemed to have anticipated Jiraiya's decision, casting him a disappointed glance. "Sensei, you will come to regret this." With that, she declared, "Third Hokage, hand over Danzo. Otherwise, I will not hold back." Behind Konan stood numerous bounty ninjas. And as the face of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not back down. "That is out of the question. Danzo is one of our own. Even if he has his issues, it is up to us in Konoha to pass judgment. You outsiders, regardless of your motives for entering Konoha, are now invaders. None of you will leave today." With a single wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned an array of signal flares that soared into the sky. Adjacent to the crumbling walls of Konoha, a multitude of figures emerged, swiftly sealing the breach. Among them, a significant contingent of approximately 200 Umbu and around 300 members of the Sarutobi clan began to converge on Konan. With a cold smirk, Konan declared, "Jiraiya-sensei, I warned you that you would come to regret this." As she formed hand seals, her chakra surged forth. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of explosions erupted from the rear of Konoha, making the entire village tremble as if struck by an earthquake, with a cacophony of thunderous roars echoing throughout. Fiery plumes and billowing smoke rapidly shot into the air. Most critically, all eyes were drawn to the Hokage Rock, where a massive explosion also took place before the gaze of the crowd. The Hokage Rock, home to the Third Hokage, was shattered amidst a relentless barrage of explosions. The colossal monument fragmented into several pieces, crashing down to the ground amidst the astonishment of onlookers. "Konan!" Jiraiya was taken aback, as the old district near the Hokage Rock erupted in an unending series of explosions. The continuous detonation of explosive tags made Konoha feel as though it were descending into the apocalypse. Even in the darkness of night, smoke and flames billowed ominously. The Third Hokage's expression turned ashen. The site of the recent explosions was the stronghold of his Sarutobi clan. He shot a grim look at Konan, his chakra swirling ominously as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. A torrent of flames erupted from the mouth of the Third Hokage, aimed directly at Konan in the sky. Just as Jiraiya's expression tightened, Conan exploded into a flurry of paper in the air. Although the papers ignited, she had clearly prepared for this moment and successfully evaded capture. As Conan reformed her shape, she ascended into the sky to that moment. An ominous energy gathered in the distance that a purple black-tailed beast bomb shot forth from the shadows, targeting Conan. Tailed beast bomb! Conceal! Jiraiya shouted, sending a chill down the spines of nearby Umbu and bounty ninjas, who scattered in fear. Boom! The tailed beast bomb detonated mid-air. A massive shockwave swept through, sending countless individuals flying. Even Conan was taken aback by the presence of a Jinchuriki nearby, though she hastily ascended. This strike was evidently premeditated, having calculated her evasive trajectory after she had just used a substitution technique. Conan was severely injured and hurled away. Where did that tailed beast bomb come from? Had the Nine Tails gone out of control? Both the Third Hokage and Jiraiya were aghast, their first instinct being that Naruto had lost control. However, they soon noticed the absence of the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails had indeed gone berserk, its form would have blotted out the sky. Had a Jinchuriki infiltrated the village? The Third Hokage and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, contemplating this possibility in the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb explosion. Chaos ensued throughout Konoha. Many were bewildered, questioning how a tailed beast bomb had appeared and whether a Jinchuriki had invaded the village. Spies from other ninja villages were equally flabbergasted, exclaiming in disbelief. They had merely intended to probe Konoha's defenses, only to discover that other villages had already deployed a Jinchuriki. Yet, no one knew who had launched the tailed beast bomb, as the assailant vanished immediately after unleashing it. Others seized the opportunity to pursue their own agendas amidst the turmoil. Jiraiya, you must protect Naruto at once. The Third Hokage commanded urgently. Naruto was the very foundation of Konoha's existence, and the Nine Tails could not be allowed to come to harm. Barrier Unit, Surveillance Unit, immediately identified the Jinchuriki responsible for the tailed beast bomb. He instructed Sarutobi Hiruzen to dispatch all personnel to maintain order in Konoha. The Third Hokage issued a flurry of commands and set off to locate the assailant. Shortly thereafter, another tailed beast bomb shot forth from the distance, this time targeting the Hokage building. Boom! The Hokage building was reduced to ruins. The Third Hokage glanced back at his former office, now a mere wreckage. His expression darkened as he pursued the source of the tailed beast bomb. Before departing, Jiraiya searched for Conan, but she had vanished without a trace, seemingly rescued by an unknown ally. Konoha was now ablaze with light, as the previously dormant ninja clans became vigilant, bracing for the potential onslaught of hostile forces. After all, with the Jinchuriki's presence, further reinforcements were undoubtedly on their way, from the moment Conan detonated the explosive tags to the emergence of the first tailed beast bomb. It was clear to all that Konoha was in for a tumultuous night. Uchiha, who had been observing from the clan grounds, set down his telescope in astonishment. What in the world? Which Jinchuriki unleashed that tailed beast bomb? Uchiha had initially intended for Conan's detonation of the explosive tags to create chaos within Konoha, revealing the Sarutobi clan's hidden presence. Now, it appeared that a Jinchuriki had infiltrated the village. While others remained unaware, Uchiha was well informed. Currently, only 5 Jinchuriki could autonomously launch tailed beast bombs. Nibi, the 2 tails, the 3 tails Yagura, the 4 tails, and the 8 tails Killer Bee. Each was a suspect, but the degree of suspicion varied. However, discussing such matters was futile as the tailed beast bombs continued to rain down. It was apparent that the assailants had come with a clear intent to that moment. The clan leader Fugaku and the elder she arrived atop the roof, as the vantage point offered an excellent view of the unfolding events in Konoha. Uchiha, I just received reports of tailed beast bomb detonations in Konoha. Fugaku remarked, having arrived a moment too late, as the second and third tailed beast bombs had already exploded. Uchiha gazed toward the center of Konoha. I have no idea which Jinchuriki infiltrated the village, but their intentions are undoubtedly malicious. Leader, remain within the clan grounds and do not leave, that I shall investigate alone. Uchiha instructed Fugaku before swiftly departing. Uchiha ventured outside the clan territory. The Umbu stationed outside surrounded him. Uchiha is prohibited from leaving the clan grounds, one of the Umbu shouted. Chia chuckled softly, bemused. Are you attempting to instruct me on my actions? In the blink of an eye, 4 of them collapsed to the ground without a sound. Ignoring the surrounding Umbu, Chia pressed onward toward Konoha. The Umbu exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to inform the Third Hokage. They breathed a sigh of relief as the other Uchiha clan members remained within the clan grounds. Only Chia had ventured out. Meanwhile, after launching several tailed beast bombs, Kuratsuchi was on the run. Both the barrier unit and the Byakugan users diligently searched for his location, but he continued to evade capture. Moving with remarkable speed, leveraging his expertise in stealth as a member of the Hidden Mist. After his tailed beast bomb struck Konan, Kuratsuchi recognized the attack and pursued him, having deduced Kuratsuchi's escape route. Eventually, they crossed paths. Upon seeing Kuratsuchi, Kuratsuchi refrained from attacking and instead approached him. Why did you target Konan, Lord Mizukichi? Kuratsuchi inquired, perplexed. Logically, the tailed beast bomb should have been aimed at the Third Hokage or the Uchiha. Kuratsuchi, his expression grim, replied, Do you know her? Kuratsuchi's heart sank. She is a member of the Akatsuki, which I belonged. A fierce hatred radiated from Kuratsuchi. It was she, alongside a man with orange hair and another masked individual, who attacked me and ensnared me using the Sharingan. So, it's all the Akatsuki. I shall remember this. Pipa Shirzong's entire being had deteriorated. He departed from the Hidden Mist due to the tyranny of Blood Mist. Ironically, the organization he joined turned out to be the root of the evil. The 4th Mizuki's reference to the individual with orange hair must pertain to pain. Thus, he has unwittingly been laboring for his adversary. Pipa Shirzong, will you return to the Hidden Mist with me or to the Akatsuki? The 4th Mizukichi fixed his gaze intently on Pipa Shirzong, who previously had no knowledge of who manipulated him. The turmoil he wreaked upon the Hidden Mist had indeed hinted at a tendency towards self-destruction. Now that he has identified his enemy, this inclination has diminished. He is aware that the strength of Konoha has largely been revealed. He desires to survive and return, unwilling to embrace death. Moreover, during this visit, he has noted the transformation within the Uchiha clan, who have remained composed and did not reveal themselves until this critical moment. With the situation becoming dire, his patience has worn thin. Kakuzuyagura has also developed a murderous intent towards Pipa Shirzong. Should Pipa Shirzong refuse to return to the Hidden Mist, he shall be eliminated. Having grown accustomed to killing, Pipa Shirzong has sensed a shift in Kakuzuyagura's demeanor. Without hesitation, he retrieved a black outfit adorned with fiery clouds from his person and tossed it to the ground. I shall accompany you back, 4th. Kakuzuyagura's expression softened. This is not the place for conversation. We must leave at once. 4th Mizukichi, you dare to come to Konoha alone. Quite bold. The Third Hokage, leading a significant number of elite forces, encircled Kagura and Pipa Shizen. Turns out the Third Hokage had been maneuvering for this very moment, aiming to corner Kagura. Today, none of you shall escape. The Third Hokage, who had engaged in a battle of wits with the air for quite some time, initially believed there was a large-scale assault from a neighboring ninja village and acted with extreme caution. Eventually, he realized that only the Mizukichi was present, and he was seething with rage. The Hidden Mist and Konoha have been long-standing rivals, engaged in countless conflicts over the years. Upon sensing the Third Hokage's encirclement, Kakuzuyagura remained unfazed. Is that all you have? Old man, can you still move? Kakuzuyagura exuded a colossal chakra response, instantly donning the cloak of the tailed beast. Roar! With a fierce cry, a tailed beast ball was launched forth. Scatter! The Third Hokage waved his hand, directing all his elite forces to disperse. Boom! The immense tailed beast ball struck the buildings behind the Third Hokage, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Summoning technique. As the Third Hokage leapt, he called upon his old comrade, the Monkey King, Inma. Upon seeing the half-tailed beast transformed Kakuzuyagura, Inma was taken aback. How could a Jinchuriki reach Konoha? The Third Hokage quickly formed a combat seal with his hands, responding, We will discuss the specifics later. This individual is the 4th Mizukichi, a perfect Jinchuriki, and his combat prowess should not be underestimated. Among the elite who had previously scattered, several summoned scrolls emerged. The scrolls interconnected, raising a purple sealing array. It directly sealed Kakuzuyagura within, suppressing the chakra emanating from him. However, before the sealing array could close, a shadow appeared and a blade flashed. With a swift sound, a sealing-class ninja was decapitated by Zabuza Momochi, who had revealed himself. Pipa Shirzong, too, wielded his great sword, engaging in fierce combat with the umbu brought by the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage fished out shuriken from his pouch and hurled them while simultaneously forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Several shuriken instantly filled the air, hurtling towards the fourth Mizukage, although Kakagura's tailed beast cloak was suppressed. These shuriken posed no threat to him. He skillfully wielded his anomalous iron staff, deflecting all the shuriken with metallic clangs. The Enma summoned by the Third Hokage did not transform into a staff, but rather assisted other umbu in their endeavors. While Kakagura was occupied with the shuriken, the Third Hokage remained active, swiftly forming seals. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of flames that danced violently like a raging dragon. Heading towards the encircled Mizukage, the Sarutobi clan is also adept at fire style, and the power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is exceedingly formidable. Kakagura unleashed his renowned technique in response. He gestured at the Third Hokage, conjuring a mirror of water that materialized out of thin air. Instantly, a replica of the Third Hokage was created. This was the water mirror technique. As this copy of the Third Hokage emerged, it too unleashed a Fire Dragon Flame Bullet in retaliation. The sky was instantly engulfed in an explosion of flames. Water Style, Water Dragon Whirlpool Technique. Kakagura exhaled, releasing a torrent of water that spiraled like a turbine amidst the blazing inferno. Fire and water collided, creating a dense cloud of steam. Water Style, Hidden Mist Technique. The steam rapidly coalesced into a thick fog, in which Pipa Shirzong and Zabuza thrived. The somewhat cumbersome Enma could not keep pace with Pipa Shirzong and Zabuza in this obscured environment. The sound of blades slicing through the air echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowly avoided being struck by Zabuza, who, while evading, retaliated with a strike that sent Zabuza reeling. The force was so great that it left Zabuza's legs numb. Zabuza felt a chill. Even at this age, the old man still possessed such martial prowess. Fortunately, the thick fog allowed Zabuza to retreat with composure. Enma altered his strategy, positioning himself beside the Third Hokage. With a loud bang, he transformed into the adamantine staff. Old comrade, it seems we must fight together once more. Kakagura deftly executed the water mirror technique again. Another figure identical to the Third Hokage, also wielding an adamantine staff, appeared here. The previous illusion vanished. The Mizukage also utilized the hidden mist technique to retreat into the dense fog. This new illusion seemed stronger, immediately engaging the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage, filled with urgency, had no choice but to wield the adamantine staff like a windmill, battling his own illusion. The limitations of the water mirror technique became evident, as the replica of Enma's adamantine staff could not extend an arm during the confrontation. The clone held for a mere 10 seconds before being shattered, resulting in a splatter of water. The Konoha forces found themselves at an absolute disadvantage within the fog. Occasionally, the anguished cries of the Konoha umbu could be heard. The Third Hokage sensed the gravity of the situation, his adamantine staff whirling like a windmill. Adamantine staff, gale force, a colossal whirlwind erupted from his hand, revealing the severely wounded Konoha umbu, as Kakagura had just retreated into the mist. He was evidently coordinating with Zabuza and Pipa Shirzong. Although these umbu were elite, they could not withstand the Mizukage's onslaught. Within this brief span, Kakagura had already claimed the lives of 4 of them. The Third Hokage took a deep breath. The toll of age was rapidly diminishing his stamina. He felt a heavy weight in his heart, uncertain of Jiraiya's situation. Other ninja clans should be arriving to provide support. I just need to hold on a little longer. Boom! A violent chakra explosion erupted, as the previously suppressed tailed beast chakra surged forth from Kakagura once again. The Third Hokage found himself in an increasingly dire predicament. At that moment, what struck the Third Hokage with utmost dread arrived. Roar, a thunderous bellow, more oppressive than the nearby Kakagura, reverberated from afar. Even the tailed beast transformed Kakagura was startled. Everyone turned their gaze towards another direction in Konoha. A colossal and explosive chakra shot into the sky. This immense and malevolent chakra enveloped everyone, as if they were submerged in viscous water. The Nine Tails has gone berserk? The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it happen at this moment? Ha! Kakazagura reveled in the overwhelming chakra, laughing heartily. Third Hokage, it appears you Konoha cannot control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at all. Kakazagura howled. Die. He lunged towards the third Hokage, who brandished the adamantine staff to counter him. However, in terms of physical strength, chakra, and the prowess of Kei Kishikura, he was vastly superior to the third Hokage, who found himself in an undeniably precarious position. Transformed by the power of the tailed beast, Kei Kishikura was an embodiment of sheer ferocity, attacking with unrestrained murderous intent. Should the third Hokage perish, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki would be uncontrollable, leading to the rapid disintegration of Konoha. Other ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to mount a vigorous offensive, igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War in no time to that moment. No one would concern themselves with their isolated water country. The resolute Mizukage revealed numerous vulnerabilities in a desperate attempt to inflict reciprocal damage. Yet the third Hokage remained unfazed, disregarding all the openings presented. Although he was at a disadvantage, defeat had not yet manifested, and the battle could linger on for a considerable duration. Even though reinforcements were en route, the third Hokage felt an urgent anxiety. Ordinary ninjas could hardly compare to a Jinchuriki. Their presence would only serve to momentarily distract. Was he to expose his true capabilities? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a formidable ally at his side, but this was his last trump card, one he was reluctant to employ until absolutely necessary. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was the paramount concern at that moment. An unexpected voice resonated through the chaos. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A singular fireball, as large as a house, descended from the sky with overwhelming force, startling everyone in its wake. Is it truly that enormous? The ground shook as the colossal fireball struck, creating a vast crater and sending explosive flames scattering in all directions. Both Konoha and the Mist ninjas hastily retreated. The third Hokage assessed the sudden appearance of Uchiha with a grave tone. Uchiha, what brings you here? Chia smirked. Konoha is under siege. As a member of Konoha, I naturally come to alleviate the burdens of the third Hokage. Isn't your Uchiha clan at odds with Konoha? Kei Kishikura seethed at the unexpected Uchiha's presence. Could you not simply lurk in the shadows and let the third Hokage meet his end? Why confront me openly? Chia replied with a smile. This is an internal conflict of Konoha. It bears no relevance to you. Miss Ninja, you Mizukage are audacious to come here and wreak havoc. While the third Hokage remained puzzled, Chia had already leaped before him, turning his back without a hint of caution. You should retreat. I will handle this. Despite his internal turmoil, the third Hokage knew he had to check on the Nine Tails immediately. Thank you, Chia, he uttered, a mere formality, before hastily departing with the remaining members of the ANBU towards the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, a figure submerged into the earth from a distance. How could it be the Mizukage? Curse you, Obito, where have you gone? After a moment of contemplation, he too made his way towards the Nine Tails. Chia, who had previously concealed himself, considered eliminating the third Hokage. Yet, the arrival of nearby Yanbiyu made such an act implausible, and he sensed a powerful presence near the Hokage as well. An outright assassination of the third Hokage by the Uchiha clan would not equate to a simple bounty on Danzo. If the Uchiha were to commit such an act, other ninja clans would certainly retaliate. The Sarutobi clan still had members alive, and should Danzo or Kurenai or any other strong figure call for aid, the Uchiha would face dire consequences. The Uchiha clan was a valuable resource for him. Losing even one member was unacceptable. The third Hokage, even in his twilight, still had the potential to take down two enemies with him, as evidenced by events in the original timeline. Chia, with his extensive knowledge spanning 5 millennia, was confident he would not falter in this political confrontation. He intended to utilize the third Hokage for further schemes. And with him still alive, the game could continue. Noticing several ANBU nearby, he gestured for them to assist the third Hokage, You all go to support the Third Hokage. I can manage here. The Yi and Bu exchanged glances before swiftly vanishing. Once everyone had departed, Chia cautiously observed and spoke. Ms. Zukic, I am fully aware of your intentions. But have you considered that if you fail, Konoha will retaliate against your mist village? Kishikura was well aware of this, which was why he had initially resigned himself to death. However, he now recognized which organization was manipulating him, how a surge of killing intent erupted within him, shattering his earlier resolve. Konoha was still in disarray. Although he had not managed to eliminate the Third Hokage, he had witnessed Conan's prior attacks and the numerous explosive tags detonated. Even after this incident, Konoha would be unable to divert its attention to trouble the mist. His sole objective now was to survive and return. You need not worry. Your Uchiha played a commendable hand this time. Kishikura appeared to respond earnestly to Chia in an instant. Two shadows emerged behind Chia, one to the left and the other to the right. Striking towards him, it turned out that JZ and Zabuza had concealed themselves while Chia was distracted. Assassins by nature, ninjas instinctively seek out vulnerabilities. Kishikura and Chia conversed. One blade struck toward Chia's neck, while the other targeted his torso, effectively sealing off his escape routes. JZ and Zabuza were brimming with confidence. At such close range, even the Manjiki Sharingan would struggle. Boom! A tremendous chakra burst forth. The inky black Susanoo materialized in an instant. With a sweeping motion, the massive blade aimed at Chia was cleaved in two, its tip spinning away into the distance. The residual force sent JZ crashing backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Dang! Zabuza fared little better. When his blade struck the Susanoo, it was violently knocked from his grasp. What is this? Zabuza's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Fortunately, Chia had initially struck JZ, or Zabuza would have met a grim fate. That moment. Kishikura leaped forward, delivering a powerful blow to the Susanoo. The skeletal armor of the Susanoo erupted with an abundance of coral, a manifestation of Kishikura's coral palm technique. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza leaped onto the Susanoo. As he was propelled backward, he grasped the severely injured JZ and retreated. Kishikura did not meet Chia's gaze, but instead focused on the area below Chia's nose. The agonizing memory of being controlled by the Manjiki Sharingan still lingered in his mind. The masked man had possessed only a single Manjiki Sharingan, while this newly emerged wielder possessed two. The balance of power remained uncertain. Knowing his own capabilities, Kishikura realized that even if he could defeat the Uchiha, it would yield no benefits for him. The Manjiki Sharingan was not to be trifled with. The Uchiha had two. The opportunity to eliminate the Third Hokage had slipped through Kishikura's fingers. He signaled for JZ and Zabuza to retreat, although JZ was gravely injured. His mind remained sharp, gripping the remaining half of his decapitation blade tightly. He coughed up blood, but gritted his teeth. Go! Do not become a burden to the fourth. Zabuza, somewhat unruly, understood that his presence would serve no purpose. Susanoo, I will remember you. He dared not linger any longer, dragging the Loquat Shirzong away without a backward glance. Fleeing the scene, Yuzu Yashiro had been closely observing Qian Yao's movements. Yet what brought him solace was that perhaps due to the honor of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps out of consideration for him, Qian Yao chose not to pursue Loquat Shirzong and Zabuza, but remained in place as he beheld the coral manifesting on Susanoo. Qian Yao promptly dispelled Susanoo and emerged from the fissure. The battle had raged on for quite some time, and the surroundings were devoid of life. At this moment, Qian Yao had yet to develop the habit of posing dramatically. He simply awaited the clearing of the area. For what he was about to undertake must remain shrouded in secrecy. You understand? Encountering me spells misfortune for you. Once everyone had departed, Qian Yao ceased his pretense, his eyes narrowing slightly before unleashing his ocular prowess. Amaterasu. Yuzu Yashiro's heart tightened as the black flames suddenly struck him. The excruciating agony elicited a harrowing scream from Yuzu Yashiro, who writhed on the ground, unable to extinguish the black flames. Having never witnessed Amaterasu, he was wholly unaware of any means to counter it. Under the sound of his anguished cries, he succumbed to unconsciousness within mere seconds, consumed by the flames. Qian Yao extinguished Amaterasu and approached the now partially charred Kei Yashiro. Extending his hand, he summoned a raven with a sharp crack. With his other hand, he peeled back Kei Yashiro's eyelids, and the pinwheel within the raven's eyes began to whirl, reversing time to just before the Nine-Tails rampage. Conan detonated the explosive tags that Hinata Keishin had brought, which in turn triggered the explosive tags set over 20 years ago by Jin Ai within Konoha. There exist myriad methods to detonate explosive tags. Conan employed chakra activation and destructive initiation as Conan's explosive tags ignited. A chain reaction ensued, leading to a series of explosions. The explosion that brought down the Third Hokage's rock face was merely the beginning. Jin Ai had meticulously outfitted the old district as a zone for explosive detonation. Now, within those zones, resided the Sarutobi clan. The Third Hokage had presumed that should the Uchiha clan mobilize in full force, these clansmen would be pivotal in suppressing them. However, with the Uchiha clan remaining within their territory, the Third Hokage merely redeployed around 300 to seal the breach and annihilate the enemy. In mere seconds, the explosive tags detonated before them, resulting in calamity for the approximately 700 individuals remaining. Most had not even registered the unfolding disaster. Amidst the thunderous booms, over 100 perished instantly, while more than 100 sustained severe injuries. The remaining individuals bore wounds, each one afflicted in some fashion. Ah, why are there explosive tags? Ah, my leg. I can't see. My hand, a cacophony of wails filled the air. The agony of severed limbs was unbearable for anyone. Even the Sarutobi clan was not exempt, as the stench of charred flesh and the sight of bloodied remnants littered the ground. Instantly, half of those 700 were rendered combat ineffective. Amidst the smoke and debris of the explosions, Hinata Keishin was the first to arrive on the scene. How could this happen? Keishin's face bore shock, yet his eyes concealed a sense of vengeful delight. Quickly, assist the injured. Those with minor injuries stand up and gather the severely wounded. The medical team will arrive shortly. Everyone hold on. Heeding Keishin's authoritative voice, the members of the Sarutobi clan sprang into action. In the chaos, none considered why Keishin, as an elder of the Hyuga branch, had appeared here so swiftly and alone. Nor did they question why the Hyuga clan, tasked with overseeing the village, had failed to detect these explosive tags. The Sarutobi clan felt a surge of resolve, gathering the severely injured in anticipation of a non-existent medical team. After all, they were ninjas, and those with minor injuries could assist quickly. Within a brief span, over 70 individuals convened, among whom more than 20 were grievously injured, with severed limbs. The remaining 50 bore lighter wounds, at least without lost appendages. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Ta hurriedly arrived. The former had been leading others to secure the walls of Konoha, while the latter had been on standby within his clan, upon learning of the tailed beast's outburst in the village. The situation had drastically changed. Both rushed back upon receiving the news, only to be met with the sight of dismembered limbs and the commanding presence of Hinata Keishin orchestrating rescue efforts. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Ta stood in stunned silence. In a fit of rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "Elder Keishin, how could such a disaster occur? Isn't your Hyuga clan responsible for monitoring Konoha? Why did you not uncover these explosive tags?" Keishin, while supporting a Sarutobi clansman who had lost a leg, made his way toward the lightly injured, responding, "How could we possibly have missed them? My clansmen reported these explosive tags to me long ago. However, the main family members failed to relay this to the Hokage. What can I do?" Keishin's languid words struck the wounded Sarutobi clansman mute with pain. In the next instant, Keishin tore open his clothing, revealing an array of explosive tags, all hissing ominously. "Ha!" Keishin no longer feigned innocence, laughing maniacally with a savage glint in his eyes. Years ago, Sarutobi Hizashi forced Lord Nichi to take the fall and face death. This is my retribution. With that, Keishin lunged into the midst of the lightly injured. Ta's eyes widened in terror, and he barely had the chance to exchange a glance with Keishin before, boom! A tremendous explosion engulfed the area in a cloud of smoke, shaking the ground violently. The force of the blast, coupled with the shower of steel shards, sent blood and dismembered limbs spiraling through the air. The grievously injured were drenched in blood. Ah, it hurts. My leg. I can't see. Ah, steel shards. The lightly and severely injured camps were adjacent. Keishin's self-detonation had been meticulously planned, with a substantial stock of steel shards. The explosion, combined with the shrapnel, claimed the lives of over 20 individuals instantly. Those with minor injuries also found themselves missing limbs. Even those who narrowly escaped the flying debris were left severely wounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, drenched in cold sweat, turned to Esta, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Esta. If you hadn't pulled me back just now, I might not have made it." Esta's intention was not one of benevolence. He had understood the urgency in Keishin's final glance that it was imperative to broadcast his words. Though pale, Esta concealed his grief. Shaking his head, "This situation is dire. We must save those who remained. I need to return and report. I must take my leave." Longji Jie gazed at his clan members writhing in agony on the ground, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. If they had all their limbs intact, recovery would be within reach. However, those with severed limbs would henceforth be relegated from the battlefield. It was no wonder that Hinata Keishin, with such benevolence, took command of the rescue efforts for the wounded. In his final moments, he dragged down even more capable members of the Sarutobi clan. Keishin's ultimate self-detonation directly affected over 50 individuals. A brutal act of vengeance indeed. After the explosion at the Konoha walls, Hima and Buyuan followed behind a multitude of bounty ninjas, infiltrating Konoha, which was evidently lacking in defenses at that juncture. Although Hima was unaware that the Third Hokage intended to ensnare everyone within Konoha for total annihilation, his habitual cowardice led him to instruct Buyuan to prepare for a retreat. Meanwhile, he utilized the chakra he had previously collected from the Nine Tails to swiftly pinpoint Naruto's location. However, upon arrival, he discovered that he was not the sole assailant targeting the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The ambush team had already lost 4 members. Nearby, several masked figures adorned in black threads attacked the remaining members of the ambush. Kakazu, originally intent on causing trouble for the root, was characterized by his self-serving nature. With so many of the Third Hokage's forces and numerous ambush members present, Kakazu had no choice but to search for intelligence on the Nine Tails. To his astonishment, information regarding the Nine Tails was ubiquitous. Grabbing a random villager, he quickly learned the identity of the fox spirit. This left Kakazu perplexed. Shouldn't the information on the Jinchuriki be safeguarded? Approaching with a sense of curiosity, he discovered that there indeed were ambush members providing protection. Kakazu discerned the importance of the Nine Tails over Danzo, and crucially, there were only 2 teams of ambush members outside. Under Kakuzu's surprise attack, 4 ambush members fell swiftly. The remaining members, realizing the threat, attempted to fend off Kakazu while simultaneously sending out distress signals. This was the scene that Hima witnessed upon his arrival. At this moment, Kakazu possessed a heart of earth attribute within him. The other 4 hearts had split into 4 earth grudge fear monsters. This combination of 4 + 1 quickly overwhelmed the ambush members. Of course, the Guardians of Naruto were not limited to just these few. While 8 ambush members entangled Kakazu, another 2 teams had begun the evacuation with the unconscious Naruto. Kakazu would not allow his prize to escape. In addition to his own pursuit, the 4 Earth Grudge Fear entities paired up to form Fire Wind and Lightning Water combinations. The 2 Earth Grudge Fear entities of Fire and Wind opened their mouths, channeling vast amounts of chakra. Combined ninjutsu, Fire Wind, Raging Waves, a colossal inferno erupted, intensified by the tempest, instantly creating an immense sea of flames that sealed off the ambush's escape. Route Point 1 ambush member was engulfed in flames. Although he immediately attempted to douse it with water ninjutsu, the fire, enhanced by wind chakra, rendered ordinary water ninjutsu ineffective. The 8 ambush members soon found their ranks diminished by 1. This little brat, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Kakuzu's expression turned gleeful. He had not anticipated that acquiring such a significant target would require so little effort. Conan had mentioned that they would act only if confident, and with the defenses so flimsy now, it was indeed an opportune moment to strike. as he blocked off the escape routes. He and the lightning water Earth Grudge Fear entities charged at the remaining ambush members. These ambush members were indeed elite. But against Kakazu, they were somewhat lacking. In the world of ninjas, even a slight difference could mean the difference between life and death. Among the remaining 7 ambush members, 3 continued to break through with Naruto, while the other 4 hurled shurikens and kunai at Kakazu. As Kakazu dodged the projectiles, he drew his blade and engaged in close combat. Kakazu was acutely aware of the disadvantages of fighting in hostile territory. His only advantage lay in the ambush member's unfamiliarity with him. When the first ambush member attacked, Kakazu activated the Earth-style hard technique he had retained. Earth-style, Earth Spear. His right arm instantly hardened, blocking the blow, while his left hand unleashed the threads of Earth Grudge Fear, swiftly slicing open the ambush member's throat. Wind-style, Pressing Harm. Under Kakazu's manipulation, a wind-attribute Earth Grudge Fear opened its mouth, and a compressed wind tunnel shot forth, targeting the ambush member holding Naruto. Boom! A tremendous chakra blazed like fire around Naruto. A fiery red tail emerged, effortlessly deflecting the wind attack. Both the ambush members and Kakazu were momentarily stunned. How had the Jinchuriki suddenly gone berserk? From the shadows, Hima, stealthily unfolding a scroll, felt a surge of excitement. The Jinchuriki had indeed gone wild. What an opportunity! Hima bit his finger, drew a line on the scroll, and then slammed it onto the ground. A massive array silently unfurled beneath. Kushina, who was controlling Naruto, felt a twinge of confusion as she sensed the seal loosening. Just a moment ago, she had actively pried open a crack. Now, the loosening felt akin to creating several holes around the doorframe. It seemed that more than one party was targeting Naruto. Although Kushina had anticipated the possibility of Naruto being coveted, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. Roar, as she spoke. The potent chakra leaking from Naruto intensified. Naruto soon sprouted a second tail. Whether it was the ambush members or Kakazu, they both sensed the impending trouble that moment. A furious roar echoed from a distance. What audacity! Jiraiya, having heard the sounds of battle from afar, had successfully entered sage mode with the assistance of 2 sages. After all, the matter concerning the 9 tails was of great significance. Sage art. Hair needle 1,000 birds. Jiraiya leapt into the air, executing a spin while unleashing a torrent of white hair needles, targeting both Kakazu and the Earth Grudge Fear entities. Enhanced by sage art, the power of the hair needles was formidable, and their speed was unparalleled. The fire and wind Earth Grudge Fear entities instantly separated, but it was too late. The fire attribute Earth Grudge Fear was transformed into a sieve. The wind attribute Earth Grudge Fear swiftly merged with Kakazu. The 2 remaining Earth Grudge Fear entities, positioned closely, immediately burrowed into Kakazu's body. Kakazu erupted with a multitude of Earth Grudge Fear threads, yet he activated Earth Style, Earth Spear, just in time to defend against the hair needle barrage. As Jiraiya landed, Kakazu let out a sigh of relief. He released the hardening of the Earth Spear, and a multitude of white hair needles fell to the ground. If he had endured for just a couple more seconds, the Earth Spear would have shattered. Roar! Kushina, witnessing Jiraiya's arrival, felt a deep resentment towards him. After all, Naruto's name was derived from a character in a novel written by Minato. Yet, Naruto had lived a life in Konoha that was far worse than that of a pig or dog. The 9 tails chakra was inherently volatile. Although Kushina could control it, she still yearned to give Jiraiya a good thrashing. That a 3rd and 4th tail rapidly emerged behind Naruto. Jiraiya, sensing the urgency, dashed towards them, with Kakazu blocking the front. Jiraiya raised his hand, summoning a Rasengan that expanded exponentially within a brief moment. Sage art. Supergiant Rasengan. Kakazu felt his scalp tingle. The intensity of this attack was overwhelming. He formed hand seals as the 3 Earth Grudge Fear entities of wind, lightning, and water opened their mouths. The 3 types of chakra fused, combined ninjutsu. Lightning, water, wind, bomb. In midair, a colossal sphere of water materialized, crackling with lightning, before being propelled forward with a gust of wind. The amalgamation of 3 elemental attributes had essentially reached the zenith of Kakazu's capabilities. This strike collided with the immense Rasen Shuriken of sage art, triggering a violent explosion that reverberated like thunder tearing through the sky. Under the ferocious tremors of chakra, even the sage Jiraiya was sent hurtling backwards. However, the two toads perched upon his shoulders were far from mere statues. As Jiraiya was thrust backward, they remained steadfastly anchored on his shoulders. Simultaneously, the two toads clasped their hands together. Double water slash. Both Shimizu and Shima unleashed twin water blades that intersected, slicing across Kakuzu's form, leaving behind two significant gashes. With a furious roar, Kakuzu clenched his hands tightly, unleashing the wrathful hearts of lightning and wind that erupted from his body. He stomped his feet into the ground, activating his earth release technique to flee. Jiraiya, firmly planted on the ground, carved out a massive trench, too late to pursue Kaku. Meanwhile, Naruto had dropped to all fours, his 5 swirling tails lashing out behind him. With a swift motion, Jiraiya wrapped himself tightly in his white hair. Sage art. Needle Jizo. With a thud, the chakra-infused tail struck him, propelling Jiraiya away like a spinning top. He collided with a nearby building, resembling a white spinning top as he crashed through the wall. Naruto, still on all fours, began to gather energy for a miniature-tailed beast bomb in his mouth, launching it towards Jiraiya. The resulting explosion shattered the building, and Jiraiya emerged, disheveled and covered in debris. He was now in sage mode, his robust form preventing immediate defeat, yet he remained in a precarious state. "Why has Naruto gone berserk? What have you done?" Jiraiya shouted at the Umbu. This inquiry was not an accusation, but rather a search for understanding to address the situation. The Umbu, dodging the attacks of the Nine-Tails tails, replied, "We did nothing, Lord Jiraiya. After we encountered an ambush, we simply knocked Naruto unconscious to bring him away. He was unharmed, yet suddenly went berserk." Naruto unleashed a series of tail whips, sending the Umbu flying aside. Ordinary ninjas were as fragile as glass. A single strike could leave them gravely injured and bleeding. Jiraiya, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "You are useless here. Hurry and report to the Third Hokage. Let him bring the sealing team." Yes, the Umbu realized their ineffectiveness against the rampaging beast and hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Naruto glared ferociously at Jiraiya, as if he recognized that Jiraiya posed the greatest threat. "This isn't right, Jiraiya. This doesn't seem like a mere berserk state," Shimizu remarked, perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya noticed Naruto's intense animosity was directed solely at him, disregarding the other fleeing Umbu. Although his body was enveloped in volatile chakra, he did not appear to be in a frenzied state. Suddenly, the floor shattered as Naruto, with his 5 tails ablaze with chakra, charged toward Jiraiya. In mid-flight, countless crimson and black chakra hands assaulted Jiraiya. He ducked and wiped the blood from his hands. Summoning technique. With a bang, a purple toad wielding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other appeared. None other than Gamaken. Gamaken swung his shield, deflecting the oncoming chakra hands. Is this the Nine-Tails? Jiraiya simultaneously formed seals while addressing Gamaken. "Gamaken, please hold him off. I need to prepare." Gamaken brandished his weapons. "Leave it to this foolish one that unexpectedly." Naruto's tail plunged into the ground and shot out beside Jiraiya, seizing him and slamming him down. "Boom! Boom! Boom! Father, help!" Shima cried out, puffing her cheeks as she shouted at the approaching Naruto. "Sage art! Frog song!" Simultaneously, Shimizu echoed, "Sage art! Frog song duet!" Waves of visible sound rippled through the air. Crashing into Naruto, he was jolted backward, but in his retreat he clawed at Gamaken's shield, producing a grating screech. Gamaken staggered back several steps. Suddenly, a deafening wind erupted as extending golden staff struck Naruto. His tails dug into the ground, but as he raised his claws, the staff narrowly missed him. The Third Hokage, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, made it shrink and quickly formed seals. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground beneath Naruto became soft, causing him to slide uncontrollably. Frantically, he dug his claws into the earth to stabilize himself, glaring at the arriving Third Hokage, who was already gathering a tailed beast ball in his mouth. Whoosh! It was launched directly at the Third Hokage. His expression shifted as he formed seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. As a colossal earthen wall rose, he swung the retrieved Rui Jingu Bang, which multiplied into dozens of smaller rods, rapidly assembling into a cubic barrier. Indeed, the diamond prison wall. The tailed beast ball shattered the wall, unleashing a massive explosion, sending debris flying. Fortunately, the third Hokage was shielded within the diamond prison wall, bracing against the shockwave. After the explosion, he swiftly repositioned himself. The five-tailed beast had engaged in fierce combat with Jiraiya and the purple-toed Gamaken, overwhelming them with its ferocity. Had Jiraiya not been in sage mode, he would have surely perished by now. Naruto roared, his chakra claws wreaking havoc, generating a tempest that uprooted everything in its vicinity. The tails embedded in the ground could strike from afar. Once the third Hokage entered the fray, Naruto's focus shifted away from Jiraiya and Gamaken, now targeting the Hokage with relentless aggression. Having suffered a setback earlier against Jiraiya, the third Hokage found himself on the run from the enraged Naruto. Soon, he bore the marks of battle. Third Hokage, we're here. In their early 20s, Tens arrived with 2 squads of 8 sealing team members. Tens, I entrust this to you. The third Hokage was acutely aware of the presence of other ninja clans gathering around. Desperate to avoid the humiliation of being chased by his own tailed beast Jinchuriki, the 8 sealing team members quickly positioned themselves while Tens, adept in wood release, formed seals with his hands. He extended his right hand towards Naruto, conjuring the character for seal. Instantly, numerous wooden tendrils erupted from his arms, ensnaring Naruto. In that moment, it appeared as if an immense weight had descended upon Naruto, causing his enraged chakra to wane. However, Ten's forehead glistened with sweat. Seal him quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Jiraiya formed seals and clapped his hands together. Sage art. Hell, swamp. The ground around Naruto began to soften, pulling him downward. Seizing the opportunity, the 8 sealing team members thrust a massive scroll into the ground. As the scroll unfurled, a gigantic double 4-symbol seal emerged. Combining into the 8 trigram seal, the immense sealing symbols descended upon Naruto. Yet the force controlling Naruto was none other than Kushina Uzumaki, and the 8 trigram seal was her forte. Roar. With a resounding roar, Naruto unleashed an overwhelming surge of chakra. Instantly, he shattered all of the wooden stakes surrounding Tianzong, causing the sealing formations that enveloped him to dissipate entirely. The force of his energy surged directly toward the sealing team, shattering their scrolls into a myriad of fragments. The members of the sealing team, overwhelmed by the backlash of chakra, were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths as they flew through the air. Although Tianzong fared somewhat better, he too bore the marks of battle. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a deafening boom erupted, heralding an even more powerful shockwave of chakra. Tianzong was similarly propelled backward, as a massive black-red hand of chakra swept downwards, aimed squarely at the third Hokage. The third Hokage raised the Kanji Rui staff in defense, but was struck with such force that it slipped from his grasp and crashed into his chest, forcing a spurt of blood from his lips. Had it not been for Gamabunta's timely intervention, the third Hokage would have surely perished. Naruto appeared to have fixated his assault on the third Hokage, directing all his fury toward him. Jiraiya, realizing the gravity of the situation, had no choice but to retreat alongside the third Hokage. However, the crowd surrounding the battlefield continued to swell as more clan heads gathered. Poised to join the fray at a moment's notice, a thunderous heartbeat resonated throughout the arena. Suddenly, Naruto came to a standstill as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Uchiha, Qian Yao. Third Hokage, he proclaimed, it seems your sealing techniques have proven ineffective. Everyone present witnessed Qian Yao, with his Sharingan activated, stride confidently to Naruto's side. The overwhelming pulsations of his ocular power left everyone feeling a tightness in their chests, while Naruto's tails gradually faded away, leading him to collapse onto the ground. Seeing the immediate danger abate, Gamabunta adjusted the bent spear he wielded, muttering to himself about his own foolishness before vanishing with a resounding pop. Jiraiya, burdened by the exhaustion of carrying Tsunade and Shizen, sighed deeply. Little Jiraiya, we ought to retreat for now. Jiraiya nodded, wincing as he touched his swollen lip. That I appreciate your assistance. esteemed sages, with a simultaneous pop. The two sages disappeared. The onlookers observed with a mix of astonishment and dismay as the Third Hokage's faction found themselves utterly powerless against the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The moment Qian Yao activated his Sharingan, he effortlessly subdued the Nine-Tails host, prompting a flurry of anxious glances among the crowd as they pondered the implications of this unprecedented turn of events. The Third Hokage, now bruised and battered, had just been pursued relentlessly by Naruto and was left utterly humiliated. After sustaining a brutal blow to his chest, he realized he had at least 3 broken ribs, his torso marred with blood. Gasping for breath, he turned to Qian Yao, gratitude etched on his face. "Thank you, Qian Yao. But what of the 4th Mizukage?" At that moment, the surrounding shinobi erupted into a cacophony of whispers. Was it truly the 4th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, who had unleashed the tailed beast bomb? Qian Yao shook his head. He escaped. Although a Mizukage intent on fleeing might very well succeed, the Third Hokage couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In light of the overwhelming numbers gathered outside, he refrained from pressing further. In this political skirmish, Konoha had suffered a significant defeat. While there remained a few rogue ninjas still at large, the focus had shifted elsewhere. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen, drenched in blood, none of it his own, but that of the Sarutobi clan, hurried over to the Third Hokage's side, reporting on the situation involving Hinata Mitsunari. Meanwhile, Hinata Hisashi approached with a grim expression, accompanied by Hinata Suda. Qian Yao observed Hisashi and then the Third Hokage. Piecing together the unfolding drama, a faint smile graced his lips as he settled into the role of an observer. The other clans sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, igniting a murmur of speculation among them. The Third Hokage regarded Hisashi with a fiery gaze, acutely aware of the 700 combatants from the Sarutobi clan that had been left in jeopardy, with at least 200 lost forever and over 100 more withdrawing from the conflict. He demanded, "Hisashi, why did your clan's monitoring ninjas intercept the report?" Hisashi, having already gleaned the situation from Suda, replied with composed dignity, "Lord Hokage, our Hinata clan has thoroughly investigated the explosive tags and duly reported our findings to Mitsunari." It was Mitsunari who unilaterally withheld the report. The main branch of the Hinata clan was entirely unaware of this, and Mitsunari's statements cannot be trusted. "I deeply regret the losses sustained by the Sarutobi clan." With half of the remaining 700 combatants now casualties, that Hisashi's words were laced with barbs, revealing the extent of the Sarutobi clan's losses to all present. In his final moments, Mitsunari had cried out that the main branch had intercepted information to seek vengeance for the Hinata clan. Mutual suspicion now festered between the Hinata and Third Hokage, rendering any semblance of peaceful coexistence impossible. Compounding this tension was the recent activity of the Uchiha clan, which had further eroded the Hinata's trust in Konoha's leadership, culminating in an outright explosion of animosity. Despite being outmaneuvered by Mitsunari, the Hinata clan found themselves caught in a web of political intrigue. With Mitsunari deceased, leaving no heirs or kin, the main branch had no recourse against him, his remains reduced to mere fragments. Scattered beyond recognition, as the other clans exchanged furtive glances, their gazes flitted between the Third Hokage and Uchiha Qian Yao, signaling a potential upheaval in Konoha's power dynamics. The Third Hokage, having encountered resistance from Hisashi, finally grasped the underlying message. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had returned with tales of Mitsunari's dying words, and the Third Hokage understood that Mitsunari's ploy could not be unraveled. With gritted teeth, the Third Hokage committed this affront to memory and addressed those around him. "There are still bounty ninjas causing chaos within Konoha that I urge all clan heads to remain vigilant in identifying and expelling them. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, we will convene a high-level meeting in Konoha. I cordially invite Uchiha Qian Yao and Uchiha Fugaku to attend." Qian Yao crossed his arms and chuckled softly. "Rest assured, Lord Hokage, both the clan leader and I will be present." The Third Hokage waved his hand dismissively as the remaining clans began to organize their forces to root out the bounty ninjas and other intruders. The spies from various nations were now employing a myriad of tactics to extricate themselves from Konoha. Among them, the Earth-style techniques were particularly abundant, aside from Kaku, who utilized his Earth-based heart to make a hasty retreat. The prepared Uma, concerned about a chaotic escape, instructed Fuyuin to erect Earth-style traps, creating an underground passageway. By the time the Third Hokage arrived, the formations had been swiftly dismantled, allowing them to make their escape. At this moment, Uma and Fuyuin had already fled to the outskirts of Konoha. Uma, still shaken, remarked, "To think so many would come. Konoha is indeed lively." Fuyuin inquired, "What spoils did we accrue this time?" Uma, brimming with pride, brandished a scroll. "We collected quite a bit of the Nine-Tails chakra that was carelessly released. This has proven to be quite a profitable venture." At this moment, Jiraiya had already inspected Naruto several times. However, what perplexed him greatly was that the four-symbol seal remained intact, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Jiraiya had no idea how the power of the Nine-Tails within Naruto's body had leaked out. If Naruto's four-symbol seal was akin to a security door, then the scroll of the toad, specifically the toad of the tiger, possessed a key to that door. The fourth Hokage was essentially the creator of the security door. While Kushina Uzumaki was its designer, the door itself was perfectly sound. Kushina merely opened it a crack, allowing some of the Nine-Tails chakra to escape. She held the doorknob in her hand, opening it momentarily before swiftly closing it again. No matter how much Jiraiya scrutinized, he could not uncover the truth. Upon noticing the Third Hokage's gaze, he could only shake his head in response. The Third Hokage was exceedingly fatigued, with a chest wound requiring treatment. Yet he had to muster his spirit. Regardless, the fact that Danzo's root remained unscathed was a silver lining, preserving the reputation of Konoha. Although the Hokage had been forced to flee in disarray. Outside Konoha, Zabuza was leading Haku on a swift escape. Once they had left the village's confines, they immediately halted, as Haku's condition could not withstand a prolonged journey and required medical attention. The two found a more secluded spot to assess their injuries. In the land of mist, medical ninjas were exceedingly scarce. Each of them was accustomed to living on the edge of danger. Generally, when injured, they would self-diagnose, self-medicate, and endure their afflictions that Zabuza's Suzu no Kei was not easily countered. Fortunately, Haku had managed to buffer the impact with his sword, resulting in only 2 broken ribs and some internal bleeding. Provided he could rest, his life would not be in peril. Haku was deeply concerned for Lord Mizukichi, especially since last time he had been controlled by the Manjiki Sharingan. Facing it again posed a significant threat to the Mizukichi. Zabuza, with his weapon broken, now felt somewhat despondent. After all, abilities like Suzu no Kei were particularly restrictive for assassins like them. Just as the blade was nearly at Haku's throat, it was unexpectedly deflected. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed through the air. The two immediately turned, alert. Who goes there? Emerging from the thick mist, the figure of Kisame Hashigaki, bearing the blade Samahata, materialized. Haku, it seems you have betrayed the organization. Haku stepped protectively in front of Zabuza, coldly retorting. The state of the Land of Mist is the result of the Akatsuki organization. Your slaughter of comrades is also due to them. Kisame's gaze flickered. I have long been aware of such matters. What I seek is a genuine world devoid of hypocrisy. Hence, those who betray the organization must perish. Kisame unsheathed Samahata, stepping forward to attack Haku. Given Haku's injuries, it was most advantageous to eliminate him first. As Kisame swung, Samahata erupted, numerous sharp spikes glistening ominously as they lunged towards Haku. Haku brandished his now broken sword, engaging Kisame in a direct confrontation. Naturally, the wounded Haku could not match Kisame's prowess. In a single blow, Haku was sent reeling. He spat out a mouthful of blood and threw the remaining half of his sword to Zabuza. You go first. I will hold them off. I cannot abandon the sword. Zabuza caught the discarded sword, fully aware that Haku's sacrifice meant certain death, that he did not flee. Instead, he gripped the blade tightly. I've long wished to test your swordsmanship. Kisame, Haku, coughing as he lay on the ground, lamented, Damn it, this is a huge loss. Had I known you were so unreliable, I would have chosen to part ways sooner. Zabuza's voice emerged muffled from his scarf. Hey, if we make it back alive, let me wield this sword. Haku, struggling to sit up, replied, Do as you wish. Let us focus on surviving first. He understood that both of them were now in grave peril. Haku could not comprehend why Kisame, despite knowing the Mizukage was manipulated, still sided with the Akatsuki. However, he also realized that a few words would not sway Kisame back. It seemed that today, they were fated for disaster. As they spoke, Zabuza and Kisame clashed fiercely. Neither utilized ninjutsu. Although they had left Konoha's territory, the chakra response was too pronounced and would easily attract attention. Moreover, Kisame felt it unnecessary. He believed he could subdue Zabuza with mere blows. Zabuza, on the other hand, lacked the time to gather chakra. Had he attempted to form seals, his head would have long been severed. Kisame was at the peak of both stamina and chakra. Meanwhile, Zabuza, only 21 years old, possessed merely a half of his sword. Each swing of Samehada from Kisame was imbued with tremendous force. Even if Zabuza understood Samehada as capabilities, he could not evade the spikes that erupted upon impact. Within just 2 exchanges, Zabuza found himself grievously injured. Multiple strikes left his hands numb. A fierce glint flashed in Zabuza's eyes. Even if he were to perish, he would not allow Kisame to have an easy victory. As they clashed once more, Zabuza's sword was sent flying by Samehada. Ignoring the incoming blade aimed at him, Zabuza had already drawn a kunai from his person, lunging it towards Kisame. Even if he were to die, he wished to leave a mark on Kisame. A smirk crossed Kisame's lips as he relinquished Samehada, retreating a step. Samehada then detonated like a sea urchin, excitedly extending its tongue towards Zabuza. Zabuza felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed his end was nigh. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the Konoha walls, a section of the wall crumbling under the blast. A massive surge of chakra shot into the sky. That was the chakra of the Three Tails, Isabu. Samehada, which thrived on the chakra of Isabu, momentarily paused and turned its head. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza leaped away. Samehada fell to the ground, but quickly bounced back up, joyfully leaping towards Konoha's direction. Kisame's expression shifted. The massive chakra was rapidly approaching them. Samehada darted into the forest, only for a colossal hand made of chakra to suddenly emerge from the trees. Slapping Samehada to the side, Samehada tumbled to the ground, yet it displayed no signs of distress, continuing to bounce around cheerfully. Kisame lifted Samehada, gripping it tightly, and coldly regarded the figure of Yagura, the Mizukage. Emerging from the woods, Yagura appeared somewhat dazed, but from the chakra emanating from him, it was undoubtedly him. Yet Kisame felt something was amiss. "You are not Yagura." Yagura, devoid of expression, did not respond to Kisame's accusation, but instead spoke. "I now understand why you betrayed the Land of Mist. Uchiha has confirmed with me that Uchiha Bido is an impostor. The real Uchiha Bido has long since perished. The Eye of the Moon plan is merely a deception." Kisame trembled. He believed that the plan of the Eye of the Moon should have remained secret. Why would members of the Uchiha clan know about it? "Who are you? How do you know this?" Was Uchiha controlling him with a Mangeki? Yagura merely shook his head. "I do not know the details. But if you wish to learn more, seek out Uchiha. That he said he would wait for you outside the clan's territory in 3 days. As he spoke, the chakra of the Three Tails surged, enveloping him in the form of a tailed beast cloak. "You may leave. You are no match for me." The mind of Kisame Hashigaki is currently in disarray as he grapples with his own psychological issues. Deceived by Obito's plan involving the Eye of the Moon, he had yearned to enter that perfect world. Now, suddenly confronted with a reversal of expectations, he finds himself in a state of confusion. However, one truth remains undeniable. The individual before him, Kyuka Shizuka, undeniably possesses the chakra of the Three Tails and is in a tailed beast cloak state. Moreover, the Samehada in his grasp seems to be quite excited and fond of the Three Tails chakra. At this moment, Kisame is neither inclined nor able to engage in battle. After a brief contemplation, he sheaths Samehada on his back, yet the sword expresses its discontent, incessantly chattering towards Kyuka Shizuka. Reluctantly, Kisame decides to vanish swiftly. Upon turning, Kyuka Shizuka notices Zabuza Momochi and Taizang Kiba casting wary glances in his direction. Both of them could discern that this Mizukage is problematic, likely under the manipulation of the Uchiha Sharingan. Kyuka Shizuka discards a pouch containing healing medicine provided by the Uchiha, stating he will rest against a nearby tree. Zabuza picks up the pouch and discovers it contains high-quality healing supplies. He exchanges a glance with Tai Zhang and, disregarding everything else, they consume the medicine and wrap each other in bandages. After all, their adversary seeks their lives and need not resort to poison. Healing comes first. As Zabuza attends to Tai Zhang's bandages, Tai Zhang inquires in a hushed tone, "Who are you?" Kyuka Shizuka raises both hands. "Let's first find a safe place. In a couple of days, my true self will come and explain everything." Zabuza and Tai Zhang exchange glances, sensing the strangeness in each other's eyes. What does he mean by true self? Even if Kyuka Shizuka can create clones, it is implausible for him to possess an equal amount of chakra in each. Yet, they decide against resistance for the time being, given that Kyuka Shizuka's semi-tailed beast form is undeniably authentic. After a hasty bandaging, the three depart the location together. Ding! The bonds of Kyuka Shizuka have been unlocked to levels 1 through 4. Congratulations, host, you have obtained memory fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 chakra. Congratulations, host, you have obtained secret technique, water mirror technique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 chakra. Qian Yao is unaware that after using the Kodo Emitsukami on Kyuka Shizuka, the Bond star has reached 4 stars. Furthermore, the so-called 100 chakra includes the chakra of the tailed beast within. However, he does not blindly absorb the chakra into his own body. Instead, he begins a new strategy aimed at unifying the ninja world. He channels all this chakra into his clone, which then utilizes a transformation technique to become Kyuka Shizuka No. 2, that yet, with only fragments of combat memories, it is impossible to convincingly impersonate him. Moreover, considering Kyuka Shizuka's previous control, the Mist Village would be highly cautious, making direct impersonation unfeasible. Thus, Qian Yao decides to take a more roundabout approach, employing alternative methods that he directs this clone to assess the situation of Tai Zhang and Zabuza. The two are still rather valuable, and losing them would be a considerable setback. He did not anticipate encountering Kisame Hoshigaki engage in combat with Tai Zhang. Qian Yao recalls clearly why Kisame was deceived. Upon finding him, he plans to directly sway him back, for honest individuals are scarce in the ninja world. Just before his emergence, he had used the guise of Kyuka Shizuka to launch an assault on the walls of Konohagakure, providing a route for those bounty hunters floundering like headless flies to escape. Thus, a significant portion of the ninja world is now aware that the Mizukage has attacked Konoha, revealing the latter's vulnerability. Upon regaining consciousness, Qian Yao opens his eyes, pondering how long it will be before he awakens completely. He finds himself in a secret chamber of the Uchiha, with Kyuka Shizuka lying on a nearby bed, his upper body swathed in bandages, resembling a half-wrapped mummy. Beside him, Izumi replies, "Elder Qian Yao, Kyuka Shizuka, as a Jinchuriki, recovers an astonishing rate, especially with the best medicine at our disposal, that he should awaken by tomorrow." As Itachi's prospective bride, Izumi is one of the few in the clan skilled in medical ninjutsu. Though her knowledge is basic, it suffices for the current situation. Qian Yao nods slightly. Itachi refers to me as senpai. You may do the same. Izumi hesitates momentarily before obediently replying, "Yes, senpai. You need not remain here. I will assign someone else to watch over him. You should return and rest," he instructs. "Understood, senpai." Izumi regards Qian Yao with a degree of respect. Given his status as a powerful elder in the clan, a wielder of the Manjiki, and a benefactor to both her and Itachi, Qian Yao pays little heed. He knows that his bonds with most individuals can only reach level 2. With many stuck at that level in the future, he plans to forge stronger connections with those of exceptional talent. Observing Zabuza following Kyuka Shizuka, Qian Yao notes that having killed Obito has altered the dynamics within the Mist Village. He merely hopes that Orochimaru does not act too swiftly. As Qian Yao contemplates whether Orochimaru has ventured to the land of water to abduct children, the man himself stands outside the Uchiha compound. At this moment, he has yet to join the Akatsuki and has not witnessed the power of the Rinnegan. Initially, he had come to merely observe the Manjiki. Upon witnessing the quick subjugation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he begins to entertain thoughts regarding Qian Yao's Manjiki. bolstered by a degree of confidence, as the ocular powers displayed by Qian Yao do not seem overwhelmingly formidable. Within a range he finds acceptable. Unbeknownst to him, the chakra cloak of the Nine Tails was voluntarily deactivated by Kushina. Qian Yao's intention was merely to put on a show, creating the illusion that the Manjiki had instantaneously subdued the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, Orochimaru refrains from launching a direct invasion of the Uchiha, considering the clan's considerable numbers and the presence of Fugaku, a master of the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, he decides to scout first, in excruciating pain. Konan awakens amidst the jolting movements. Upon opening her eyes, she finds herself enveloped in darkness. Where am I? She struggles to articulate that a familiar voice responds nearby. We are underground. Do not fret. We will soon be free. Sasori? Yes. What happened to me? Conan's mind is clouded. Sasori's tone carries a hint of incredulity. You were struck by a tailed beast bomb. At this moment, Conan's memories flood back like a tidal wave. She recalls negotiating with Jiraiya, having fulfilled Qian Yao's request, only to be struck down by a tailed beast bomb. How could a Jinchuriki infiltrate Konoha and launch such an attack? She wonders, perplexed as to why she, and not the Third Hokage, was the target. She is utterly unable to deduce the identity of the assailant. Struggling, she asks, "What is the situation in Konoha? Where are our people?" Sasori replies, "When I rescued you, there were not many from Danzo's side who managed to breach the village. It should fail. Aside from you, everyone else has gone missing. Their whereabouts are unknown, that we came from underground, so I'm unaware of the subsequent developments in the village. Let us head to the rendezvous point." With a series of creaks from the machinery, Xiaonan felt her body tilt. Following the sound of expansion, the sense of oppression she had been experiencing abruptly dissipated. Then, she found herself illuminated by the sight of the scorpion's crimson stream, which had expelled her. Struggling, Xiaonan slowly rose from the ground. Cough, cough. She coughed twice, her mouth filled with blood. It seemed her internal organs had sustained injuries, though the specifics remained unclear to her. The scorpion shook off the dirt clinging to its body and re-entered the crimson stream once more. Xiaonan stood still, her expression fluctuating between shadows and light. The scorpion remarked coolly, "Your injuries are severe, primarily internal. You will need to recuperate for a while as a master of dissection." The scorpion could ascertain the gravity of Xiaonan's injuries merely by employing chakra threads. Xiaonan exhaled softly, feeling a dull ache in her lungs. "Thank you, Scorpion." The scorpion huffed lightly. "I can differentiate between the importance of Danzo to the leader and your significance to the leader, having been part of the organization for a while." The scorpion found it rather agreeable, as it could procure rare materials and poisons with ease that in the face of insurmountable tasks. Pain would even intervene personally, fostering a sense of belonging within the organization. Xiaonan sighed. "Let us proceed to the rendezvous point." As she spoke, papers began to flutter around her, forming wings behind her. However, a pained groan escaped her lips, causing the wings to dissipate into nothingness. The crimson stream moved forward slowly, then curled its tail, carrying Xiaonan towards the meeting point. "I shall take you there. It is unwise for you to exert chakra at the moment." Xiaonan's expression darkened. She had detonated the explosive tag, and whether she met Uchiha's conditions remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she needed to allow herself some time to heal. She was also unaware of the status of the others. Had Scorpion not saved her? Given her state of unconsciousness from the explosion, she would likely have been captured. Xiaonan had not anticipated that a Jinchuriki would infiltrate Konoha at such a time. That shouldn't they merely come to gather intelligence? The two quickly arrived at the rendezvous point, where only Kakuzu awaited them. Kakuzu had suffered a significant loss this time. Not only did he fail to obtain anything, but he also lost 3 hearts. Leaving him with only 2. Jiraiya's support had arrived far too swiftly. Already in sage mode upon his arrival, Kakuzu had exhausted all his efforts merely to escape. "What is the situation on your end? How did you sustain such injuries? Did you encounter the Jinchuriki?" Kakuzu regarded Xiaonan with a peculiar expression. Having never seen her injured before, he had emerged from underground and was well aware of the devastation caused by the tailed beast ball. After all, its power was immense, far surpassing that of the explosive tags. However, Kakuzu was unaware of which Jinchuriki was responsible. Xiaonan shook her head. Her complexion paled, and my mission failed. I was struck by a tailed beast ball before I could infiltrate the roots. The initial objective of Xiaonan's mission was to probe Konoha, primarily aiming at the Nine Tails, with Danzo as a secondary target. However, after encountering Qian Yao, she altered her focus. Danzo was a clear target, but capturing him was not as straightforward as it seemed. The identity of the masked man had become paramount. It was not only tied to past grievances, but also to their future safety and the potential realization of their dreams, as long as Xiaonan fulfilled Qian Yao's requirements. She could hardly be considered a failure. Yet, the matter of the masked man remained a secret within the Akatsuki, hence her claim of a failed mission. That Kakuzu's tone grew somber. The information regarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is hardly a secret in Konoha. It can be easily found that Jiraiya's response was exceedingly swift, and his sage mode is formidable. However, Konoha has virtually no control over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They will soon face a headache. That Kakuzu's words carried an air of schadenfreude. After all, the once mighty Konoha was now gravely weakened, unable to even manage the Nine Tails. Once this information spreads, other ninja villages will likely begin to test the waters. It appears everyone is waiting for me. As the Akatsuki's intelligence officer, Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Each time Zetsu appeared, the others speculated on the nature of his being, finding him peculiar, akin to a pitcher plant. Cough, cough, where are the others? Xiaonan coughed twice and inquired of Zetsu. Zetsu shook his head regretfully, tossing Hoshigaki Kisame's fire cloud robe onto the ground. Hoshigaki Kisame had betrayed and departed from the organization. The expressions of those present varied upon hearing this news. How could this happen? After joining the Akatsuki, Hoshigaki Kisame had been quite dedicated, laboring diligently for the organization. Tio betrayed the organization during a mission was unexpected but it was unavoidable. After all, his former superior, Kuratsuchi, had come. Kuratsuchi, the Jinchuriki from Konoha, is him. A light flickered in Xiaonan's mind as she finally comprehended why the tail beast ball had targeted her instead of the Third Hokage. The IT was because Kuratsuchi was with Xiaonan, Pain, and a masked man during their enslavement. This meant that Kuratsuchi was seeking revenge. Xiaonan was somewhat taken aback by the turn of events, considering that Kuratsuchi was unaware that the masked man and Xiaonan were, in fact, partners in mutual vigilance. Kisame had already pursued Hoshigaki Kisame, and the current situation remained unclear. Xiaonan nodded slightly. Although Kisame had been recruited by the masked man, he was loyal and competent if the pursuit proved challenging. It was reasonable for him to take longer to return. After stating all this, Zetsu glanced at Kako. Konoha had not concealed information regarding the Jinchuriki. It was merely a 7-year-old brat named Uzumaki Naruto. However, Konoha could not control the Jinchuriki, and this time, the Nine Tails had gone berserk. The Uchiha clan had not attacked Konoha. Only Uchiha Qian Yao had left the clan's territory. The rampaging Nine Tails Jinchuriki was controlled by him. Kakuzu snorted disdainfully. After all, he had previously been chased away, which left him feeling rather humiliated. Zetsu, undeterred by Kakuzu's discontent, continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen has recalled many of the combat personnel stationed outside. The number of these individuals is around 1,000. And they are likely all from the Sarutobi clan. Upon hearing this, both Xiaonan and Kakuzu's expressions turned astonished. Had Scorpion not been a puppet, he would have shared in their astonishment as well. After all, for a ninja clan to possess over 1,000 combatants was truly remarkable. This group of combat personnel had likely suffered casualties of 200 to 300 after Zetsu finished speaking. He turned his gaze toward Xiaonan, his meaning clear. Why did she have the capability to deploy such a vast array of explosive tags within Konoha? Xiaonan did not respond, nor did she acknowledge his inquiry. She merely stated flatly, "Currently, everyone is in a poor state. Let us each take time to recuperate and disperse. I will await Kisame's return." Given Xiaonan's insistence, Kakuzu's voice turned somber. Coincidentally, some bounty ninjas have escaped. I shall replenish my hearts. The Akatsuki had indeed encountered an unprecedented setback. After all, upon joining the organization, everyone had been engaged in their respective missions. With their tasks differing upon entering Konoha, Xiaonan had not anticipated Hoshigaki Kisame's betrayal. As for Kakuzu, Xiaonan had merely intended for him to gather intelligence in return. However, Kakuzu's greed led him to confront Jiraiya in peak form, resulting in an unavoidable beating that I will accompany you, Scorpion interjected. Scorpion required only a body, not hearts. His puppet, too, possesses a tough exterior and resilient flesh, allowing for a degree of cooperation, provided that Scorpion refrains from employing his venom. Jiao Du's heart, already somewhat unsettled, found solace in the fact that Scorpion was willing to collaborate. After the two departed, only Xiao Nan and Zhu remained in the cave. "Where are the others?" Xiao Nan inquired, naturally referring to the masked man. "Who could say? He was likely in Konoha," Zhu replied vaguely, straddling the line between truth and deception, for Obito sometimes undertakes his endeavors without involving him. All he knew was that Obito had ventured to the root of Danzo this time. Now, it remains.